In Xingqing, a man sat on the ground covered in wounds. 3 months had passed and finally he too was about to die. Lin Xiao looked at the several fatal injuries on his body. After being expelled from the team, he could only wait here for death. Not far away, a group of humanoid monsters were slowly encircling him. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door, followed by an even more anxious voice. Lin Xiao, are you done yet? This is taking way too long. I'm dying of impatience. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, instinctively looking around with caution. Didn't I die? Where's this? Then he felt a rumble in his stomach and a torrent surged forth. So smooth. That feels great. Lin Xiao blurted out involuntarily. The brother outside the door felt even more uncomfortable. Holding it in outside, the brother was in agony, and Lin Xiao was still provoking him from inside. But Lin Xiao had no time to care about him. He himself was lost in confusion. Wasn't he dead? What was happening? Reborn. And reborn on the toilet. Though a bit dazed, Lin Xiao realized he might have been reborn. Another rumble in his stomach, an intense sense of comfort, interrupted his thoughts. Lin Xiao, if you don't come out soon, I'll just do it right at the door. The knocking outside grew increasingly rough, and the words became more and more outrageous. All right, I'm coming out now. Lin Xiao had finished his business. Now his urgent need was to understand the situation, not waste time continuing to have diarrhea. Pushing open the bathroom door, Lin Xiao was immediately shoved aside by a chubby hand, and then a huge body squeezed in. Xiaochong, you really need to lose weight. Lin Xiao instinctively called out his name. Wait, Xiaochong. He really had been reborn. In his previous life, Xiaochong had died at the very beginning of the apocalypse. And now, Lin Xiao immediately opened his phone. The time showed 8:00 p.m. on February 22, 2222, according to the Chinese calendar. This date Lin Xiao would never forget in his life. Because 2 hours later at 2222 on February 22, 2222, that was the moment the apocalypse would break out. A strange panic gripped Lin Xiao's heart. Damn it, even if he was reborn, why couldn't it be a little earlier? Lin Xiao cursed inwardly. Just 2 damn hours, what could he do? Cursing aside, panicking was useless. In 2 hours, a strange thick fog would sweep across the entire world. No one knew where the fog came from, but it contained a substance never seen before on Blue Star. Anyone who came into contact with the fog had a high probability of mutating. There were 2 types of mutations, one turning into a humanoid monster commonly known as a zombie, the other evolving, even awakening superpowers, becoming a mutant. However, mutants were extremely rare. Not just 1 in 100, but at least 1 in 10,000. And Lin Xiao was one of them. Although he was only the most useless rank mutant, at least it guaranteed his potential for evolution. Ordinary people were the worst off. Unable to become zombies painlessly nor gain stronger abilities. In the early days of the apocalypse, living was sheer torture for them. As Lin Xiao was thinking, Xiaochong came out of the bathroom done with his business. Holding his pants with one hand, he patted Lin Xiao's shoulder with the other. Lin Xiao, tonight, I'm going to confess to Chen Feifei. Want to come with me? Seeing Lin Xiao sitting dazed on the bed, Xiaochong winked at him. Lin Xiao snapped out of his memories, looking at Xiaochong's right hand with disgust. Damn, he hadn't washed his hands, had he? But Chen Feifei. That name was all too familiar to Lin Xiao. In fact, he had been expelled from the team and eventually died because of her. A flash of hatred crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. Since he was reborn, this life would be different. Chen Feifei was their classmate, but she was the renowned campus belle of Xingqing University. And Xiaochong. Although he was also somewhat famous in school as a top student loved by the teachers, his appearance was a bit comical and he was overweight. So Lin Xiao truly admired his courage to confess to Chen Feifei on such an auspicious day. Lin Xiao now remembered. In his previous life, the fat guy went out to confess to Chen Feifei only to be rejected. Then the white fog hit and the apocalypse descended. The fat guy never came back. And Lin Xiao, because of this diarrhea incident, didn't follow the fat guy out and stayed in the dormitory. Later, after the fog dissipated, Lin Xiao happened to be grouped with Chen Feifei. According to her, she had just reached the dormitory door when the fog suddenly hit and the fat guy mutated into a zombie. Chen Feifei was lucky to survive. After that, due to being classmates, they had some deeper interactions. But Lin Xiao sank into an unpleasant memory. His later expulsion from the team and death were closely related to Chen Feifei. This woman was far more terrifying inside than her appearance suggested. Moreover, Chen Feifei had already shown her extraordinary talent, awakening, and a rank ability. If becoming a mutant was 1 in 10,000, then awakening and a rank ability. In 3 months, Lin Xiao had only heard of her in all of Xingqing. As for whether there were rank abilities, or even higher, that was beyond Lin Xiao's knowledge. After all, he had lived too short a time, and was only the lowest level mutation with the most useless part, his eyes. If it had been a mutation in another part of his body, at least he could have been a bit stronger in combat. But eyes, except for better vision and seeing some scenery others couldn't, were not much use. However, this time reborn, he could take revenge on Chen Feifei. I'm not going. My stomach hurts, I might have to go again later. Exactly the same dialogue as the previous life, word for word. Alright then. I actually want to go again too. It's all because of tonight's cafeteria food. I don't know what's wrong with it. Xiaochong complained. This diarrhea-causing food almost ruined his elaborate preparations. But I've been preparing for this day for a long time. He'll definitely succeed tonight. Brother, just wait for me to bring back a beauty. After saying that, Xia Chong laughed loudly and left the dormitory with an air of determination. Seeing him leave, Lin Xiao silently mourned for him a few times. The white fog was unstoppable, so Xia Chong's death was irreversible. Rather than letting him turn into a zombie in the dormitory and bring danger to Lin Xiao, it was better to let him go out. Having lived through 3 months of the apocalypse and suffered betrayal, Lin Xiao knew very well that everyone for themselves was the rule. After Xia Chong left, Lin Xiao immediately took out his phone. There were still 2 hours before the white fog appeared. He had to do something. The first thing was to notify his parents. Lin Xiao's family was also in Xi'an province, but not in Xingqing. Time was tight. Even if he wanted to rush back, it was impossible. The call connected quickly and a woman's voice came through. Son, what made you think to call your mom? Mahjong tiles clattered in the background. Mom, emergency. Hurry up and call Dad, both of you go home. Lin Xiao's voice was urgent, making his mother bewildered. Mom, I can't explain in detail. You have to listen to me. Also go to the supermarket and buy a lot of food, preferably things that can keep for a long time. Remember, you must be home before 10 o'clock. Be sure to remember. In such a short time, Lin Xiao had no way to explain everything to his mother in detail. Moreover, he couldn't explain. If he said he was reborn and the apocalypse would come in 2 hours, his mother would probably think he was crazy. After speaking with his mother, Lin Xiao didn't call his father. He knew that at home with his mother's status, whatever she said his father would obediently do. No reason needed. Apart from his parents, Lin Xiao had no other relatives. After handling the family matters, Lin Xiao pushed open the dormitory door. Next, it was time to prepare for himself. Lin Xiao's family was not extremely wealthy, but they were comfortably middle class. As the only son, he received a generous monthly allowance. Having been single his entire life, he had little to spend on. He glanced at his phone. Over 3,000 yuan, more than enough. After all, once the apocalypse arrived, money would be worthless. Leaving his dorm, Lin Xiao headed straight for the supermarket. Today was said to be the day with the most twos in the world, though he wasn't sure how two that was. Besides, it was almost 2222. Countless couples were gathering to celebrate what they considered a romantic moment. As Lin Xiao walked past them, a cold sneer crossed his face. In 2 hours, he wondered if they could accept their beloved turning into a zombie. He paid no further attention and headed straight for the school's supermarket. As one of the best universities in Star City, the supermarket was spacious and well-stocked. 3,000 yuan was not a lot, but it was enough to stock up on a week's worth of food for one person. After 7 days, the thick fog would dissipate, and everyone could venture out to search for food. As for those 7 days of fog, if you didn't want to die, it was best to stay put. The fog would block sight and hearing, reducing range to less than a meter. You might even walk right into a zombie's mouth. The only consolation was that the fog also dulled the zombie's senses. So as long as you stayed in a sealed room, you were safe, provided you had enough food to avoid starvation. In his previous life, many had survived the fog, but perished because they ran out of food and were forced outside. Lin Xiao had survived only because his roommate Fatty loved snacks and had stocked up in the dorm. But this life was different. Lin Xiao entered the supermarket. It was rather quiet. After all, that sacred time was almost here. Countless men had already prepared everything, planning to show their romance, and then, well, as for the singles, they would never choose to go out at this hour. They were probably in their dorms scrolling their phones and feeling sorry for themselves. When the fog descended, all communication signals would be temporarily blocked. But fortunately, water and electricity would not be cut off for a short while. Fatty, a food lover, had secretly sneaked an induction cooker into the dorm despite the school's strict ban on high-power appliances. He often cooked midnight snacks alone. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. Although Xia Chong was about to meet his end, that roommate had really done a lot for him. Without his provisions, Lin Xiao would never have survived the 7 days in his previous life. Maybe he wouldn't have been reborn. But sighing was one thing. Lin Xiao had no intention of warning him. He started shopping. Since the supermarket served students, the food section was well stocked. Lin Xiao didn't bother picking carefully. He just swept the shelves. Instant noodles. Buy. Chips. Buy. Chili sauce. Buy. Luncheon meat. Buy. He didn't care if he could eat that much. He wasn't leaving until he spent all 3,000 yuan. As for transport, he had bought so much that the supermarket would deliver. After all, the boys' dorm wasn't far. The only odd thing was the strange look the pretty senior working part-time gave him. It took only 20 minutes to grab everything, but a full half-hour to check out. He had bought so many things, all mixed and heavy. The senior had to scan each item one by one. If Lin Xiao hadn't helped, it would have taken even longer. Fortunately, there were no other customers at this hour, so Lin Xiao could monopolize the only cashier. All done, that'll be 2,742 yuan. The pretty senior wiped sweat from her forehead and looked at him with a hint of annoyance. This junior was handsome enough, but his brain seemed a bit off. Was he shopping or stocking up? At these school store prices, he'd lose his shirt if he tried to resell. Lin Xiao ignored her gaze and paid quickly. In an hour, this money would be just numbers. Even if you had stacks of cash, they'd be just paper. Too rough even for wiping. Strange, why did he suddenly think of wiping? Lin Xiao thought seriously. His stomach was acting up again. Senior, please have it delivered to room 219, building 7 of the boys' dorm. I'm in a hurry, you'll go ahead. He didn't worry about her cheating. The store had cameras. He wanted to hold it in, but the urge was overwhelming. Under the pretty senior's astonished gaze, he sprinted to the dorm. Fortunately, it wasn't far. After 3 minutes of furious running, he was already sitting on the toilet. Ah, relief. He couldn't help but shout. He checked his phone. 2156. Less than half an hour until 2222. Back at the supermarket, the pretty senior watched him run off, frowning despite her usual good temper. She sighed and began packing his goods. The supermarket had a small electric tricycle for deliveries. It could carry everything in one trip. Besides the senior, there were a few middle-aged women working there. But when business was slow, they usually hid in the back chatting and were experts at bullying young girls. Auntie Jean, someone needs a delivery. Could you go? After packing, the senior called out to the chatting women. Who's ordering delivery so late? Why didn't they come earlier? Hearing the senior's voice, the women stopped chatting and came out grumbling. They were clearly annoyed at having their conversation interrupted. When they saw the neatly stacked cartload of goods, Auntie Jean became even angrier. The delivery meant helping to carry everything upstairs. If the dorm was high, it would take forever. Auntie Jean's eyes darted, then she turned to the senior. Yao, it's so late. Why don't you go? They'll cover the cashier for you. Yao was the senior's name, Yao Xian. Fine. Yao Xian had expected this. She had no choice, her family was poor, and she needed this part-time job to help. And Auntie Jean was a relative of the supermarket owner. Yao Xian didn't dare to offend her. After Yao Xian delivered the items to the base of the boys' dormitory, she knocked on the door of room 219 herself, confirming that Lin Xiao was indeed there, for delivering to the wrong place would be troublesome. As for Lin Xiao, he had just stepped out of the restroom, feeling refreshed. Hearing the knock, he guessed it was the supermarket delivery and hurried to open the door. However, upon seeing Yao Xian, his expression betrayed clear surprise. He had ordered deliveries to his dorm before, but it was always a couple of middle-aged women who came. After all, this was a boys' dormitory, and having a young woman enter was somewhat inconvenient. Yet curiously enough, if a boy tried to enter the girls' dormitory, he would likely be beaten and thrown out by the dorm matron. But a girl entering the boys' dormitory only needed to flash a smile at the old doorman, and he would turn a blind eye and let her in. Seeing that Yao Xian was alone, Lin Xiao, wanting to get the moving done, quickly followed her downstairs. He had indeed purchased quite a lot this time. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the dorm at this hour, so few witnessed the scene. Otherwise, such a pile of goods along with such a beautiful senior would surely have caused quite a stir. After all, everyone loves a bit of excitement, especially the single dogs who had no plans on this particular evening. Although Lin Xiao's dorm was only on the second floor, moving the items piece by piece was still physically demanding. Moreover, since Yao Xian was a girl, they had to take a few minutes rest midway to accommodate her stamina. Of course, Lin Xiao would never admit that he too was struggling to carry them. But for the sake of survival, after a 5-minute rest, he picked up the burden again. By the time Yao Xian brought in the last can of 8 treasure porridge, Lin Xiao's dorm was nearly overflowing. Half the room was now stacked with all sorts of supplies. Though Yao Xian didn't understand Lin Xiao's actions, she didn't pry. Perhaps he was just rich and bought things for fun. In college, she had seen plenty of wealthy heirs flaunting their money. Maybe this was just another peculiar way of showing off. Wiping away her sweat, Yao Xian prepared to leave. By the time she finished this delivery, the supermarket was about to close. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who had been busy all along, finally had a moment to pull out his phone. The moment he turned on the screen, the time struck 222222. The thick fog arrived. Right on schedule, the eerie mist appeared, blanketing every corner of the globe in an instant. Even Lin Xiao's small dorm room was not spared. As the fog appeared, the senior's footsteps faltered. Being invaded by the mist, regardless of the outcome, was a normal reaction. Lin Xiao, though he had experienced it once, also felt a brief moment of sluggishness as the fog seeped into his body. Then a blood-curdling scream erupted from outside the dorm, piercing the quiet campus. It was already late at night, causing the beautiful senior to shudder involuntarily, a chill running down her spine. But this was only the beginning. Soon screams rose one after another, as if in a competition, ringing out incessantly, interspersed with cries of help. Even Yao Xian, who always prided herself on her courage, was now completely panicked. What was happening at the school? Why were these people screaming so miserably? What's going on? Regardless, Yao Xian was just a girl. In the face of unknown terror, she instinctively took 2 steps towards Lin Xiao before asking. Lin Xiao shook his head. He knew exactly what was happening, but he certainly couldn't say. As time passed, the white fog grew denser and denser, even slowly seeping into the dorm room, despite Lin Xiao having closed all the windows beforehand. This was within his expectations. In a sealed room, the fog would still penetrate, though in smaller amounts and at a slower pace. As the white fog slowly drifted in, Lin Xiao's eyes remained fixed on Yao Xian, his right hand quietly gripping the fruit knife that lay on the table. If she showed the slightest sign of abnormality, he would strike without hesitation. What is this? Yao Xian had also noticed the thickening fog, and as she spoke, a large amount of it was drawn into her body with her breath. Lin Xiao's body tensed. 5 seconds passed, and Yao Xian showed no change. He relaxed slightly, but did not put down the knife. At that moment, Yao Xian noticed the fruit knife in his hand, and a flicker of terror crossed her face. Another 5 seconds went by. Lin Xiao felt a familiar sensation. His eyes began to burn and itch. He knew this was his eyes beginning to mutate. Yao Xian, however, remained merely staring at him in fear. Lin Xiao felt relieved. If she hadn't turned into a zombie by now, she was certainly safe. He put down the fruit knife, and ignoring the itching in his eyes, quickly stepped forward. Yao Xian, startled by his movement, flinched back in panic. But the dorm was too small, there was nowhere to run. Lin Xiao closed in, and just as Yao Xian was about to fight for her life, he walked right past her. Bang! The dorm door was slammed shut. What are you doing? Seeing him shut the door, Yao Xian became even more terrified. Don't scream. There's a big problem outside. If we don't close the door, we'll all die. Lin Xiao glared at her fiercely. This was the early stage of the fog's appearance. It was crucial not to make any noise now, as the fog's isolating effect hadn't fully manifested. If any students nearby had turned into zombies, the noise could easily attract them. In 10 minutes, once the fog fully formed. As long as they didn't open the door or go out, the dorm would be absolutely safe. As for Yao Xian, Lin Xiao had a headache. His 3 months of experience in the apocalypse had taught him many survival rules, and he had even suffered one betrayal, but it wasn't a long time. Killing a senior who posed no threat and was rather easy on the eyes was something he found hard to do. If it had been Chen Feifei instead, he wouldn't have hesitated for a second. Perhaps intimidated by his expression, Yao Xian actually shut her mouth and made no more sound. At that moment, the screams and cries for help from the campus rang out again, more intense than before from both men and women. Yao Xian could even clearly hear the same screams coming from the floors below and from other dormitory buildings. This made her even more afraid to move, and she could only clamp her hand over her mouth. 10 minutes later, the screams completely stopped. But Lin Xiao knew that the silence didn't mean it was over, it only proved the fog had fully formed. This also heralded the arrival of the apocalypse. To be cautious, Lin Xiao waited another 2 minutes. After confirming he heard no sounds, he finally let out a long breath and slumped to the ground. Even though he had experienced this once before, the tension was still overwhelming. Seeing Lin Xiao's actions, Yao Xian knew she was likely safe for now. Although she still had no idea what had happened outside, she sensed that this junior knew more than he let on. What exactly happened? Yao Xin's voice trembled. The soul-piercing scream she had just heard still made her scalp tingle. What if I told you the apocalypse has come? Would you believe me? Lin Xiao pulled out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, intending to light one to calm his nerves, but upon seeing Yao Xian, he put them away. Apocalypse. Yao Xian wanted to say she didn't believe it, but the words wouldn't come out. Everything that had just happened, including the sudden white fog, forced her to consider that what this man said might be true. But how did he know? Though puzzled, she didn't ask. If what he said was true, her survival might depend on him. There was no point in probing meaningless questions now. They fell silent again. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao suddenly asked curiously, "Do you feel anything unusual in your body?" He needed to confirm whether Yao Xian was an ordinary person or a mutant. Unusual? No. Yao Xian shook her head in confusion. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Xiao's face, barely noticeable. Having finally found a companion, he naturally hoped she would be capable enough to assist him. At that moment, he thought of another woman, Chen Feifei. She possessed an rank ability. If he didn't deal with her early, once she grew stronger, he wouldn't stand a chance against her. After all, he only had the most useless rank ability. If he didn't leverage his rebirth advantage wisely, he would likely meet his end again. Just as he was lost in thought, Yao Xian suddenly let out a seductive moan. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality and looked at the beautiful senior before him. Another alluring sigh made his heart race. Fortunately, having survived 3 months in the apocalypse, his willpower was strong. The apocalypse was riddled with traps. If one couldn't resist such temptations, they wouldn't survive a week once the fog cleared. A hormone-driven youth might have lost control, but Lin Xiao knew they were now officially in the apocalypse era, where no one would know his actions. Even if someone knew, no one would bother to interfere. Everyone was too busy surviving. But why was this senior suddenly seducing him? Just as he was about to ask, Yao Xin's expression grew increasingly strange. She seemed both pained and pleasured. These conflicting emotions on her delicate face struck Lin Xiao with intense impact. But he quickly realized this was mutation. According to later research, the level of mutation was closely tied to time. Lin Xiao, with his low-grade mutation, had transformed the moment he touched the fog. Chen Feifei, on the other hand, mutated about a dozen minutes after exposure. As for Yao Xian before him, Lin Xiao checked his phone. It was 1041. That meant 19 minutes had passed since the fog descended. Could it be that Yao Xin's mutation was even stronger than Chen Feifei's? But Lin Xiao was puzzled. Why hadn't he heard of her in his past life? If her ability surpassed Chen Feifei's, she couldn't have remained unknown. Then it struck him perhaps in his previous life, Yao Xian hadn't survived the initial stage. If not for Lin Xiao, she would have been at the supermarket at 1022. And she wasn't alone there. There were several middle-aged women. They likely turned into zombies immediately, and Yao Xian, with her overwhelming ability, was killed before she could even awaken. With his thoughts in order, Lin Xiao suppressed his excitement. Having such a powerful ally was a tremendous stroke of luck. Now he just had to wait and see what kind of ability Yao Xian would develop. Yao Xian had slipped into unconsciousness, emitting one mesmerizing sound after another. This was too much for Lin Xiao, a virgin who had never been close to a woman, and his face flushed. About 10 minutes later, she finally stopped and Lin Xiao was released from the spell. But Yao Xian kept her eyes shut for a long time. Lin Xiao, unsure if such a powerful ability had other peculiarities, didn't dare disturb her and simply kept his gaze fixed on her pretty face. This junior is so annoying staring at me like that. But after making those embarrassing sounds and having him hear everything, how can I open my eyes? Yao Xin's inner self was in turmoil. Throughout it all, she had been fully conscious, but the ecstasy deep in her soul made it impossible to control herself. Those shy moans had even shocked her. Were they really her own? So even after returning to normal, she didn't dare open her eyes. Yet this junior kept staring at her. Though her eyes were closed, she could feel his intense gaze. Is he thinking of me in that way? She was stuck. Opening her eyes felt awkward, but keeping them shut was equally embarrassing. Her hands unconsciously twisted together. Ahem, senior, if you're fine, just open your eyes. Lin Xiao, not blind, noticed her fidgeting and realized she was shy. Hearing his voice, Yao Xian slowly opened her eyes. Since she had been caught pretending to be asleep would only make things worse. She had imagined many possible reactions from Lin Xiao, but he merely gave her a calm look and asked directly, Senior, do you know what ability you just awakened? Ability? Yao Xian looked at him blankly, unaware of such a concept. Then you must know what you felt, right? Lin Xiao looked at his dazed senior with exasperation. If she weren't a potential top-tier ability user, he might have lost his temper. Yao Xian hesitated, unable to voice it. I mean, where did you feel something strange? Lin Xiao, realizing his earlier question was poorly phrased, rephrased it. I felt something strange surge in my head. At first it hurt, but then it became pleasurable. Besides my head, other parts of my body felt tingly and itchy, but I didn't pay attention at the time. Her voice trailed off as she recalled the sound she had made. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he stared at her. She was a treasure. Mental abilities were almost always a rank, with only a few useless ones classified as rank. Given the duration of her mutation, she was certainly at least a rank, perhaps even higher. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly excited, Yao Xian blinked her big eyes. He's so strange. Why would he get excited about my head hurting? Lin Xiao still had no idea what specific ability Yao Xian had awakened. He could only wait for her to gradually develop it on her own. This senior student had seemed quite sharp before, but now she appeared rather dazed. However, Lin Xiao was not in a hurry. There was still time for her to figure it out. At least for these 7 days before the mist dissipated, they would both be absolutely safe. Suddenly relaxing, Lin Xiao immediately felt the pangs of hunger. He had already been exhausted from carrying so many things upstairs earlier. Afterward, his mind had been in a state of high tension. Now that he had finally unwound, all he wanted was to find something to fill his stomach. With plenty of food behind him, Lin Xiao opened a can of 8 treasure kanji. Seeing Lin Xiao eat, Yao Xian also felt the gnawing hunger. She had done just as much as Lin Xiao, and her spirit was even more panicked. After realizing that Lin Xiao had no intention of harming her, she too relaxed. This junior seemed like a decent person after all, she thought to herself, and then watched Lin Xiao wolfing down the 8 treasure kanji. She couldn't help but stick out her little tongue and lick her lips. Her small hand also pressed against her stomach. She hadn't felt it much before, but seeing someone else eat so heartily made it impossible for Yao Xian to hold back any longer. If you want something to eat, just come and get it. Lin Xiao noticed Yao Xin's expression. His eyes had already undergone a transformation. At such close range, he could clearly see not only the expression on her face, but even the pores on her skin with ease. However, he had to admit, this senior's skin was remarkably fine. Lin Xiao remarked to himself. After hearing his words, Yao Xian still hesitated. After all, this was his food. But she was truly hungry, especially after watching Lin Xiao finish the kanji and then tear open a pack of spicy strips. The aroma directly broke through her defenses. Then, he'll pay you back later. Yao Xian had already checked her phone. There was no signal at all. That meant the phone was now only useful for telling time, and of course she couldn't pay. Lin Xiao nodded indifferently. Money. After the white mist vanished, who would care about such things? But if he hadn't nodded, the senior probably wouldn't have felt at ease eating. Right now, this senior was of great importance to Lin Xiao. Whether he could enjoy a life of luxury in the future depended entirely on her. Perhaps because her family wasn't well off, even though Lin Xiao told her to take whatever she wanted, she only grabbed a small bread roll. Lin Xiao glanced at it. It was the cheapest kind sold in the supermarket. Then she also took a bottle of mineral water. This kind of small bread roll was hard to swallow without water. Lin Xiao didn't say anything more. He let her do as she pleased. There were still 7 days, there was no rush. After eating and drinking their fill, it was already past 11 o'clock. Outside there was utter silence, not a single sound to be heard. Yao Xian wanted to go out and see what had happened, but remembering the earlier screams, she dismissed the idea. Everything that had happened tonight was far too terrifying. Yao Xian was only half convinced of Lin Xiao's claim that the apocalypse had come. But the lack of signal on her phone and everything that had just occurred in her own mind forced her to believe what he said. This is my bed. Pick any of the other 3 to sleep in. The dormitory was a 4-person room. But on this special day, aside from Lin Xiao and Xia Chong, the other 2 roommates who had girlfriends had booked hotel rooms early on. It was unclear what had happened to them now. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yao Xian felt much more at ease. Here they were alone. If Lin Xiao wanted to do anything, Yao Xin seemed powerless to resist. Although they were still in the same dormitory, at least he had shown no improper behavior from the start. And Yao Xin had no other choice. She could only sleep here for now. Her phone had no signal, so she couldn't muster the courage to go outside. "We'll take a shower first. If you want to wash up too, go ahead later." Lin Xiao didn't care what Yao Xin thought. To him, this situation was already the best possible outcome. After all, he had only been given 2 hours after his rebirth. As for what to do next, Lin Xiao decided to think about it after waking up. His body was sticky with sweat. He couldn't stand it without a shower. Watching Lin Xiao take a few pieces of clothing from his wardrobe and walk into the bathroom, Yao Xin sat down on the bed farthest from him. She also wanted to wash up, but she had no change of clothes. She couldn't very well be naked in front of Lin Xiao. Just then Lin Xiao's singing echoed from the bathroom. He seemed to be in quite a good mood. Despite the bizarre events occurring, why was this junior so calm? He even showed a hint of joy. Yao Xin was utterly baffled. Moreover, he had bought so much food just before this. She suspected that this junior knew something she didn't, perhaps even something no one else knew. As the saying goes, if a man takes more than 5 minutes in the shower, he must be doing something unspeakable. But Lin Xiao was clearly not that kind of person. Exactly 5 minutes later, he pushed open the door and stepped out, drying himself with a towel. A scream rang out. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered there was a woman in his dorm. "You're making a fuss over nothing. When you girls see guys playing basketball shirtless on the court, you still say they look handsome." That said, Lin Xiao quickly put on his jacket. Although it was winter, after the fog descended, it seemed the cold was sealed away. The temperature in the dorm was just right, neither hot nor cold. "Do you want to take a shower?" Lin Xiao suddenly asked Yao Xin. Yao Xin was tempted, but she had no change of clothes or towel. Lin Xiao guessed her embarrassment and rummaged through his wardrobe. "Here, this one I've never worn. And this, it's brand new too." He tossed a set of clothes and a towel accurately into Yao Xin's hands. Yao Xin looked down. It was a summer outfit. Lin Xiao's official height was 179 centimeters, but he usually claimed 180. In the South, that was considered decent. Yao Xin's figure was as gentle as a typical Southern girl, 163 centimeters tall, 90 pounds, with curves in all the right places. Lin Xiao's clothes would probably fit her like a dress. But given the circumstances, Lin Xiao didn't say much. He left it up to her. If she chose not to shower, he wouldn't mind. In a boys' dorm, there was always one roommate who didn't like to bathe. He was used to it. After handing over the clothes, Lin Xiao climbed straight into bed. Though the dormitory had lights, the surrounding silence was unnerving, almost eerily so. With no phone to occupy his mind, sleep seemed the only option. Besides, it was getting late. So much had happened in just a few short hours, and Lin Xiao needed time to sort through it all. He calculated that less than 4 hours had passed since his rebirth. Yao Xin bit her lip, caught in a dilemma. For a girl who valued cleanliness as much as she did, skipping a shower was simply unbearable, especially after all the sweating she had done earlier. Glancing at Lin Xiao, who had already lain down, Yao Xin finally made up her mind. Taking the clothes and towel he had offered, she slipped quietly into the bathroom. Lin Xiao pretended not to notice, continuing to mull over his own thoughts. Soon the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. The thought of a beautiful girl bathing just next door stirred a flicker of excitement in Lin Xiao. After silently reciting the Tao Te Ching several times to calm himself, he decided to get up and grab a cold drink to steady his nerves. As someone who had never even had a girlfriend in his entire life, he had never been through anything like this before. Scanning the array of beverages before him, Lin Xiao naturally chose Wangleji, the most effective at quenching inner fire. Popping the lid open, he took a large gulp, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He took another swig, determined to extinguish the lingering spark entirely. Just then the bathroom door swung open. Yao Xin stepped out wearing Lin Xiao's clothes. The two came face to face in an instant. Lin Xiao remained frozen in place, one hand holding the can of Wangleji, his head slightly tilted back, ready for another sip. But his eyes had already drifted uncontrollably toward the bathroom door. Fresh from her bath, Yao Xin exuded a natural, untouched elegance that left Lin Xiao utterly mesmerized. The ill-fitting clothes she wore only seemed to add to her charm. Gulp. Lin Xiao swallowed hard, struggling to compose himself. Sensing the awkwardness of the moment, he hastily raised the can to his lips and chugged the Wangleji in a panic. Cough, cough, cough. In his rush, the drink went down the wrong pipe, and he coughed several times in a row. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep, Lin Xiao muttered awkwardly to Yao Xin before scrambling back onto his bed. Yet his heart continued to pound relentlessly in his chest. He sighed. It was his own fault for having lived such a comfortable life. In his past life, he had been on the brink of death every single day, with no time to even glance at beautiful women, let alone entertain such frivolous thoughts. He recalled seeing Chen Feifei during the apocalypse, and even she hadn't struck him as stunningly as this. That night, in the same dormitory, on two diagonally opposite beds, lay a man and a woman, both tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In just a few short hours, the world seemed to have changed so drastically that Yao Xin couldn't even begin to process it. She had no idea what was happening outside, nor whether she was even safe sleeping here. Although Lin Xiao's earlier reaction had eased most of her wariness, this was still the first time she had ever shared a room with a man. And then there was that strange energy lingering in her mind, something she hadn't yet had a chance to figure out. Overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, Yao Xian eventually drifted into a deep sleep. She told herself that maybe everything would be better after a good night's rest. The next morning, as a typical college student, sleeping in was practically a required skill. Yet coincidentally, neither of the two in this dormitory possessed that skill. During the 3 months of the apocalypse, Lin Xiao hadn't had a single decent night's sleep, let alone slept until he was fully rested. As for Yao Xian, her strong internal clock had her waking up before 6 every morning because she had a part-time job at the cafeteria. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes, he still felt a bit dazed. After a few seconds of blankness, he suddenly sat up. It was real. He had truly been reborn, and yesterday wasn't just a dream. Turning his head, he saw Yao Xian still sleeping on the diagonal bed across from him, and everything felt so vividly real. Even though he tried to be as quiet as possible, Yao Xian still opened her eyes when Lin Xiao got out of bed. Just like him, she looked utterly bewildered upon waking up, unsure why she had woken up here. Then, as memories flooded back, she recalled everything that had happened the day before. When she sat up, she saw Lin Xiao standing by the window staring outside with a strange expression. But his inner turmoil was far more intense than what showed on his face. Lin Xiao had possessed his mutated eyes for 3 months. During that time, he had grown accustomed to their abilities and could control them at will. It was just a matter of seeing farther, seeing clearer, seeing more deeply, and truly just a little. If someone wore an extra layer of clothing, he couldn't see through it. But now, Lin Xiao looked out the window. It was a vast expanse of white so thick, he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. Yet when he instinctively activated his eyes mutation ability, the white fog seemed to vanish before him. He could see with perfect clarity. Right below the dormitory, 2 zombies were wandering aimlessly. Further off, through the window of the opposite building, he could spot another figure already transformed into a zombie. Because the door to that room was shut, its limited intellect wasn't enough to figure out how to get out. His eyes. Lin Xiao's heart began to race with exhilaration. In his past life, he had never possessed the ability to see through the white fog. In that haze, he was just like everyone else, completely blind. But now, a bold idea suddenly took shape in Lin Xiao's mind. At this stage, due to the white fog, both humans and zombies were effectively blind and deaf. He was the only one who could move freely. The implications were obvious. 7 days. For these 7 days, he would be a god. Countless supplies, and the mutant crystals. The mutant crystal was exactly what would appear inside the brains of the 2 zombies downstairs. After being infected by the special substance in the fog, and turning into zombies, a crystalline energy core would form within their heads. Later people would come to call them mutant crystals. To ordinary people, these crystals weren't of much use, but to mutants they were absolutely vital. With them, a mutant could continuously level up. Take Lin Xiao now, for example. Though his eyes had mutated, his physical body was still that of an ordinary person. But after consuming a mutant crystal, he could absorb its energy and evolve. He would become a first-rank mutant. At that point, his power would undergo a monumental transformation. He could even take on 10 ordinary adults at once. Even the mutated zombies wouldn't stand a chance against him. However, just as powerful mutants would emerge among humans, so too would formidable creatures arise among the zombies. But that was still far off. The fog had only just appeared, so such powerful zombies wouldn't exist yet. In his past life, the most terrifying zombie Lin Xiao had encountered was one that had undergone 3 mutations. Though it was mindless, its body had reached an extraordinary level of toughness. Even bullets could only hurt it if they struck the vital spot on its head. That encounter had left a deep impression on him, and the mere memory of it still sent a chill down his spine. "What are you looking at?" A pleasant voice pulled Lin Xiao back from his memories. Yao Xian, wearing Lin Xiao's clothes, had already come to the window. Seeing Lin Xiao staring outside, she curiously looked over as well. But all she could see was a vast expanse of white. Nothing was clear. How can there be such thick fog? On winter mornings in Xingqing, there was indeed fog, sometimes quite heavy. But fog so dense that it rendered you blind was extremely rare. At least Yao Xian had never seen anything like it. With such thick fog, when will it clear? Yao Xian said worriedly. Unable to see outside, she had no idea what was happening out there. Moreover, when she got out of bed, she had already checked her phone, and there was still no signal. "In a week," Lin Xiao replied casually. He wasn't afraid of Yao Xian speculating anything. "A week?" Yao Xian immediately exclaimed. Lin Xiao meant that she would have to stay here with him for a week. This caught her completely off guard. She had thought that after last night this whole affair would be over. But she never expected this was only the beginning. Yao Xian suddenly recalled what Lin Xiao had said about the apocalypse last night. "Can you tell me, what does the apocalypse mean?" Lin Xiao turned around and left the window. Some things indeed needed to be made clear. When I say apocalypse, I mean it literally, just as you understand it. From the moment this fog appeared, the vast majority of people worldwide would be eroded by the white mist, turning into mindless monsters driven only by instinct to kill. We call them zombies. Zombies possess combat abilities far beyond ordinary humans, and they have incredible vitality, they won't die unless their heads are destroyed. Even more terrifying, after an unknown substance enters their bodies, it undergoes a secondary mutation and is stored within them. This substance is called corpse poison. If corpse poison enters your body, even if you are a mutant, you will still face certain death. Yao Xian was originally sitting on the bed opposite Lin Xiao, but as he spoke she had nervously curled up, hugging her legs. She was almost burying her head in her arms. This was too terrifying. In her entire life, Yao Xian had only watched one zombie movie urged on by her dorm mates. After watching it, she couldn't sleep for several days. That stuff was just too terrifying. But now the scenes from the movie were actually happening in real life. How could Yao Xian not be afraid? Yao Xian looked at Lin Xiao before her. Now she could only choose to trust this junior. After all, the screams and cries for help from last night were still echoing in her mind. In 7 days the fog will clear. During this time, just stay in the dorm. There's food and shelter here. Apart from the small space, everything else is fine. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yao Xian suddenly stood up, trembling as she looked at him. You? Where are you going? There was no denying that women were masters of detail. Lin Xiao had just unconsciously said for her to stay in the dorm. She immediately realized that Lin Xiao was going out. But hadn't he just said it was dangerous outside? And with such thick fog, where could he go? Could it be that he considered her a burden and was making an excuse to abandon her? I'm planning to go out and take a look and see if I can get some supplies. Food, of course, the more the better. Lin Xiao had already realized that his eyes seemed to have evolved, enabling him to see through the white fog. Such a good opportunity, he couldn't let it slip. These 7 days, the whole world is my personal carnival. But didn't you say it's dangerous outside? Yao Xin's voice trembled. The things Lin Xiao had just described had truly frightened her. With things like that outside, this junior still wanted to go out. How audacious. I have my own methods, don't worry. Lin Xiao didn't say another word and began to pack his things. Since he was going out, he had to make some preparations. Going out empty-handed would just be foolish. The fruit knife, of course, had to be brought along. At least it could boost his combat capability a bit. If he found a better weapon outside, he could switch later. In addition, he prepared a travel backpack. He also put some food inside to ensure he wouldn't starve today. When everything was ready, Lin Xiao walked toward the door. Yao Xian watched his every move, her trembling body betraying her nervousness. Oh, by the way. At the door, Lin Xiao suddenly turned back and said, during your time in the dorm, study the energy that appeared in your mind and get used to the changes in your body. These are the keys to our survival in the future. Yao Xian inexplicably blushed. A woman's mind was truly unpredictable. At a time like this, she was actually thinking about such matters. Fortunately, Lin Xiao didn't know. Okay, I'll study it seriously. Yao Xian nodded, her tone resolute. Lin Xiao waved at her and opened the door. The moment the door opened, some mist seeped in. But it didn't matter. Both of them had already mutated, so this mist would not harm them any further. Click. The door was firmly shut. Lin Xiao looked at the empty corridor and walked without hesitation toward the dormitory entrance. The stairway was also empty. The first-floor corridor was the same. It seemed that last night many male students had already gone out to spend the night. After all, it was Friday, and tomorrow was Saturday with no classes. The guard at the dormitory gate had already disappeared. As expected, the guard had turned into a zombie, just wandering off somewhere. It was fine that he had left. At least Lin Xiao didn't have to fight a zombie right now. Although the enemy couldn't see or hear, Lin Xiao only had a short fruit knife. By the time he could attack, he would almost be in the enemy's embrace. Unless the zombie was truly blind, it would still be able to see him. Stepping out of the dormitory building, Lin Xiao immediately saw many zombies aimlessly wandering around the campus. Don't be fooled by their sluggish appearance now. If you thought all zombies were like that, you would be sorely mistaken. Once they regained their sight and hearing, you would know what cruelty meant. Even a former world champion sprinter would probably be outrun by an old zombie. I just forgot to ask Yao Xian which dormitory building Chen Feifei is in. Since they're both girls, she should know. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something. But going back now seemed a bit inappropriate. Coming back specifically to ask about the school bowties dormitory. Was that trying to take advantage of the situation? Lin Xiao could already imagine the thoughts Yao Xian might have. The good impression he had made on her might just vanish. That wouldn't do. After learning about Yao Xin's special nature, Lin Xiao was thinking of getting on good terms with her. An ability user of at least a rank, as long as they didn't die at the start, could unleash power beyond imagination later. As for Chen Feifei, there was no need to rush. There were still 7 days. Improving his own strength was the right move. After leaving the dormitory building, Lin Xiao decided to find a suitable weapon first. This fruit knife simply didn't provide a sense of security. He needed something longer at least to give him the confidence to take on the zombies. He should take advantage of the zombies' current blindness and deafness to gather more mutation crystals and level up. Once the mist cleared, he would be reduced back to his former self, a weakling with an rank ability. However, he hadn't yet pondered one crucial question. Since his eyes could now pierce through the mist, perhaps his ability had already undergone a change different from his past life. No longer the pathetic rank ability user he once was. However, not realizing this didn't hinder his current actions. Lin Xiao's first destination was directly the school cafeteria. As expected, better weapons were sure to be found there. Moreover, at around 10 in the evening the cafeteria was long closed, so it was bound to be empty and safe. Lin Xiao followed a familiar path to the second cafeteria, the one closest to the male dormitories. Along the way he encountered several zombies, but managed to evade them all without incident. Dealing with a bunch of blind creatures was a simple task for Lin Xiao. Inside the cafeteria, just as he had predicted, there was no trace of zombies or humans. He went straight to the kitchen area. The door was locked, which left him feeling a bit stumped. His small fruit knife didn't seem up to the task of breaking that sturdy lock. Rather than waste time here, Lin Xiao eventually decided to give up. He would find a weapon eventually. Besides, there was plenty of time, there was no need to waste effort here. Even if there were a couple of cleavers inside, they wouldn't be much better than a fruit knife. If it weren't for the zombies' formidable defense making blunt weapons like clubs ineffective, Lin Xiao wouldn't have wanted to use a blade at all. Wouldn't it be safer to just find a long steel pipe? Leaving the cafeteria, Lin Xiao continued to wander around campus. Besides searching for a weapon, he also wanted to observe the school situation. Although many students had left to stay in hotels last night, a significant number remained on campus. At the very least, Lin Xiao had already encountered hundreds of zombies on his walk, and many more were hidden inside the dormitories. The moment the mist dissipated, these zombies trapped inside would become the greatest threat to the survivors. Because you never knew which door a zombie might suddenly burst out from. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao decided that once he was a bit stronger, he would clear out the area around his own dormitory to be safe. Before him stood a female dormitory building. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then walked to the side of the building. From there he could see inside the dorms through the windows. Although he couldn't see the higher floors due to the angle, he could clearly observe the bottom 3 floors. Inside the female dormitory, many rooms were completely empty. It was evident that as long as they weren't too picky, girls could find partners more easily than boys on such a special night. In the few rooms where there was some activity, Lin Xiao didn't see a single living person. They had all turned into zombies. Lin Xiao gave up on further observation. Although danger was everywhere now, based on his past lives experience, Chen Feifei would definitely survive this round. This was a grudge he would settle with his own hands. Soon Lin Xiao had traversed the entire East Campus. Continuing further held no meaning for him. What he urgently needed was a way to kill zombies while ensuring his own safety. However, after walking for so long, he still hadn't found a suitable tool. They were either too short or not sharp enough. Facing such extremely dangerous creatures as zombies, Lin Xiao dared not act rashly. In his past life, he had stayed in his dormitory until the mist cleared. He had thought about going out, but the pitch-black environment made him feel even less secure. He just thought it'll be fine once the fog clears. In the end, he survived on his roommate's snacks until the fog lifted, only to find himself in an even worse predicament. If it weren't for a few guys in the dormitory who rushed out impatiently drawing the zombies away, Lin Xiao probably wouldn't have survived. Shaking his head to dispel these unpleasant memories, he suddenly noticed a car parked nearby. A car. Lin Xiao's family was relatively well off. During the summer after the college entrance exam, his parents had sent him to get a driver's license. However, he had never actually driven since obtaining it. But then an idea struck him. If he could find a drivable car, wouldn't all his problems be solved? But the key question was, where could Lin Xiao find a car that would start? He had figured out how to deal with the zombies. Now he needed to figure out how to get a car. And to find a usable car, Lin Xiao estimated he would likely have to go outside the school. In the middle of the night, cars parked on campus mostly belonged to teachers who certainly had no plans to leave. The chance of finding keys was slim. However, on the roads outside around 10 o'clock, it was peak time for taxis. There were bound to be many taxis on the road. The chances were definitely much better than on campus. With this in mind, Lin Xiao headed straight for the school gate. On the way, he ran into several acquaintances. Only now they had all transformed into humanoid monsters. Their lifeless eyes, expressionless faces, and strange gait were enough to instill fear in anyone. But for Lin Xiao, this was nothing. He even had the presence of mind to observe the zombies' appearance. He had seen far more gruesome things. This was nothing. Once the fog lifted, you'd see the zombies made from ordinary humans who had been devoured. Their appearance could scare 10 Yaozins to tears. Soon Lin Xiao arrived at the school gate. At that moment, he spotted a man. Lin Xiao stopped watching him with interest. This guy really wasn't afraid of death, daring to go out in this weather. However, on the first day, this wasn't an uncommon sight. Many bold people lacking sufficient supplies at home had no choice but to venture out. But most of these people didn't survive. Forget about finding food in this dense fog. Just one encounter with a wandering zombie meant certain death. The man before him was quite alert, though. Probably because the surroundings were so eerily quiet, he moved with extra caution. He kept his body low, almost crawling on the ground. Even so, he frequently bumped into obstacles and had to feel his way around them. Perhaps due to sheer luck, he somehow managed to grope his way to the school gate. However, his good fortune ended there. The 2 security guards at the gate had already turned into zombies and were wandering near this man. Closer. One of the zombies was now less than 3 meters away from the man. Yet even at this distance, neither was aware of the other's presence. Lin Xiao watched coldly, making no move to intervene. The next second they collided. At such close range, the man finally saw the other. Although the face looked somewhat abnormal, the man didn't notice at first. In fact, he was happy to see another person. But before his smile could fade, the zombie had already sunk its teeth into his neck. His face instantly contorted in terror as he struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. Lin Xiao had no interest in watching further. Taking advantage of the zombie's intimate encounter with the man, he slipped out of the school gate. Leaving the school, the once bustling snack street that had always been lively at the school gate remained just as bustling. However, every single person had transformed into a bizarre sight. Every one of them, without exception, had turned into zombies. Of course, among them there were also those who had not been invaded by the mysterious substance. But at that time they simply had no time to escape. In the end, they could only be surrounded by the zombies on all sides and devoured. And yet those who had already been half-eaten somehow eerily stood up again, joining the ranks of the zombies. This was the even more brutal scene that Lin Xiao had envisioned earlier. Glancing casually, a female student with a pretty face was dressed in tattered clothes. Her stockings were torn into shreds. If it were only that, it might have stirred some wicked thoughts in certain people. But if you could still maintain that thought after seeing her exposed intestines dangling out, then Lin Xiao would have to give you a thumbs up. As for him, he certainly couldn't. Even though he had been single for over 20 years, he had never harbored such strange thoughts toward zombies. That was indeed too extreme. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Lin Xiao began to survey this familiar, yet unfamiliar street. Everyone knew that students' money was easy to make. So on both sides of the street, countless shops were crammed together. When the mist descended, it was exactly the peak hour, and the place was packed with people. As a result, the number of zombies was abnormally high. Although many zombies had wandered elsewhere after a night had passed, Lin Xiao still couldn't find an absolutely safe passage at the moment. No matter which way he chose, it seemed he might be surrounded by zombies. But if he couldn't get out, he wouldn't be able to find a vehicle. Without a vehicle, he couldn't collect a large number of mutant crystals, and thus couldn't level up ahead of everyone else. He'll risk it. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, deciding to take a gamble. Because the zombies couldn't see or hear, their movements were now completely random. There was also no way to lure them away. He could only force his way through and act according to the situation. At this moment, the street, which was only 500 meters long, had become a road to death, leading to the underworld in Lin Xiao's eyes. And he would have to break through this path. Stretching his body slightly, Lin Xiao took off his backpack and placed it on the ground. The first 100 meters Lin Xiao managed relatively easily. After all, it was the beginning of the street, and not many zombies were gathered there. But the middle 300 meters were the real test. Countless zombies were piled up, one every meter or two. The first 100 meters Lin Xiao managed relatively easily. After all, it was the beginning of the street, and not many zombies were gathered there. But the middle 300 meters were the real test. Countless zombies were piled up, one every meter or two. If Lin Xiao wanted to pass through, he had to be extremely cautious. To put it bluntly, he might even need the zombies to cooperate. Otherwise, if a zombie suddenly leaned toward him while he was passing, he would likely be discovered. And once discovered, that would be the end for Lin Xiao. After taking just 2 steps, sweat had already appeared on his forehead. But he dared not wipe it, nor could he make any unnecessary movements. Turning sideways, tiptoeing, spinning, bending over. All kinds of difficult maneuvers were performed by Lin Xiao, all for the sake of avoiding the zombies. The most dangerous moment was when there was truly only the width of a single person between 2 zombies. Lin Xiao had wanted to wait a little longer, but the zombies behind him were already approaching, so he had to leave immediately. Gritting his teeth, he tried his best to turn sideways, preparing to squeeze through the gap between the 2 zombies. However, at such a close distance, he wasn't sure if they would detect him. Fortunately, this time Lady Luck favored Lin Xiao. At that very moment, the 2 zombies turned around simultaneously, now facing away from Lin Xiao, allowing him to escape disaster. Ahead was the female classmate he had seen earlier. At this moment, dragging her dangling intestines, she slowly walked toward Lin Xiao with her long legs, half wrapped in black stockings. "Senior sister, we have no grudges in the past or present. Please don't come any closer. Just let me get out safely, and I promise to avenge you. He'll run over every zombie that bit you." Lin Xiao was now completely out of options. Beside him were the 2 zombies that had just turned around, leaving him no room to move. Ahead was the senior sister, who had become a zombie. Even behind him, a shopkeeper was also approaching him. Enemies surrounded him from all directions, forcing Lin Xiao to prepare for battle. Although his body was not strong now, he had survived in the apocalypse for 3 months. At critical moments, he had fought for his life against zombies and ultimately lived. However, due to his ability, he often served as a scout in the team used for reconnaissance and observation, rarely participating in direct combat. So Lin Xiao's combat power was not particularly strong. At the moment, as long as the zombie senior sister took 2 more steps forward, she would discover Lin Xiao. Sweat had already covered his forehead. Just then, another zombie appeared beside the senior sister zombie, and it was moving quite fast, seemingly full of vitality. Before the zombie senior sister could encounter Lin Xiao, the other zombie had already collided head-on with her. Although they were of the same kind, the senior sister zombie was clearly not one to be trifled with. Being bumped into, she naturally had to retaliate. In the blink of an eye, the senior sister zombie launched an attack with her intestines, turned around, and pounced on the male zombie. The 2 then tussled with each other. Lin Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. He had no time to watch this extremely steamy mutual gnawing. He quickly took the opportunity to slip away. After that, Lin Xiao encountered no more such situations. With some close calls along the way, he finally caught sight of the main road ahead. The road was also filled with zombies everywhere. But Lin Xiao saw what he wanted: cars. Moreover, many cars had their doors open, yet no one was inside. Lin Xiao didn't go straight to test the cars. Instead, he first went to a convenience store nearby. After the journey, just now his legs were still a bit weak. He wouldn't be able to move again without first drinking some water and smoking a cigarette to calm his nerves. Besides, he needed to rest. There were so many cars to test one by one. It was no small task. He could only hope that some driver had the habit of leaving the keys in the car. If that didn't work, he would have to kill a zombie driver and then search for the car that belonged to him. Lin Xiao ate a little food in the convenience store, regaining some of his strength. After taking a few deep breaths, he stepped out of the store. Outside there were still many zombies, but after a night's time, they had dispersed considerably. For Lin Xiao, this density posed absolutely no danger. After all, they couldn't see him unless he was right in front of them. Even if he made a lot of noise, it wouldn't matter. There were quite a few cars around, so Lin Xiao naturally gravitated towards the automatic transmission vehicles that ran on gasoline. Although he knew how to drive a manual, he was still a novice who had never really been on the road. If he crashed into a wall, that would be a real problem. Gasoline cars generally had more horsepower than their natural gas or electric counterparts. Given the physical resilience of the zombies, Lin Xiao prioritized sheer destructive power. So at this moment, he completely ignored the cars from that certain country known for its nice life. No question about it. Those cars were notoriously flimsy. If he rammed a zombie and didn't kill it, he might end up getting taken out by the zombie instead. Lin Xiao wasn't willing to take that risk. For his first choice, he picked a car with 4 interlocking rings. After all, it was a branded product. The quality should be more reliable. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. After he pressed the start button, the car remained completely still. This meant the key wasn't inside the car. Lin Xiao had no choice but to step out disappointed. Fortunately, there were many empty cars nearby, and he had plenty of time to try them one by one. After all, he was the only one in this world who could move about unhindered, so he had nothing to fear. But it seemed his luck had run out just after he passed the 500 meters of death at the school gate. He tried 7 or 8 cars in a row, but still nothing happened. Why did all these people have the habit of carrying their keys on them? Wasn't there a single female driver with the habit of tossing her keys into the car after getting in? Lin Xiao was sure there must be, and this thought reminded him of something. Compared to male drivers, female drivers were more likely to do such a thing. So Lin Xiao turned his attention to those cute pink cars that seemed designated for women. Unfortunately, he tried several more cars in a row without any luck. By this time, he had tested every brand of car he recognized in the vicinity. Getting out of the car again, Lin Xiao wandered around aimlessly. He had a feeling he was about to be disappointed. Bang! His fist slammed against a nearby car. It was a pink domestic divine car, a BYD. He hadn't tried a single one of these domestic models before. But just as he looked up in frustration through the window, he spotted a car key lying next to the driver's seat. Lin Xiao felt a mix of joy and hesitation. To get in or not to get in? That was the question. Let's do it. Lin Xiao muttered under his breath as if to psych himself up. After all, continuing to search might yield no results. Since he'd found one, as long as it wasn't a product from that nice life country, it should probably be fine. Besides, it was made in China. While the performance might not be top-notch, Lin Xiao had a fair amount of faith in its sturdiness. He recalled watching many videos in the past, although those videos featured the Wuling Divine cars, not BYDs. But they were both domestic, so it should be okay. With that thought, Lin Xiao opened the door and got into the driver's seat. Finding the push-to-start button, he gently pressed the brake pedal. The ignition sound rang out. As expected, this key was indeed the car's starting key. Looking at the car's interior decorations, the owner was probably a young woman. A faint, pleasant fragrance lingered inside, but its owner was nowhere to be found. She had likely fallen victim the previous night. Lin Xiao familiarized himself with the car's controls, and the little knowledge he had long since returned to his driving instructor slowly began to resurface in his mind. First, fasten the seatbelt. Then shift into gear and release the brake. At first, Lin Xiao's operations went fairly smoothly. Driving an automatic wasn't particularly difficult. But when he released the brake, the car just wouldn't move forward. What was going on? Lin Xiao scratched his head. He was doing everything by the book, so why wasn't the car responding? He pressed the accelerator with his foot, producing a low rumbling sound. Lin Xiao finally realized what was happening. He hadn't released the parking brake. Fortunately, he was alone in the car, so there was no need to feel embarrassed. After releasing the handbrake, the car finally started to move. On the road, all the other vehicles were stationary. It was actually a perfect time to practice driving. Lin Xiao glanced at the fuel gauge and was relieved to see it was almost full. This would save him a lot of trouble. He didn't rush to use the car to challenge the zombies. Instead, he spent some time practicing on the road first. 10 minutes later, thanks to his intelligence, Lin Xiao was able to drive the small car skillfully. Alright, now it's all up to you. He parked the car by the roadside, and ahead of him was the 500 meters of death he had just escaped from. This was his first target. There were so many zombies densely packed. And if he wanted to go back, this was the only way. Forget it, let's just do this. Lin Xiao slapped the steering wheel hard, releasing the pressure building inside him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. He released the brake and floored the accelerator. However, the car didn't accelerate as quickly as he had imagined. Damn it! Startled, Lin Xiao slammed on the brakes. Damn, had forgotten, this wasn't a luxury sports car. The distance was too short to build up any real speed. If he went in with the car barely moving, the dense crowd of zombies would likely be able to stop the vehicle completely. If that happened, Lin Xiao would be in serious danger. Fortunately, he braked in time, and the car hadn't touched a single zombie. He quickly shifted into reverse. No, this place would have to wait until later. He'd first find some zombies on the road to practice on, and hopefully improve his skills in the process. Even if he failed his challenge later, he'd have a little room for error. Having just been reborn, he couldn't afford to throw his life away so easily. Lin Xiao frantically backed the car out. This time he targeted the zombies that were still wandering on the road. He pressed the accelerator, accelerating until the speedometer hit 80 km/h. Then without hesitation, he aimed the car at a zombie that was barely 10 meters away. Bang! A tremendous impact sound echoed. Lin Xiao didn't dare stop. He kept his foot pressed firmly on the accelerator. But he was going too fast, and was losing control. Seeing that he was about to crash into a tree ahead, he quickly yanked the steering wheel to the right. On the right side, two zombies were huddled together, biting each other. This sudden crash interrupted their friendly exchange. After this impact, Lin Xiao finally managed to bring the car to a stop. He let out a long, deep breath. Lin Xiao felt that he might have underestimated the difficulty of this task. After a quick glance around, and seeing no sign of zombies, Lin Xiao opened the car door. He had just struck 3 of them with his vehicle and intended to inspect the aftermath. Not far behind him, 2 zombies lay crumpled on the ground, a ghastly sight. Lin Xiao, however, was unfazed. He approached cautiously, grabbing a long, thin branch from the roadside. He poked one of the bodies with it, but there was no reaction. He mused that the branch was too flimsy for his purpose. He then dashed into an empty nearby store and emerged with a long steel pipe. This time he didn't hold back. He raised the pipe high and brought it down repeatedly on the zombie's already mangled head. After more than a dozen brutal strikes, certain the creature was truly dead, a glint of excitement shone in Lin Xiao's eyes. A mutation crystal. This was a treasure rarely obtained in his past life. In the early apocalypse, even evolved beings with abilities struggled to take down a single zombie alone. The main obstacle was overcoming one's inner fear. Upon witnessing the grotesque nature of the creatures, many were paralyzed with terror. Lin Xiao had no such qualms. Though his 3 months in the apocalypse were brief, they were enough to inure him to such horrors. To put it bluntly, survival itself was the cruelest ordeal. So when faced with the gruesome remains, he didn't flinch. He reached directly into the zombie's skull, searching for the crystal. He had retrieved these countless times before, even if they were rarely his to keep. As an mutant considered the most useless type, his role in any team was relegated to scouting or cleaning up the battlefield. The spoils he gathered, though handled by his hands, never belonged to him. His aim was precise. Even after his rebirth, his fingers deftly located the mutation crystal. When he saw the small, white, translucent stone in his palm, a genuine smile of excitement finally broke across his face. But he quickly schooled his features. There was another one nearby. Soon a second crystal was in his hand, followed by a third. About 30 meters away, another zombie lay where he had first hit it. It was the first one he had struck. It had been motionless for so long, it was surely dead. Jogging over, he quickly secured his third crystal. This was almost too easy. A sense of exhilaration surged within him, hard to contain. But he dared not let his guard down. If a zombie approached unnoticed, he'd be dead. He hurried back to his car. He had already circled the vehicle, aside from some fresh blood splattered on the pink exterior, it was largely undamaged. This domestic car was surprisingly sturdy. It bolstered his confidence for the tasks ahead. Back inside, he didn't start the engine. Instead, he took out the 3 crystals, casually wiped them on his sleeve, and popped them into his mouth. Anyone else, even knowing their purpose, would have hesitated to swallow something just dug from a zombie's skull, especially one that had been writhing moments before. But Lin Xiao was not deterred. He smacked his lips. They tasted exactly like the ones from his past life. They dissolved instantly, leaving no flavor. As the first crystal entered his stomach, a surge of pure energy spread through his body. He could distinctly feel his physical strength increasing. He followed the same process, tossing the second and third crystals into his mouth. A dozen seconds later, he opened his eyes. His fatigue had vanished. He felt significantly stronger. Reaching the first order was simple, 10 crystals would suffice. However, advancing to the second order would require 10 times that amount. Despite this, Lin Xiao was filled with confidence. With his trusty vehicle, acquiring crystals would be a breeze. Still, he didn't dare challenge the horde at the school gate. Based on his earlier experience, this car wasn't powerful enough to plow through such a large group. He'd need something more formidable. But that was fine. The streets were full of isolated zombies. He could focus on increasing his strength for now. With power, he would have the means to survive. He quickly spotted his next target. This time his driving was more adept. He even felt a sense of oneness with the vehicle, though it was likely just his imagination. It was more than sufficient for dealing with solitary zombies. The sound of impacts rang out repeatedly. After each one, the door would open and Lin Xiao would hop out to collect his prize. Half an hour later, he looked at the dozen or so crystals in his hand, his heart brimming with joy. In his past life, it had taken him over half a month after the fog lifted to gather 10 crystals and reach the first order. Now on the very first day, he had already far exceeded his expectations. Ultimately, it was his eyes that provided this immense advantage. He parked in another safe spot and began consuming the crystals again. This time he would advance to the first order. Once there, he would have the foundation to truly fight zombies. Of course, since his mutation was only in his eyes, even as a first-order mutant, his physical capabilities would only be on par with, or perhaps slightly inferior to, his zombies. But with his intellect, he wouldn't fear an unknown confrontation. Quickly, he swallowed 7 more crystals. Waves of warm, pleasant energy pulsed through his body. As he consumed the 10th, this warmth surged directly to his eyes. The itchy, tingling sensation returned. Lin Xiao knew this was his mutation evolving. The feeling didn't last long, as it was only the most basic level of evolution. When he opened his eyes again, he sensed a subtle change in his vision. He couldn't fully comprehend it yet, but he was certain his sight had improved. It had improved to the point where he could clearly see from over 100 meters away that beneath the conservative outerwear of a female zombie, she was wearing a set of sexy black lace lingerie. Just as Lin Xiao was about to act again, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Due to his frequent opening and closing of the door, the car was also filled with a thick white mist. And at that moment, the mist once again surged toward Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao was somewhat at a loss. This was something he had never experienced in his previous life. Under normal circumstances, after the white mist entered the body, once the same batch of mist would not enter again. It was as if the body had developed antibodies. This kind of mist did not appear only once, that would reappear a second time a month later. Each time the mist appeared, the zombie's strength would increase by a notch, but that was a matter for later. The current situation had clearly exceeded Lin Xiao's expectations. But he was utterly helpless, able only to watch it unfold with no way to stop it. Damn it, could it be that heaven is jealous of my rapid ascension to first order aberrant and intends to erase me? After all, the very emergence of this white mist was the greatest mystery. No one knew the origin of the white mist. The human survivors of the previous life had many speculations. One of them was that it was divine punishment, that humanity had caused massive environmental pollution on launching, even threatening its very existence. And at this point, heaven finally intervened, intending to purify everything and start anew. If that were truly the case, didn't it mean there was an eye watching from above? Would such rapid advancement draw its attention and lead to premature annihilation? While Lin Xiao was lost and thought, his body underwent another change. This time it was not his eyes. After the white mist entered his body, it roamed through him, and then a tingling sensation arose in his legs. The feeling was exactly the same as when his eyes had first mutated. No way. Lin Xiao's heart began to surge with ecstasy. In his previous life, he had never even heard of a second mutation. And now he was clearly undergoing a second mutation. This time the affected area was his legs. It was still a low-grade mutation, but combined with his already mutated eyes, he was no longer an rank aberrant. Rank meant a mutation of only one body part, including the 5 senses and limbs. Drank meant 2 to 3 mutated parts. Crank also meant 2 to 3, but one of them had to be an internal organ. As for Brank, it was completely different. 3 to 5 mutated parts, with more than 2 being internal organs. The pinnacle of Brank mutations even awakened a special ability. A mutation akin to mental power, similar to what happened to Yao Xian in the dormitory. And a rank guaranteed 100% awakening of a special ability. Lin Xiao did not know much about these 2 ranks. He had only heard rumors. After all, this was not something a mere rank aberrant like him could understand. But now with his legs mutating, he would have 2 mutated parts. Wouldn't that make him drank? Not bad, not bad. Once Lin Xiao guessed what was about to happen, he was no longer nervous. In fact, he began to look forward to it. A mutation of 2 parts was far more powerful than just one. And this time it was his legs. He was thoroughly satisfied. As the saying goes of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. With mutated legs, he could easily outrun the pre-apocalyptic world's 100-meter champion. And not just a sprint, but a long-distance run. That's right. Can you imagine how absurd a 3-kilometer run at an average speed faster than the 100-meter world champion would be? With mutated legs, it was possible. However, to run even farther, leg mutation alone wouldn't suffice. It would require lung mutation. Insufficient lung capacity at such sustained speed would likely exhaust him to death. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao was already content. At least in terms of explosive burst, his speed surpassed that of ordinary zombies. This greatly increased his chances of survival. Before long, the mutation of his legs finally concluded. Lin Xiao opened the door and got out of the car, ready to test his newly mutated legs. He did a few warm-up stretches, shaking his legs. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly exerted force with his legs. In an instant, he shot forward, leaving behind a faint afterimage. This speed felt even faster than a BYD's acceleration. Since it was his first time, Lin Xiao had no idea he would be this fast. He couldn't stop in time and brushed past the zombie. Only after Lin Xiao had passed did the zombie react, shaking its head in confusion. Damn, it was exhilarating to run, but I almost ended up in a zombie's mouth. And what's more, it was too physically draining. After just 10 plus seconds, he was already gasping for breath. However, damn, it was exhilarating to run, but I almost ended up in a zombie's mouth. And what's more, it was too physically draining. After just 10 plus seconds, he was already gasping for breath. However, in those 10 plus seconds, he had covered over 300 meters. That was indeed more incredible than the world's fastest sprinter. And Lin Xiao could keep running. But there was no need. He only wanted to test the strength of his legs, not risk his life. Panting, he made his way back to the car. Now he grew increasingly eager. Since his rebirth, many things seemed to have changed. Not only his eyes, but now his legs as well. If he continued to advance, would there be more mutations? That meant if he reached the 4th or even 5th order, he could mutate 5 or 6 parts. Even a rank ability aberrance, as far as Lin Xiao knew, had at most 5 mutated parts. However, a rank guaranteed ability awakening. By that logic, when he reached the 5th order, he would have more mutated parts than in a rank ability aberrant. That was simply too extraordinary. Moreover, he could continue to grow stronger, and perhaps even mutate his entire body. Even without awakening an ability, Lin Xiao felt he would become a monster. But now was not the time to dwell on that. He needed to get back to work. With 100 mutation crystals, he could advance to a 2nd order aberrant. By then he could not only take on a zombie alone, but 2 at a time with ease. Each rank advancement brought a 10-fold increase in strength. Moreover, with his leg mutation, his combat prowess had been greatly enhanced. Getting back into the car and closing the door, Lin Xiao's motivation surged. He decided to continue advancing ranks, setting aside the collection of supplies. After all, no matter how much his hands could carry, there was a limit. But with sufficient power, even after the mist dissipated, he could ensure his survival in this apocalypse. With his rate of advancement, it might not be unprecedented for the future, but it was certainly unmatched in the past. When the mist ended for others, it would be the beginning of a second nightmare. But for Lin Xiao, who had advanced early, this place was a paradise. Starting the engine again, Lin Xiao still didn't attempt to challenge that 500-meter death passage. Although clearing it directly would guarantee his promotion to the 3rd rank, he wasn't willing to take such a risk. Just moments ago had noticed the front bumper of his car beginning to warp. A few more impacts like that, and the car would likely be totaled. Lin Xiao didn't dare take that gamble. He planned to make a few more runs before seeking out another vehicle, preferably an off-road SUV. That would provide the necessary impact force. Then, and only then, would he have the confidence to challenge that zombie-infested street. Sure enough, after 4 more collisions, the bumper finally succumbed to the pressure and snapped clean off. The front of the car was now riddled with dents. No choice. Still, I've got to thank you for helping me secure my first fortune in this apocalypse. It's a pity I have to abandon you. Hope you'll be stronger in your next life. Can't believe you gave out after just a few bumps. Lin Xiao shook his head ruefully as he bid farewell to the pink BYD. This time he was determined to get an off-road vehicle. He wasn't worried about the keys either. With zombies unable to see him, his current physical condition made it easy to ambush them. Of course, that was provided he had a decent weapon in hand. And he had just spotted such a weapon. Thanks to his exceptional eyesight, he caught a glimpse through a company's glass door, a fire axe mounted on the wall inside. That would do nicely. The company entrance was deserted, and the security booth showed no signs of activity. Lin Xiao slipped in with ease, though a few zombies loitered in the lobby. This company was relentless. People were still working in the dead of night. Even under a 996 schedule, they should have clocked out by now. No wonder a certain tycoon once said 996 was a blessing. Wait until you experience 007, then you'll know what cruelty truly means. Easily sidestepping the few zombies wandering the lobby, Lin Xiao quickly reached the spot where the fire axe hung. With the axe in hand, Lin Xiao felt a surge of confidence. Having a proper weapon versus fighting barehanded was like comparing heaven and earth. Time to test it out on a zombie. With his new tool, his first thought was to personally take one down. Not far away, a female zombie in professional attire stood motionless, staring into space. Lin Xiao locked onto her as his target. Though all zombies were the same, their combat prowess varied. Most female zombies were weaker than their male counterparts, though exceptions existed. But this one had clearly been an ordinary office worker in life. Nothing special about her. Moving silently, he crept up from behind. His hands gripped the fire axe tightly. He needed to strike true on the first hit. That was the only way to guarantee his own safety. If the first blow failed, Lin Xiao would not hesitate to retreat. All he had to do was put some distance between them and shed lose track of him. It was safe enough. Closer. Lin Xiao was now so close to the female zombie that he could smell the perfume on her. Now, he straightened his crouched back, raised the fire axe high above his head with both hands. He poured every ounce of his strength into that strike. Though the female zombie sensed something amiss and began to turn around, Lin Xiao was far quicker. The axe came down with brutal force, splitting her skull clean open. HRK. HRK hiss. Garbled sounds escaped the female zombie's mouth. Lin Xiao immediately wrenched the axe free and brought it down again. After 7 or 8 more blows, the zombie finally crumpled to the ground. Lin Xiao let out a long breath and plopped down on the ground, unconcerned about the fluids leaking from her shattered head. After resting for a full minute, he reached into her skull and retrieved a mutated crystal. Wiping it clean with his hand, he popped it straight into his mouth. Each crystal he consumed made him stronger. Having tested his skills on this zombie, Lin Xiao now had a rough estimate of his combat capabilities compared to theirs. If he caught them by surprise, even an adult male zombie wouldn't have time to react, let alone put up any resistance. With that in mind, the rest became much simpler. Lin Xiao ignored the remaining zombies in the lobby. They were mere appetizers. The real feast awaited him. Besides, had already been out for quite a while. Before he knew it, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. If he didn't hurry, nightfall would be upon him. Though Lin Xiao's eyes could now pierce the white mist, he couldn't guarantee they'd work as well in the dark. In his past life, despite his mutated eyes, he was only slightly better than an average person at night. Now his mutation had clearly taken a different turn, but Lin Xiao still wasn't willing to bet on it. If he couldn't navigate the darkness as easily as daylight, he wouldn't make it back to the dormitory. The road in front of the school gate was his only viable route. There were other entrances, but they were too far away. If night fell and his eyes failed him, he wouldn't dare roam around carelessly. Soon Lin Xiao was back on the street. This time his target was clear, a black Hummer not too far away. Had spotted its owner, who had never once left the vehicle and had long since turned into a zombie. Carefully avoiding the other zombies, Lin Xiao made his way to the black Hummer. What a beast of a car. All he had to do was deal with the owner inside, and it would be his. Lin Xiao circled around to the opposite side of the driver's seat and gently tapped on the door. The zombie inside, so close, naturally heard the sound. Agitated by the noise, the zombie began crawling toward the sound. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao dashed to the other side of the vehicle. His hand was already on the door handle. He pulled gently. Fortunately, the door wasn't locked. The owner must have been waiting for someone here last night. The engine was off, but the doors were unlocked. And at that hour in the dark, driving a luxury car like this, coupled with his middle-aged appearance, right in front of the university gate, Lin Xiao didn't need to think hard to figure out what he was waiting for. Tisk, you scumbag. I'll rid the world of you today. With that, he yanked open the driver's side door. The zombie, which had been crawling toward the other side, spun around at the new sound. Their intelligence was pitifully low, driven purely by instinct. But this time it found the exit. The open door beckoned, and it scrambled out, head first. Well, isn't this guy being rather polite? Seeing the head emerge, Lin Xiao felt a surge of delight. Since it was offering itself up, he'd gladly accept. The fire axe came down with tremendous force. Not taking any chances, he swung it repeatedly. Only when the zombie was completely still did Lin Xiao stop. Done. Now for the final feast. After eliminating the middle-aged scumbag zombie, Lin Xiao dragged its corpse out of the car. He quickly found the car keys on its body. Everything was falling into place. Now it was time to put the vehicle's quality to the test. Lin Xiao now regretted how perfunctorily he had learned to drive. Since getting his license, he hadn't driven his father's car even once. His father had repeatedly urged him to practice on the road, but he had always flatly refused. If his driving skills were proficient, he could have opted for a Wuling minivan for this task. There were several parked nearby. What a pity. Lin Xiao sighed resignedly, taking the driver's seat of the Hummer. The experience with the BYD had restored a sliver of confidence in his driving. Yet it took him a full 5 minutes to locate the start button, dousing that nascent confidence once again. Regardless, the engine finally roared to life. Glancing at the fuel gauge, he saw the tank was about half full. These vehicles had large tanks, so even half was more than sufficient for his needs. After driving on the main road for a few minutes to get better acquainted with the vehicle, he slowly guided it towards the death corridor. Being a three-way intersection, Lin Xiao lacked the distance needed to build up to his desired speed. This called for a bit of skill. However, Lin Xiao wasn't afraid. After all, what did it matter if the car got banged up? He floored the accelerator. A thunderous roar erupted. The Hummer was on a completely different level compared to the BYD, especially in terms of power. This called for a bit of skill. However, Lin Xiao wasn't afraid. After all, what did it matter if the car got banged up? He floored the accelerator. A thunderous roar erupted. The Hummer was on a completely different... Stealing his nerves, Lin Xiao sharply yanked the steering wheel. The car swerved violently to the right, almost drifting. Fortunately, despite his anxiety, he managed to suppress his instinct to slam on the brakes. Had he braked, the vehicle might have flipped over. But the speed was still a bit too high for his skill level, and despite his best effort, he clipped a roadside sign. These were minor issues, though. With the Hummer's power and imposing frame, as long as he didn't care about damage, it could plow through almost anything. The car didn't even stutter. Once the front was straight, Lin Xiao pressed the accelerator even harder. The engine screamed as the pedal hit the floor. He was making an off-road vehicle feel like a sports car. Despite the tremendous noise, the zombies nearby remained oblivious, significantly boosting his odds of success. By the time a zombie noticed the vehicle, it had 1 foot through the gates of hell. Lin Xiao gripped the steering wheel firmly. He couldn't afford to panic now, he just needed to plow straight through. Any deviation of the steering wheel would result in an impromptu car crash demonstration before the zombies even got a chance. Buildings lined both sides. Even this tough vehicle crashing into a wall at this speed would spell certain death. As for Lin Xiao inside, it would be an instant game over. Even his first-order mutant physique would be useless. As the Hummer struck the first zombie, the body of the car vibrated slightly. Then came the second and the third. The relentless high-impact collisions shook Lin Xiao violently within the cabin. Even with the seatbelt on, it was a rough ride. but he dared not be distracted, clinging to the wheel with his eyes fixed straight ahead. Please don't flip and don't hit the wall, he chanted inwardly. Fortunately, despite the constant battering against the hardened zombie forms, no significant problems had surfaced so far. The car maintained its speed and stability. The intermittent thuds of impact did little to disturb the man and his machine. Covering the remaining 500 meters at his current speed of 160 km/h should have taken but a blink of an eye. The humanoid obstacles did cause a slight delay. Nevertheless, by the time Lin Xiao reached the school gate, the vehicle was still as steady as a rock. There, the two security guard zombies had inexplicably resumed their posts. Could it be that some lingering instinct compelled them to guard this entrance? How touching, Lin Xiao mused, but his speed didn't slacken as he charged straight towards the school gates. Bang! The two zombie guards perished at their posts of fitting end. Lin Xiao brought the car to a halt, reclined his seat slightly, and lit a cigarette. That was incredibly thrilling. Now Lin Xiao understood the allure of street racing. Everyone knows it's dangerous, but what man can resist the adrenaline rush of speed and impact? After finishing his cigarette, he finally stepped out of the car. He walked around the vehicle to inspect it. In that brief minute, he must have plowed through dozens of zombies. Yet the damage was surprisingly minimal. It could easily withstand another run or two. With that in mind, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate to get back in and start the engine. The previous charge hadn't cleared the entire street, as the car was only so wide. His skill wasn't refined enough to steer into every single zombie. He could only manage a straight, brutal charge. But it was no matter. One more pass should do the trick. The engine roared back to life. This time he had ample room to accelerate, no need to show off his pitiful driving skills. He floored the pedal. At pre-apocalypse gas prices, that single action would have cost him 2 yuan. But that was the least of his concerns now. The Hummer bellowed and retraced its path. The zombies that had escaped his attention earlier now received his attention. Amidst the continuous crunching sounds, Lin Xiao endured another harrowing bumper car ride. When he finally got out, few zombies remained alive along that 500-meter stretch. The street was littered with their bodies. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed at the sight. This would be more than enough to advance him to the second order. Easily avoiding the few remaining zombies, Lin Xiao carried a large bag head taken from a convenience store, collecting supplies from one end of the street to the other. He didn't even spare the two diligent security guard zombies. Each mutated crystal was a symbol of power. He could already picture himself 7 days later interacting with the greenhorns in the novice village as a third-order mutant. Just thinking about it made Lin Xiao gleeful. This time he wanted to see who could make him feel stifled. His large bag held over 100 mutated crystals. Lin Xiao didn't rush to level up here, it wasn't safe. He returned to his car, drove back into the campus, and found a secluded spot devoid of zombies to begin his second upgrade of the day. In his past life, he wouldn't have dared to dream of this. 100 mutated crystals was a considerable amount. Even eating them one by one would take a while. But Lin Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He was close to the male dormitory, and there were no zombies in between for now. Even if it got dark, he was confident he could make it back. One by one, Lin Xiao tossed the mutated crystals into his mouth. A surge of energy flooded his body, emanating a continuous warmth that felt incredibly soothing. With this warmth flowing through him, Lin Xiao could clearly sense his body changing. If as a first-order mutant he could take on several grown men at once, he was now practically superhuman. With his mutated legs, he could run 100 meters about a second faster than before. Don't underestimate that single second of improvement. As his physical fitness continuously increased, every bit of progress was a qualitative leap. It was like the sprinters of the pre-apocalyptic era. Within 10 seconds, every 0.01 seconds was a transformation. And Lin Xiao had just improved by a full second. This showed his physical fitness had undergone another tremendous change. The energy from all 100 mutated crystals had been fully absorbed by Lin Xiao. He had become a second-order mutant. But Lin Xiao didn't move. He waited expectantly, wondering if another mutation would occur, just like when he had advanced to the first order. Sure enough, he wasn't disappointed. The white mist inside the car churned again with his advancement, then enveloped his body. Having experienced this before, Lin Xiao offered no resistance this time. He calmly awaited the next part of his body to mutate. Soon the white mist seeped into him. This time, as soon as it entered, a faint tingling sensation spread through his hands. Here it comes. Ice feet hands. Now Lin Xiao was developing in all areas. Moreover, the mutation of his hands greatly enhanced his combat prowess. If he were to face that despicable middle-aged zombie again, a single swing of his axe would easily finish it. After the mutation of his hands, even the heaviest weightlifting records would be trivial for Lin Xiao to break. The mutation came and went quickly. Although he had mutated 3 parts, they were all basic ones. No internal organs, and certainly no awakened abilities. This made him roughly equivalent to a relatively strong Drank mutant. He couldn't even compare to a Crank. But Lin Xiao was content, knowing his potential for growth was still high. Once he reached the 5th order, he expected a monumental transformation. Of course, this was just his speculation for now, everything was still uncertain. Especially after this mist cleared. The second mist's arrival might bring unforeseen changes. But it was too early to think about that now. His current focus was on how to maximize his gains during these 7 days. The benefits needed to be substantial enough to keep him far ahead of everyone else before the second white mist descended. Achieving this was neither too difficult nor too simple. The simplest method was to continuously gather supplies. After the apocalypse ended, people who had starved for so long would first desperately seek food. For those who had gone hungry for 7 days, filling their stomachs was the top priority. But with the discovery of numerous zombies, finding supplies became extremely perilous with the constant risk of death. After the mist lifted, a significant number of people who survived starvation ended up dying in the jaws of zombies, becoming their food. They would even be turned into the lowest tier zombies themselves. This turmoil would last for 3 months until the second white mist descended. Before that, if Lin Xiao could amass enough supplies, he could ride out the period in complete peace of mind. He could even establish the largest faction if he wanted to. However, such thoughts hadn't crossed Lin Xiao's mind yet. He wasn't an ambitious person, he simply wanted to survive this apocalypse. Preferably, he wanted to bring his parents along. In his past life, communication signals were fully restored the day after the white mist ended. But Lin Xiao never managed to get through to his parents. This time he had already spoken with his mother. If she followed his instructions, she might survive this crisis. As long as they survived, he could immediately go to their rescue once the mist lifted. As for the zombies along the way, by then he would already be a third-order mutant. In the early stages, that was invincible. Forget rank or a rank, even an SS rank wouldn't matter. In the face of absolute power, talent meant nothing. As he pondered, the night grew darker. Lin Xiao looked ahead. With the combined effect of the mist and the darkness, his visibility was reduced to less than 20 meters. If it got any darker, he would be as good as blind. It was time to head back. Using the last of the daylight, Lin Xiao drove to the supermarket he had visited yesterday. As expected, the middle-aged women had all turned into zombies. With his current strength catching them off guard, they stood no chance against him. He swiftly dispatched them all. This time Lin Xiao didn't take any food. What he had gathered yesterday was more than enough for him and Yao Xian. He went to the back half of the store where a variety of miscellaneous items were sold. Among them were women's undergarments and sanitary pads. Not knowing Yao Xin's size, Lin Xiao grabbed a bit of everything and finally added a roll of toilet paper. He had noticed yesterday that the dormitory's paper supply was almost depleted. It was all thanks to those 2 poor guys with diarrhea yesterday, who wasted a ton of tissues. After collecting everything, Lin Xiao didn't bother driving back. The distance was short enough to cover in a few steps. The car had served its purpose today and might be needed again in the coming days, so he left it parked there. He could come back and get it whenever he wanted. In the boys' dormitory, Yao Xian sat alone on the bed, her back against the wall. Her legs were slightly drawn up and her head was buried between her knees like an ostrich. Lin Xiao had been gone for an entire day. Now as dusk was about to fall, he still hadn't returned. Though Yao Xian had no idea what was happening outside, judging from the various events of last night, it certainly wasn't anything good. Coupled with what Lin Xiao had described to her, she was already 7 or 8 parts convinced. But if everything he said was true, with so many zombies out there, what would happen to him? Moreover, Yao Xian had tried many times. The thick fog sealed everything off, rendering her blind and deaf to the world. It was as if she were the only person left on Earth. Sitting in the dormitory, she had food and drink, water and electricity, only no signal. Yet fear continued to haunt her relentlessly. Yesterday, when Lin Xiao was present, she felt a bit better. But after he left, leaving her all alone, the terror only intensified. When she realized it was already 5 o'clock, and he still hadn't returned, worry began to creep into her heart. Now it was nearly 6. In Xingqing's winter, darkness always fell early. By 6 o'clock, it was usually pitch black. With the isolating fog and the darkness combined, Yao Xian was truly terrified that Lin Xiao might never come back. Finally, a sound came from the door. Yao Xian, who had been sitting on the bed, shot to her feet and grabbed a broom beside her. It was the only weapon she had found in Lin Xiao's dormitory that seemed remotely suitable for her. The fruit knife had been taken by Lin Xiao, and there were no other blades left in the room. Only the broom with its longer reach offered her a semblance of security. The noise outside grew louder, as if something was repeatedly brushing against the door. Yao Xin's heart was in her throat. The next second, the door swung open. Alt! A piercing scream erupted, startling Lin Xiao so much that he nearly jumped. For a moment, he thought some unclean thing had entered his base. But when he saw Yao Xian standing several meters away, eyes squeezed shut, wildly flailing the broom in every direction, he couldn't help but laugh. Hearing his laughter, she finally stopped her frantic movements and opened her eyes. Seeing Lin Xiao before her, Yao Xian felt as if she had encountered a long-lost family member. She suddenly tossed the broom aside and threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Xiao, a man who had been single for over 20 years, was instantly flustered by her embrace. Fortunately, even in his confusion, he remembered to kick the door shut with his foot. Safety came first after all. He couldn't understand why Yao Xian had changed so drastically in just one day, but he gently patted her back at a loss for words. He hadn't realized that a young woman in her early 20s, suddenly thrust into such a catastrophe, left alone in a dormitory with endless dread for an entire day, would feel an overwhelming surge of relief upon seeing him appear before her. It was as if in an instant she had found a sense of security. At that moment, Lin Xiao was her only family, and the only one she could confide her fears to. After a long while, Yao Xian finally cried herself out and became aware of what she was doing. Her face was flushed red and her eyes were swollen and bloodshot from crying. Yet despite the redness, the exhaustion on her face was impossible to hide. She instinctively pushed against Lin Xiao, trying to break free from his embrace, but her hands met a pile of clothes. What was this? Yao Xian glanced down in confusion, only to discover that it was all women's underwear and bras. He went out all day for this. A thought began to form in her mind, leaning towards some perverse suspicion, but she quickly dismissed it herself. If Lin Xiao were that kind of person, she would have been devoured by him last night. Noticing her gaze, Lin Xiao calmly tossed the entire bundle onto the bed she had slept in. I didn't know your size, so I just grabbed a bunch. See if any of them fit. Hearing his words, Yao Xin's heart was suddenly filled with warmth. Girls always appreciated guys who paid attention to such details. This unintentional gesture of Lin Xiao's caused her fondness for him to skyrocket. Though it hadn't reached the point of offering herself to him, she could now comfortably share the same room with him. Once Yao Xian had calmed down, Lin Xiao finally stepped further into the room. He had spent the whole day outside. Although he hadn't killed most of the zombies himself, the few he did take down had left traces of blood on his clothes. The sweat covering his body was also making him deeply uncomfortable. Only after Lin Xiao had gone inside did Yao Xian hurriedly gather up all the underwear and bras from the bed. As for trying them on, that certainly wasn't happening now. She would wait until he came out, and then go to the bathroom to try them. Besides, they were all brand new and needed to be washed. Only after Lin Xiao had gone inside did Yao Xian hurriedly gather up all the underwear and bras from the bed. As for trying them on, that certainly wasn't happening now. She would wait until he came out, and then go to the bathroom to try them. Besides, they were all brand new and needed to be washed first. Only after Lin Xiao had gone inside did Yao Xian hurriedly gather up all the underwear and bras from the bed. As for trying them on, that certainly wasn't happening now. She would wait until he came out, and then go to the bathroom to try them. Besides, they were all brand new and needed to be washed first. But it meant to be a man of speed. He tossed the clothes he had just changed out about the window. They were stained with blood, albeit barely, but he had no intention of wearing them again. After all, he had the means to be a little extravagant. After coming out, he still didn't engage Yao Xian in conversation, instead starting to rummage for something to eat. He tossed the clothes he had just changed out about the window. They were stained with blood, albeit barely, but he had no intention of wearing them again. After all, he had the means to be a little extravagant. After coming out, he still didn't engage. Of course, the only kitchen in the dormitory consisted of an induction cooker. And as for cooking, Lin Xiao possessed no culinary skills whatsoever. His specialty was naturally boiling instant noodles. Ever since acquiring the induction cooker in a pot, he had never gone back to simply soaking noodles in hot water. He refused to eat them unless they were boiled, just his little quirk. And they had to have an egg and sausage added. But given the special circumstances, now adding a ham sausage was fine. The egg could be skipped. Otherwise, if anyone found out, they might think he was showing off his wealth. While Lin Xiao was busy, Yao Xian sat quietly nearby, her large eyes fixed on him. Though the dormitory was just as silent now, with no one speaking to her, she felt far more secure than she had during the day. All of this was thanks to the junior before her. Want some? Lin Xiao was opening a packet of instant noodles when a thought struck him, and he turned to look at Yao Xian. She had been staring at him all along, and their eyes met the moment he turned around. A strange sensation stirred within Lin Xiao, causing a flicker of unease, but he quickly steadied himself. Eat. Seeing Yao Xian still lost in a daze, he asked again as the water was nearly boiling and ready for the noodles. Yes, okay, sure. Jolted by Lin Xiao's prompt, Yao Xian seemed to snap back to reality, stammering out a string of words in her fluster. All right, Lin Xiao understood. He tore open another packet of noodles, noticing the pot seemed a bit small. He had intended to cook a third packet, but had to abandon the idea. Well, 3 packets should be enough. If not, he could always cook more later. Soon a savory aroma wafted through the small dormitory, making even the quietly seated Yao Xian swallow involuntarily. She had eaten a little during the day, but truly just a little. She hadn't felt like eating, had no appetite. But now she suddenly felt ravenous, as if her hunger had been awakened. Just a moment, ITLL, be ready soon. As if sensing Yao Xin's thoughts behind him, Lin Xiao spoke up. Yao Xian replied in a soft whisper, and silence fell between them, once more broken only by the bubbling of the noodles on the stove. Before long, the instant noodles were done. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, savoring the rich fragrance. With his years of experience cooking instant noodles, this batch was definitely among the best he'd ever made. It seemed his skills had improved after his transformation. Beside him, Yao Xian could hardly contain her eagerness. Having eaten almost nothing all day, the scent of the noodles made her hunger even more unbearable. Lin Xiao deftly grabbed a basin and poured all the noodles into it. There's only one bowl here, and the other one belongs to my roommate. Want me to wash it for you? When it came time to eat, Lin Xiao hesitated. There were plenty of chopsticks, though, since they often cooked noodles in the dorm. They'd swipe a few disposable pairs from the cafeteria each time, and there were still many left over. Use your bowl. Yao Xian hesitated, nearly deciding to skip the meal, but the aroma of the noodles was simply too tempting. Compared to that, the dry bread she had seemed hard to swallow. All right then. Lin Xiao wasn't fussy about such things. Despite the chubby roommate's less than impressive appearance, he always washed his bowl thoroughly after every meal, cherishing it as his essential eating tool. Still, Lin Xiao rinsed it with hot water several times before he felt comfortable using it. By the time he finished rinsing and came back, Yao Xian had already started eating eagerly. Take your time, eat slowly. If it's not enough, I can cook more later. Instant noodles shouldn't be eaten too much at once, or they might upset the stomach. But for someone like Lin Xiao, who had survived 2 years in the apocalypse, such concerns didn't exist. What was nausea? Having something to eat was already a blessing. In the old days, he'd even swallow back half of what he threw up, though it was a bit disgusting. Soon Lin Xiao joined in the frenzy of devouring the noodles. Although they were freshly cooked and still scalding, it didn't stop them from eating. A large basin of noodles was quickly polished off by the two of them. After finishing, Yao Xian unconsciously stuck out her little tongue and licked her lips. To Lin Xiao, that playful, adorable gesture was utterly alluring. Especially since it was so unconsciously done, it made it all the more captivating. Perhaps sensing her own action was a bit off, Yao Xian quickly lowered her head. But then she stood up. "I'll wash the dishes." Growing up in the countryside, Yao Xian was all too familiar with such chores. Besides, she had been eating Lin Xiao's food all along. Washing a few dishes was the least she could do. Lin Xiao didn't refuse. Compared to cooking noodles, he actually hated washing dishes even more. Having someone willingly share the burden was certainly welcome. As she washed, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something important. "By the way, since you've been in the dorm all day, have you noticed any changes in your body?" There was a 99% chance Yao Xian was a grade A or higher mutator, and Lin Xiao was quite curious about that. In his past life, Chen Feifei had been the only grade A mutator in the entire Star City. He wondered if the other grade A mutators had died in the early days of the apocalypse. Of course, it was also possible some had gone into hiding. In this apocalyptic world, concealing one's strength was of paramount importance. Don't think your only enemies are the zombies. More often than not, humans were far more terrifying. In a world devoid of laws, any hint of mercy could cost you your life. It was still the beginning, and many people hadn't yet adjusted their mindset. But a week later, when everyone realized the collapse of national order, that would be the true apocalypse. In his past life, Lin Xiao had only adapted to the survival rules of this new world after suffering a few setbacks himself. There was no help for it. The strange fog was far too mysterious, leaving people with no means to fight it, only to endure passively. Even the criteria for mutation seemed unrelated to one's physical strength, as if it were all completely random. Under such circumstances, even the vast machinery of the state was powerless to turn the tide. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, Yao Xian paused her dishwashing, as if pondering how to articulate her thoughts. After a moment, her hands began to move again as she shared her experience with him. "Besides some changes in my head, there are also changes in my legs, and there's a bit of pain in my back. And here in my lower stomach, it feels like the whole area aches a little. But after the pain fades, it feels strangely pleasant, sore, and tingly." Yao Xian slowly described all her sensations. "And in your mind, can you sense anything?" The other changes were likely physical mutations, legs' internal organs. But the back one, Lin Xiao vaguely recalled hearing something about that. It should be the spine. A mutation there could be incredibly powerful, but just how powerful Lin Xiao wasn't sure. What he cared most about, though, was what kind of ability Yao Xian had awakened. It feels very empty." Yao Xian pondered carefully, but could only offer that one sentence. Lin Xiao was a bit baffled. Despite his 3 months of apocalyptic experience in his past life, he had been too focused on mere survival to learn much about such things. Besides, Chen Feifei had been the only grade A mutator in all of Star City, and he knew she had fire-based abilities. And fire-based abilities certainly wouldn't feel like emptiness. It seemed Yao Xian would have to put in more effort to figure things out on her own. There was still time, so Lin Xiao was in no hurry. He was merely curious about what kind of psychic ability Yao Xian would ultimately manifest. As for the changes in other parts of her body, he let her explore and understand them on her own. Although the physical mutation was classified as low-tier, its benefits were tangible. This was the foundation of whether one could become strong. Only by fully adapting to the power gained from the mutation could one survive more easily in the apocalypse. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had envied those with extraordinary combat abilities. As for himself, his useless eye mutation had never provided any help. Of course, that was in the past life. In this life, everything depended on these eyes. Otherwise, how could he have gained so much today? This was still only the first day of the apocalypse. And this fog would persist for 6 more days. Within those 6 days, he could secure a perfect head start over everyone else. That night, lying in bed, having experienced this once before, both Lin Xiao and Yao Xian remained composed. Especially Lin Xiao, who, exhausted from the day's events, fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. Yao Xian lay in bed for a while, lost in thought, then began to ponder the strange sensation in her mind once more. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Lin Xiao had just woken up when he noticed Yao Xian was already up doing something strange below. Seemingly unaware that Lin Xiao's eyes were open, Yao Xian remained immersed in her own world. Lin Xiao didn't interrupt, silently watching to see what his beautiful senior was up to. Yao Xian closed her eyes tightly, as if concentrating on sensing something, then her hands swung aimlessly in the air a few times. What happened next left Lin Xiao stunned. The 2 bags of chips that had been in front of her suddenly vanished. Startled Lin Xiao wondered what on earth that was. Yao Xian didn't stop. This time Lin Xiao widened his eyes, even activating his eyes ability. Since they were in the dormitory, and she had no change of clothes, her attire was quite thin. The moment he focused his gaze, he saw everything clearly. 2 streams of blood instantly flowed from his nose. His face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, Yao Xian below didn't notice. He quickly wiped it away with his hand and continued observing. Yao Xian made a few more random gestures completely different from the last time. Yet even so, the 2 bottles of mineral water beside her abruptly disappeared. This time Lin Xiao saw it clearly. The water simply vanished quite eerily. At that moment Yao Xian opened her eyes, her face beaming with delight, as if she had discovered something fascinating. However, when she looked up, she saw Lin Xiao staring at her in shock. This caused Yao Xian to blush. In the past 2 days, she had blushed more times than she probably had in her entire life. "Ah, you're awake." Caught under Lin Xiao's gaze, Yao Xian felt flustered like a child who had done something wrong. "What was that you just did, oi?" Lin Xiao asked, not paying attention to her reaction, his focus still on how she had made the food disappear. At this, Yao Xian became excited again and eagerly boasted to Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, I can open a space." "Open a space?" Lin Xiao was still baffled. "This space is huge and I can put things inside it." "Look." As she spoke, Yao Xian touched a loaf of bread on the table, and it vanished as well. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. What kind of ability was this? A portable storage space. In the apocalypse, this was essentially a mobile food warehouse. "Can you take things out?" Lin Xiao quickly asked. Of course, Yao Xian nodded. The bread that had vanished moments ago, along with the water and chips, all reappeared on the table. Lin Xiao leapt off the bed. This was definitely the best news he had received since his rebirth. Outside right now, everything was unclaimed. Lin Xiao had thought of many methods before. How could he store enough food during these 7 days? The more the better. But he hadn't found a solution yet. Now that problem no longer needed consideration. With Yao Xian, the issue was resolved. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Xiao jumped down and hugged her, planting a firm kiss on her cheek. "That's amazing. You're my lucky star." Yao Xian stared blankly at the jubilant Lin Xiao, dancing around her mind completely blank. Had he just kissed her? Even though it was on the cheek, it was still her first time. How could he do that without even saying anything? After his burst of excitement, Lin Xiao seemed to have forgotten that he had just kissed her, and turned to ask, "How big is this space of yours?" Although Yao Xian was a bit upset, she answered honestly. "It's big as a supermarket." She was referring to the supermarket where Lin Xiao had shopped yesterday. Even though it was on campus, that supermarket was over 100 square meters. With that space, the amount of food they could stockpile. Lin Xiao shouted with joy again. Yao Xian touched her cheek, the spot where Lin Xiao had just stolen a kiss. Watching him hop around like a child, her anger faded, and a gentle smile spread across her face. It was a good thing Lin Xiao didn't see it, otherwise he would have been completely charmed by that smile. After a while, Lin Xiao sat down beside Yao Xian. Only then did he realize that he just kissed this beautiful senior. His first kiss. But then again, she was such a beautiful senior, and one with a portable storage space. He felt like he had gotten a great deal. As the dorm fell silent, an awkward tension hung between them. To break the silence, Lin Xiao spoke up. "Did you not wash your face this morning?" Upon hearing this, Yao Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he mean by that? She hadn't slept all night, so of course, she hadn't washed her face. Was he disgusted by her? The moment he said it, Lin Xiao knew he had messed up. He had just happened to look at her face and asked out of habit. After all, he had just woken up too and hadn't washed his face or brushed his teeth. But why did he have to ask at this particular moment? "I didn't mean anything by it. I haven't brushed my teeth either," Lin Xiao quickly added. And then, "Lin Xiao, you kissed me without brushing your teeth." Knowing he was in the wrong, Lin Xiao dashed to the bathroom and finished washing up in just 1 minute. Yao Xian watched as he rushed out like a whirlwind and then came running back. Then, before she could react, he hugged her and kissed her firmly again. "There, I've rinsed my mouth. Is that okay now?" The morning slipped by in a blend of delight and awkwardness. In the end, it was only thanks to Lin Xiao's thick skin that they managed to get through it. "You'll come out with me later," Lin Xiao suddenly said as they ate breakfast in the dormitory. "Out." Yao Xian glanced out the dormitory window. All she saw was a vast expanse of white obscuring everything from view. But Lin Xiao had gone out alone yesterday, perhaps he had a way. If she could leave, she certainly wanted to see what was out there. Since the night before last, Yao Xian still had no idea what had happened to the world. How had everything changed so abruptly? Lin Xiao nodded. "We'll go out and stock up on more food. You have a storage space. If we fill it up, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. By the way, will things expire in your space?" Lin Xiao suddenly thought of a critical question. This would determine his choices for stocking supplies in the future. "I don't think so," Yao Xian said, sounding a bit uncertain herself. But when she opened her storage space, she got that feeling. Items placed inside seemed frozen in time, exactly as they were when stored and unchanged when taken out. Moreover, this space could only hold things devoid of life force. Neither living people nor animals could be placed inside. No expiration. Lin Xiao had made a decision about today's route. He was going to the large supermarket outside the school. Only a day had passed. With the power still on, the refrigerated meat in the supermarket surely hadn't spoiled yet. He needed to stockpile as much of that as he could. After the apocalypse, eating meat would become a luxury. It wasn't that there were no animals left. It was just that animals like humans had also mutated. Those that turned into zombies naturally couldn't be eaten. And mutated beasts were too formidable for early-stage humans to handle. If not for their scarcity and low intelligence, they would be the true masters of this planet. At that thought, Lin Xiao began to feel excited. Meat. Today he had to stockpile enough fresh meat. In the post-apocalyptic world, it could even be traded on par with mutated crystals. After a hasty breakfast, Yao Xian finally followed Lin Xiao out of the dormitory. The corridor was empty and silent. After more than a day, the white mist had thickened in the hallway, completely obscuring Yao Xin's vision. In another 2 or 3 days, even the dorm rooms wouldn't be spared. By then, Yao Xian would need Lin Xiao to guide her even to the bathroom. But she clearly hadn't realized this problem yet, and Lin Xiao naturally didn't bring it up. They'd find out in a couple of days anyway. Here, give me your hand. As soon as they stepped out, Lin Xiao naturally extended his left hand. The mist outside was even more intense than in the corridor. Once out there, Yao Xian was as good as deaf and blind. If Lin Xiao didn't hold her hand, she could easily get lost, even following right behind him. Looking at Lin Xiao's outstretched hand, Yao Xian bit her lip, gently, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. Hurry up, I'm closing the door, too much mist is getting in, Lin Xiao urged as he noticed the white fog seeping into the room with the door open. Seeing this, Yao Xian gritted her teeth, pulled the door shut with effort, and then extended her right hand. As their hands touched, Lin Xiao's heart gave a sudden jolt, but he quickly steadied himself and firmly grasped Yao Xin's delicate boneless hand. It felt warm, yet cool, quite pleasant. Yao Xian lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, her heart pounding like a startled deer. Stay close, we're going out, Lin Xiao said, shaking his head to clear those distracting thoughts. For now, gathering supplies was more important. It looked like these two had been wandering all night and were now tired, planning to rest at the dormitory entrance. They probably wouldn't leave anytime soon. To pass, I'd have to kill them. Lin Xiao was now a second-order mutant. The mutation, it looked like these two had been wandering all night and were now tired, planning to rest at the dormitory entrance. They probably wouldn't leave anytime soon. To pass, I'd have to kill them. Lin Xiao was now a second-order mutant. The mutation of his limbs had greatly enhanced his combat ability. Combined with his past lives experience, though it was only for 3 months, it was more than enough to deal with these two ordinary zombies. Wait here. Lin Xiao turned back, leaning in close to Yao Xian to speak. Because of the mist, he had to be very near for her to hear him clearly. This made Yao Xian, who was already feeling shy, even more flustered and uneasy. But before she could say anything, Lin Xiao had already let go of her right hand. The moment he released it, Yao Xian instinctively reached out, as if she had lost something precious. But Lin Xiao was too quick, and she grasped at empty air. She could only watch his back disappear into the thick fog. Lin Xiao had already approached the two resting zombies, his fire axe raised high in his right hand. With the fog as his cover, Lin Xiao was like a player with a cheat coupled with his second-order strength. With a swift swing of his axe, one ordinary zombie's head split open. The other reacted instantly, but before it could do anything, Lin Xiao brought the axe down again. After the mutation of his limbs, Lin Xiao's attack power was vastly stronger than yesterday. These ordinary zombies fell with a single axe blow, each, no second strike needed. After dealing with the two unfortunate creatures, Lin Xiao, without any sign of disgust, crouched down and extracted a mutated crystal from each of their heads. A good start. Had already gained something before even leaving. Today was sure to be a bountiful harvest. Standing in the dormitory corridor, Yao Xian felt a surge of panic. Lin Xiao's sudden departure made her feel as if she had been abandoned. She looked around but saw nothing and couldn't hear a single sound. She was afraid to move, terrified that something sinister might emerge from the vast white mist. At this moment, her only hope was Lin Xiao's parting words. Wait here. Yet surrounded by this endless white, every second felt like an eternity for Yao Xian. Though less than a minute had passed, her fear had already magnified infinitely within her, and she had no idea how much time had truly elapsed. She kept thinking, when would Lin Xiao return? Had he given up on her? Finally, a familiar presence drew near, and then his voice sounded beside her. I'm back. At that moment, those words meant everything to Yao Xian. When her hand was once again grasped by Lin Xiao, Yao Xian not only felt no resistance, but was instead filled with a profound sense of security. She reflexively tightened her grip around his large hand. Lin Xiao turned back, casting a puzzled glance at her. How could she have changed so completely in just 2 minutes? Lin Xiao, however, paid it little mind. For him, this was a welcome development. Guiding Yao Xian, he deliberately steered clear of the two zombie corpses. Though such horrors were inevitable for her to witness, eventually now was not the time. Their priority was to gather ample supplies, maximizing their advantage in these nascent days of the apocalypse. After circumventing the bodies, Lin Xiao led Yao Xian directly toward the supermarket where she had once worked part-time. Though Yao Xian couldn't see her surroundings, her memory and intuition told her where he was taking her. Are we going to the supermarket? The surrounding silence was oppressive, and Yao Xian sought conversation to ease her nerves. But not this one, Lin Xiao nodded. Their talk prompted him to slow his pace, closing the distance between them. His reason for coming here was that his Land Rover from yesterday was still parked nearby. To reach the larger food markets outside the school, they'd need a vehicle. Why walk when you have a car? Soon Lin Xiao laid eyes on his greatest ally from the day before. Get in. He hadn't taken the keys, leaving them in the car. After all, no one else would be foolish enough to try driving in this chaos. The car's interior was a welcome reprieve from the outside, even if the mist clung to the air within. From her seat, Yao Xian could now faintly discern Lin Xiao's features. This newfound clarity brought her a sliver more comfort. You drove this car yesterday too, she asked, noticing his familiarity. Yeah, he replied casually, his attention on the fuel gauge. He nodded with satisfaction at what he saw. The previous owner had done him a favor, the tank was nearly full. Yesterday's escapades hadn't even put a dent in the Hummer's reserves. Lin Xiao had no worries about running dry. He could likely circle Star City several times over. Lin Xiao knew of only one major supermarket near Star City University, the Huaxia chain supermarket. It was a short drive, a mere 3 or 4 kilometers, about 10 minutes by car. The only delay would be the zombies scattered along the route. Today Lin Xiao had little interest in hunting for mutation crystals. As someone who had survived 3 months in this apocalypse, food was his most pressing need. After enduring months of hunger, the sight of supplies made his mind focus on one thing: hoard everything. Yao Xian buckled her seatbelt, turning to him with a hint of trepidation. Can you drive? Her question wasn't unfounded. Many college students had licenses, but few could actually handle a car on the road. Through the windshield, Yao Xian saw only a blinding wall of white. She wouldn't even know if he drove them into a ditch. Don't worry, I had a test run yesterday. Impractically a legend on the mountain roads, Lin Xiao declared with unwavering confidence. Just yesterday, he and this Hummer had become one, mowing down a horde of zombies. Driving out for some simple shopping was a trivial feat. Seeing his confidence, Yao Xian felt her own anxiety ease. Moments later, Lin Xiao started the engine and slowly guided the vehicle out of the school gates. At the gate, the zombie security guard from yesterday was already dealt with. No new ones had wandered over during the night. The food street outside was eerily silent, devoid of any living soul. Even the corpses of the zombies Lin Xiao had killed were gone. He paid it no mind, for he knew from his past life that these creatures were sustained by energy alone after the mist transformed them. Once their crystal was harvested, their bodies would turn to ash within 2 hours. He didn't understand the underlying principle, but it certainly made things easier for the survivors. Driving effortlessly out of the school, the main street revealed numerous zombies. The hotel strip near the campus in particular was teeming with them due to unfortunate timing. Lin Xiao decided to take a detour, leaving those for another day. Today's goal was singular: to completely scour the Huaxia chain supermarket. His only concern was whether Yao Xin's spatial storage would be large enough. With a bit of squeezing, it should fit right. After the initial tension, Yao Xian began to relax. The outside world wasn't as dangerous as Lin Xiao had made it seem. Apart from the blindness and silence, she hadn't encountered a single zombie. Unbeknownst to her, as she pondered this, 2 zombies stared vacantly at the passing vehicle just outside her door. The sudden movement startled them, and by the time they registered it, the car had vanished into the mist, leaving them to stumble back into their aimless shuffle. And so Lin Xiao drove smoothly to his destination, the Huaxia chain supermarket. As the largest supermarket around it normally closed at 10:30 p.m. When the fog descended, only a few stragglers remained inside, and they were now zombies. Even those who might have escaped the mist corruption had little chance of survival once it began to dull the zombies' senses. The supermarket's doors were wide open, and the neon sign on the awning still flickered stubbornly. Feeling the car come to a stop, Yao Xian knew they had arrived. She still had no idea where they were. Let's go, Lin Xiao said, scanning the area for any sign of zombies before beckoning her out. Stepping out, Lin Xiao naturally took Yao Xin's hand, a gesture she accepted without hesitation. It had become second nature to them. As they approached the entrance, the security guard, now a zombie, still stood at his post, a testament to his dedication. Through the open door, Lin Xiao could see the chaos within. Fortunately, the late hour meant the store was nearly empty, and these particular guards were elderly, just 2 of them. He glanced at Yao Xian, deciding against a direct confrontation. He wasn't afraid of the old zombies, but he feared terrifying her. If one of them got past him and attacked her, he'd never forgive himself. He waited 2 minutes, and when the 2 elderly zombies converged, he pulled Yao Xian swiftly through the entrance. Finally, he laid eyes on the sight he had yearned for in his past life, and a surge of excitement ran through him. But the danger wasn't over. Only by evading the hidden zombies and finding the storage room could he claim true victory. After passing the first hurdle of the security guard, there were still a few alluring cashier zombies at the entrance. The second challenge Lin Xiao had to face. To be cautious, Lin Xiao took out the fire axe from his backpack again. This was the first time Yao Xian had seen this axe. Previously, when killing zombies outside the dormitory, Lin Xiao had only taken out the axe after leaving Yao Xin's sight. Seeing the still fresh bloodstains on the axe, Yao Xin's pupils suddenly dilated. Lin Xiao. Yao Xin's voice trembled slightly, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the fire axe in Lin Xiao's hand. To be precise, she was staring at the bloodstains on the axe. If you trust me and want to live, shut up and follow me. Lin Xiao looked over coldly. At this moment, if Yao Xian showed any sign of hesitation, he would not hesitate to abandon her. Although Yao Xin's ability could bring him immense help, he had to ensure that this help was within his control. At the very least, it required Yao Xin's absolute trust in him. Without that, it was useless to stockpile supplies with her. One day she might just take the supplies and run. That would be a total loss. In his past life, Lin Xiao had already been betrayed once. He couldn't easily trust anyone, especially beautiful women. Seeing Lin Xiao's suddenly cold gaze, a wave of loss washed over Yao Xin's heart. I trust you. Thinking about Lin Xiao's actions over the past 2 days, combined with the eerie screams and cries for help she had heard the night before last, Yao Xian quickly convinced herself. This junior, though she had only known him for 2 days, had already given her a sense of security she had never felt before. At this moment, she chose to trust Lin Xiao unconditionally. Hearing Yao Xin's answer, Lin Xiao's expression softened. He simply switched the hand, holding Yao Xian from his right to his left. His right hand was now tightly gripping the fire axe, ready for battle at any moment. Seeing Lin Xiao's movements, Yao Xin's heart began to tense up as well. Although she couldn't see anything, she knew that an enemy must be ahead. She just didn't know if it was human or something else. Lin Xiao's movements had become slow and deliberate. Avoiding a fight would be the best outcome. Although Yao Xian would eventually have to walk the path of battle in this apocalypse, it was still too early now. A mobile spatial warehouse, even if she couldn't do anything else, Lin Xiao had to protect her well. The two moved forward cautiously, getting closer to the cashier zombies. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, adjusting his grip on the axe for a quicker strike. Hold on tight, and keep up. Lin Xiao turned back to remind Yao Xian. She nodded, also preparing herself. Run! Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, his voice loud, because he was afraid Yao Xian wouldn't hear him clearly through the white mist. Then, seizing the moment when the cashier zombies happened to be turned away, he pushed off the ground with his legs and pulled Yao Xian forward at a sprint. Although Yao Xin's body had also been modified by the mist, she wasn't yet fully accustomed to it. Moreover, Lin Xiao was now a second-order mutant. Their abilities were on completely different levels. With Lin Xiao's sudden burst of speed, Yao Xian felt a sharp tug on her right hand. She was half-running, half-dragged, rushing forward quickly. In an instant, they were between the two cashier zombies. If these two zombies just happened to turn their heads at that moment, they could pass through safely. But then, seeing the figures, Yao Xian, perhaps out of excitement, couldn't help but shout out. People! At such a close distance, hearing the sound, the two cashier zombies immediately turned around. The moment he heard Yao Xin's voice, a sense of foreboding struck Lin Xiao. Sure enough, the two zombies turned with incredible speed. Then Yao Xian saw the terrifying sight before them. The one on the left had probably been turned into a zombie directly by the white mist, so it still looked relatively normal. But its eyes were vacant, its face expressionless, and upon seeing Yao Xian, it had already opened its bloody maw. The one on the right, however, was a much more gruesome sight. As expected, this one hadn't been affected by the mist, and was still a normal person. Unfortunately, surrounded by zombie colleagues, she had been bitten and torn at immediately with no chance to escape. As a result, her whole body looked ragged, covered in bites and lacerations. Yet despite this, she still maintained strong vitality. That was the twisted nature of zombies. The moment the two zombies turned, Yao Xin's eyes widened in shock. Just as she was about to scream, on reflex, Lin Xiao pulled her close and covered her mouth. If you don't want to attract more of them and get us killed, keep screaming. Lin Xiao's icy words came through. Yao Xian quickly clamped her hands over her mouth, terrified of making another sound. Because they were so close, the two zombies rapidly approached. Lin Xiao glanced at the other zombies wandering nearby. They had to finish this quickly, or the expanding fight would only attract more of them. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao shoved Yao Xian behind him, shielding her with his body. He swung the fire axe down with all his might. With the strength of a second-order mutant amplified by his mutated hands, the axe fell with the legendary might of Qinxiang, splitting the mountain to save his mother. The axe rose and fell, cleaving the skull of the more grotesque zombie on the right. But the zombie on the left ignored all this, having gotten too close. Lin Xiao could even see the fine hairs on its face. Its bloody maw was wide open. If it weren't for Yao Xian behind him, Lin Xiao could have easily dodged this attack. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Xiao's mind. Give up, or take a gamble? At that moment, the mouth was only 0.5 centimeters from Lin Xiao, but 0.1 seconds later, everything changed. Yao Xian, who should have been hiding behind Lin Xiao, suddenly shoved him aside, saving him from the fatal blow. Then this seemingly delicate and beautiful senior, biting her lip, struck the zombie's chest with her tender pink fist. Possibly in a moment of desperation, Yao Xin's bodily mutation erupted with full force. This zombie, which wasn't very strong to begin with, was knocked back 3 or 4 steps by her punch. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward and swung his axe to dispatch the creature. After finishing it, Lin Xiao turned back in surprise, looking at Yao Xian, who had just acted on her own, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This senior sister seemed even more capable than he had imagined. At least she wouldn't be a pretty ornament. After eliminating 2 cashier zombies, Lin Xiao did not hesitate at all. He directly pulled up Yao Xian, who was slumped on the ground, and walked toward the interior. There were several more server zombies nearby, and staying here was not safe. The supermarket was spacious inside, and it was near closing time, so there were very few people, making it easier to find a safe place to rest. Soon Lin Xiao, dragging Yao Xin, who was like a dead weight, found a relatively safe spot. Leaning against a shelf, Yao Xin collapsed to the ground. Although she had just mustered the courage to push Lin Xiao away, and successfully repelled that zombie, buying them a chance to survive. But now recalling it, her face turned pale and her stomach churned. Lin Xiao did not urge her. Everything requires an adaptation process. Even he in his past life, when he first encountered zombies, was not much better than Yao Xin. When he first killed a zombie, he retched for quite a while, and his limbs trembled for half an hour before barely stopping. Although Yao Xin did not directly kill a zombie, she had participated and witnessed it firsthand. For a female college student living in a harmonious and beautiful society, this was undoubtedly a strong shock. Plus the terrifying appearance of the zombie, Lin Xiao felt that if it were his past self, he might not have done better than her. Excellent people are indeed excellent at all times. Even when facing a sudden apocalypse, they are absolutely more adaptable than ordinary people. After a full 10+ minutes, Yao Xin's complexion finally regained some color. Looking up at Lin Xiao, who had been standing by her all along, a sense of security suddenly welled up in her heart. Especially when Lin Xiao had unhesitatingly shielded her. Just now, she suddenly recalled an old saying. In this life, have you ever risked your life for someone? And now she had someone who had risked his life for her. Of course, she couldn't let Lin Xiao down. But she didn't know that in that second Lin Xiao had internally wanted to abandon her countless times. If it weren't for her space ability, Lin Xiao would have probably run away long ago. But regardless of the process, as long as the result was good. After more than 10 minutes of recovery, Yao Xin stood up again. Although her legs were still trembling with Lin Xiao pulling her, she could walk. Time was limited, they had to return before dark. Yesterday he had tested it. His eyes seemed to be only useful against the fog, but for now, they couldn't let him see in the dark. So he had to get back to the dormitory before dark. Only there could he gain enough sense of security. Can you cook? How's your culinary skill? Lin Xiao asked casually, while pulling Yao Xin, trying to give her something else to focus on to relieve the pressure. I guess. I'm okay. Yao Xin came from a poor family, as she had started doing housework since the 3rd grade of elementary school. Not to say her cooking was exquisite, but she was definitely good enough for home-style dishes. Then put these into your space. Lin Xiao took her hand and led her to the section where fresh vegetables were sold. They were called fresh vegetables, but they weren't actually fresh anymore. Although the powerful refrigeration machines had been running non-stop, these vegetables were already 2 days old. However, Lin Xiao didn't mind. As long as they weren't rotten, it was fine. In his past life, while meat was scarce, vegetables were actually even more scarce. After the fog lifted, it only lasted for a day, due to prolonged lack of maintenance. Water and electricity began to be cut off globally. At that time, all food supplies would become even scarcer. Items that were hard to preserve and difficult to regenerate would become precious. Take it all. Lin Xiao looked around. The nearest zombies were still a good distance away, allowing Yao Xin to collect freely. Don't put the counter in, it takes up space. Just collect the supplies. Seeing Yao Xin clumsily put the entire counter and the vegetables on it into the space, Lin Xiao quickly reminded her. The space was limited, such useless items definitely couldn't be taken randomly. Oh, okay. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yao Xin quickly took the counter out again, but as she was not used to placing it, it slammed heavily onto the ground. The huge vibration made the zombies in the distance turn to look this way. However, the fog cut off all sense, and the low-intelligence zombies obviously couldn't think that much. After not detecting anything unusual, they returned to normal. Yao Xin seemed to realize she had done something wrong. She opened her big eyes wide and looked at Lin Xiao apologetically. It's okay, continue. Lin Xiao turned his head away, not daring to look at Yao Xin's innocent face. Seeing Lin Xiao turn away, Yao Xin knew that her mistake hadn't caused trouble, and a smile appeared on her face, even dispelling much of her fear. She continued to collect supplies. This time Yao Xin was much more careful, only taking supplies and no other junk. But the speed made Lin Xiao sigh. Since the apocalypse had started at night, there weren't many vegetables left, and soon Yao Xin had packed them all. Do you want chips? Yes, I want the cucumber flavor. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. Girl, do you think this is really shopping? You're even picking flavors. Never mind the flavor, take them all. Lin Xiao had already led Yao Xin to the chip shelf, urging her to hurry. However, not far away, a female office worker zombie was wandering around. No doubt she had worked overtime until late at night, and came to buy some things before the supermarket closed. You collect here, or go over there, it'll be quick. Lin Xiao whispered in Yao Xin's ear, and then vanished directly into the white fog. Lin Xiao's departure left Yao Xin's heart suddenly empty. After seeing the zombies, she knew what Lin Xiao was going to do. Her heart began to tense. If something happened to Lin Xiao, just as her heart began to suffer, a familiar voice sounded again. Why are you frozen? Keep collecting. An ordinary zombie with Lin Xiao's current skills was effortlessly dealt with. This left Yao Xin without even time to start building up her emotions. The battle was already over. Oh, okay. Yao Xin snapped back to reality, quickly turned her gaze back to the shelf, and frantically began collecting supplies to ease her own embarrassment. Under these circumstances her collection speed seemed to increase. Meanwhile Lin Xiao, while Yao Xian was busy in her embarrassment, kept looking around. "What are you looking for?" asked Yao Xian curiously after she had finished collecting the entire shelf. "I'm thinking, where is this supermarket storage warehouse? Collecting here was too slow, and there were always zombies wandering nearby. If they could find the warehouse." "You're looking for that. I know where it is." Lin Xiao slowly turned his head to look at Yao Xian, a big question mark appearing on his face. "I used to work here as a summer part-timer. I know where the warehouse is." Yao Xian explained. "You knew and you didn't say so earlier. You followed me to search shelf by shelf here." Lin Xiao finally couldn't help it. Why was this girl speaking so smugly? Did she not bring her brain? Xingqing University, after all, was a key university. At this moment Lin Xiao even began to doubt his own school a little. Under the guidance of Yao Xian, who was an experienced driver, Lin Xiao quickly found the storage warehouse of this large supermarket chain. What surprised him even more was that the warehouse door was already open. The supermarket starts receiving goods at 11 p.m. every day, so the warehouse door is open just before closing time. Yao Xian, having worked here as a part-timer, was quite familiar with these details. However, although the door was open, it wasn't easy to get in. At the entrance there were more than a dozen male zombies. Just by their physiques, it was obvious these were the ones waiting to unload goods. Although after becoming zombies their combat abilities were greatly enhanced, there were still differences. Zombies of this build could probably beat up 5 cashier zombies with ease. "Stay here and wait for me for a while." Lin Xiao found a relatively safe place and made Yao Xian hide there. Once the battle began, Lin Xiao would have no time to look after her. If any zombie randomly ran over, it would be disastrous. Yao Xian obediently crouched in the corner, but her eyes could not hide their worry. She knew that at this time there would be more than just 1 or 2 people at the warehouse entrance. If they had all turned into those terrifying zombies, could Lin Xiao handle them alone? "Don't worry, they're just a bunch of big dumb brutes who can't see or hear." Lin Xiao met Yao Xin's gaze, chuckled softly, and said reassuringly. He wasn't really afraid of dealing with these dozen or so zombies. Without Yao Xian holding him back, he could fully demonstrate his strength as a second-stage mutant. With his visual advantage, wouldn't it be a breeze to slaughter them? Weighing the fire axe in his hand, Lin Xiao looked at the zombies before him, a glint of excitement in his eyes. In his previous life, because his mutation was only in his eyes, his overall combat strength was actually very weak. When facing zombies of the same level, he had little chance of defeating them. He could only rely on a team. After being kicked out, Lin Xiao didn't survive long before he fell victim to the zombies and died. At that time, he envied those who could mutate their limbs. They possessed formidable combat power against zombies. As for the more advanced internal and spiritual mutations, he didn't even dare to think about them. Now not only had he realized his dream from his past life, but he also had a level advantage. How could he not enjoy the carnage? But Lin Xiao wasn't stupid. He wasn't arrogant enough to charge and alone attract a dozen zombies and fight them heated to show off his strength. Not using such a natural advantage would be foolish indeed. Leveraging his visual advantage, Lin Xiao quickly and quietly crept behind them. Holding the axe in his right hand, he moved with remarkable agility. All skills honed in the battles of his previous life. "You're the one." He targeted the zombie at the very back, his legs suddenly exploding with power as he lunged toward it. In 1 second, he was already behind the zombie. Raising his right hand high, the mutated limb was immensely strong, and the sharp fire axe effortlessly split open the zombie's head. A single lethal blow. But the commotion immediately attracted 2 zombies not far away. Facing an attack from both left and right, Lin Xiao remained unflustered. With a nimble dodge, he evaded the assault and brought the axe down again. After dispatching these 2 zombies, as well, a smile of satisfaction crept across his face. What a thrill! The frustration of his previous life was released to the fullest in this moment. At the same time, he gained a new estimation of his combat power. With the strength of a second-stage mutant, dealing with zombies that had only been transformed for 2 days was far too easy. As time passed, the white mist was continuously absorbed by the zombies, causing many of them to become stronger. According to later summaries, those who were physically strong before the apocalypse were more likely to evolve. So Lin Xiao was essentially nipping a batch of zombie prodigies in the bud, making an outstanding contribution to humanity's survival. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao cast aside these random thoughts. There were still more than a dozen zombies waiting for him to deal with. If he took too long, Yao Xian would surely worry. With that in mind, he selected his next target. Still using the same tactic, attacking from behind, taking advantage of the zombies' lack of sight and hearing. Though the strategy was old, it was extremely effective. After a satisfying spree, Lin Xiao easily eliminated all the strong zombies, harvesting 14 mutation crystals. Looking at the mutation crystals in his hand, combined with the ones left from yesterday and the new ones obtained today, he now had over 30. Lin Xiao began to consider whether he should let Yao Xian level up as well. At least her combat power would be slightly better, and she wouldn't look so pathetic against ordinary zombies. But there was no rush for now, though he would decide after returning. After collecting the spoils, Lin Xiao tidied himself up a bit, and then walked toward Yao Xin's hiding spot. Yao Xian was still leaning against the wall, but now she was standing instead of crouching. Although she couldn't see far or hear anything, her eyes remained fixed ahead with a serious expression. A flicker of relief passed through Lin Xiao's heart. After encountering the zombies, Yao Xin's performance so far had been commendable. At least Lin Xiao, when he first faced them in his past life, could only do this much. But this was also closely related to Lin Xiao himself. After all, Yao Xian was never alone. She had Lin Xiao, an experienced expert, accompanying her throughout. This still had a significant impact on her. When Lin Xiao appeared, her body visibly relaxed. She slumped back against the wall and sat down. This time Lin Xiao had been away for nearly 10 minutes. Every second of those 10 minutes was agony for Yao Xian. Not only did she worry about Lin Xiao's safety, but she also had to be careful not to let any zombies suddenly appear. Her entire body had been under extreme tension, and only after Lin Xiao returned did she finally get some rest. Rest for a few minutes before we go. Lin Xiao pulled out his phone. It showed 1040. There was still plenty of time, so no need to rush. After all, the treasure trove was right in front of them. All they had to do was go in and collect everything. At this moment, even Lin Xiao, who had always appeared calm, showed excitement in his eyes. The entire stock of a supermarket chain, even after a day's consumption, would be astonishing. If Lin Xiao and Yao Xian alone could secure this, they could live comfortably in the apocalypse for at least 1 or 2 years. This rest took a full 10-odd minutes. She still had to put on a good show for him, so of course, he wanted her to be well rested. Besides, there was plenty of time left. There was no need to rush these few moments. I'm ready. Yao Xian had now fully steadied herself both emotionally and physically. She stood up on her own without needing Lin Xiao's support, and then took the initiative to grasp his left hand. Seeing this, Lin Xiao said nothing more. He simply held her small hand tightly and took a determined step forward. Soon the two arrived at the warehouse entrance. Although corpses lay scattered everywhere, not a single one obstructed their path, as if Lin Xiao had planned the route meticulously. So Yao Xian naturally didn't witness the gruesome scene she had imagined. This brought her relief, but also a hint of regret. Now that she knew about the zombies, a flicker of curiosity arose within her. Moreover, since Lin Xiao had fought here alone, she wanted to piece together an image of his battle from the surroundings. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. But that wasn't the main point. Holding Lin Xiao's hand, they stepped inside the warehouse. Even though Lin Xiao had mentally prepared himself, his heart still trembled violently at the sight of the mountains of supplies before him. This was a fortune. For someone who had survived 3 months in the apocalypse, this scene was overwhelmingly impactful. Should I start collecting now? Yao Xin's words snapped Lin Xiao out of his excitement. No. Lin Xiao quickly shook his head. Although most supplies in the supermarket were useful after the apocalypse, Yao Xin's space was limited. They couldn't possibly take everything. It was time to make choices. The most urgent and precious items should be prioritized and taken in bulk. Water, for instance. Even a child could tell you that water is the most essential need for the human body. You might survive 3 or 4 days without food, but without water for that long, you'd be as good as dead. In the post-apocalyptic world, this kind of sealed, drinkable, purified water could even fetch a sky-high price. Water. Yao Xian pondered for a moment and mentioned a general location. Ignoring the mountain of supplies before him, Lin Xiao bypassed them and headed towards the water section. Immediately, a vast array of various brands of mineral water appeared before his eyes. Take all of these, every single one. Lin Xiao's hand holding Yao Xin's trembled slightly. Yao Xian didn't waste any words. Although her visibility was limited, she immediately got to work. Having gone through several loading sessions, Yao Xin's movements had become increasingly skilled. Her speed in placing supplies into her space was also getting faster. She could more accurately sort out unnecessary items, avoiding waste of space. Besides, the water put all these drinks in as well. In this situation, Lin Xiao couldn't help much and could only watch Yao Xian with excitement from the sidelines. As box after box of water was collected by her, Lin Xiao's heart remained in a state of high exhilaration. With these supplies combined with his own strength, the apocalypse didn't seem so terrifying after all. It took a full half-hour for Yao Xian to completely collect all the water and various drinks in that area. Next, it was time to gather other supplies. With ample water secured, the next priority was food to fill their stomachs. They had collected some vegetables earlier, but that was far from sufficient. For this rice, let's take about half. Lin Xiao directed while Yao Xian worked quietly. Rice was certainly nice to have, but it wasn't as precious in the apocalypse. Its shelf life was long, and it was mostly sealed. After the apocalypse, the quantity of rice remained plentiful. The catch was that cooking rice required water, and the water used for cooking was even more valuable than the rice itself. So Lin Xiao didn't have Yao Xian take much, just about 100 packs of 50-kilogram bags. Wow! This was Lin Xiao's umpteenth exclamation. They had now reached the seasoning section. Looking at the rows upon rows of edible salt and various sauces, Lin Xiao even swallowed hard. In the 3 months of the apocalypse, he had barely tasted anything with flavor. Salt was absolutely as crucial as water in this new world. Without sufficient salt intake, the human body would quickly weaken and become fatigued. Headaches, nausea, confusion, and other symptoms would follow in succession. This was also a major reason why humans were utterly unable to fight the zombies in the early days of the apocalypse. They simply lacked the strength to battle. Take all of it, not a single pack left behind. Yao Xian also understood the importance of salt to the human body. Lin Xiao didn't need to say much. Upon seeing the edible salt, she had already begun collecting it on her own initiative. Besides the salt, she also diligently packed the soy sauce, light soy sauce, cooking oil, and other items next to it into her space. By the time Yao Xian had cleared that entire section, over an hour had passed. Just as Lin Xiao was about to continue further, his stomach suddenly let out two inopportune growls. It was already close to 1 o'clock. They hadn't eaten anything since their early morning breakfast. And in the meantime, they had been through several battles. Having been caught up in the excitement, he hadn't noticed, but now that they had stopped, his stomach immediately protested. It wasn't just Lin Xiao. Yao Xian also looked up at him with a hint of embarrassment. As expected, she was hungry too. Can you eat? Lin Xiao suddenly asked. Yao Xian froze, then bent over and began to dry heave. Damn it, he did that on purpose, didn't he? She hadn't even thought about it, and he just had to bring it up. And now the zombies that Yao Xian had managed to temporarily forget came rushing back into her mind. How was she supposed to eat now? Even though her stomach was still protesting and there was nothing left in it, she still leaned over and retched. Lin Xiao rubbed the back of his head, sheepishly realizing he had been too nosy. Do you want some water? His tentative question earned him a fierce glare from Yao Xian. No, let's eat together. I can handle it. Yao Xian finally suppressed her botus reaction and spoke with firm resolve. She was a smart person. Everything that had happened today had completely upended her worldview, but from the moment the thick fog appeared, she had already begun to mentally prepare herself. She understood that perhaps, as Lin Xiao had said, the apocalypse had truly arrived. As a young person who hadn't heard some apocalyptic legends, if all of this was real, then to survive, she had to adapt. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, famished, had taken out a piece of bread from his backpack and started munching on it, also opening a bottle of yogurt. Seeing this, Yao Xian snatched the bread from his hand and stuffed it into her mouth forcefully. Seeing his bread, which he had only taken 2 bites of, being snatched away and treated so brutally, Lin Xiao simply handed over the yogurt in his right hand as well. Eat slowly, don't choke. After eating, the two rested for a while before resuming their frantic hoarding spree. Do we need these bedding items? Yao Xian asked, gazing at the array of mattresses and quilts before them. Just grab a few dozen sets, nothing too excessive, Lin Xiao replied. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao decided to collect some anyway, reasoning that they had the space and these items would prove useful. Yao Xian obediently took exactly what he specified. She had already made up her mind after all. She was sticking with Lin Xiao. Though she didn't understand how he knew the apocalypse was coming or how he could see through the dense fog, she knew one thing for certain: latching onto him was the right call. Moreover, as a woman, when true danger struck, she instinctively leaned on the man beside her. It was a biological instinct, though it certainly didn't apply to exceptionally formidable women. Yao Xian, however, was not one of them. She was merely independent and resilient. After spending 2 days with Lin Xiao, countless small details had led her to regard him as her most trustworthy person. These? I want all of these. Yao Xian was jolted from her thoughts by Lin Xiao's shout. He sounded even more excited than when had found the salt. She cautiously approached and looked up, seeing rows of shelves lined with various brands of chili sauce. For someone from Xiang province, chili peppers were undoubtedly at the top of life's essential list. Some might argue, but I'm from Xiang province and I really can't handle spicy food. That would be a grave misconception. What you call not being able to eat spicy is only in comparison to your family and friends. But even the most spice-averse person from Xiang province would never be without chili in their life. They just don't realize it. Spend 2 weeks in Zhejiang or Guangdong province, and they discover just how much spice they can actually handle. So in the post-apocalyptic world, Lin Xiao didn't know what other places would be like. But in Star City, chili sauce would definitely be a top-tier precious commodity. Furthermore, all chili sauces contain salt, which significantly boosted their value. Yao Xian sprang into action, collecting them quickly. As a major supermarket chain in Star City, chili sauce was one of their most heavily stocked items. About halfway through, she suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Lin Xiao asked anxiously. It seems I'm running out of space, Yao Xian said, a bit embarrassed. Her portable space was only the size of the school's supermarket. There was no way it could hold the entire stock of a warehouse like Walmart's. The water and salt they'd just collected, though densely packed, had already consumed most of the space. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was stunned. Had forgotten about that. This wouldn't do. He had previously thought a space of over 100 square meters with 3-meter-high ceilings was plenty. But now that he was actually using it, it felt far too small. He wished he could empty the entire Walmart warehouse. Don't worry, let me think, Lin Xiao said, releasing Yao Zhen's hand and starting to pace in circles. It was maddening to have a treasure trove right in front of him and not be able to take it all. I've got it. After pacing for what felt like an eternity, he slapped his forehead as the realization dawned. He was being an idiot. If space was the issue, he just needed to help Yao Xian level up. Although Lin Xiao hadn't been acquainted with anyone high-level in his past life, he had known Chen Feifei for a while. Each time she leveled up, her fire abilities saw a significant boost in power. Would Yao Zhen's space power work the same way? He decided to act on it. Even if it didn't work, had planned to help Yao Xian level up anyway. "Here, eat these," he said, pulling 10 mutant crystals from the backpack behind him and handing them to her. "What are these?" Yao Xian asked, taking them curiously. These low-grade mutant crystals were milky white and odorless. Holding them, she could clearly feel their hardness. She was supposed to eat these. Even though it was Lin Xiao's suggestion, her rationality made her skeptical. And where had he gotten them? He hadn't shown them before. "Yep, just pop them in your mouth one by one," he said. Lin Xiao didn't bother to explain. If he told her these were dug out of the heads of the dozen or so zombie brutes at the warehouse entrance, she definitely wouldn't be able to swallow them today. Really? Yao Xian was still doubtful, but she knew Lin Xiao had no reason to lie to her. So she tentatively picked one up and slowly placed it in her mouth. She braced herself to chew, but the moment it touched her tongue, it dissolved instantly, leaving no trace. A warm current seemed to flow into her body, feeling quite pleasant. "Keep eating," Lin Xiao urged immediately after she swallowed. Knowing the sensation, while he watched her with expectant eyes, and Yao Xian didn't hesitate. Since she had confirmed it was edible, there was nothing to worry about. She popped the crystals into her mouth one after another, each vanishing without a trace upon entry. Only the growing warmth within her body remained, becoming increasingly distinct. "This feels so weird," Yao Xian muttered to herself. As she spoke, the energy from the 10 crystals suddenly surged from her body up into her head. "Whoa, it's going to my head," she quipped playfully. Lin Xiao knew this was the sign of an impending level up. Sure enough, Yao Xian closed her eyes. After a long moment, she opened them again, shining with excitement. "Lin Xiao, I think something's changed," she said. Her voice trembled with excitement. "How is it? Did the space get bigger?" Leveling up was bound to cause changes, but Lin Xiao was focused on one thing: whether her space had expanded. Under his tense gaze, Yao Xian broke into a delighted smile. "It's bigger. Twice as big." Hearing this, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had just become a first-order mutant, and her space had already doubled, making it the size of 3 supermarkets. If she leveled up again, would it be even more incredible? Lin Xiao began to look forward to it. He'd have to find a way to get Yao Xian to the 3rd order within the next few days. The thought of filling her portable space to the brim was enough to make him grin with pure joy. As Yao Xin's spatial realm ascended to a new level, the duo resumed their operations with renewed vigor. Their first order of business was to completely clear out the chili sauce they had previously left behind. Lin Xiao was determined not to leave a single bottle behind. Now that they possessed such a resource, he was resolved to make his post-apocalyptic existence as comfortable as possible. Once every jar of chili sauce had been spirited away, the two pressed deeper into the warehouse. "Wow, so much chocolate." This time it was Yao Xian who exclaimed in astonishment before Lin Xiao could even react. Her family had never been wealthy, and chocolate, though not a true luxury, had always been an unattainable desire for her. She harbored a deep fondness for its sweetness. Perhaps it was because her life had been steeped in bitterness that she yearned all the more for a taste of sweetness. Yet she held firm to her principles. Otherwise, with her striking beauty, a slight compromise would have easily spared her from such a harsh existence. "Take it all," Lin Xiao declared, snapping Yao Xian from her reverie. "All of it?" she questioned. "Eating this much chocolate will make you fat." A soft thud followed as he flicked her forehead. "Do you have any idea of the true value of chocolate? A single bar of chocolate provides an ordinary person with as much energy as 2 bowls of rice. High-calorie food like this becomes incredibly precious in the apocalypse. Not to mention it tastes so good." Lin Xiao found himself exasperated with his beautiful senior. To worry about gaining weight at a time like this. Even if the fog were to lift, well, even then the contents of her spatial realm would certainly be enough to make her gain weight. "Just take it all, that's the right call." Lin Xiao stopped explaining, and Yao Xian obediently began to store the chocolate away. A single bar of chocolate provides an ordinary person with as much energy as 2 bowls of rice. High-calorie food like this becomes incredibly precious in the apocalypse. Not to mention it tastes so good. Lin Xiao found himself exasperated with his beautiful scene. Self-heating rice and hot pot were also collected. In the end, they even snatched up a considerable amount of nuts, melon seeds, and peanuts before finally stopping. Through their frantic efforts, Yao Xin's spatial realm was once again filled to the brim. But their work was far from over. So far, their collection had been almost exclusively focused on food. But in the apocalypse, supplies encompassed far more than just sustenance. Once the fog dissipated, global power and water supplies would fail within a day. In such a scenario, items like candles, lighters, and flashlights would become essential commodities. These items, however, were relatively small and didn't take up much space. Although Lin Xiao had Yao Xian gather a substantial amount, it didn't strain the spatial realm's capacity. It was here that Lin Xiao also stumbled upon a number of small household generators. Their power output was limited, but they were a valuable find nonetheless. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao instructed Yao Xian to take them all. However, these bulky items quickly consumed a vast amount of space. Furthermore, a generator was useless without diesel fuel. Lin Xiao began to contemplate a trip to a gas station to procure some. Once the fog lifted, all these supplies would become scarce resources largely monopolized by major factions. Yet despite this, Lin Xiao had no intention of forming his own team. The betrayal he suffered in his past life had left him deeply wary of such alliances. His only goal was to gather enough supplies, return home with Yao Xian to find his parents and live out the apocalypse peacefully as a family. Do you want any cigarettes and alcohol? Yao Xian suddenly asked. Is there any space left? Lin Xiao countered. A little, she replied, though he could estimate it wasn't much. Could they possibly take all the cigarettes? Lin Xiao had no interest in alcohol. If forced to choose one, he would definitely pick the cigarettes. He'll try, Yao Xian said, looking at the mountain of various cigarette brands before her with some reluctance. Take the expensive ones, Lin Xiao instructed, keeping his head clear even now. For the same amount of space, he'd rather choose harmony over white sand. Although Yao Xian wasn't familiar with the prices of cigarettes, they were neatly organized by tier. The premium brands such as Harmony Yellow Crane Tower and Dezhongjiu were all grouped together. Below them were the mid-tier brands like Zhonghua and Soft Furongwang. Yao Xian began collecting them in that order. By the time she was halfway through the yellow Furongwang, the spatial realm was completely packed. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Despite the seemingly effortless task of storing items, the process had consumed a considerable amount of time. As winter days grow short, it was prudent to head back. Lin Xiao had already formulated a plan for the next day. He would venture out specifically to kill zombies and harvest mutated cores. He was determined to level Yao Xian up to tier 3 before bringing her out for another extensive scavenging run. Over the next couple of days, they could use their time in the dormitory to plan meticulously, creating a prioritized list of all their supplies. This would ensure their next expedition was far more organized and efficient than today's haphazard approach. Let's head back, Lin Xiao said, naturally extending his left hand. Yao Xian instinctively placed her right hand in his. In just a single day, the gesture had become a habit for both of them. Indeed, shared hardship is the quickest path to forging a bond. Soon they made their way from the warehouse back to the supermarket on the first floor. A few zombies were still aimlessly wandering inside, but Lin Xiao paid them no mind. He was in a good mood today and decided to let them be. The 2 elderly zombie security guards by the entrance, however, were not so fortunate. For some inexplicable reason, these 2 who were fine when they entered in the morning were now stubbornly blocking the doorway. And judging by their movements, they showed no signs of leaving anytime soon. Wait for me, Lin Xiao said, and Yao Xian nodded in immediate understanding. The 2 elderly zombie guards stood no chance against Lin Xiao, lasting barely 10 seconds, especially with his surprise attack. It was undeniable that the fire axe was an excellent tool in the early stages. It offered both reach and formidable sharpness. But what Lin Xiao truly desired was a firearm. The zombies in this early phase were weak, and guns could inflict devastating damage on them. With a gun in hand, he could slaughter them effortlessly amidst the fog. After all, they wouldn't even know where he was or hear him coming. He resolved to check the nearby police station tomorrow to see if he could find what he was looking for. Having dispatched the 2 elderly zombies, Lin Xiao led Yao Xian back to the car. At 4:30 they returned to the school. The moment they reached the dormitory, Yao Xian was eager to take a shower. Although she had held up remarkably well throughout the day, her nerves were frayed to their limit. Lin Xiao, of course, didn't compete with her for the bathroom. He simply sat quietly on a stool, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Today's haul had been truly magnificent. That evening, the 2 of them finally enjoyed a proper feast. With such a bounty of supplies at hand, Lin Xiao wasn't one to be stingy. When there was food to be had, it had to be good. This meal was even better than anything Yao Xian had eaten before the apocalypse. Coming from a family that wasn't well off, she was used to eating very little, usually just a single dish from the cafeteria to go with her rice. But today was different. There was no rice or cooked dishes, yet they gorged on a variety of snacks to their heart's content. Chocolate self-heating hot pot. Lin Xiao had it all covered. After leveling up, a person's body requires more energy. After all, a stronger physique demands more nourishment to sustain it. This dinner stretched on for over an hour. When it was finally over, the 2 of them slumped bonelessly in their chairs. Burp. I'm so full. Yao Xian had completely let her guard down, belching openly in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao also rubbed his own stomach. Since being reborn, he had plunged headfirst into the apocalypse without a moment's rest. To be honest, he hadn't had a proper meal either. Although his body wasn't the one that had starved for 3 months in his past life, the psychological memory of it remained vivid. Now that we're full, we need to make some plans, Lin Xiao said, pulling out a notebook and a pen from seemingly nowhere. These supplies are still far from our goal, so we need to draft a detailed list for what comes next. This is the only way we can collect resources more efficiently in our future operations. Listening to Lin Xiao, Yao Xian nodded in agreement. She wasn't dull-witted, and after the day's experiences, she had begun to truly immerse herself in the reality of the apocalypse, realizing she needed to think carefully. While thinking, Lin Xiao habitually pulled out a cigarette. Yao Xian didn't react at all. Having worked various jobs over the years, she had been through all sorts of environments and was nearly immune to such things. Besides, the thick fog inside the dormitory was far worse than the smoke from a single small cigarette. According to Lin Xiao's estimate, the inside of the dormitory would become no different from the outside by the day after tomorrow at the latest. In his past life, he had even ended up sleeping right next to the sink in the dorm's bathroom for the last few days. Even if there was no food, he had to ensure he had enough water, even if it was just tap water. Taking a deep drag, Lin Xiao wrote down the first item on his list: medical supplies. Although being injured by a zombie meant a guaranteed death sentence, medical supplies remained one of the most scarce and vital resources in the apocalypse. In the early days of the apocalypse, people's mutation levels were still low and getting sick or injured was common. Moreover, there were still plenty of ordinary people who needed them even more. In his past life, Lin Xiao had suffered a severe illness right at the start with a persistent high fever. Back then, he had managed to drag himself to the school clinic and recuperated for 3 full days before recovering. Now that he had the chance, he needed to stock up on plenty of medical supplies. Not just for himself, but for his parents in the future as well. Yao Xian had no objections. Even if it wasn't a serious illness, catching a cold was common in the winter. And during fights, there was always the risk of scrapes or other minor injuries. Lin Xiao wrote down the second item on his list. Fuel. Yao Zin's space contained several small portable generators, but they were useless without enough diesel fuel. That would have to be a gamble at a gas station. If they could secure enough diesel, their days ahead would be significantly easier. Anything else? Lin Xiao asked. Yao Xian thought for a moment before speaking up. Should we get daily necessities like tissue, clothes, and toothbrushes? When it came to supplies, men and women often had different priorities. Women tend to pay more attention to the small details of daily life. Of course, Lin Xiao nodded. Thinking about it, they didn't have much tissue left in the dorm. He had brought a large pack from the supermarket last time. For 2 people, it wouldn't even last a month. We've stocked up on a lot of rice. Shouldn't we get a rice cooker? Yao Xian suddenly tilted her head and asked Lin Xiao. We can just grab one when we see it. It doesn't matter if we don't have one, he replied, not planning to include such minor items on the list. Besides, if the generators failed, having a rice cooker would be useless anyway. Also, we need to figure out a way to get some guns. Firearms were among the most strictly controlled items in the Xia Empire. Obtaining them was no simple task. Besides, if the generators failed, having a rice cooker would be useless anyway. Also, we need to figure out a way to get some guns. Firearms were among the most strictly controlled items in the Xia Empire. Obtaining them was no simple task. Dangerous place to be. Lin Xiao, who had been somewhat unskilled at the start, was now chopping them down with increasing proficiency. Though most were sneak attacks, it was still a massive boost to his combat effectiveness. When facing zombies, having raw strength alone was far. A single bite or even a scratch from their nails, and even a mutant would be done for. So Lin Xiao had no intention of going anywhere near those places in this life. He would even need to stay far away from them. It seemed he'd have to try his luck at the local police station, even if it was just to get a few pistols. At least in the early apocalypse, having a gun would be enough to intimidate many people. Don't think zombies are the most terrifying thing. Often it's your fellow humans who are far more frightening. When people are pushed to the brink, they are capable of anything. Also, we need to stock up on more outdoor gear, Lin Xiao continued. The pen and notebook had now shifted from his hands to Yao Zin's. Once the fog lifted, Lin Xiao's first priority would be to return to his parents. After finding them, he had no intention of living in the city. Based on his past lives' experience, after the fog cleared, the mortality rate in Xing City was as high as 90%. Yet that still left tens of millions of survivors, most of them young and able-bodied adults. With a global population of 60 billion, the Xia Empire alone accounted for 15 billion. Facing these tens of millions of desperate survivors, you could never predict how many dangers you'd encounter each day. In the most severe times, even if you had nothing, you could still be attacked by others. It was during those times that Lin Xiao truly understood that the old saying, exchanging children for food, wasn't just a myth. The two of them continued like this, with Lin Xiao speaking and Yao Xian writing occasionally, adding a few comments of her own. In the end, the small notebook was completely filled, over 3 pages. Lin Xiao, but we don't have that much space left. Despite all they had listed, the space required for these items was an astronomical number. Yao Zin's space was already packed to the brim with no room for anything else. Don't worry, stay in tomorrow. They'll go find some mutant crystals to help you level up. When you do, your space will expand. Yao Xian had also asked Lin Xiao where the mutated crystals came from. But Lin Xiao refused to say, only telling her that he would procure them himself. This made Yao Xian somewhat suspicious. However, trusting Lin Xiao, and since consuming them had indeed made her significantly stronger, she stopped pressing the matter. Lin Xiao had intended to tell Yao Xian sooner, but now he couldn't. Time was of the essence, and he truly feared that if she knew these crystals were harvested from zombie brains, she would refuse to eat them. If she refused, the space couldn't upgrade, and if it couldn't upgrade, his entire plan would collapse. It was a vicious cycle. So to smoothly stockpile supplies, Lin Xiao decided to keep it from her for now. He would tell her everything after the fog lifted. That night, both of them went to sleep very late. After a day of facing life and death together, their bond had grown deeper. Though they weren't yet lovers, they were unequivocally demonstrating what it meant to rely on each other for survival. The next morning, they woke up simultaneously. Today, Lin Xiao had to go out alone, while Yao Xian would stay home waiting and refining her abilities. As a mutant ranked A or above, her physical enhancements were certainly extraordinary, far beyond just spatial storage. A glimpse of this was seen in the explosive punch she threw yesterday. However, Yao Xian couldn't yet master her power or fully unleash it. Lin Xiao's task for her today was to fully integrate and control her newfound strength. Eager to support Lin Xiao in combat, Yao Xian readily accepted the task. At 8 a.m., Lin Xiao pushed open the dormitory door. He carried a backpack, held the fire axe in hand, and had packed some food and water enough to sustain him for 3 days outside. After all, one couldn't guarantee against accidents out there, so it was always best to be over-prepared. Familiar with the route, Lin Xiao quickly found his vehicle of choice from the past 2 days. So far the Hummer remained incredibly sturdy. This was also because the zombies weren't powerful yet. However, today was already the 3rd day since the fog descended, and nearly half the time had passed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, zombies that had undergone secondary mutation should start appearing. Secondary mutation was akin to human leveling up, equivalent to a second-order mutant, which was Lin Xiao's current strength. Facing such zombies, Lin Xiao had to stay sharp. At the same level, he couldn't guarantee a complete victory against them. But he wasn't too scared either. After all, they were blind and deaf. If he couldn't handle them in this state, his rebirth would have been in vain, and he might as well just go find a tree to crash into. He started the engine and shifted gears. His driving skills had become increasingly proficient. This time, however, he didn't take the familiar route, but headed towards a different gate. He knew the nearest police station to Star City University was in that direction. Moreover, there would surely be more zombies there. The reason was simple: that area housed the hotel street outside the school. While today's main goal was to collect mutated crystals and resolve the firearm issue, this hotel street was bound to have more people than the shopping street over there. Anyone with half a brain would know why. As the vehicle started, the campus, silent for days, finally gained a hint of life. There were quite a few zombies within the school grounds, and this time Lin Xiao didn't spare a single one. He simply plowed through them all. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any secondary mutated zombies and crushed everything in his path. The only hassle was having to get out of the car to collect the mutated crystals each time. Soon Lin Xiao arrived at his destination for the day. As expected, the zombies on the road had noticeably increased as soon as he neared the gate. Moreover, most of them were in pairs, which was almost enviable. Then Lin Xiao floored the accelerator. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of continuous impacts rang out as various figures were sent flying. He only stopped after he had dealt with all the zombies near the entrance. Getting out of the car, Lin Xiao didn't rush to collect the crystals. Instead, he circled the vehicle to inspect it. After so many collisions, even a luxury car was beginning to show signs of strain. If he kept this up, the car probably wouldn't hold out much longer. Lin Xiao sighed. This joyful and easy method of hunting seemed to be at an end. He would have to do it himself. Taking up the fire axe, Lin Xiao diligently began to collect the mutated crystals. Whenever he found one that wasn't quite dead, he would unhesitatingly deliver 2 more axe blows to put it out of its misery. Half an hour later, looking at the over 60 mutated crystals in his backpack, a wide grin spread across his face. This was just the beginning. The real feast lay outside. However, without the Hummer as his deadly weapon, his efficiency would certainly drop. But that was alright. With these 60+ crystals plus the ones he already had, Lin Xiao now had nearly 100 in total. A few more kills, and he could return to help Yao Xin advance to a second-order mutant. But that wasn't Lin Xiao's goal. He planned to get both of them to the 3rd order within these 7 days. Only then could they ensure a significant advantage once the fog lifted. Lin Xiao didn't want trouble with anyone, but whoever crossed him would definitely regret it. Having struggled through 3 months in the apocalypse, if he hadn't met Yao Xin, his heart might have been even colder than it was now. Fortunately, Yao Xin's presence kept him from being overly affected by his past life. Yet there was still a knot in his heart. Chen Feifei. Only by killing her would that knot be truly untied. By this time, Lin Xiao had packed up and arrived at the main gate. Looking out from inside, the streets were teeming with people, a far more spectacular sight than the 100+ zombies he had faced earlier. Lin Xiao had to take them all down. Advancing from 2nd to 3rd order required a full 1,000 mutated crystals. With 2 of them, that meant 2,000. That was no small number. Despite the hordes of zombies, if he truly had to kill over 1,000, he might need to find a way to acquire a tank. Otherwise, he'd likely exhaust himself to death. This was also why powerful individuals in his past life had formed teams. Relying solely on oneself to grow stronger quickly was simply unrealistic. The car was parked right inside the school grounds. Lin Xiao, gripping his fire axe, walked alone toward the gate. A security guard was stationed there as well. Normally there should have been 2 guards at such an entrance, yet only one was present. It seemed even the school's security guards were prone to slacking off and abandoning their posts. Lin Xiao mused to himself as he effortlessly dispatched the lone, rather pitiful-looking zombie guard. After retrieving a mutated crystal, he took a deep breath. Before him stretched a grand avenue, and this avenue was teeming with zombies. The ratio of male to female zombies was quite balanced, roughly 1-to-1. It appeared that on the night of February 22nd, no oblivious single people had been wandering this street. A pity, really. Lin Xiao was curious what thoughts had crossed these people's minds when they discovered their significant other suddenly turning into a zombie. But he obviously wouldn't get the chance to find out. After exiting the gate, Lin Xiao didn't act rashly. This required careful planning. With this many zombies, even a slightly larger movement could attract several of them. Although the thick fog provided him with natural cover, it couldn't fully compensate for the overwhelming numbers he faced. He would just have to slowly fight his way through. Lin Xiao let out a sigh and obediently started with the first zombie axe in hand. You picked the softest persimmon to squeeze, and the same logic applied to killing zombies. Those that looked obviously formidable, he saved for later dealing with the seemingly weaker ones first. Most college students these days didn't bother with exercise. They possessed the minds of 40-year-olds and the bodies of 60-year-olds all within their 20-year-old frames. With such poor physical fitness, even if they turned into zombies, their combat ability wouldn't be particularly threatening. Holding the axe in his right hand, Lin Xiao placed his backpack by the entrance of the security booth. Although the extra weight didn't affect him much, it was better to be cautious. He could retrieve it after the killing was done. Soon he spotted his target. It was a young couple who looked rather frail. The man was skinny and weak-looking, clearly not the enduring type. Even as zombies, these two were still tightly holding hands, a testament to their deep affection. Lin Xiao approached them cautiously, careful not to make any sudden movements. After all, many zombies were wandering around aimlessly in the vicinity. They might just stumble closer to him. He certainly didn't want to be surrounded by them. Even though his level was higher, 4 hands beat 2, especially when those hands were so venomous. Finally, Lin Xiao seized an opportunity. At this moment, the nearest zombie was at least 3 or 4 meters away. As long as he was quick, he wouldn't attract the aggro of the others. Raising his fire axe, Lin Xiao targeted the skinny male zombie. Although he appeared frail, he was still male, and therefore more of a threat than the female. The axe fell, and before the male zombie could react, its head was cleaved open by Lin Xiao. The female zombie beside him seemed stunned for a moment. Her hand-holding companion had suddenly become a headless zombie. However, this zombie possessed little intelligence. Instead of fear, she looked at Lin Xiao with excitement. The scent of the living held an inexplicable allure for these zombies. She immediately released her dead zombie boyfriend's hand and lunged at Lin Xiao with claws bared. A nimble dodge evaded the female zombie's attack. Then the axe came down swiftly. But this time his aim was slightly off, missing the fatal spot on the head. It wasn't a big problem though. After the mutation of his hands, both his strength and speed were far greater than before. Coupled with the level suppression of a Tier 2 against a Tier 1, Lin Xiao landed several more chops before she could react. 2 mutated crystals were acquired. This was just the beginning. Next, Lin Xiao capitalized on his superior vision, beginning to harvest mutated crystals with ruthless efficiency. There were a few dangerous moments along the way, but with his formidable strength and extensive experience, he managed to turn every crisis into a safe escape. After cutting down another 3 zombies, Lin Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Over an hour had passed since he had killed the first zombie couple. Lin Xiao, who had been somewhat unskilled at the start, was now chopping them down with increasing proficiency. Though most were sneak attacks, it was still a massive boost to his combat effectiveness. When facing zombies, having raw strength alone was far from sufficient. Unless you were a psychic mutant capable of killing zombies without even touching them. Otherwise, if you couldn't fully master your own power, it was all for naught. In his past life, there was no shortage of instances where high-level mutants made mistakes against low-level zombies. In the end, it came down to having power but being unable to utilize it. Therefore, this hour-long battle was quite fruitful for Lin Xiao. Even if the fog were to dissipate, now he was confident he could handle 3 or 4 Tier 1 zombies simultaneously. Any more than that, and he would have to make a run for it. After picking up the mutated crystal from the ground, Lin Xiao prepared to head back. In this hour, he had killed 1 to 200 zombies. The once bustling avenue now felt considerably empty. His own stamina was also running low, so he decided to go back and eat something before continuing. Turning around, he saw a few more zombies wandering aimlessly onto his path back. Lin Xiao paid them no mind, planning to deal with them easily along the way. His own stamina was also running low, so he decided to go back and eat something before continuing. Turning around, he saw a few more zombies wandering aimlessly onto his path back. Lin Xiao paid them no mind, planning to deal with them easily along. Add to that his sturdy build and the fierce tattoos visible beneath his tattered clothes, all signs pointed to him being a tough opponent. What made Lin Xiao even more uneasy was that the zombie had already looked his way from a distance of about 2 meters. It could have been a coincidence, but judging by the zombie's gaze, Lin Xiao didn't think so. Sure enough, the next second the zombie lunged directly at him. Remember, they were in the thick fog. This zombie could see Lin Xiao from 2 meters away. That was definitely beyond the capability of an ordinary zombie. This was a Tier 2 zombie. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. This was going to be tricky. He had been fighting continuously for over an hour. In this exhausted state, running into a zombie of the same level and getting entangled with it was a troublesome situation. Lin Xiao found himself in a dilemma. But the zombie gave him no time to think, closing the distance between them rapidly. It seemed there was no choice but to fight. Lin Xiao raised his fire axe. When 2 warriors meet on a narrow path, the bolder one wins. Even with the experience of his past life, the number of second-stage zombies Lin Xiao had faced head-on could be counted on one hand. As he collided with the creature, a hint of tension stirred within him. His limbs tensed. If he could withstand this onslaught, he might find a chance to slip into the thick fog. Once he escaped the creature's line of sight, Lin Xiao would hold absolute dominance. Whether to flee or to strike would be entirely his choice. The distance between them was already short, and the second-stage zombie's speed far surpassed that of a first-stage one. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Lin Xiao drew a deep breath, gripping his axe with both hands. At this moment, he must not recklessly dodge. The enemy's speed was too great, he had to neutralize this attack. He raised the axe above his head as the zombie's claws extended simultaneously. A second-stage zombie differed subtly from a first-stage one, a distinction evident in its fingers. The axe swung down with brutal force, Lin Xiao's eyes blazing with ferocity. He had been granted a second chance at life, he could not afford to stumble here. A thunderous clash erupted. Despite the full force of Lin Xiao's strike, the second-stage zombie's claws showed not a single crack. The immense impact sent him staggering back several steps before he managed to steady himself. The second-stage zombie fared no better. Though its claws remained intact, the force of the axe blow had thrown it off balance, forcing it to retreat. And with that retreat, the distance between them widened and Lin Xiao vanished from its sight. The second-stage zombie was bewildered. They had been fighting just a moment ago. How could its opponent simply disappear? Agitated, it began to wander aimlessly like a headless fly, unable to stay still. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already silently concealed himself. He hadn't fled far, but lurked nearby, observing from a short distance. Second-stage zombies also produced mutant crystals, far more advanced second-stage ones, whose potency was equivalent to 10 ordinary first-stage crystals. But that wasn't the main point. The risk of facing a second-stage zombie vastly outweighed that of a first-stage one. It would be wiser to hunt 10 regular zombies than to grapple with this beast. Yet upgrading through mutant crystals came with a severe limitation. The energy from first-stage mutant crystals could only elevate one to the third stage. Beyond that, no amount of first-stage crystals would suffice. Only second-stage ones would do. Thus, while a single second-stage crystal was nominally worth 10 first-stage ones, their intrinsic value had fundamentally diverged. Now that Lin Xiao had encountered this second-stage zombie, he had no intention of letting it slip away. He held a natural advantage. As long as he didn't confront it head-on, he had ample confidence in a surprise attack. A crystal delivered to his doorstep was not to be refused. Yet Lin Xiao remained patient. The second-stage zombie's intellect was equally limited. After a while of failing to locate him, it would surely revert to its normal state. As Lin Xiao had predicted, after more than 10 minutes, the frenzied second-stage zombie finally halted. It hesitantly touched its head, as if pondering why it had been so agitated. After a moment of fruitless thought, it gave up, entirely unable to recall what had transpired. Returning to its normal state, the second-stage zombie resumed its vacant demeanor, wandering aimlessly, occasionally pausing to rest. This was the opportunity Lin Xiao had been waiting for. Though the zombie's vision pierced the fog slightly better than a first stage's, the improvement was marginal at best. From less than a meter to a little over 1. Hardly a significant advancement. It offered no defense against Lin Xiao's stealth. Soon he had crept to a spot behind the second-stage zombie, maintaining a steady distance of 3 meters. This distance fell precisely within the zombie's blind spot, while being ideal for Lin Xiao's assault. With his mutated limbs, he could close the gap in under a second at full burst. The second-stage zombie, perhaps exhausted from its earlier frenzy, stood still for over 10 seconds before plopping down to sit. This stroke of fortune was so sudden that Lin Xiao could scarcely believe it. Now, crouching low, he exploded forward with his legs. Were it not for the dense fog, the second-stage zombie would surely have heard the sudden burst of motion. The 3 meters vanished in an instant, and Lin Xiao was behind the second-stage zombie. Directly before his eyes was the back of its head. Perhaps sensing the danger, the zombie whipped around hastily, only to be met with the sight of Lin Xiao's fire axe inches away. The second-stage zombie attempted to evade, but there was no chance. The fire axe cleaved down toward its skull. Though the creature was far stronger than a first-stage zombie, only its claws had evolved. Its head remained vulnerable. The axe fell, and the second-stage zombie crumpled to the ground, its wide eyes reflecting its lingering unwillingness. Rest in peace. Lin Xiao didn't let his guard down at its collapse. Muttering the words, he delivered several more blows with the axe. Only after confirming that no trace of life remained did he stop. A second-stage mutant crystal. Lin Xiao gazed at the small green gem in his hand, a faint smile spreading across his face. This tiny object had ignited countless conflicts in his past life. Its price had soared relentlessly, eventually reaching a ratio of 1 to 100 on the black market, yet it remained exceedingly scarce. For anyone seeking to advance further, second-stage mutant crystals were indispensable. For leaders of factions, strength mattered even more than supplies. With sufficient power, who would worry about seizing resources in this apocalypse? The scarcity of second-stage mutant crystals was even more extreme than that of food. This persisted until the second great fog descended 2 months later. It was after that second fog that Chen Feifei, who had once been on good terms with Lin Xiao, suddenly changed beyond recognition. Soon after, she found a pretext to expel him from the team, leaving him to fend for himself. An ordinary E-class mutant with a useless eye ability, no one would speak up for him. Had he not been utterly worthless, many would have even kicked him while he was down. Such was the cruelty of the apocalypse. No one had surplus compassion. Pity was nothing but a burden in this world. Lin Xiao shook off his memories and stowed away the second-stage mutant crystal. Now he intended to grab something to eat before resuming the afternoon's battles. Carrying over 100 mutated crystals, including a second-order one, Lin Xiao dragged his weary body toward the school gate. The zombies in this area had been almost entirely cleared by him. In a short time, not many zombies would wander back. Lin Xiao returned to the campus and headed straight for the security booth. His backpack had been left outside the booth door, but as he approached he discovered that his backpack was gone. The contents weren't that important to Lin Xiao, just some food. Losing it didn't matter much since he was still on campus and could easily fetch another batch from the dormitory. However, the disappearance of his backpack in the thick fog piqued his curiosity. Did a zombie take it? He immediately dismissed the thought. Zombies had no interest in food, only the scent of humans attracted them. That left only one possibility: there was someone nearby. Although Lin Xiao had been fighting outside for over an hour in the dense fog, it was hard for a normal person to travel far. Moreover, he had checked the surroundings before setting down his backpack and saw no trace of humans. For someone to come from a distance, pick up his backpack, and disappear out of sight in over an hour. Lin Xiao rubbed his head. It wasn't impossible, but the probability was extremely low. If that was the case. Lin Xiao's gaze fixed on the security booth. The booth at the school gate was like a small office, its interior invisible from outside. He suddenly remembered that there were usually 2 security guards at the gate, but earlier, he had only seen one zombie in a guard's uniform. There was another person inside the security booth, and this person was not infected, still alive. Just as Lin Xiao hesitated whether to enter or not, the door suddenly opened. A young man in a security uniform appeared before him. Holy shit! The young man blurted out. In the mist, though they were not far apart, he could only see Lin Xiao's silhouette. Bang! He immediately slammed the door shut with force. Lin Xiao stood still, but from the man's reaction he could deduce that the other was aware of the zombies. Otherwise, a normal person seeing another human during a sudden disaster wouldn't behave like this. Forget it. Lin Xiao ultimately decided not to knock. To him now, this bit of food was nothing. Forcing the door would provoke resistance. The security booth likely had batons, maybe even stun guns. He didn't want to take that risk. But within seconds the door opened a crack. Are you alive? The young guard asked, cautiously, ready to shut it again. After closing the door, he had realized something. If it were a zombie, it would have seen him at the same distance, and would have lunged. The fact that it didn't was telling. Coupled with the backpack full of food he had just picked up outside, he chose to open the door again. When asked, Lin Xiao didn't answer, but turned to leave. However, the guard, receiving no reply, opened the door fully, and stepped out, apparently convinced Lin Xiao was a living human. Seeing the young guard emerge, Lin Xiao frowned. The man indeed held a weapon. Was he about to rob him now that he knew he was alive? That was Lin Xiao's first thought. The guard looked agitated, charging out with a baton. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao raised his right leg. As a second-order mutant with limb mutations, his kick was far too swift for an ordinary guard to dodge. The young guard saw the motion and tried to evade, but Lin Xiao's speed was too great. Oh no! Before he could finish, the guard was sent flying, crashing heavily against the door. An ordinary person receiving such a blow would likely suffer internal injuries, if not death. Yet the young guard merely rolled a few times on the ground, clutched his stomach, and stood up again. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered with surprise. Were school guards really that tough? Brother, don't attack, the guard said. Lin Xiao was still pondering as the other slowly approached him again. Seeing the guard's movements, Lin Xiao realized he might have misjudged. It had only been a few days since the fog descended, human depravity hadn't fully surfaced. Many people still harbored hope for rescue. Only when the fog ends and everyone sinks into despair will the cruelty of human nature truly manifest. Brother, are you a student here? That backpack of food is yours, right? The young guard, now close, and seeing Lin Xiao made no move to attack, asked quickly. I haven't finished it, I'll return the rest to you. Seeing Lin Xiao silent, he continued. But Lin Xiao sneered inwardly. He talked about returning the backpack, yet he hadn't brought it out. Only a baton. This guy was cunning. As he thought, the guard had entered within 1 meter of Lin Xiao, very close. To show no ill intent, the guard had even thrown away his baton earlier. But Lin Xiao remained vigilant. When the guard entered 1 meter range, Lin Xiao raised his fire axe. At such close distance the guard could clearly see Lin Xiao's face, and the blood-stained fire axe in his hand. A little brother. I mean bro, I really mean no harm, the guard stammered. I just want to ask if you have any water left. I can buy it from you. Looking at the fire axe, the young guard suddenly regretted his rashness. Not only had he taken a kick for nothing, but now he was facing this young man, who clearly wasn't easy to mess with. Although he had found a backpack of food, water was scarce. It was winter and Lin Xiao had only brought 2 bottles of water with him. During these foggy days, survivors were usually indoors, so dehydration was rare. If all else failed, one could drink tap water. But unfortunately the security booth had no tap. So the young guard had gone nearly a day without a single drop of water. If he hadn't found Lin Xiao's backpack, his fate would have been to die of thirst, or become a zombie. Are you a school guard? Lin Xiao finally spoke. In his past life, if someone had taken his backpack of food, he would have fought to the death. But this life was different. This bit of food meant nothing to him. He could even give it away. Besides, the guard had taken a nearly full power kick from him and wasn't badly injured, which piqued Lin Xiao's curiosity. Internal organ mutation level, or above. Hearing Lin Xiao speak, the young security guard sighed with relief. As long as communication was possible, everything could be settled. He was afraid Lin Xiao would remain silent, which made him uneasy. He dreaded that Lin Xiao might, without a word, swing that axe at him again, leaving him with no one to reason with. Right, you must be a junior, right? Junior? Lin Xiao was puzzled. This was just a security guard at Star City University. Yeah, I'm this year's graduate. I stayed on at my alma mater to work after graduation. Good grief, becoming a security guard counted as staying at his alma mater to work. Lin Xiao began to doubt his own university once again. A security guard after graduation. Were all Star City University graduates doing this poorly? Perhaps fearing Lin Xiao's disbelief, the man actually pulled a student ID card from his pocket and handed it over. Lin Xiao took it and looked. Indeed, it was genuine. The young security guard's name was Yi Mingxuan, and he had graduated from Star City University in June of this year. Lin Xiao examined it carefully. The student ID did not seem forged. Moreover, there was no reason to forge one. The photo on it was indeed the man before him. But what a pathetic situation. A graduate from a double first-class university staying on to be a security guard. His professors would probably be furious if they knew. However, it was his own choice in life, and Lin Xiao said nothing more. Besides, it was the apocalypse now. What one did before the apocalypse seemed unimportant. Junior, do you know about those mutated people? They're like zombies from the movies, biting anyone they see, and it's contagious. After confirming the information before Lin Xiao could speak, the other man continued. You know, I was just about to go in and change clothes when I heard the screams outside. Luckily, I didn't open the door and come out, and then, perhaps recalling an unpleasant memory, Yi Mingxian paused. But Lin Xiao remained expressionless. Even without witnessing these events firsthand, he could easily piece them together. It was just that this guy was incredibly lucky. The entire surrounding area had been wiped out, yet he was still alive and well. In a sense, he could be considered a chosen one. Junior, I see you can walk through this mist. Can you? Take me with you. If not, just bring me some food and water. He'll pay you whatever you want. Having been trapped in the security booth for 3 days, he had eaten all the food he had. But the vast whiteness outside terrified him, preventing him from daring to leave. He knew that within this white mist lurked countless man-eating zombies. But today Yi Mingxian could bear it no longer. He could barely endure a day without food, but a day without water had left his body utterly weakened. He thought he was going to die anyway, so he might as well gamble on going out. Unexpectedly, upon opening the door, he found Lin Xiao's backpack. But Yi Mingxian knew that this backpack would only keep him alive for a few more days. Unless the fog dispersed and the zombies outside were confirmed gone, Yi Mingxian's fate was still sealed. Unexpectedly, upon opening the door, he found Lin Xiao's backpack. But Yi Mingxian knew that this backpack would only keep him alive for a few more days. Unless the fog dispersed and the zombie, Yi Mingxian offered his watch, looking at Lin Xiao expectantly. But Lin Xiao merely glanced at the watch indifferently, then shook his head coldly and prepared to leave. In the apocalypse, the only advantage a Rolex had over a cheap 20-yuan kid's watch was that it didn't need batteries. Taking him along hadn't crossed Lin Xiao's mind. And fetching him food was a waste of time. Lin Xiao wouldn't indulge. These 7 days of fog were crucial in determining his future life in the apocalypse. Junior, big brother, don't go. Seeing that Lin Xiao remained silent and was about to leave directly, Yi Mingxian became desperate. This was his only chance. If he didn't seize it now, he didn't know if there would be a tomorrow. After witnessing the moment the apocalypse descended, his heart was clear. When a disaster like this, only ever shown in movies, appears in reality, it is utterly beyond human power to reverse. The only path forward was to do everything possible to stay alive. And Lin Xiao, who could walk freely through the mist, possessed the greatest asset for survival. If he could latch onto this powerful figure, his chances of survival would skyrocket. But the man seemed unmoved by anything, even a Rolex. It seemed he would need to offer something more. Yi Mingxian came from a wealthy family, raised with an understanding of social nuances. He knew how to handle people. He knew that a deal only fails because the price offered isn't high enough. The man didn't need money, but other things might sway him. And in this apocalypse full of dangers, survival required not just food, but also sufficient strength. And Yi Mingxian happened to have some strength. This was evident from the fact that he was still lively after taking a kick from Lin Xiao. Junior, wait. With this thought, Yi Mingxian quickly shouted out. If he didn't call out now, Lin Xiao would be gone. A mutated individual of rank or above a Lin Xiao wouldn't mind doing a favor. But the prerequisite was that the man needed to know what he could offer. After the fog descended a few days ago, my body in a mutated individual of rank or above a Lin Xiao wouldn't mind doing a favor. But the prerequisite was that the man needed to know what he could offer. After the fog descended a few days ago, my body inhaled quite a bit of it. Afterwards, I had a bit of a headache. Then to my surprise, I discovered I seemed to have gained some abilities. Now Lin Xiao was truly interested. Another psychic ability. If rank was merely intriguing, a rank was a different story altogether. In his past life, he had only heard of one rank ability user in all of Star City. Was it this easy for them to appear in this life? But Lin Xiao didn't think deeper. Whether it was Yao Xin or this Yi Mingxuan, without Lin Xiao they wouldn't have survived until the fog lifted. So in the previous life, they definitely wouldn't have come to Lin Xiao's attention. In this cruel apocalypse, no matter how great one's talent, if they couldn't survive the early stages, it all amounted to nothing. And these two psychic mutants had their fates rewritten because of Lin Xiao's rebirth. Upon learning that the other party might be in a rank mutant, Lin Xiao's tone softened slightly. Tell me more. Though it was just a simple phrase, it finally put Yi Mingxian at ease. At the very least, it proved that Lin Xiao was not entirely unreasonable. As long as he found the right angle, he could prove his usefulness and be taken along. However, Yi Mingxian lacked confidence in himself. I felt an icy chill in my mind, and when I had free time I began to explore it on my own, he explained. I discovered that I can rapidly lower the temperature around me. But the effect is fleeting and not particularly strong, he added, his voice trailing off into a mumble, as if embarrassed by his own admission. Lowering the temperature seemed like a practical ability for hot weather. It could at least save a fortune on electricity bills. Yet in the dead of winter it seemed somewhat useless. However, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with intrigue. This was essentially the polar opposite of Chen Feifei's fire ability, an ice-based power. At the very least, this wasn't a rank potential ability. Chen Feifei, even as a mere Tier 3 awakened, had already shown the ferocity of her fire powers, making her far more lethal against zombies than ordinary mutants. Lin Xiao stared at the security guard senior before him, lost in thought. To bring him along or not? It was a troubling dilemma. In the early days of the apocalypse, no matter how great your talent, you were no different from any ordinary mutant. At lower levels, a mental mutation offered little advantage. Many who showed signs of mental mutations were killed by those with simple physical enhancements. But as strength grew, especially after reaching Tier 3, mental powers began to reveal their true might. This was also why many promising high-tier talents perished in the early apocalypse. In the beginning, they didn't grasp the true power of mental mutations, treating them as mere support tools. Just like Chen Feifei, who was initially used to start fires in the team. Before she awakened, she was barely comparable to a simple lighter. Had it not been for her beauty, she might not have survived to reach Tier 3. Fortunately, after the apocalypse, with water and electricity cut off, fire became an essential tool for survival. At times, kerosene lighters were even more expensive than food. But this situation was short-lived. As people grew stronger, the value of lighters, easy to obtain and cheap to use, plummeted faster than a rocket. And Yi Mingxian before him possessed an ability that was the complete opposite of Chen Feifei's, and perhaps even more practical. Starting a fire was relatively simple in the apocalypse, but water was the most scarce resource. With the loss of running water, free sources disappeared. Many were forced to drink from the river. But soon people began turning into zombies after drinking contaminated water. This made river water too dangerous to consume. Unless there was no other choice and it was either drink or die, people would take the risk. Yi Mingxian's ability sparked a bold idea in Lin Xiao. Currently, Yi Mingxian wasn't even a proper awakened yet. If he could level up, could he freeze the water vapor in the air into ice? And once the ice melted, wouldn't that provide clean water? Moreover, Lin Xiao was certain that water obtained this way would be free of the zombie virus. If the air itself carried the virus, humanity would have been doomed already. With this thought, Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze on Yi Mingxian. Yet he still hesitated. Unlike Yao Xian, ensuring Yi Mingxian's loyalty would be difficult. In the 3 months since the apocalypse began, Lin Xiao hadn't learned much, but he had gained some understanding of human nature. He wasn't confident he could make this man obey him completely. Stay here for now, Lin Xiao said. I can't take you with me, but I'll bring you some food and water. As for the future, whatever you say, brother. He'll do whatever you ask, Yi Mingxian interjected quickly. Whether sincere or not, he was smart enough to pledge his allegiance. Unable to think of a better solution, Lin Xiao decided to observe him for a few days. He couldn't bring the man back to his dorm, which was stocked with food, a tempting sight for anyone in this apocalypse. Lin Xiao wasn't worried for himself, but Yao Xian was another matter. She was now more valuable to him than any supplies. This mobile warehouse must not be compromised. Yi Mingxian nodded eagerly, afraid Lin Xiao might change his mind. Though he lacked experience in the apocalypse, Yi Mingxian had far more social savvy than Lin Xiao. He knew his limits. He had already presented his value, and Lin Xiao was clearly tempted. Now was the time to be patient, behave well, and wait. By the way, my name is Lin Xiao. With that, he turned and disappeared into the thick fog. Yi Mingxian watched his receding figure with envy in his eyes, but quickly averted his gaze and retreated into the security booth. For now, all he could do was wait. At least he had some food and water, now better than the hunger of yesterday. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao didn't head to the supermarket, but returned straight to the dorm. He didn't dwell on Yi Mingxian's situation. Even if the fog lifted, as long as he was strong enough, the man couldn't cause any trouble. He had collected quite a few mutation crystals and had given his backpack to Yi Mingxian. He needed to unload his haul and help Yao Xian level up quickly. Seeing Lin Xiao return as early as 1 o'clock, a subtle hint of happiness flickered across Yao Xin's face. Take these, he said, dumping over 100 mutation crystals onto the table. He kept only one Tier 2 crystal, deciding to hold on to it himself. He feared she might accidentally consume the Tier 2 one, which would be a huge waste. Eat 100 of these later, he instructed while having a simple lunch. Okay, she nodded. Lin Xiao finished his meal quickly, regained his strength, and left the dorm again. Time waited for no one. This was already the third day of the apocalypse. The fog would lift in 4 days, and then all survivors would swarm out, making it much harder to scavenge supplies. Moreover, Lin Xiao needed to find Chen Feifei within these few days. This was a grudge he had to settle. It weighed heavily on his mind. Back at the school gate, he glanced at the security booth, knowing Yi Mingxian was inside. But he didn't knock. For now, Yi Mingxian was of no use to him. The streets were familiar, though less congested after his efforts that morning. He continued his work. The goal of 2,000 crystals was still far off, and he wondered if he could achieve it in these few days. He also needed to reserve a day to gather the remaining supplies on his list. The road ahead was long and arduous. Lin Xiao picked up the fire axe. He had to admit this tool was incredibly handy. He had already cleaved through countless zombie skulls with it, yet it remained remarkably intact. If he ever came across another one, he would definitely grab a few spares. However, besides collecting mutated crystals this afternoon, he had a more critical mission: to check out the nearby police station. It wasn't far from the school, a mere 10 to 15 minutes on foot. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao decided to clear out most of the zombies at the school gate before driving over. In the early days of the apocalypse, when mutants were still low-level, guns were the ultimate power. Even if he never fired it, just holding one would be a formidable deterrent to anyone. So if there was any chance to get his hands on firearms, Lin Xiao would not let it slip by. Besides, ammunition was a consumable resource, so the more the better. Unlike Yao Xian, he didn't have a portable dimension. He had to rely on his vehicle. With his mind made up, he grabbed the fire axe and charged out again, entering his focused zombie-slaying mode. By his rough estimate, there were still about 200 zombies scattered along this road, which was less than 500 meters long. However, Lin Xiao didn't plan to kill them all. He just needed to clear a path wide enough for his car to pass through without suffering too much damage. Until he found another vehicle as durable as this one, he needed to keep the Humvee in good shape. After nearly 2 hours of slaughter, he had finally cleared most of the street. The few stragglers left didn't concern him. Returning to the school gate, Lin Xiao climbed into the car. Seeing the fuel gauge still showing over half a tank, he indulged himself by turning on the air conditioning. Despite it being winter, the past 2 hours of fighting had left him drenched in sweat. Stepping on the gas, he drove towards the police station. He remembered there seemed to be even more zombies on the road than yesterday. Many that had been indoors had figured out how to get out after these 3 days. Of course, most of them had resorted to their brutal methods, smashing through windows. He even saw one fall directly from a building over a dozen stories high. The outcome was predictable. Its body was completely flattened, a sight too gruesome to behold. So Lin Xiao only made a brief stop to pick up the mutated crystal before moving on. It was a quick, effortless gain he couldn't pass up. Soon he arrived at the police station. He recalled, perhaps due to the nature of the place, there weren't many people around and consequently few zombies. But Lin Xiao didn't let his guard down. There must have been someone on duty at the station every night. When the incident occurred, they would have surely come out to investigate. So a quiet exterior didn't mean the inside was safe. It was highly possible that many zombies had been lured inside. He parked the car outside, gripped his fire axe, and cautiously made his way in. At the entrance, where there should have been a guard, he found no one. At the door, Lin Xiao noticed signs of a fierce struggle. It wasn't hard to deduce that a significant fight had broken out here when the fog appeared. His inner vigilance heightened. He wondered what the final outcome had been. Whether everyone had been turned into zombies, or if some had survived, remained a mystery. But he had to go in. He needed to get those guns. Stepping through the main gate into the courtyard, Lin Xiao scanned his surroundings carefully. There were zombies, but very few. And all of them were ordinary people, not police officers. This struck him as even more eerie. There were civilian zombies, but not a single one that had been a police officer. Growing even more cautious, he skirted around these zombies and headed deeper into the station. This was his first time inside, both before and after the apocalypse. Based on his limited knowledge, he knew the guns wouldn't be stored carelessly. They would either be with the officers or locked away in a dedicated armory. And a place as important as an armory would obviously not be out in the open. It seemed he would have to go further in. Lin Xiao patted his fire axe, trying to bolster his confidence. It was a pity he was only at the second rank. Although his combat ability was higher than an average zombies, it wasn't by a significant margin. If it weren't for his special eyes, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many on his own. Things would be different if he were at the third rank. The third rank was a major milestone. The body undergoes a tremendous enhancement. Those with psychic mutations would experience a drastic transformation at this stage. Their combat power would see a qualitative leap. But dwelling on it was pointless. Lin Xiao had no way to reach the third rank in a short time. In fact, if there was only one chance to advance to the third rank, Lin Xiao might let Yao Xian take it instead of himself. Many supplies would be snatched up in an instant after the fog lifted. Even if he were strong, he'd be left staring at empty supermarket shelves. The alternative was to form a team fight with superior numbers and stockpile resources. But that wasn't what Lin Xiao wanted. Having been reborn, he only wished to survive this apocalypse with his parents. Now there was also Yao Xian. As for Yi Mingxian, whom he had just met, he was still on probation, his trust not yet earned. Pushing these distracting thoughts aside, Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the fire axe and carefully surveyed the lobby. This closer look revealed something interesting. Although the zombies were scattered, there was a pattern to their distribution. Overall, they were split into two groups, one on the left and one on the right. Through his observation, the only reason they would be so neatly divided was that something on each side had attracted them. And the only thing that could attract zombies besides living humans was nothing else. There might be people on the second floor and possibly in the back as well. Of course, 3 days had passed, so it was possible both groups were dead. After a moment's thought, he decided to check the closer second floor first. There were fewer zombies on that side, making it easier to move around. If there were any surviving officers, he could also ask where the armory was. It would save him from stumbling around aimlessly like a headless fly. Having made up his mind, Lin Xiao immediately strode toward the staircase. Within his field of vision, there were 5 zombies in total. They all lingered near the stairs as if searching for something. Lin Xiao chose not to alert them. Instead, he carefully circumvented their position and ascended from the other side of the staircase. Soon Lin Xiao reached the second floor. On the corridors, several more zombies wandered ceaselessly, though the dense fog hindered their sight and hearing. What made Lin Xiao's eyes narrow was that among these zombies, 2 were clad in police uniforms, their bodies bearing extensive bite marks. It seemed his chosen location was correct. There was likely still a living person here. Lin Xiao surveyed the area, his gaze finally settling on a sign above a door. The words "Police Officers Canteen" hung there in bold characters. The second floor was actually a cafeteria. As he pondered this, Lin Xiao walked toward the canteen's entrance. The door was half open, and he spotted large bloodstains splattered across it. It appeared a battle had taken place here as well. These bloodstains likely belonged to the 2 police officers who had turned into zombies. Lin Xiao cautiously extended his axe and slowly pushed the door open. Once it was fully ajar, he detected no movement. At that moment, 2 zombies in the corridor began shambling toward him, so he quickly slipped inside the canteen and pulled the door shut behind him. After steadying himself, Lin Xiao immediately surveyed his surroundings. Since this was merely a local police station, the canteen was not particularly large, resembling a small restaurant with 6 round tables placed within. There were no zombies here, but his eyes instantly locked onto a figure at the far end of the room. The outer area was for dining, while the inner section was the kitchen. There was no cook in the kitchen, now only a female police officer in uniform who lay huddled and disheveled beside the sink. Lin Xiao advanced slowly, soon reaching the kitchen's entrance. Due to the dense fog, the woman remained unaware of his presence. 3 days had passed since the apocalypse began, or more precisely less than 3 days. The officer before him was already in a state of utter disarray. Yet even now her right hand clutched a pistol tightly, its barrel aimed toward the canteen's entrance. Her vigilance was remarkable. However, she was now severely weakened, not just physically but mentally exhausted as well. 3 nights ago, a thick fog had descended without warning. That evening happened to be Yi Qingying's shift, and as a newcomer who had recently joined the station, it was a rare occasion for her to work the night shift. At the time, her 2 colleagues on duty had teased her. They remarked that such a young and attractive girl should not have to spend this special night on duty with them. Their superiors had poor planning. Yi Qingying, however, did not mind. She had just graduated from the police academy and passed the entrance exam to join this station. Despite her beauty, she had no romantic partner, and this so-called special day was just an ordinary one for her. Yet for the world, this day was anything but ordinary. After the fog descended, they heard screams from outside. Driven by their professional instincts, they rushed out immediately. Then they witnessed a shocking scene. At that early stage of the fog, visibility was still somewhat clear despite the obstruction. The few people on the street seemed to have suddenly gone mad, chasing and biting the normal pedestrians around them. This left the 3 who had rushed out momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, the colleague stationed at the entrance had already noticed the problem and was hesitating. Upon seeing the 3 emerge, he quickly approached them and left a brief message. "Something's wrong. Those people seem to have gone crazy. They'll go get reinforcements from the back." With that, the officer hurried inside. Yi Qingying and her 2 colleagues then moved outside, intending to rescue the civilians. Upon seeing the police, the still normal people, as if spotting their saviors, surged desperately toward the station. But the zombies behind them were relentless in their pursuit. If not for their recent transformation and lack of coordination, these people would likely have been dead already. "Should we fire?" Yi Qingying, still in a daze, failed to comprehend what was happening. It was her colleague, equally young but with 3 years of service, who voiced the question first. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Among the 3, Lao Wu, the eldest and most experienced, had already drawn his pistol. However, he fired into the air, hoping to scare off the creatures. Unfortunately, they were not intimidated by the sound and continued to viciously tear into the civilians lagging behind. What terrified the trio even more was that anyone bitten by these crazed humans transformed into one of them within moments. "These are zombies." Yi Qingying was usually bold and often watched zombie films. This scene mirrored what she had seen in the movies perfectly. Lao Wu had no time for questions. In an emergency, drastic measures were needed. "Fire. He'll take responsibility for any consequences." Yi Qingying and the other young officer drew their service pistols as well. But under such intense pressure, their aim was off. Aim for the head. Only headshots can stop them. Lao Wu, having fired 4 or 5 shots, had discerned their weakness. Yet their speed was too great and 3 pistols were insufficient to hold them back. "Fall back." Seeing that the dozen or so normal civilians had all rushed into the station, Lao Wu dared not linger. He quickly pulled the two younger officers back. But as time passed, the zombies only grew faster. Just as they were about to be overtaken, the officer who had gone for help returned, followed by over a dozen reinforcements. The addition of over a dozen guns greatly improved the situation. However, in peacetime, opportunities to use firearms were extremely rare. Although they had undergone systematic training, their subsequent practice and combat experience were virtually non-existent. The combined firepower only briefly suppressed the zombies' advance. Soon they charged again. Several slower-moving civilians were bitten and joined the ranks of the undead. To the armory, someone shouted, and the dozen reinforcements rushed toward the weapon storage. The civilians who had followed them had no choice but to run along with the group. It was the three who stayed behind to cover the retreat that found themselves in a dire predicament. Head upstairs. Lure the zombies away. Lao Wu gritted his teeth and issued an unconventional command. Their 6 eyes met, and the two younger officers saw the madness and determination in Lao Wu's gaze. Perhaps driven by their youth or the uniforms they wore, they did not hesitate. After firing several wild shots at the zombies, they followed Lao Wu up the stairs. This successfully diverted the attention of many zombies. But because more people were running toward the armory, a greater number of zombies ignored the trio and continued their pursuit inside. Subsequently, the three found themselves surrounded by zombies on the second floor. Guarding the canteen entrance, the trio ultimately could not escape their grim fate. Fortunately, the fog grew thicker, muffling sounds and obscuring vision. In their final moments, Lao Wu and the other young male officer, enduring the agony of being bitten, shoved Yi Qingying into the canteen and used their bodies to block the door. Since then, Yi Qingying had managed to survive on tap water and leftover food in the canteen. But now she was no better off than the dead. Lin Xiao paused to watch for a few minutes, and only after confirming that the young female police officer had little strength left to resist did he continue to approach. He walked right up to her, yet she remained in her previous posture, showing no reaction whatsoever. Dead. At such close range, coupled with his mutated eyes, Lin Xiao could easily perceive things that were normally invisible. Not dead yet. He confirmed it. She was still breathing, though faintly. But even so, Lin Xiao did not let his guard down, instead preparing to disarm her first. At this distance, if her gun went off, even his body, as a second-level mutant, would not spare him from being pierced by a bullet. Lin Xiao sidestepped slightly to avoid being caught in the line of fire while taking the weapon. Then Lin Xiao transferred the fire axe to his left hand and extended his right hand toward the policewoman's. Almost there. With a sudden burst of force, he seized her pistol and yanked hard. But it didn't come free. Startled by the sudden assault, Yi Qingying, already at the brink of exhaustion, instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had anticipated this and hadn't snatched it directly from the front. But even that single act drained her. Yi Qingying was too weak, and against Lin Xiao she stood no chance. When he pulled a second time, she could no longer hold on and released her grip. The pistol was smoothly taken by Lin Xiao. At that moment, Yi Qingying opened her eyes and looked at Lin Xiao. You? Who are you? Perhaps due to extreme weakness, her words came out in broken fragments. It was also the first time Lin Xiao saw her face clearly. Despite her haggard appearance, her beauty was undeniable. Lin Xiao didn't answer her question, instead fiddling with the newly acquired pistol in his hands. He was familiar with this kind of weapon. He had used one during military training in college. It was just a brief experience, but he roughly knew how it worked. Besides, pistols were simple enough that one could figure them out with a little fiddling. You didn't turn into a zombie. Seeing that Lin Xiao remained silent, Yi Qingying struggled to her feet, leaning against the cafeteria sink. As she leaned against the sink, her foggy mind slowly began to clear. Weren't there zombies everywhere outside? Where did this young man come from? Could it all have been a dream? But the blood on her clothes. Yi Qingying looked down at her police uniform was stained with blood, the remnants of her 2 fallen comrades. Do you think you'd still be talking to me if I were turning into a zombie? After toying with the pistol for a while, Lin Xiao's mood had visibly improved. He turned to the young beauty and even cracked a joke. Where did you come from? What's the situation outside? Yi Qingying hadn't stepped out of the cafeteria since entering it 3 nights ago. The dense fog rendered any movement impossible. Moreover, she knew the flesh-eating zombies lurked outside, so she dared not act recklessly. She had hoped for rescue, but 3 days had passed with no sign of help, and the fog had only grown thicker. With no food, the loss of her 2 colleagues, and the fading glimmer of hope, Yi Qingying had completely given up. That was when Lin Xiao appeared. Although he had immediately taken her gun, that was no longer the point. Compared to that, Yi Qingying was more eager to know what was happening outside. Outside. It's full of zombies. I even saw your 2 colleagues. Lin Xiao answered honestly. His words extinguished the faint spark of hope that had just flickered in Yi Qingying. She had witnessed the terror of zombies firsthand. But, wait, something wasn't right. Then Lin Xiao pulled 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water from his backpack and handed them over. The beautiful policewoman was far too weak. He feared she might kick the bucket at any moment. Seeing the food and water, Yi Qingying fell silent. Besides, he claimed to have seen many zombies and her 2 colleagues. Within a meter's range, Yi Qingying doubted anyone could shake off a zombie's pursuit. I can see clearly. Lin Xiao answered, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Then Lin Xiao pulled 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water from his backpack and handed them over. The beautiful policewoman was far too weak. He feared she might kick the bucket at any moment. Seeing the food and water, Yi Qingying fell silent and snatched them, devouring them ravenously. During those 3 days, she had only eaten some cold leftovers on the first day and had gone without food for the following 2. Now that food was in front of her, she couldn't care about anything else. I'd like to ask, where is the armory? Watching her eat with such gusto, Lin Xiao seized the moment to pose his question. As the saying goes, a guest is well treated when fed. Surely she wouldn't refuse to answer now. The armory. Yi Qingying said, her mouth stuffed full, looking at Lin Xiao with a muffled voice. You can't go there. She remembered clearly. There had been over 30 zombies at that spot. The 3 of them had lured away at most a third of them. The rest had all headed toward the armory. Moreover, in that direction, there were over a dozen colleagues and more than 20 civilians. Now 3 days had passed. If the zombies had won, it meant there could be over 50 of them lurking around the armory. So when Lin Xiao asked about it, her first instinct was to warn him against it. At this point, how can we fight the zombies without getting weapons from the armory? Lin Xiao was in no rush, as she hadn't finished eating yet, so they could talk slowly. At that critical moment, they had chosen to lure the zombies away, giving others a chance at survival. But such acts of heroism probably only happened on the first day. Once the fog lifted, everyone would resort to any means necessary. At that critical moment, they had chosen to lure the zombies away, giving others a chance at survival. But such acts of heroism probably only happened on the first day. Once the fog lifted, everyone would resort to any means necessary to survive. There would be no humanity left by then. I made it here so I can make it to the armory. Just tell me where it is. In truth, Lin Xiao already had a rough idea of the armory's location. The zombies downstairs were split into 2 groups. One headed toward the second floor, the other circled around to the back on the right. Without a doubt, the armory was in that direction. If you're going, I'll take you there. I was a shooting champion back in school. Oh, I can help you. Yi Qingying finished the last bite of bread, having regained some energy. Without a doubt, the armory was in that direction. If you're going, I'll take you there. I was a shooting champion back in school. Oh. In the end, Lin Xiao still did not bring Yi Qingying along. For him, moving alone was undoubtedly far more convenient than taking her. In this dense fog, he could not afford to divert his attention to care for someone he had only just met. His sole purpose was to acquire some firearms and ammunition, not to bring a woman back. He already had a woman at home, and she was no less attractive than this young police officer. Soon Lin Xiao returned to the first-floor lobby alone. To his right, a scattering of zombies told him the direction of the armory. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to avoid them this time. According to Yi Qingying, there were estimated to be about 50 zombies in this area. If he tried to sneak in and was caught inside, it could trigger a chain reaction, leaving him surrounded by the undead. Since time was still on his side, it was better to kill them one by one, both to harvest mutation crystals and to ensure his own safety. Lin Xiao had already checked the pistol in his hand. It only had 4 bullets left. So he did not opt for the simple, quick method of shooting. For shots wouldn't solve much, the fire axe in his hand was far more reliable. After a full day of slaughter, Lin Xiao had gained a deeper understanding of how to efficiently and effectively use the fog to kill zombies. He was not only faster, but also safer. Soon he wielded his sharp axe, cutting his way from the lobby to the back door. Along the way, he had felled 7 or 8 zombies, each strike lethal, precise, and graceful. Naturally, he collected the mutation crystals. But when he reached the rear, the scene before him caught him off guard. It was a small level area, but it was already crowded with zombies. Directly in front of Lin Xiao was an open door through which he could vaguely see some firearms inside. This was going to be tricky. Lin Xiao gazed at the 40-plus zombies crammed into the small space. Even if he wanted to dispatch them one by one, the terrain was not cooperative. The moment he struck, he would inevitably alert at least 3 zombies. If the commotion grew any louder during the fight, it could easily trigger a chain reaction. The zombies were packed too tightly together. He needed to find a way to lure and separate them. Thinking of luring, Lin Xiao pulled out the pistol he had just stowed away. This was his only ranged weapon. A success or failure depended entirely on it. He found a spot where the zombies were concentrated and raised his pistol. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet streaking through the air. It was like a stone suddenly dropped into a calm lake, stirring ripples all around. All the zombies along the bullet's trajectory stirred at the sound. But the bullet was too fast, and the zombies were too crowded, so they could not immediately pinpoint the source. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao had achieved his desired effect. After that single shot, every zombie was directly or indirectly agitated. Their positions all shifted. Those closer to him even charged straight in his direction. Lin Xiao gripped his fire axe, his eyes fixed on the approaching horde, ready for battle. The first zombie rushed over the distance, closing rapidly. Just as it was about to spot him, Lin Xiao stepped forward and swung the fire axe down with force. The zombie had barely registered him through the white fog before the axe landed on its skull. After the fatal strike, Lin Xiao did not rush to collect the mutation crystal. There were many more behind it. Because the area was small and the zombies numerous, they had been relatively calm, only occasionally bumping into each other. But after Lin Xiao's gunshots stirred them, the cramped space could no longer contain the dozens of zombies scrambling about searching for an exit. Lin Xiao now stood inside the only doorway, fire axe in hand, killing each one that entered, safer than ambushing them in the fog. After he had slain 8 zombies, the frenzy inside subsided once more. Without sight or hearing, even when agitated, they could not sustain the chaos for long. Especially these low-intelligence creatures, which lacked the full range of human emotions. They could not ponder the cause of the disturbance like humans. Once they lost their target, they quickly calmed down and resumed their previous behavior. Lin Xiao drew his pistol again. Another gunshot rang out, and the zombies in the yard were stirred once more. The scene repeated itself like a replay. Lin Xiao stood in the doorway with his fire axe, waiting like a hunter at a trap. Possibly because the 8 dead zombies had freed up some space, this shot only lured 6 of them over. But Lin Xiao was not concerned. He still had 2 bullets left. He had already eliminated 14 zombies, and fewer than 30 remained in the yard. After 2 more rounds, he could simply slip in and finish them all. Things unfolded exactly as Lin Xiao had anticipated. After 4 shots, he had killed 24 zombies, leaving only 18 in the yard, less than half the original number. Moreover, the reduction in zombies gave him enough room to fight them one by one. He holstered the pistol and took a deep breath. Dispatching the remaining dozen or so zombies would complete today's mission. And with this batch of firearms, even if the fog lifted, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly be at the top of the food chain. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the corpses strewn across the ground. Finally, it was done. He pulled out his phone to check the time. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. He needed to pick up the pace. He had no desire to spend the night outside. But no matter how tight the schedule, he never forgot to collect the mutation crystals. Another 42 crystals in hand. Still far from the 1,000 needed to reach Tier 3, but every little bit counted. Before the fog dispersed, Lin Xiao had to at least elevate Yao Xian to Tier 3. She was not just a mobile warehouse. The most important reason was that this warehouse also had a built-in preservation function. This was the most broken buff in the apocalypse. Otherwise, no matter how many supplies you had, without electricity, long-term storage would be nearly impossible. Yao Xin's portable space perfectly solved this problem. They had tested it yesterday. Whatever was put in came out exactly the same with no change whatsoever. After collecting all the mutated crystals, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the armory. As a police station in a provincial capital, it was naturally much better equipped than the township substations below. More importantly, the doors here were already open, saving Lin Xiao the trouble of breaking in himself. Among the zombies Lin Xiao had killed earlier, none wore uniforms. But judging by their bearing, he could tell that several of them had been young police officers. Combined with Yi Qingying's earlier account, these people had likely been resting in the dormitory when they were called out at a moment's notice. They had rushed to the armory to arm themselves against the zombie horde. But they underestimated the zombies' strength and overestimated the speed of the civilians they were protecting. Even though they had reached the armory, their hands nearly touching the weapons, they were soon overwhelmed and annihilated by the pursuing zombies. Most of their killers had just moments before been the very civilians they had sworn to protect. Lin Xiao had no time for prolonged lamentation. In the apocalypse, such tragedies were commonplace, and he had long grown accustomed to them. However, the equipment in the armory still made him draw a sharp breath. It wasn't that there were many guns. A single glance revealed the entirety of the stock, 7 pistols laid out in the front. By this count, this station was quite formidable, living up to its status as a provincial capital's precinct. Adding those carried by the fallen officers, there were likely 15 to 20 pistols in total. Further inside, there were also 5 shotguns. Of course, this wasn't what truly astounded Lin Xiao. What genuinely shocked him was the sheer quantity of ammunition filling the entire storeroom. As a police station, they received an annual allotment of bullets based on their personnel count and scale. Unfortunately, in times of peace, these bullets rarely saw any use. But just because they weren't used didn't mean the higher-ups stopped issuing them. This led to an ever-growing stockpile accumulating here. Yet staring at this mountain of ammunition, Lin Xiao found himself troubled. He couldn't possibly carry all of this alone. He would have to wait until tomorrow and bring Yao Xian here. By now she should have advanced to the 2nd tier. He wondered how much her spatial ability had expanded. He estimated that it would be more than sufficient to store all these bullets. He took 2 pistols and stuffed a considerable amount of ammunition into his bag, ensuring he wouldn't have to painstakingly fight his way back on foot. After packing up, Lin Xiao let out a helpless sigh and walked out of the armory. It was a bitter feeling to possess such treasures, yet be unable to take them all. Fortunately, a trip with Yao Xian tomorrow would resolve everything. And with a gun, Yao Xian would have the means to protect herself, freeing Lin Xiao from constantly watching over her. Returning to the front lobby, Lin Xiao was about to leave when a thought struck him. There was still a living person on the 2nd floor. To save or not to save? He hesitated for only a second before shouldering his backpack and striding out the door without looking back. Why invite trouble? Lin Xiao's sole ambition was to survive the apocalypse with his parents. Soon he was back in his car. As he pressed the accelerator, the haggard, yet beautiful policewoman was relegated to the back of his mind. His thoughts were elsewhere, so he drove swiftly. With his superb driving skills, he plowed through 6 zombies on the road before finally catching sight of his school's main gate. The road in front of the gate remained eerily empty. No new zombies had gathered in the few short hours. He passed the security booth again, still not seeking out Yimingxian. It was still early, and Lin Xiao planned to let him stew for a few days, checking on him in 3 days' time. The food he had left behind would certainly last 3 days if rationed carefully. This was also a test for Yimingxian. If after 3 days the man had managed to conserve his supplies, Lin Xiao would consider bringing him along. If the man lacked any sense of crisis and devoured everything prematurely, then saving him would be pointless. Without crisis awareness, he would inevitably meet his end and might even drag Lin Xiao down with him. Dismissing these thoughts, Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory with a backpack full of ammunition. Hearing the door open, Yao Xian, who had been waiting all day, rushed over excitedly. As he opened the door, he was greeted by her delicate, exquisite face. "How did it go today?" Yao Xian asked while helping him take off his backpack. She nearly dropped it as she took its weight. Luckily, as a second-tier mutant, she quickly steadied it, preventing it from crashing to the floor. "So heavy are these all mutated crystals?" Yao Xian knew Lin Xiao's goal for the day was to gather enough crystals for them to evolve. But with this much weight, how many could there be? She had already deduced earlier that these crystals likely came from zombies. But since she hadn't personally witnessed Lin Xiao extracting them from the zombies' heads, she wasn't overly disgusted. Still, the sheer quantity implied an unimaginable number of kills. Lin Xiao, however, didn't answer her question, merely offering a mysterious smile. This piqued Yao Xin's curiosity even further. She quickly placed the backpack on the table and unzipped it. "Are these pistols and bullets?" she gasped in astonishment. A full backpack of magazines and 3 pistols lay before her eyes. "You actually went to the police station." Although he had mentioned his plan, she hadn't expected him to act so soon. Yet in just an afternoon, he had returned with a backpack full of ammunition. "Hey, do you even know how to use this?" Lin Xiao pulled out a pistol, the one he had emptied earlier, and clumsily inserted a fresh, fully loaded magazine. This type of magazine was double-stacked, holding a total of 14 rounds. Yao Xian watched the gun in his hand, then slowly nodded, only to shake her head again. During military training, she had handled a rifle, but only just. Most girls didn't have a great interest in firearms. It was merely a novelty. "It's all right, you'll get the hang of it with practice," Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, knowing he was only a novice himself. Even in the 3 months of the apocalypse in his past life, his team had possessed a few pistols, but they were never issued to him. He had only watched others use them. But it mattered little. Once they moved the entire armory tomorrow, they'd have plenty of ammunition for both of them to practice. When Yao Xian heard that Lin Xiao said there was still a full warehouse of ammunition, she couldn't help but feel excited. With the outside world being so dangerous, now having weapons in hand would always bring her a greater sense of security. "By the way, how large is your portable space now?" Lin Xiao, reminded of this question, quickly asked. Hearing this, Yao Xian proudly raised her head, her eyes brimming with an irrepressible smile. Just by looking at Yao Xin's expression, Lin Xiao already understood, and it might even exceed his imagination. "How much?" Yao Xian remained silent, so Lin Xiao asked again, somewhat impatiently. "It's expanded twice as much as before." Seeing Lin Xiao's eagerness, Yao Xian couldn't bear to keep him in suspense any longer and told him directly. To Lin Xiao, this before could mean 2 things. One meaning referred to the initial space size, while the other referred to the space after its first upgrade. But judging from Yao Xin's expression, Lin Xiao knew that this expansion was definitely based on the already upgraded size, doubling it once more. Otherwise, Yao Xian wouldn't have been so thrilled. If this pattern held true, it meant that every time Yao Xian upgraded, her space would double from its current size. That was somewhat terrifying. By the time she reached the 5th rank, her portable space could reach an astonishing size equivalent to 243 supermarkets. And as she progressed further, this number would only become more staggering. With such a large new space added, Lin Xiao was completely relieved. As long as he helped Yao Xian reach the 3rd rank and filled her space warehouse to the brim, they wouldn't have to worry for generations to come. After all, this space warehouse was extremely secure, with no need to worry about things spoiling. "We'll set out tomorrow. First, we'll go retrieve all the bullets from the police station, and then continue stockpiling supplies according to our plan." Because of her joy, Yao Xian even cooked a meal today. Although the tools were simple, with only a small induction cooker and a small pot, Yao Xin's cooking skills were indeed impressive, clearly showing she cooked often. However, due to limited equipment, she only managed to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a leafy green vegetable dish. But in these times, there were probably few people in the world who could still eat vegetables. They didn't cook rice as they lacked the conditions. Instead, they each had a self-heating hot pot, which was quite a satisfying treat. "Lin Xiao, I feel like my strength has increased a lot." While eating the steaming hot pot and stir-fried dishes, Yao Xian suddenly spoke up. As a mutant starting at a rank, besides her mental mutation, her body also underwent varying degrees of mutation. When Lin Xiao had inquired earlier, Yao Xian had mentioned this. Her legs had mutated, which Lin Xiao knew well. His own legs had also undergone mutation, bringing him countless benefits. Both his speed and explosive power had been greatly enhanced. As for her back, Lin Xiao guessed it was her spine. That area was extremely significant. The spine supports the entire weight of the human body, transmitting gravity and protecting internal organs. A mutation in the spine would also bring many changes, providing immense combat strength. Overall coordination and balance would be greatly improved. In short, a mutation in the spine brought about a holistic change, unlike mutations in the limbs, which only provided a single breakthrough. Besides these two areas, Yao Xian had also mentioned her lower abdomen. Lin Xiao couldn't easily judge the internal organs, so he had to leave it to Yao Xian to feel it out herself. However, no matter which part mutated, it would significantly enhance one's physical constitution, bringing about change from the inside out. Once the fog lifts, you should also gain some combat experience. A rank or above mutant now at the same level as Lin Xiao should theoretically have combat prowess far exceeding his. But Lin Xiao had his past lives' combat experience, and Yao Xian was still a girl. Without a few rounds of tempering, she would likely struggle to unleash her true potential. But there was no rush. With the dense fog outside, no one could move normally except Lin Xiao. Once the fog lifted, there would be plenty of time for Yao Xian to practice. Yao Xian nodded. She had long wished she could be of more help to Lin Xiao rather than just being a mobile warehouse. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning after breakfast, Lin Xiao took Yao Xian out. As expected, today would be another day of gains. Their first stop wasn't the police station, as the guns wouldn't be going anywhere. Yesterday, on his way back and forth, Lin Xiao had spotted a large wholesale market. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the storage space then, so he had to wait until today to check it out. The car came to a stop. Lin Xiao rolled down the window, and under Yao Xin's puzzled gaze pulled out his handgun. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out. Lin Xiao rubbed his head awkwardly. Done. Yao Xin's eyes still held a look of admiration as she trusted Lin Xiao completely. Hold on. Lin Xiao adjusted his position and fired 3 more shots in quick succession. Damn it. Before Yao Xian could even ask, Lin Xiao had already shouted, then quickly grabbed the fire axe, pushed open the car door, and rushed out. Damn it, he really needed to practice his marksmanship more. 6 shots fired in a row, and not only had he failed to take down any of them, but he had also shown the 3 zombies the way, and they were now charging towards them. Just as he got out of the car, the 3 zombies were already less than 3 meters away from him. Dodging was out of the question. If they managed to blow up his car, it would be a huge loss. Besides, Yao Xian was still inside. Facing the 3 blind zombies, Lin Xiao took the initiative to attack. He appeared abruptly in their line of sight, causing all 3 zombies to pause momentarily. Lin Xiao surged with power, his seemingly slender arms whistling through the air. He swung the axe horizontally, and the zombie in the lead was instantly decapitated. The other 2 zombies reacted at that moment. But Lin Xiao remained utterly calm. He raised his leg, bent his knee, and delivered a perfect front kick, slamming hard into the stomach of another zombie. Although it wasn't enough to kill it, the immense impact sent it flying backward. The last zombie was already upon him. Forced into a corner, Lin Xiao had no choice but to dodge first. The zombie's attack landed on the Hummer, causing the vehicle to shake slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xiao struck out with his axe again. After dealing with this one, he turned and walked towards the last zombie that had been kicked away. Inside the car, Yao Xian felt a sense of unease. The recent shaking of the vehicle made her want to jump out and help Lin Xiao immediately. But the dense fog made her realize that even if she went down, she would only be a burden to Lin Xiao. Come on, get out of the car. Just as Yao Xin's heart was filled with anxiety, a familiar voice sounded from the window. This brought a long sigh of relief to Yao Xian, and she finally felt at ease. Despite being a large wholesale market, there weren't many zombies here. This was all thanks to the timing of the apocalypse's arrival. Lin Xiao was visiting this market for the first time, unfamiliar with his surroundings, so he could only walk through, slowly observing as he went. Being nighttime, not many shops in the wholesale market were open, but Lin Xiao didn't mind. Even a small fraction of open stores would be more than enough, as their space wasn't sufficient to pack up the entire place anyway. It seems like most of these are daily necessities, he mused. Being nighttime, not many shops in the wholesale market were open, but Lin Xiao didn't mind. Even a small fraction of open stores would be more than enough, as their space wasn't sufficient to pack up the entire place anyway. It seems like most of these are daily necessities, he mused. Take for instance the tissues they were running low on, though that was just a minor example. On a larger scale, kerosene lighters were definitely a scarce resource in the early stages. There were also alcohol lamps, candles, and such. After the power went out, scarce resources like generators and diesel fuel were all seized by the major factions. Smaller teams or lone survivors had to resort to these more primitive methods of lighting and fire starting. Additionally, high-intensity flashlights were another essential item for the future. Under Lin Xiao's direction, Yao Xian began hauling boxes upon boxes into their storage. Over here. There's even a wholesale camping gear shop. Lin Xiao spotted something interesting and quickly pulled Yao Xian over. These professional camping tents are probably much better quality than the household ones from the supermarket. Neither Lin Xiao nor Yao Xian knew much about this, so they could only judge based on their guesses. After all, these were specifically designed for camping, so both their quality and design should be more practical than household ones. With tents secured, sleeping bags were of course an absolute necessity. However, Lin Xiao didn't have Yao Xian take too many as they took up too much space. After the apocalypse, despite the water and power outages, houses were still habitable. Lin Xiao's plan was to return to his small hometown county, find his parents, and stay at home for a while to observe the situation. If there were too many zombies in the city, he would take his family out into the wilderness when the second great fog descended. After experiencing such a catastrophic disaster, humans have an instinct to huddle together for warmth. But in truth, after the apocalypse, the danger posed by fellow humans was far more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Lin Xiao intended to do the opposite. While others sought help in big cities, he would head to a small county. While others stayed in urban areas, he would run to the wild. Although the wilderness had its own share of dangers, Lin Xiao still believed these were negligible compared to the threats posed by humanity itself. Therefore, he needed to be thoroughly prepared for camping. Besides tents and sleeping bags, he didn't hesitate to have Yao Xian take 50 or 60 entrenching shovels, completely emptying that shop. These tools were not only extremely useful in the wild, but could also serve as weapons. Due to their length, they were even safer to use than fire axes. However, fire axes were sharper and more lethal against zombies. Lin Xiao certainly preferred using a fire axe as it was more efficient for killing. The two of them browsed and picked through the stores, and Lin Xiao even took the opportunity to dispatch a few wandering zombies while Yao Xian was packing things up. Sanitary pads, grab more. Estimate how much body wash and shampoo we need, and just take a few months' supply. These items generally had a long shelf life, and in the early apocalypse not many people would think to hoard them. They weren't strictly essential items. Lin Xiao could simply wait until Yao Xian leveled up more, and then go to a supermarket to get them. They spent nearly 2 hours at the daily necessities wholesale market before Lin Xiao finally took Yao Xin's hand and walked out. With those 2 hours, he was able to cross off the third item, daily necessities, from his list. Next up was getting weapons from the police station. This time Lin Xiao didn't delay and drove straight towards it. About 10 minutes later they arrived at their destination. There were still very few zombies at the police station entrance, and Lin Xiao didn't bother attacking them either. His goal was clear the armory inside the police station. He drove the car directly into the station yard and took out his pistol for a second attempt. This time luck was on his side. He fired 5 shots in a row, landing 3 headshots. The remaining 2 zombies didn't escape Lin Xiao's axe either. After clearing the yard, Lin Xiao held Yao Xin's hand and headed straight for the small courtyard in the back. The zombies along the way had all been cleaned up by him yesterday, so there was no danger this time. The two quickly arrived at the armory, but as soon as they stepped into the courtyard, Lin Xiao saw a familiar figure. It was the female police officer he had seen yesterday. But wasn't she on the second floor? How did she get to the armory? A big question mark formed in Lin Xiao's mind. He knew that while the number of zombies on the second floor was small, there were still a few. Under these circumstances, she managed to avoid all the zombies, unable to see or hear them, and walked safely to the armory. He had to admit she must be favored by heaven. But what was she doing at the armory? Looking for him. Lin Xiao was still puzzled. However, he didn't dwell on it too long. He couldn't just avoid going in because Yi Qingying was there. The stockpile of ammunition in this armory was exactly what he urgently needed and had to take, so he couldn't possibly give it up because of a policewoman had only met once. Yao Xian noticed Lin Xiao's strange behavior and looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, there's a living person over there, Lin Xiao said, not hiding it from her since she would see soon enough. A living person? This was the first time Yao Xian had heard news of another survivor since the apocalypse began, so she was naturally a bit surprised. Moreover, hadn't Lin Xiao been here just yesterday? Had this person just appeared out of nowhere? At this thought, Yao Xin's internal guard went up and a pistol suddenly appeared in her hand. After days of Lin Xiao's mental preparation, she now understood the disaster the world was facing. And with strangers one had to be even more cautious. After only a few seconds of hesitation, Lin Xiao took the lead and continued forward. Yao Xian, with one hand held by Lin Xiao and the other firmly gripping the pistol, was ready to fire at any moment. In just a few steps, Lin Xiao crossed the small courtyard and arrived at the main entrance of the armory. And there stood Yi Qingying blocking the doorway. If Lin Xiao wanted to get inside, he would have to pass right by her. Yesterday, after Lin Xiao left, Yi Qingying found herself trapped in indecision. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to leave the cafeteria, well aware that zombies might still roam outside, and that venturing out blind and deaf was likely a death sentence. Yet she refused to merely survive in hiding. Without the fog lifting, even with the food Lin Xiao had left behind, she could last at most 3 to 5 days before succumbing to death. Given this, she chose to take the initiative and walk out. Her pistol still held a few rounds. If she encountered a zombie, she wouldn't struggle. She'd simply end her own life. At least that was preferable to a pathetic waiting demise. Of course, she was unaware that the fog would completely dissipate in just 4 days. The provisions Lin Xiao had left, if rationed carefully, could have seen her through to that time. Whether she lived or died then would depend on fate. But Yi Qingying didn't know this. Believing death was inevitable, she chose to gamble on a desperate venture outside. She knew Lin Xiao's objective was the armory, so she decided to head there as well. Even if she didn't meet him, ample ammunition would grant her some means of self-defense. However, Yi Qingying didn't set out immediately. The past 3 days had left her body utterly weakened. To go out she needed to restore herself to a certain condition. After deliberating, she consumed half of the food Lin Xiao had left, which barely gave her frail body some strength. Then, without a care for her appearance, she laid down on the kitchen floor. For 3 days she had been in a daze, her mental state in tatters. She needed sleep to replenish her spirit. She slept for 3 hours. Afterward, having barely regained her normalcy, Yi Qingying finally set out. Perhaps fortune truly favored her. As she exited, the zombies on the second floor had coincidentally gathered at the far opposite end. This allowed her to rely on memory feeling along the walls as she slowly made her way to the stairwell. The stairwell had previously held 2 zombies, and it was these very 2 that had nearly cost Yi Qingying her life. But luck ultimately sided with her. When she stumbled upon them, they happened to have their backs turned to her. She fired decisively and survived. Afterwards, she groped her way to the lobby, but by then Lin Xiao had just departed moments ago. The 2 missed each other by a hair's breadth. Drip! Yi Qingying stood at the entrance, her pistol replaced by a short-range high-damage shotgun. At the faint sound of footsteps, she instinctively raised her weapon. Then she saw Lin Xiao and Yao Xian. Lin Xiao still held his fire axe, calmly watching her. In contrast, the woman beside him had already raised her pistol. Given the close proximity, the gun barrel was nearly pressed against her forehead. No one enjoys having a gun pointed at their head, and Yi Qingying was no exception. Yet she didn't resist. After all, Lin Xiao had provided her with food just yesterday, sustaining her. She couldn't possibly attack him now. Moreover, her purpose in coming down was precisely to ask Lin Xiao to take her with him. Anyone who could move freely through the fog. Yi Qingying could easily imagine what that meant in this new world. Yi Qingying lowered her shotgun, and Yao Xian, upon seeing her, instinctively lowered her pistol too. Lin Xiao had merely mentioned there was a person here, not that it was a woman, let alone such a stunning policewoman. You 2 know each other. After lowering her gun, Yao Xian sensed something amiss. Lin Xiao hadn't assumed a combat stance from the start, which contradicted everything he had taught her. And the other woman, upon recognizing Lin Xiao, didn't even question if they were zombies. She simply lowered her weapon. This subtle detail was enough for Yao Xian to deduce something. Besides, Lin Xiao had been here yesterday. If a living person were present, he would have known. We don't know each other. Lin Xiao shook his head. Indeed they didn't. He didn't even know her name. Are you a police officer here? Hearing Lin Xiao's response, Yao Xian seemed to relax and turned her attention to Yi Qingying. Yi Qingying nodded, her mind racing with ways to persuade Lin Xiao to take her along. Yesterday she had assumed Lin Xiao was a lone wolf and left without hesitation. But today, seeing another woman by his side, Yi Qingying glimpsed a glimmer of hope. You? How did you end up alone here? Yao Xian continued her inquiry. Yi Qingying glanced at Lin Xiao, and seeing he remained silent, she recounted her ordeal in detail to Yao Xian, not omitting her encounter with Lin Xiao the previous day. Yao Xian was moved by Yi Qingying's story. Since the apocalypse began, she had been sheltered under Lin Xiao's wing. Even the 2 zombie encounters were resolved by him. So although Lin Xiao had spoken of the apocalypse's brutality, Yao Xian hadn't truly experienced it firsthand. But hearing Yi Qingying's account made Yao Xian grasp the true horror of this new world. Masses of humans turning into zombies. Those who weren't turned would instantly be assimilated if bitten. These were scenes from movies now unfolding in stark reality. Lin Xiao, let's take her with us. After hearing Yi Qingying's story, Yao Xian spoke up before Yi Qingying could even ask. Lin Xiao remained silent. In this apocalypse, he had no desire to court unnecessary trouble. And women were arguably one of the biggest sources of trouble, especially attractive ones. In a lawless society, traveling with 2 such beautiful women meant bracing for countless complications. The first few days might be manageable. But after a week, when factions and teams began to form, and everyone realized the world had descended into utter chaos, such beautiful women would become coveted commodities in the eyes of powerful men. Beauty in this apocalypse seemed to become a curse. Lin Xiao, I know you don't want to bring her, but she can be useful to you. She's a sharpshooter. Once the fog lifts, she can definitely become a formidable combat asset. Having spent the past few days with Lin Xiao, Yao Xian had a good grasp of his mindset. He wanted to avoid trouble. So to get him to agree, she had to highlight her utility. And what Yao Xian said was indeed true. But Lin Xiao had no intention of forming a large group. In his view, a small elite squad might be feasible. However, beyond usefulness, there was one crucial requirement: absolute loyalty. Betrayal was utterly unacceptable. But Lin Xiao had no intention of forming a large group. In his view, a small elite squad might be feasible. However, beyond usefulness, there was one crucial requirement: absolute loyalty. Betrayal was utterly unacceptable. Yi Qingying, standing before him, seemed a suitable candidate. Whether considering her pre-apocalypse role or her recent actions, she met Lin Xiao's criteria. Go inside and pack up the gear. We'll talk about it later. He didn't give a direct answer, instead instructing Yao Xian to gather supplies from the armory. He needed more time to observe and assess. Seeing Lin Xiao and Yao Xian enter the armory, Yi Qingying bit her lip and followed them inside. She had already noticed that neither of them carried a backpack. Empty-handed, how much could they possibly take? But the next scene left her utterly dumbfounded. Wherever Yao Xian passed, all the ammunition vanished into thin air. Yi Qingying stared blankly at the empty shelves before her, wondering if she was still dreaming. How were they doing this? But neither Lin Xiao nor Yao Xian paid her any attention, and Yao Xian continued to swiftly store ammunition into her space. Lin Xiao watched for a while, and finding nothing for him to do, he simply walked out of the ammunition depot and lit a cigarette. With Yao Xian around, he usually couldn't smoke much, so now that he was out, he intended to have a few extra. Yi Qingying glanced around, and finally decided to stay close to Yao Xian. She knew that only by sticking with Yao Xian would she have a chance to be taken along. You said earlier after the fog disappears will this mist vanish too? Yao Xian had previously mentioned that she would become a capable helper once the fog lifted. But how did they know the fog would disappear? Lin Xiao said so. Whatever he says is right. Yao Xian was momentarily taken aback by the question, then answered naturally. After these days of getting along, Yao Xian had absolute trust in Lin Xiao. If Lin Xiao said the fog would dissipate, then it definitely would. There was no need for so many whys. Although Yi Qingying was young, she had already been working for half a year. Moreover, being in the civilian police force, she was somewhat of a semi-expert at reading people's psychology. From Yao Xin's tone, she could tell that this duo definitely revolved around Lin Xiao. If she wanted to latch onto their coattails, she had to see what Lin Xiao thought. By the way, after the fog descended, have you noticed any changes in your body? Yao Xian asked casually while packing things. If this policewoman was just an ordinary person, Yao Xian guessed that Lin Xiao would likely not take her along. Changes in my body. Yi Qingying was taken aback. Since the fog descended, she had been in a state of constant tension and hadn't paid much attention to her own body. Asked by Yao Xian, she felt a bit confused. Nothing. Yao Xin's tone carried a hint of disappointment. If she was just an ordinary person, it would be hard for Yi Qingying to be chosen by Lin Xiao. But Yao Xian hadn't considered another point. Yi Qingying had now witnessed Yao Xin's spatial ability. If she couldn't become one of them in the end, Lin Xiao would not hesitate to kill her. The secret of Yao Xin's space must never be known to outsiders. Otherwise, if it got out, they would surely become the enemy of the entire city. Silence fell between Yao Xian and Yi Qingying. After bustling about for a while longer, Yao Xian finally emptied the entire armory. With these equipment and resources, Lin Xiao would have enough confidence even after the fog lifted. When everything was done, Lin Xiao had already appeared beside them unnoticed. What's your name? Yi Qingying. How old are you? 22. Just started working? Yi Qingying nodded. Any changes in your body after the fog descended? When Lin Xiao asked the same question, Yi Qingying already understood. This question was crucial, directly determining whether she could survive. Although she had learned from Yao Xian that the fog would eventually lift, without Lin Xiao's help she wouldn't last much longer. And just now after Yao Xian had asked, she had already started to recall. In the past few days, she simply hadn't had the energy to pay attention to her physical changes. But upon careful recollection, she did think of something. At the time, my eyes felt a bit itchy and hot. I thought it was because of the fog making it hard to see. A mutation. Lin Xiao frowned. If what she said was true, then her eyes had clearly gone beyond the scope of a typical mutation, allowing her to see through the mist. Anything else? Lin Xiao continued. If it was just a low-level mutation, Lin Xiao wasn't planning to take her along. There's my hands. Yi Qingying continued. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiao directly grabbed a nearby cabinet. As a cabinet for storing ammunition, it went without saying that its quality was top-notch. And its weight was also nothing to scoff at. Although the cabinet Lin Xiao picked up wasn't large, it would definitely not be easy for an adult man to lift it alone. Yet this very cabinet, which seemed as light as a feather in Lin Xiao's hands, was directly dragged and placed in front of Yao Xian. Lift it. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yi Qingying knew this was a test. Although she didn't know what the so-called mutation meant, judging by Lin Xiao's intention, if her hands were truly mutated, she would definitely be able to lift this cabinet. At this moment, Yi Qingying had no choice. Under the gaze of Lin Xiao and Yao Xian, her hands approached the cabinet. Taking a deep breath, she exerted force and lifted. The cabinet was actually lifted by her. Even Yi Qingying herself couldn't believe it. When had she become so strong? However, after just a few seconds, Yi Qingying couldn't hold on any longer and let go of the cabinet. But Lin Xiao had already confirmed that Yi Qingying was indeed a mutant. After all, Yi Qingying was still in a very weakened state. Lin Xiao's expression softened. Besides these two, anything else? Yi Qingying also saw the change in Lin Xiao's expression and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had passed the test. And the continued questioning was probably to confirm her potential. Yi Qingying thought it over carefully, but finally shook her head. Lin Xiao didn't press further. If Yi Qingying had a higher-level mutation, it was quite possible she wouldn't be able to sense it herself. Mutations inside the body weren't as obvious as those on the outside. Coupled with Yi Qingying's state at the time, she simply had no mind to seriously feel the changes in her body. Will you take me with you? Seeing that Lin Xiao had fallen silent, Yi Qingying asked with some trepidation. Can you drive? Lin Xiao asked the final question. Yes, I can. Yi Qingying answered without hesitation. She had gotten her driver's license in college, but she had never actually driven a car before graduating. However, after arriving at the police station, her chances to drive increased significantly, and her colleagues would even often deliberately give her opportunities to practice. After half a year, she had long become an experienced driver. And she was an experienced driver of police cars. Hearing Yi Qingying's answer, Lin Xiao pulled the Hummer's car keys from his pocket and handed them to her. "Let's go. You drive. We have many places to visit today." With these words, it was clear that Lin Xiao had agreed to take Yi Qingying along. The duo had officially become a trio. And back at the school, there was still a potential member waiting. Before leaving the police station, Lin Xiao ran up to the second floor and took care of the remaining zombies. This was also a show for Yi Qingying's benefit. Among those zombies upstairs were two of her former colleagues. In fact, had it not been for the sacrifice of those two colleagues, Yi Qingying would not have survived at all. With this act, Lin Xiao avenged her colleagues and brought some solace to Yi Qingying's heart. Afterward, the trio drove away from the police station. Lin Xiao was still behind the wheel, though he would have preferred Yi Qingying to drive, but there was no helping it. Apart from himself, the other two women were still blind. Unless Lin Xiao had a death wish, letting Yi Qingying drive was out of the question. As for the gun in Yi Qingying's hand, Lin Xiao had already confiscated it and stored it away in Yao Xin's space. Lin Xiao was not about to fully trust this new companion so quickly. After all, in his past life, he was betrayed by a woman. A very beautiful woman at that. He still couldn't understand why Chen Feifei had approached him in the first place, and nobody like him. Only to cast him aside soon after the second dense fog lifted. After leaving the police station, their next destination was a nearby gas station. Lin Xiao and Yao Xian were unfamiliar with the area, but fortunately, Yi Qingying knew the vicinity well. She had often driven her patrol car there to refuel. Following her directions, Lin Xiao spotted the gas station sign within 10 odd minutes. There were far more zombies here than at the police station. After all, many people drove out for dates at night, so naturally more came to refuel. Here, Lin Xiao wouldn't dare use his gun carelessly. If a stray shot were to ignite the gas station, it would be a disaster. "You two stay in the car and don't get out." After giving the instruction, Lin Xiao pushed open the door, grabbed his fire axe, and stepped out. Though there were many zombies, the open space meant they posed little threat to him. It would just take a bit more time. Fortunately, none of the zombies here had evolved to the second stage, which put Lin Xiao at ease. He had no desire to run into second stage zombies right now, or it would just waste time. Once he gathered the essential supplies, he could deal with as many as came. After all, in this dense fog, one shot per zombie was all it took. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao returned to the car, axe dripping with blood. "Does anyone know where the fuel storage is?" he asked, awkwardly looking at the two women. After clearing out the nearby zombies, he had gone straight into the gas station. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, he still couldn't find the entrance to the fuel depot. It wasn't like he could just slowly fill up using the pump. "It should be underground, but the entrance is probably hidden," Yi Qingying replied after a moment's thought. But that answer was as good as no answer. Lin Xiao already knew the fuel tank was underground. The problem was finding the entrance. Besides, the fuel couldn't just be poured directly into Yao Xin's space. It needed to be contained in something. The best solution would be to move the entire underground fuel tank. But Lin Xiao knew that would be a massive undertaking, impossible for just the three of them. In his past life, large teams would simply occupy gas stations and station guards to protect them. Since they lacked spatial ability, users like Yao Xian, they never thought about taking the fuel with them. But Lin Xiao had no intention of setting up camp here. He still needed to find his parents. Yet with the current situation, the three of them staring at each other wasn't going to solve anything. They could only retreat for now and think of other options later. If worst came to worst, after the fog lifted, Lin Xiao could bring the two back to figure something out. For now, with only him able to see, it was indeed inconvenient. Right after the fog lifted, most people were focused solely on finding food. It wasn't until a week later, when everyone began to accept the apocalypse, that they started competing for other resources. The drive back was quick. As they passed by Walmart, Lin Xiao suddenly turned and asked, "How much space is left?" Yao Xian paused to sense it before replying, "About 4 supermarkets worth." After Yao Xian had evolved from a first-stage mutant to second stage, her space had grown from 3 supermarkets worth to 9. It seemed today's looting had been modest. They'd only filled up about 2 supermarkets worth of stuff. And there was still a warehouse full of ammunition. "It's still early. Let's make another trip to the supermarket." Last time there were plenty of things he wanted to grab, but had to give up due to limited space. Since they were passing by, might as well stock up a bit more. Starting tomorrow, Lin Xiao planned to go out alone. Not only to collect mutant crystals, but also to start searching for Chen Feifei's whereabouts. The grudge from his past life was due for settling. Hearing about going to the supermarket, Yao Xian and Yi Qingying naturally had no objections. Last time, Lin Xiao had already cleared out some of the few zombies in the supermarket. This time it was even safer. Although a few zombies still roamed inside, Lin Xiao paid them no mind. Holding one woman's hand in each of his, he led them straight to the storage room. At first, the police flower was a bit shy, but seeing how accustomed Yao Xian was to it, she decided not to overthink it. These were desperate times. Holding hands was just for guidance. There was no point in dwelling on it. The three arrived at the storage room. This time Lin Xiao didn't go in. Instead, he stood guard outside and let the two women go in and pack things themselves. But he reminded them only take essential items. Also, they couldn't fill the space completely. At least 2 stores worth of room had to be reserved. After all, there were still 2 necessities they hadn't secured. One was the fuel station they'd just left, the other was medical supplies. In the apocalypse, there was nothing to be done about major illnesses. That was left to fate. But minor ailments still needed treatment, otherwise left to fester, they'd become major ones. Moreover, many medical supplies would prove invaluable in the future. Items like hazmat suits and medical face shields would be extremely useful for surviving in the wild. And small things like hemostatic agents, medical alcohol, cotton swabs, and band-aids, those were worth stocking up on too. As for the more advanced stuff, glucose, penicillin, and the like, the more the better. Though there were still 3 days until the fog lifted, Lin Xiao had no absolute certainty that Yao Xian could reach the 3rd stage in that time. So these reserves were absolutely necessary. Another 40+ minutes passed. The 2 women fumbled around inside for quite a while, before slowly making their way out hand in hand. Done. Lin Xiao was smoking a cigarette when he saw 2 small hands reaching out. He grabbed them and gently pulled the 2 women closer, bringing them within sight. Let's go. Time to head back. Originally, Lin Xiao had no intention of letting Yi Qingying stay in his dormitory. He had already noticed that the room next to his was completely empty, making it the perfect place for her. This was also Lin Xiao's way of keeping his guard up. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to voice his suggestion, Yao Xian suddenly pulled him aside. Left alone in the mist, Yi Qingying stood there feeling anxious. Although they were not far apart, she had no idea where the other 2 had gone. Lin Xiao, trust me. This is when a girl is at her most vulnerable. If you treat her like one of your own and show her genuine kindness, she will be eternally grateful. Of course, this logic had a caveat: the girl in question must not be an ungrateful wretch. But given Yi Qingying's situation along with her past story and identity, she didn't seem to be that type. Moreover, she had only recently entered society and gone straight into a government unit, where there was far less intrigue and deception, making her comparatively more innocent. Trust me, I'm a girl. I understand women far better than you, a lifelong bachelor. Despite Yao Xin's mockery, Lin Xiao didn't take offense. After all, he truly was a young man who had never been in a relationship. Besides, it was just Yi Qingying. Lin Xiao wasn't particularly worried. Without a gun in hand, her combat effectiveness was even lower than Yao Xin's. At least Yao Xian was a second-order mutant. However, Lin Xiao glanced back at Yi Qingying in the thick fog, and a strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. In the dense fog, only he could see clearly. What if he did something strange here while the police officer's sister was just 2 meters away, but couldn't hear a thing? The thought. Ahem. Lin Xiao shook off the strange idea, and looked at Yao Xian seriously. Alright, let's do it your way. Yao Xian glanced at Lin Xiao suspiciously. He had clearly been distracted just now, with a strange expression on his face. What was he thinking about? But since Lin Xiao didn't say, Yao Xian didn't ask. Since Lin Xiao had agreed, the rest was easy. Yi Qingying, still waiting anxiously in the mist, was unaware of all this. When Lin Xiao and the other reappeared from the fog, her tense heart relaxed a little. At least they hadn't abandoned her. Then Lin Xiao walked ahead, holding one hand of each girl, and quickly headed towards the dormitory. It was already getting late, soon it would be dark. Only upon returning to the dormitory did Lin Xiao finally feel completely at ease. The mist inside the dormitory was also getting denser. Yao Xian and Yi Qingying could barely see a meter ahead. Though they could still move, it was much more troublesome. Lin Xiao estimated that by this time tomorrow the inside of the dormitory would be no different from the outside. At that point, pick a bed to sleep in. Lin Xiao pointed to the 2 empty beds in the room. Yao Xian, being thoughtful, took out a brand new set of bedding from her spatial storage. I'd like to take a shower first. Yi Qingying stammered. She hadn't bathed in 3 or 4 days, and the smell of blood still clung to her. For a girl, that was truly unbearable. Before, she had no choice. When her life was at stake, she couldn't care about being clean. But now it was different. Lin Xiao said nothing. Yao Xian quietly asked Yi Qingying for her measurements, and then pulled out another set of brand new clothes from her storage from the inside out. Yi Qingying whispered a thank you and walked towards the bathroom. These past 2 days, due to the thick fog, Lin Xiao's hearing had also been significantly affected. At least it wasn't like the first day, when he could hear every sound of Yao Xian showering from outside. This saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it would be hard for a hot-blooded man to control himself. While Yi Qingying was showering, Yao Xian took the initiative to prepare dinner. Calling it cooking was a stretch. It was just boiling water for instant noodles. Ever since they had tried stir-frying once, they decided to avoid it while staying in the dorm. The oil smoke was just too much, so they switched entirely to instant food. Just add more seasoning. Compared to other survivors who were still starving, Lin Xiao was living a life of luxury. By the time Yi Qingying came out, Lin Xiao had already finished his meal over 10 minutes ago. Having finally gotten the chance to shower, Yi Qingying was meticulous, almost as if she wanted to scrub off a layer of skin. She had been too preoccupied with survival before, but now she realized how dirty she was. Eat up, this is saved for you. Lin Xiao pointed to the leftover instant noodles on the table and said to Yi Qingying, "Oh, okay, thanks." At such a close distance, she had already smelled the aroma of the noodles. For 3 or 4 days, besides some leftover food from the cafeteria, she had only had the bread and water Lin Xiao gave her yesterday. The smell of the instant noodles was maddeningly tantalizing. Without even drying her hair, she sat down and devoured the meal. Besides the noodles, there was a ham sausage and egg and an open can of fish. Even before the apocalypse, this would have been a luxurious version of instant noodles, let alone in these circumstances. After this meal, Yi Qingying's gratitude towards Lin Xiao would deepen even further. She even began to think that if the world remained like this, she would stick with Lin Xiao as long as he didn't abandon her. After dinner, having had a tiring day, all three lay down early after their showers. Life without the internet was indeed dull and monotonous. And for the first time in 4 days, she lay in a warm bed and had a full meal. For Yi Qingying, this was undoubtedly blissful. Unlike Lin Xiao and Yao Xian, she had a lot on her mind that night. It wasn't until she could no longer keep her eyes open that she finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Yi Qingying woke up, Lin Xiao was no longer in the dormitory. Yao Xian, however, was already up doing some simple exercises in the small dorm room. This was a task Lin Xiao had given her to quickly get used to her surging power. Once the fog lifted, she would be joining the fight as well. Seeing Yi Qingying come down, Yao Xian smiled at her and pointed to the food they had stockpiled. Help yourself to whatever you want. Hey, race a new toothbrush and towel. Then Yao Xian handed her some other daily necessities. Where's Lin Xiao? Yi Qingying took the items from Yao Xian and asked subconsciously. Him? He went out early this morning. Don't worry about him. The fog is still thick and there's nothing we can do to help. Once the fog lifts, that's when we get our chance to make a difference. This was the 5th day since the thick fog had descended. On the night of the day after tomorrow at exactly 2222, the fog would gradually lift. By the morning of the 8th day, the survivors would begin to emerge from their hiding places one by one. And that would mark the beginning of another massive wave of death. Outside, a horde of zombies was waiting for a feast. Once everyone fully grasped the brutal reality of this apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature would be laid bare. Lin Xiao walked alone across the campus. Today he was going to find Chen Feifei. Yes, after enduring all these days, it was time to settle this score. In Star City, this was the only matter he hadn't yet put to rest. Once this vendetta was concluded, he would head to his hometown after the fog lifted to find his parents. He cared little about the ultimate fate of this ruined world. His sole concern was ensuring the safety of those close to him. Before he knew it, Lin Xiao had arrived at the female dormitory area. Searching door by door was clearly impractical. But Lin Xiao didn't need to resort to that. He only needed to find one person, the zombie that used to be Fatty Xiaochang. On that night, Fatty had confessed his love at the entrance of Chen Feifei's dormitory building. Even after turning into a zombie, as long as there was no external interference, he would likely remain in that area. By finding Fatty, Lin Xiao could pinpoint which building Chen Feifei was in. For the rest, even if it meant checking every single room, Lin Xiao was determined to kill her. This was a deep-seated obsession. If left unresolved, he felt his entire rebirth would have been meaningless. As a prestigious double first-class university, Star City University boasted a large student population and naturally numerous dormitories. Last time Lin Xiao had only glanced at the area from the periphery, never venturing deep inside. This time he got out of the car directly, leaving the fire axe behind, and strode in boldly with a pistol in each hand. Compared to the male dormitory area, the scene in front of the female dorms was noticeably more crowded. Lin Xiao had always wondered why the apocalypse began on such a specific date, even down to the precise second of 22222. Perhaps the entity responsible for all this was in fact a lonely single. And having been triggered on that very day, it decided to just end everything. However, no one knew the real reason, and Lin Xiao didn't care to investigate further. Surviving was good enough. After searching for over 10 minutes, Lin Xiao finally spotted a familiar figure. Unlike other zombies, the one Xiaochang had transformed into seemed to have been standing in the same spot, unmoving. Even his posture was bizarre. He kept his head tilted upwards, staring at the female dormitory building before him, as if anticipating something. Well, even as a zombie, you're still a hopeless romantic. Bro, I underestimated you. Lin Xiao silently crept up behind the zombie that was once Fatty, shaking his head with a hint of regret. What a pity. This brother was unlucky. He was destined to become a zombie, and there was no way to save him. Besides, his taste in women seemed questionable too. The girl he fancied wasn't a good person either. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had experienced that firsthand. Raising his pistol, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. Brother, I'll see you off. A gunshot rang out, and the zombie that was once Fatty crumpled to the ground. Yet its eyes still stubbornly pointed towards the sky. Lin Xiao didn't bother extracting the mutated crystal from its head. He simply walked away. It seemed the dormitory in front of him was indeed Chen Feifei's building. As for which floor she was on, Lin Xiao didn't rush in blindly. Instead, he decided to find a vantage point to observe first. With his current eyesight, if the floor were low enough, he could easily see the situation from outside. This would allow him to pinpoint Chen Feifei's location without the hassle of searching room by room. Even if he couldn't determine her exact position, it didn't matter. The building only had 6 floors. By eliminating the lower 3, he'd only need to search half of it. That significantly reduced the workload. Soon Lin Xiao found a suitable observation spot. It had just been occupied by 2 male zombies, but they had already contributed their mutated crystals to Lin Xiao and were now lying quietly nearby. Lin Xiao looked up and began scanning from the first floor. Compared to the male dorms, fewer people had remained in the female dorms. Sweeping his gaze across the first floor, Lin Xiao didn't even spot a single figure. The second floor was the same. It wasn't until the third floor that Lin Xiao saw the first silhouette, but unfortunately, it wasn't Chen Feifei. Although the distance was great, and he could only make out a vague shape, Lin Xiao was confident that if it were Chen Feifei, he would recognize her even from just a glimpse of her back. After scanning the third floor, Lin Xiao let out a sigh. It seemed he would indeed have to search one by one. Time was precious, so he got straight to work. Lin Xiao holstered the pistol in his left hand and took out the fire axe. He didn't know the situation inside the rooms. If the space were cramped, a pistol would definitely be less useful than an axe. Although some had said beyond 7 steps the gun is faster, within 7 steps the gun is faster and more accurate. But that was only true if you were highly proficient with firearms. If a zombie charged straight at him, Lin Xiao felt the axe was more reliable. Besides, he already had one gun in hand. Carrying a second one provided little advantage. Soon Lin Xiao had entered the dormitory building. There were very few zombies in the hallways, which made things much easier for him. After casually hacking down 2 female zombies dressed in revealing attire, Lin Xiao had already reached the 4th floor. Here he would have to search room by room. He just hoped it wouldn't take too long. To avoid being ambushed the moment he opened a door, Lin Xiao resorted to brute force, kicking the doors open. With his current strength and the mutation of his limbs, the wooden doors of the school dormitories were practically non-existent to him. He didn't even need much force. A simple kick would send the door flying open. He hit the jackpot on the very first room. A naked female zombie, alerted by the noise, lunged towards the door. Her ample bosom bounced wildly with her movements. Combined with her attractive face, it was quite a sight. However, it didn't affect Lin Xiao's actions in the slightest. He pulled the trigger, and a gunshot rang out. The naked female zombie was accurately shot in the head. Indeed, at close range the gun was not only fast, but also accurate. He casually picked up the mutated crystal and closed the door behind him. Second room. Lin Xiao continued his kicking spree. Most of the rooms were empty. On average, a zombie would appear in only 1 out of every 7 or 8 rooms. After kicking open over a dozen doors, Lin Xiao finally saw his first living person. He kicked the door open, and instead of a zombie's growl, he was met with the piercing screams of 2 girls. "Shut up!" Lin Xiao bellowed. Startled by his voice, the 2 girls actually stopped screaming. Lin Xiao walked in, gun held aloft, as the 2 girls clung to each other, their faces pale. He kicked the door open, and instead of a zombie's growl, he was met with the piercing screams of 2 girls. "Shut up!" Lin Xiao bellowed. Startled by his voice, the 2 girls actually stopped screaming. Lin Xiao walked in, gun held aloft, as the 2 girls, since they were in the same building, they should know which room Chen Feifei was in. After all, Chen Feifei was campus beauty material, quite well known throughout Star City University. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Xiao's question, the 2 female students, though their expressions turned a bit strange, revealed Chen Feifei's dormitory number. Room 607. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. This time you won't be able to run. Although the 2 women, upon realizing the situation, wanted Lin Xiao to take them with him, one of them even displaying a disturbingly worldly side. If it weren't for being in a female dormitory, Lin Xiao would have suspected he had walked into a brothel rather than a school. Unfortunately, their act had no effect on Lin Xiao. He didn't break his word, casually dropping some food and water. As for how long these 2 would survive, that was up to fate. "Handsome, don't go. I might not be as pretty as Chen Feifei, but I have a great figure and know a lot of tricks. I promise I'll satisfy you." Seeing Lin Xiao about to leave, the girl who was just about to perform her tricks hurried over, trying to grab him. Having little on her, movements offered glimpses of her figure. However, what greeted her was a cold, hard pistol. Scram. With that, Lin Xiao left the dormitory without looking back. He didn't bother checking the other rooms, heading straight to the 6th floor. By now, zombies were virtually non-existent here. Walking down the corridor, he soon arrived at room 607. Looking at the door number, Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, Chen Feifei was complicit in his death. From her initial proactive approach to him to her callous abandonment, he had been nothing but a pawn manipulated at her whim. At that time, Chen Feifei had already reached the 4th rank. Her A-grade mutation talent combined with her high level made her formidable. She managed to rank up so quickly because in his weakness, Lin Xiao had given her all the mutated crystals he received. Although Chen Feifei later helped Lin Xiao reach the 3rd rank after gaining power, he would never forget the words she said when she kicked him out. "Waste. Feeding these crystals to a dog would be more useful than giving them to you." But those crystals were rightfully his. He had given his crystals to Chen Feifei to help her level up fast, and all he got in return was being cast out of the team. That was the true source of his anger. He had already holstered his pistol and even put away the fire axe. He wouldn't need those tools where Chen Feifei was. He kicked the door open with the same force as before. This time no sound came from inside. It was as silent as an empty dorm. Could those 2 girls have lied to him? Lin Xiao was puzzled, but lying to him would serve them no purpose. He carefully peered inside, but indeed looked empty. However, he noticed a bed in the far left corner. The quilts on the other beds were neatly folded, but this one's was haphazardly thrown about. "Someone's here," Lin Xiao concluded. But why was it so quiet? Could she be in the bathroom? He cautiously stepped into the room, the fire axe having somehow reappeared in his hand. He couldn't afford to be careless with a woman like Chen Feifei. As he entered, a sound came from above. Instinctively looking up, a heavy object came crashing down towards his head. Damn it. In the nick of time, Lin Xiao shifted his body slightly to the left, tilting his head. Bang! The object struck his shoulder with force. This wasn't the end, as a long stick swung down immediately after. But this time Lin Xiao was prepared and easily evaded it. After dodging, he turned around and finally saw the familiar face. Chen Feifei. She had cleverly hidden on the top bunk near the door using the blind spot. Upon hearing him kick the door, she had prepared her attack. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao's reflexes were faster than she anticipated, and her plan failed. You're not a zombie. Before Lin Xiao could speak, Chen Feifei asked first. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was soft and pleasant to the ear. Combined with her perfect face and figure, it was no wonder she was the universally acknowledged campus belle of Xinjiang University. With her current scan attire, her figure was on full display for Lin Xiao. Any other man might have been stunned by the sight. But Lin Xiao merely looked on coldly, his eyes burning with anger. Classmate, how did you get in? Seeing Lin Xiao silent, Chen Feifei asked again, her voice laced with fear. That one question was enough to stir a protective instinct in any normal man. Chen Feifei. Lin Xiao finally spoke. Hearing her name called out, Chen Feifei wasn't surprised. Not many in this school didn't know her, especially men. Why don't you come down here and talk? Lin Xiao's tone was so calm that Chen Feifei couldn't gauge his intent, which unnerved her. If he were just after her body, that would be easy to handle. She wasn't afraid of that. She could even use that to her advantage and control him. But now, not coming down. A hint of anger crept into Lin Xiao's voice, snapping her out of her thoughts. She was unarmed, and he was a physically strong man. She had felt some changes in her body over the past few days, feeling noticeably stronger. But she was still no match for a young man her age, especially in her current weakened state. With barely any food eaten all day, anyone would be weak. As she climbed down from the top bunk, Chen Feifei deliberately turned her back to Lin Xiao. This would put him at ease. And as she climbed down, her perfect silhouette was fully revealed to him. For Chen Feifei, her own body was her only weapon now. She needed to lure him in. But as she got down and turned around, she was met with the dark muzzle of a gun. Forget it. If I'm dead, it's all over. Talking more is pointless. Lin Xiao's words plunged Chen Feifei into utter despair. She couldn't fathom how she had offended this man. It was clear he wasn't after her body, but intended to kill her. No. Chen Feifei cried out. At that moment, Lin Xiao pulled the trigger. He was tired. It was time to end this. Although she was in a grade mutator, Chen Feifei was still just an ordinary person now, perhaps only slightly stronger than average. She stood no chance against a pistol. Unsurprisingly, Chen Feifei fell. The expression on her face still held her inner unwillingness. But for Lin Xiao, it was all over. Since his rebirth, this had been one of his greatest desires. Now, with that weight lifted from his heart, his next goals were to get stronger stockpile supplies, and then return home to find his parents. When Lin Xiao walked out of the girls' dormitory, it was only 10 o'clock in the morning. With time to spare, he saw no need to rush back. Since he was out anyway, he intended to collect some mutated crystals. Coupled with the satisfaction of having avenged his grudge, Lin Xiao was in a fairly good mood. With so many bullets still in his backpack, he decided to use them all before heading back. Today, Lin Xiao had brought half a backpack full of ammunition. If every bullet found its mark, he would have already gathered enough mutated crystals to advance to the third tier. The third tier represented a qualitative leap for all mutants. Lin Xiao had a nagging feeling that his own ascension to the third tier would trigger something extraordinary. Thus, he remained torn between upgrading himself or prioritizing Yao Zhen's advancement. He shook off the indecision, resolving to secure the crystals first. Ideally, he would amass 2,000 crystals to upgrade them both. If that proved impossible, the end of the fog would bring plenty more opportunities. By then, armed with weapons, food, and strength, he could easily overpower the survivors emerging from the fog's haze. The area around the girls' dormitory was teeming with zombies, and too lazy to venture far, Lin Xiao decided to clear them out right here. In the past, Lin Xiao rarely came to this area. It was exclusively the girls' territory, and as a lonely single man, he never had much reason to visit. With his pistol, killing zombies had become faster and safer, and it demanded far less effort. Before long, he had thoroughly cleansed this small sector. At least he had done a good deed for the building's survivors. When the fog lifted, they wouldn't be immediately swarmed and killed by zombies the moment they stepped outside. Quickly, Lin Xiao cleared 2 more zones, harvesting over 40 mutated crystals. At this rate, the 1,000 crystal goal no longer seemed so distant. This realization filled him with renewed vigor and drive. Soon he entered a new territory, the right side of Chen Feifei's dormitory building. But no sooner had he stepped in than he sensed something was off. It was empty. Far too empty. There wasn't a single zombie in sight. Pistol in hand, Lin Xiao looked around in bewilderment. Not a trace of a zombie could be found. Such an eerie scene was a first for him. Everywhere else, no matter how remote, at least a few zombies could usually be found. Even if they weren't initially there, they would eventually wander over. This spot, however, wasn't exactly isolated. The 2 roads flanking it were crawling with dozens of zombies. It was bizarre. Yet no matter how hard he looked, Lin Xiao couldn't discern anything peculiar about the place. Still, he knew it must conceal some hidden secret, and his curiosity was now thoroughly piqued. Lin Xiao retrieved his fire axe from his backpack. This direction looked no different from the others. If there was any distinction, it was that this was the outermost edge of the dormitory complex with no other buildings beyond. Fire axe in hand, Lin Xiao advanced cautiously. At the end of the path lay a small patch of greenery where the trees seemed to grow unusually lush under the fog. Could the secret lie within? With doubt gnawing at him, Lin Xiao approached the final stretch of land. Damn, these trees aren't mutated too, are they? He muttered, eyeing the unnaturally thriving vegetation warily. But in his previous life, he had survived for 3 months without ever hearing tales of trees gaining sentience. Steeling himself, he reached out with his right hand and used the fire axe to push aside the dense foliage. At that moment, a blinding white light erupted. Instinctively, Lin Xiao shielded his eyes with his hand. After a few seconds, as his vision adjusted to the glare, he slowly lowered his hands. What lay before him was a glowing white portal. Calling it a portal wasn't quite accurate either. The opening was embedded directly in the trunk of the massive tree. Puzzled, Lin Xiao circled around to the other side. From the back, everything appeared normal. Just a tree with no sign of any opening. How strange. The two sides weren't connected at all. Returning to the front, Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on the glowing aperture. The opening was just large enough for one person, almost as if it were beckoning him inside. He hesitated. He had no idea where the white light came from or what its purpose might be. Axe raised, he crept closer until the blade touched the light. There was no resistance. The axe slid straight through and vanished into the portal. Lin Xiao quickly yanked the axe back out and inspected it carefully. It was completely unharmed. Still, he didn't rush in. Instead, he hacked down several longer branches from a nearby tree and thrust them one by one into the glowing void. After the last branch was fully swallowed by the light, he sprinted around to the back of the tree. The branches hadn't emerged on the other side. They had been completely devoured by the portal. Did that mean the white light contained its own pocket of space? As a typical college student with no girlfriend, Lin Xiao spent his days gaming and reading novels. Naturally, such a novelty stirred his curiosity. Who knew? Maybe hidden treasure awaited inside. The more he thought about it, the more his heart raced with excitement. Given his current advantages, he didn't strictly need to take such a risk. He could simply bide his time, accumulate resources, and consolidate his edge. When the fog finally lifted, he would still be leagues ahead of everyone with the means to dominate this apocalyptic world. But he had already tested it with both his axe and the branches. There seemed to be no danger within. To enter or not to enter? The question took Lin Xiao less than 3 seconds to decide. Enter. However, despite the decision, he had no intention of barging in recklessly. He needed to prepare. The axe had to stay in his hand. Since he had no clue what awaited him inside, a melee weapon was essential. He couldn't rely solely on his pistol. Of course, the pistol would also come along. It remained his most powerful means of attack. Beyond these essential preparations, Lin Xiao emptied all the food from his backpack. He hadn't planned on leaving campus today, so he had brought very little. After sharing some with the 2 girls earlier, even less remained. He pulled it all out at once. His plan was to toss the food in before entering. If some creature did inhabit the space, the food might lure them away, preventing him from being ambushed the moment he stepped through. Everything was ready. Lin Xiao gathered the food in his hands and hurled it all into the glowing opening. The provisions vanished upon touching the light. Now it was his turn. He was determined to uncover the secret hidden within. Lin Xiao crossed the dazzling white light, his entire body involuntarily resisting. The intense discomfort made him feel as if he had traversed from one world to another. After about 10 seconds, this discomfort finally vanished and Lin Xiao opened his eyes again. What greeted his eyes was an entirely new space. There was no thick fog here, instead birds sang and flowers bloomed as if he had entered a paradise. The branches and food he had previously dropped were scattered on the ground, untouched by any creature. It seemed this place was safe for now. Lin Xiao lowered his raised hands, but his body remained tense, ready to face any danger. He carefully surveyed his surroundings. He was now in a clearing that resembled a park surrounded by trees. Apart from the trees, there were many small animals hopping about, occasionally glancing at Lin Xiao, sizing up this uninvited guest. But this was not the full extent of the space. Ahead, a winding path appeared among the woods. Lin Xiao craned his neck to get a full view, but the forest was too dense to see clearly. To understand the origin of this mysterious space, he had to move forward. He stretched his body slightly away to alleviate his tension. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao, holding a gun in his left hand and an axe in his right, slowly advanced along the winding path deep into the woods. As soon as he entered the forest, the surroundings fell into complete silence. This silence was not the peaceful kind, but more like a deathly stillness. Although the trees around him were still lush, this thought involuntarily crossed Lin Xiao's mind. Moreover, ever since he stepped into the woods, all the animals had vanished as if they had disappeared entirely, leaving no trace. This made Lin Xiao's heart inevitably uneasy. But when he turned back, he found that the white hole he had entered from had disappeared. This meant he was trapped in this mysterious space with no choice but to move forward, unable to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao took a step and continued ahead. Since he had already entered, thinking too much was useless. Moreover, the air in the forest was pleasant, making Lin Xiao feel his mind becoming clearer. The path seemed short, but when he actually walked it, he realized it was different from what he had imagined. After walking the same path for over 10 minutes, there was still no change. Even the surrounding scenery was identical. Lin Xiao finally sensed something was wrong. This space was problematic, and the path was even more so. He had to retreat first. With this thought, Lin Xiao immediately turned around and sprinted back along the way he had come. Fortunately, he hadn't gone too deep. After a few minutes of frantic running, he returned to the clearing where he had first appeared. Upon returning to the clearing, Lin Xiao suddenly felt dizzy. Fortunately, his physique as a second-order mutant allowed him to quickly regain clarity. Damn, there's definitely something wrong, Lin Xiao muttered, looking warily at the entrance of the path not far away. It was like a beast with its mouth wide open, devouring all living beings. There was no sign of life, yet the air had a pleasant scent. This contradiction was the biggest problem. Indeed, the fragrance could slowly numb Lin Xiao's nerves. It made him mistakenly think he was becoming more alert, when in fact his mental energy was severely depleted. If he had walked any longer, Lin Xiao might have completely fainted on that path. The consequences of fainting were obvious. This was evident from the atmosphere in the woods. There were no living creatures. Although Lin Xiao had escaped from there, the white hole for exiting had disappeared. So how was he supposed to get out? Lin Xiao felt puzzled. Perhaps this was a tree mutation. Using strange white light to attract humans, lure them in, and then devour them. The more Lin Xiao thought about it, the more alarmed he became. He realized this might very well be the truth. But he quickly calmed down. In his past life, he had faced many predicaments, and even experienced a true death. Although what he was going through now was unbelievable, the world had already changed. No matter how extraordinary, Lin Xiao would not find it too absurd. He could accept it all. Moreover, he didn't believe this was a dead end. Otherwise, in his past life, information about these mutated trees would have been leaked. Since the mutated trees truly existed, but their news remained unknown, the reasons were limited. The first possibility, the mutated trees were too rare, so few people encountered them. The second possibility, the mutated trees were too powerful, and all who encountered them perished. The third possibility, the mutated trees harbored a great secret, and those who discovered it were unwilling to reveal it. Of course, perhaps combining all three would be more comprehensive. But regardless, Lin Xiao's only problem now was how to get out. Whether he would uncover the great secret was another matter. But what was the issue with this small clearing? Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. At that moment, perhaps because he had stayed here too long and absorbed the atmosphere, some bold small animals began to approach him. Nearby, the food he had dropped earlier was scattered on the ground: bread, sausages, bear-shaped cookies. But these small animals paid no attention to the food, merely staring at Lin Xiao with curiosity. It was as if he held some attraction for them. Lin Xiao slowly shifted his gaze to these small animals. There was something wrong with these creatures. He stared at them unblinkingly. They were cute, but they seemed to be missing something. Lin Xiao extended his hand, slowly approaching the nearest rabbit. Watching his movement, the rabbit did not panic and flee, it just stared blankly at him. Until his right hand touched the rabbit's body. Cold. That was Lin Xiao's first sensation. This was no cute little rabbit. It was clearly a rabbit corpse. Lin Xiao finally realized. These cute animals on the periphery were actually the corpses of animals devoured by this mutated tree. As for these moving animals, Lin Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly stood up from the ground, raising his pistol. The muzzle was aimed at these crawling little creatures. The key to breaking the deadlock might be here. The gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the little white rabbit before Lin Xiao with unerring precision. No blood blossomed. The bullet simply sank into the creature's body. A second later, the rabbit vanished into thin air as if it had never existed. Lin Xiao stared, utterly dumbfounded. But soon, where the rabbit had disappeared, a drop of emerald liquid materialized. Lin Xiao cautiously approached, but just as he leaned in to get a closer look, it suddenly moved. At a speed he couldn't even react to, it shot straight towards his forehead and vanished entirely into his skull. Lin Xiao stumbled back a few steps, but he was utterly helpless against the emerald liquid. Yet as it seeped in his mind, instantly became much clearer. A cool, refreshing sensation washed over him, so intense that he couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The pleasure seemed to emanate from the very depths of his soul, making it impossible to control. But what exactly was this liquid? Confusion filled Lin Xiao's mind. It seemed, however, that the liquid held no harm for him. On the contrary, after the emerald liquid entered his head, his mental energy was noticeably more potent. Lin Xiao didn't continue, he stood still, focusing on the changes within his body. A full 10 minutes or more passed. Aside from feeling increasingly invigorated, nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. And this clarity wasn't like the fleeting illusion on the path, it was a genuine, thorough dispelling of his mind's fatigue. Seeing no point in waiting any longer, Lin Xiao decided to continue. In this small area, there were at least several dozen small animals. Besides the rabbit head just shot, there were chicks, little birds, and more. Despite their cute appearance, Lin Xiao showed no mercy. Even if they weren't illusions, he wouldn't have cared. Gunshots rang out in succession as Lin Xiao picked off the animals one by one. Each one that was hit vanished just like the rabbit disappearing without a trace, as if they'd never been there. Then one by one they transformed into drops of emerald liquid, varying in size according to their form. Whenever Lin Xiao got close, the liquid would immediately dart into his head. He gave up trying to resist, as dodging was impossible. Besides, he still hadn't felt any danger or discomfort. After half an hour of this, Lin Xiao had finally taken down every animal he could see. All were killed with a single shot except for the few birds in the trees that wasted a couple of extra bullets. The emerald liquid grew more plentiful, all flowing into Lin Xiao's head. When the last bird fell, and its liquid merged into him, he finally felt a change. A headache was his first reaction. Unlike the cool, pleasant sensation before, this was a searing, tearing agony in his skull. Lin Xiao clenched his jaw tightly, fighting to stay conscious. He didn't know how long it lasted, a moment, a day, or even longer. Lost in the throes of intense pain, Lin Xiao lost all track of time. As the pain finally began to recede, he could bear it no longer and collapsed to the ground. After a long while, Lin Xiao, who had fallen unconscious, opened his eyes again. The space was exactly as it had been, unchanged except for the absence of the animals. He scrambled to his feet and began to examine his body. There were no changes there either. Finally, he focused his attention on his head, the point where all the green liquid had converged. The earlier pain and tearing sensation had originated from there. But as he concentrated his mental energy on his head, he froze in astonishment. Lin Xiao was completely stunned. He closed his eyes as if sensing something. A dozen seconds later, a small flame flickered to life in his right hand. It was faint, but undeniably real. Fire ability. In his past life, this was the fire ability that had appeared in Chen Feifei. And now Lin Xiao possessed it. In his previous life, due to her deliberate approach, Lin Xiao had come to know her well. Before reaching the third rank, her fire ability was just like what he had just unleashed. It could only be used as a glorified lighter. But after the third rank, the flames became a formidable weapon in battle. Lin Xiao was still at the second rank. With a thought, the flame grew a bit larger, but quickly sputtered out due to insufficient mental energy. The effort left Lin Xiao's face somewhat pale, a clear sign of mental exhaustion. At that moment, a white light appeared behind him. Lin Xiao recognized it instantly. It was the same light portal he had entered through earlier. It seemed the exit had appeared. Despite his weakened mental state, Lin Xiao chose to leave first. Who knew if the portal had a time limit? He didn't want to risk being trapped inside. Passing through the light portal felt similar to entering. After about 10 seconds, Lin Xiao was back on the campus. Before him stood the familiar tree, but the portal was gone. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the tree that had been flourishing was now looking as if it were on the verge of death. Lin Xiao guessed it wouldn't be long before the tree withered completely. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked a short distance away and leaned against a wall to rest. His mental energy was severely depleted, and he needed to recover. While resting, Lin Xiao finally pieced everything together. The fortune of this mutant tree, in all likelihood, had been claimed by Chen Feifei in his past life. Her fire ability had originated from this very opportunity. He had thought she was some truly gifted individual, never realizing she had merely stumbled upon such a stroke of luck. He also had a good idea why she had been so close to him. This mutant tree space had brought her such great benefits. She must have been searching for other similar spaces. But by then the fog had dissipated, and everyone had emerged. Finding such a space was no easy feat. Moreover, with so many people around, even if she discovered one, it would be difficult for her to keep it all to herself. So Chen Feifei had hatched a little scheme. If the fog had appeared once, could it appear again? And if the first fog created these mutant trees, a second fog would likely do the same. All she needed was someone whose eyes could pierce the fog when it descended a second time, giving her an edge over everyone else. And that person was Lin Xiao, a fellow classmate, young and impressionable. With her skills, getting Lin Xiao to obediently do her bidding would be a trivial matter. And things had gone as she had planned. Lin Xiao was indeed deeply grateful to her. But what she hadn't accounted for was that Lin Xiao, even after reaching the third rank, still couldn't see through the mist. So when the fog lifted, she cast him aside in a fit of rage. She probably even felt that helping Lin Xiao reach the third rank was a waste of her mutant crystals. Lin Xiao suspected that if it weren't for maintaining her image, Chen Feifei would have killed him herself. For a woman like her, a person of no use was worth less than a dog. A faint smile spread across Lin Xiao's face as he understood it all. He hadn't expected that being reborn would not only thwart Chen Feifei, but also claim the fortune that was rightfully hers. It seemed he owed her a debt of gratitude after all. By the time Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory, it was already past 6 in the evening. In the dead of winter, darkness had fully descended outside. Fortunately, he hadn't wandered far, just within the campus. Otherwise, he might not have made it back in time. Though he had slain Chen Feifei and reaped tremendous fortune today, he was still far from the 1,000 mutant crystals he needed. With only 2 days remaining before the fog lifted, he knew he had to redouble his efforts. Previously, he might have wavered over whether to upgrade himself or Yaoxin, but now there was no longer any hesitation. Having witnessed Chen Feifei's terrifying power at the third rank in his past life, Lin Xiao had already decided he would upgrade himself. Once he reached the third rank, he would be practically a god among survivors who hadn't even reached the first rank. Even if Yaxin's spatial storage was running low, it didn't matter. He could simply hunt more after the fog dispersed. He was practically invincible now. That evening, as usual, they had instant food for dinner. But trouble was brewing in the dormitory. The fog had grown so dense that even Yaoxin and Yi Qingying could no longer see. This brought immense inconvenience to their movements. If the entire dormitory had been female, it wouldn't have been a problem. Unfortunately, there was one male among them. What made things more awkward was that this sole male could see right through the fog. This was quite problematic. However, since they didn't voice their concerns, Lin Xiao kept his mouth shut and quietly ate his self-heating rice. Lin Xiao remained composed, but the two women were growing restless. Though they hadn't left the room all day and could endure skipping a shower, no one could hold their bladder forever. Yaoxin and Yi Qingying held hands, yet even at such a close distance their figures were blurry to each other. After hesitating for a while, Yaoxin finally made a move. Having lived in this dormitory for 5 days, she knew the layout better than Yi Qingying. Holding Yi Qingying's hand with one hand, she began groping forward with the other. She shuffled forward slowly. Lin Xiao, eating his rice, watched the two with curiosity. As he watched, he couldn't help but chuckle. After all, even if he laughed out loud, they couldn't see or hear him. It was quite amusing. Bang! Despite knowing the dormitory layout, being blind inevitably led to bumps and knocks. Yi Qingying, following behind, fared even worse. When one cannot see their surroundings, an unsettling feeling creeps in. If they could hold on to something, that unease would be somewhat alleviated. But with her hand held by Yaoxin, Yi Qingying's anxiety was far greater than her companion's. And the more this anxiety took hold, the more prone she was to stumbling. Within just a few steps, both of them had bumped into table corners and bed legs several times. After all, the dormitory was only so big, and now it was cluttered with boxes of food supplies. When they could see, it hadn't seemed so bad, but now it felt like there was barely any room to move. But this was somewhat different from being outside. They couldn't see, so they couldn't possibly replicate Lin Xiao's exact movements. And so Lin Xiao passed through without a scratch while the two women continued to bump into things. Forget it, he sighed. But this was somewhat different from being outside. They couldn't see, so they couldn't possibly replicate Lin Xiao's exact movements. And so Lin Xiao passed through without a scratch while the two women continued to bump into things. Forget it, he sighed. Lin Xiao let out a sigh and released both their hands. Then, without warning, he scooped Yaoxin up in his arms. Startled, she instinctively struggled for a moment, but quickly calmed down, lowering her head, too shy to meet his gaze. He carried her to the designated spot in the bathroom, then walked out. Following the same method, he picked up Yi Qingying. But Yi Qingying was quite different from Yaoxin. Yaoxin had lived with Lin Xiao for 5 or 6 days now. A deep sense of trust had formed between them, along with a hint of budding romance. Lin Xiao had even kissed Yaoxin before, so being carried by him was tolerable. But Yi Qingying was different. She had only known Lin Xiao for 2 days. To be precise, they had met briefly the day before yesterday, and only truly gotten to know each other yesterday. When Lin Xiao reached out to pick her up, Yi Qingying reacted strongly. Seeing this, Lin Xiao didn't insist, and stepped back a few paces. But Yi Qingying really couldn't hold it in any longer. She had downed a large bottle of soda during dinner, and the urge to pee only grew more unbearable the more she tried to suppress it. Her body even began to tremble. Lin Xiao stood nearby, watching it all unfold. Having been carried once before, Yaoxin was less shy this time. She even instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Xiao's neck. In just a few steps, he brought her back. Just as he was about to retreat and resume his meal, his hand was grabbed. Having been carried once before, Yaoxin was less shy this time. She even instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Xiao's neck. In just a few steps, he brought her back. Just as he was about to retreat and resume his meal, his hand was grabbed by Yi Qingying. Though the thick fog obscured his vision, Lin Xiao could clearly see Yi Qingying's flushed cheeks. Whether it was from embarrassment or from the pressure of her full bladder, or perhaps both, he couldn't tell. Not holding her earlier resistance against her, he stepped forward and scooped her up. The moment Lin Xiao lifted her, Yi Qingying's body tensed up stiff as a board. But the bathroom wasn't far, just a few steps, and he soon placed her at the designated spot. He even pulled out a few sheets of tissue and handed them to her. When she came out this time, Lin Xiao didn't walk away, but stood waiting by the door. Half a minute later, he heard movement from the bathroom, opened the door, and found Yi Qingying standing at the threshold. Scooping her up again, he carried her back to the bedside. After everything was done, Lin Xiao returned to his spot and continued eating. The two women sat together in silence, heads lowered, each lost in their own thoughts. Lin Xiao didn't ask. Communicating in this thick fog was simply too much effort. You had to stand incredibly close and shout to be heard. It was impractical. After finishing his meal, Lin Xiao patted Yaxin's hand to signal that he was turning in for the night. He was truly exhausted today. In the tree hollow space, the vast amount of emerald liquid had greatly boosted his spiritual energy, but the subsequent fire had drained him, leaving him in a weakened state. All he wanted now was to lie down and get a good night's sleep. The night passed without incident, and Lin Xiao slept soundly. The mental exhaustion from the previous day had him drifting off quickly. After a full night's rest, he felt his energy fully replenished. Today it was back to business as usual. He needed to collect mutant crystals to advance to Tier 3. Of course, there was also someone else he needed to check on. 3 days had passed since he left food for Yi Mingxian. Even with the most frugal rationing, Yi Mingxian had to have run out by now. Back then Lin Xiao's backpack had only contained a 2 to 3 day supply. And when Yi Mingxian had found the pack, he was already famished. He had devoured half of it on the spot. Lin Xiao estimated the rest would only last him 2 days at most, which meant Yi Mingxian had likely been starving for a day already. It was time to go. This time Lin Xiao carried 2 backpacks, one filled with ammunition, the other packed entirely with food. Under the watchful gazes of the 2 women, he left the dormitory. At the school gate, having not been here for days, more zombies had appeared. As time passed, many of the undead that were trapped inside buildings used their razor-sharp claws to carve out pathways, slowly shuffling out onto the streets. Of course, some zombies made poor pathing choices, and like the one Lin Xiao had encountered before, plummeted from who knows how many stories high. Lin Xiao didn't care where they came from. To him, they were all just deliveries of mutant crystals. The thick fog served as a perfect cover, neutralizing the zombies' greatest advantage, their sheer numbers. If it were always unknown, even if humans were physically inferior, they would have an overwhelming edge in intellect. But alas, brute force can overcome finesse. Relying on their vast hordes, the zombies hunted the humans into hiding once the fog lifted. It wasn't until the rise of a few major factions that humanity managed to carve out a few safe havens to fight back. Yet the overarching trend remained: humanity was on the back foot, surviving with bated breath. Relying on their vast hordes, the zombies hunted the humans into hiding once the fog lifted. It wasn't until the rise of a few major factions that humanity managed to carve out a few safe havens to fight back. Yet the overarching trend, even if he missed occasionally, a quick follow-up shot solved the problem. This method of dispatching zombies was almost too pleasant. In 2 days, when the fog lifted, things wouldn't be this easy. Once a gunshot rang out, half the zombies in the school would likely swarm towards him. He should cherish these peaceful days. After clearing out the zombies near the gate, Lin Xiao went around collecting the mutant crystals. He glanced outside the gate. The zombies on the road were also multiplying. But this wasn't the time to deal with them. Lin Xiao stuffed the crystals into his ammunition backpack and walked towards the security booth on the left. Knock, knock, knock. He pounded on the door. He thought Yi Mingxian might not hear him over the fog, but to his surprise the door swung open immediately. Junior, you finally came. Inside, Yi Mingxian's face lit up with joy. Despite his rationing, those 2 or 3 loaves of bread had been completely devoured by yesterday afternoon. He had been hungry for nearly a day now, and even before that he hadn't had a proper meal. If Lin Xiao had delayed another day, Yi Mingxian would have been forced to risk venturing out for food again. Luckily, after his supplies ran out, he had just leaned against the door waiting for Lin Xiao. And now his wait was over. Eat something first. Seeing Yi Mingxian's state, Lin Xiao pulled out a bottle of water and 2 pieces of cake from his backpack. Yi Mingxian didn't stand on ceremony, wolfing them down in a few quick bites. This did nothing to quell his hunger, it only made him feel ravenous. Lin Xiao had starved in his past life, and understood the feeling all too well. He didn't intend to torment Yi Mingxian. Since he had come, he was considering taking him along. That ice-type ability certainly piqued Lin Xiao's interest. He opened his backpack again and pulled out more food. Not just staples like bread, but also some snacks. They weren't as filling, but they tasted good and offered some flavor. For over 10 minutes the 2 stood face to face without a word. Lin Xiao pulled items from his bag, and Yi Mingxian stuffed them into his mouth. After that time, a third of the food Lin Xiao had brought was now in Yi Mingxian's stomach. Judging by his demeanor, if Lin Xiao kept bringing out food, he would keep eating. But Lin Xiao stopped. He slung the backpack over his shoulders and simply watched Yi Mingxian. With no more food forthcoming, Yi Mingxian made no further moves, standing respectfully in place, awaiting Lin Xiao's decision. 3 minutes later, Lin Xiao suddenly turned around. Yi Mingxian looked on, bewildered. Was he not going to take him along this time? He couldn't quite understand Lin Xiao's decision, but he didn't ask. As a smart man, his priority was survival. Lin Xiao had saved his life, so he would simply follow his orders. Yi Mingxian's composure earned a nod of approval from Lin Xiao. This person seemed decent so far. Just moments ago, it was clear Yi Mingxian wasn't full, and Lin Xiao's backpack obviously still held plenty of food. Yet he hadn't tried to snatch it. 3 days had given Yi Mingxian ample time to prepare, just like Chen Feifei had. Although the end result would certainly be a loss against Lin Xiao at this point, most would be tempted to try. But Yi Mingxian didn't. He simply waited quietly, following Lin Xiao's arrangement. And when Lin Xiao arrived, he behaved while showing no ulterior motives. Tomorrow was the last day of the fog. Lin Xiao decided to make another trip. The food he had just given him would be enough to sustain him for another day. Besides, Lin Xiao had brought out 3 bottles of water. Yi Mingxian had drunk 2 on the spot, and left the third unfinished. He would definitely be fine for a day. If when Lin Xiao returned, Yi Mingxian still resisted the urge to snatch the food, Lin Xiao would recruit him into his team. Of course, before that he would inform him. The fog would soon lift. If Yi Mingxian was unwilling, Lin Xiao certainly wouldn't force him. On the main road outside the school gates, after eliminating the scattered zombies, Lin Xiao resumed his search for a vehicle. With the lesson from before fresh in his mind, he now targeted only high-powered off-road vehicles. If he could find another one, securing the 1,000 mutated crystals would be well within his grasp. Though firearms were convenient and safe, they couldn't match the efficiency of simply mowing down zombies with a vehicle. In the remaining day and a half, Lin Xiao needed to ensure he could at least level up to rank 3. Once the fog-lifted, vehicles would become temporarily useless. Driving through a city teeming with zombies was akin to suicide. A couple of stomps on the accelerator would likely draw every zombie in the vicinity. Even if you were driving a tank, those creatures could probably tear it apart with their bare hands. So the vehicle strategy was only viable for today and tomorrow. After dispatching a few more zombies, Lin Xiao spotted another suitable vehicle, a Toyota Prado. Coincidentally, he also found the keys left inside. Lin Xiao didn't know where the owner had gone, but it didn't matter anymore. With a car, he could replicate the success of the first day and reap a bountiful harvest of mutated crystals. However, there was one condition: he must not encounter any second-rank zombies. Otherwise, the razor-sharp claws of a second-rank zombie could easily tear through the vehicle's body. Soon, Lin Xiao familiarized himself with the performance of his new ride. Then, stepping on the gas, he began his bumper car adventure for the day. Luck was on his side. He didn't encounter a single second-rank zombie until nightfall. But the Prado was on its last legs. Lin Xiao's relentless rampage had crushed over 400 zombies in one afternoon, more than the total kills of the previous Hummer. If the car was destined for the scrap heap, so be it. Lin Xiao didn't care. Having crushed over 400 zombies, the vehicle had avenged its original owner and could retire in peace. Abandoning the car, he realized it was getting late and headed back to the dormitory. During his absence, the two women in the dormitory had a rough time. Blind and deaf, their days were agonizing. Anyone would find it unbearable. Earlier, they could chat to pass the time, sharing common interests as young women of similar age. But now even conversing was too much of a hassle, so they simply stopped talking. Even eating was a struggle. They just lay in bed waiting for Lin Xiao's return. Upon arriving, he looked at them helplessly. He had brought back 2 girls thinking he could get some help, but it turned out he still had to do everything himself. And by everything, I mean cooking. Let's keep our minds out of the gutter. Unable to see, the women couldn't prepare meals, so everything had to wait for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao hadn't eaten all day either. He had packed a backpack full of food, but there was no time to eat. The excitement of driving had made him completely forget. Now back in the dorm, his stomach was starting to protest. With no other choice, Lin Xiao dragged his weary body to the kitchen and made his signature instant noodles. Lately, his diet had consisted mostly of instant noodles, bread, and self-heating meals, and he was getting sick of it. Once the fog lifted, he was determined to have a proper hot meal. He had tasted Yao Zhen's cooking before, and it was quite good. Of course, the best cook was his own mother. That taste, the longer he stayed away from home, the more he yearned for it. 15 minutes later, the noodles were ready, and Lin Xiao had to help the 2 women down and bring the bowls to them. Truly service with a smile. Having not showered in 2 days, the women planned to bathe tonight. Lin Xiao had told them that the fog would lift tomorrow evening, and the day after that the water and electricity would be cut off due to lack of maintenance. After that, enjoying a hot shower like this would become a luxury. They hadn't yet found a way to stockpile diesel, so even with hundreds of generators they would be useless. Bathing was much more complicated than using the toilet. It took Lin Xiao over half an hour to help them have a comfortable hot shower without overstepping their privacy. But when he carried them out again, his mind couldn't help but wander. The fresh scent of the girls after their bath stirred his thoughts, and he had to silently recite the Diamond Sutra several times to suppress his rising desires. By the time everything was done, night had fallen. Despite the freezing winter, Lin Xiao chose to take a cold shower just for the thrill of it. The next day, it was the last day of the fog. Lin Xiao had only one mission today: to reach rank 3. He was short just over 200 crystals from the 1,000 needed for an upgrade. Even without finding a new vehicle, he could easily handle it by morning with just his pistol. His previous 2 upgrades had brought about tremendous changes. He was already eagerly anticipating the third. As for Yiming Xuan, he could stop by and feed him on the way. There was no way he could bring him to the dorm anyway, with 2 women staying there. With his plan set, Lin Xiao shouldered his backpack and headed out. The 2 women were aware of the situation. As future teammates, Lin Xiao had been transparent with them. Today was the last day. He had the advantage. He had to seize this opportunity to maximize his edge. Despite their impaired vision, both women got out of bed early and stood by the door. "Good luck," Yao Xian said, then suddenly embraced Lin Xiao. Under the gaze of the others, she even stole a kiss on his left cheek. This sudden boldness caught Lin Xiao off guard. Yi Qingying, standing close by, was stunned. Hadn't they agreed to just see him off together for a symbolic send-off on this final day? How did she escalate to physical contact? A hug was one thing, but a kiss? That wasn't part of the plan. Yi Qingying grew increasingly agitated. When a woman's competitive spirit is ignited, it can be quite terrifying. So while Lin Xiao was still savoring the moment and Yao Xian was blushing, she made her move. Yi Qingying stepped forward, pressing against Lin Xiao, and gave him a firm embrace. But that wasn't all. Before Lin Xiao could even process what was happening, she planted a gentle kiss on his right cheek. All 3 of them froze in shock. "Oh, well, I'll be going now," Lin Xiao stammered, sensing the tension in the air. To avoid getting caught in an awkward situation, he made a quick escape, leaving behind 2 women locked in silent competition. Still at the school gate, Lin Xiao knocked on the door of the security booth. Seeing Lin Xiao outside, Yi Mingxian looked as if he had encountered a long-lost relative, almost embracing him in a tearful hug. There's something I must tell you in advance. This time Lin Xiao didn't stand outside the door, but followed Yi Mingxian into the booth. Yi Mingxian knew that if Lin Xiao was being this solemn, the matter was certainly of great importance. Perhaps this was the moment that would decide his fate. Sure enough, Lin Xiao casually took a seat on a stool and offered a cigarette to Yi Mingxian. Yi Mingxian hadn't smoked in nearly a week, and the sight of the Furong cigarette Lin Xiao offered brought undisguised excitement to his face. The fog will dissipate at exactly 2222 tonight. Lin Xiao's first statement left Yi Mingxuan, who was about to light his cigarette, stunned. But he quickly regained his composure and continued his previous action, lighting the cigarette in his hand. The fog is about to vanish. Don't you have any thoughts on that? Seeing his calm demeanor, Lin Xiao asked curiously. If I'm not mistaken, the creatures outside are those zombie-like beings, right? Yi Mingxian took a deep drag and then spoke slowly. Lin Xiao nodded. Although he had cleared the zombies near the school many times, that was only limited to this area. Moreover, for an ordinary person who had starved for days, 100 zombies outside versus 10 made little difference. It was all just waiting to die. So after tomorrow, the number of survivors would sharply decrease by nearly half. With the fog gone, my sight and hearing are back. Does that mean theirs are too? Yi Mingxian continued to ask. Lin Xiao nodded again. In that case, whether the fog is here or not, it would be difficult for me to survive alone. Looking at Lin Xiao's two nods, Yi Mingxian said with self-deprecation. If anything, he would be even more vulnerable after the fog lifted. Your ability is quite good. You can join my team. However, the one thing I despise most is betrayal. Lin Xiao paused here. Then he took out a cigarette from the pack and put it in his mouth. Under Yi Mingxuan's gaze, he didn't pull out a lighter. Instead, he simply raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! A small flame appeared on Lin Xiao's fingertip. With the appearance of this flame, the surrounding temperature seemed affected, beginning to rise. Then Lin Xiao moved his finger, the flame moving with it, effortlessly lighting the cigarette in his mouth. As he took a deep drag, the flame on his finger vanished abruptly. What a show-off. I'd give that an 82 out of 100, and the remaining 18 points are just for the smoothness. Watching Lin Xiao's display, Yi Mingxuan's expression remained calm, but internally he was already teasing him. But he was indeed intimidated by Lin Xiao's trick and quickly patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. I, Yi Mingxuan, have been through the grind since I was young. The thing I value most is loyalty. You saved my life, so I'll follow you." The word betrayal has never appeared in my vocabulary. Compared to his own ability, Lin Xiao's trick was far more powerful. Having such a mysterious and strong teammate, Yi Mingxian wasn't foolish enough to easily betray him. Whether Yi Mingxian was sincere or not, after these days of testing, Lin Xiao had gained a bit more trust in him. Wait here for me. They'll come for you tomorrow morning. After saying this, Lin Xiao got up directly and divided a portion of the food from his backpack for Yi Mingxuan, enough to keep him well fed until tomorrow. After all, they would be moving together tomorrow, and an empty stomach wouldn't do. Afterwards, Lin Xiao left the security booth directly. Initially, Lin Xiao thought of reminding him to wait for his arrival and not to go out casually under any other circumstances. But then Lin Xiao held back, as this was the final test for Yi Mingxian. Once the fog lifted tomorrow, few would have the patience to resist going out for a look. The zombies at the gate had been mostly cleared by Lin Xiao. If Yi Mingxian were cautious, he could certainly get out smoothly. And outside the school there were plenty of shops. When Yi Mingxian discovered he could easily obtain food, would he still be willing to wait for Lin Xiao? After all, joining Lin Xiao's team meant being under his command. Leaving the booth, Lin Xiao pulled out a handgun from his backpack. Today he would have a satisfying hunt. The next time he'd get such a great opportunity would be over 2 months later. Besides gathering enough mutated crystals, Lin Xiao also wanted to search for other mutated tree hollows. If there was one such hollow, there was bound to be a second. Although their numbers were certainly scarce, Lin Xiao was currently the only one who could move around freely. If he could discover another one, it would greatly expand his advantage. It might even sustain his lead until the second fog descended, creating an infinite cycle. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao didn't stay put. Instead, he began moving while killing zombies. His eyes constantly swept across the surrounding trees, afraid of missing anything. Even in this state, he had gathered 1,000 mutated crystals by mid-morning. He hadn't found any more mutated tree hollows, but the zombies gave him a pleasant surprise. This morning alone, he had killed 3 second-tier zombies. Today was the last day of the fog. After 7 days of the fog's transformation, the number of second-tier zombies had gradually increased. Based on Lin Xiao's initial estimates, 1 second-tier zombie would emerge from roughly every 200 zombies. He just wondered if any third-tier zombies would appear. Even though Lin Xiao was killing them effortlessly now, usually taking them down with one shot, or at most 2, these second-tier zombies would become nightmares for early humanity once the fog lifted. Even with Lin Xiao's current strength, defeating one would be a struggle. Moreover, in a fight, a second-tier zombie could afford to make countless mistakes, but one mistake from you meant the end. That was the horror of the zombies. Picking up the last mutated crystal, Lin Xiao was ready to head back. He had left all the crystals with Yao Xian when he came out. Otherwise, 1,000 crystals would have been enough to fill his backpack. Now he had to return first. After he advanced to the third tier, he would come out again in the afternoon to thoroughly search for the mutated tree space. Thinking of the allure of reaching the third tier, Lin Xiao couldn't help but quicken his pace. He even spared the zombies he encountered along the way, feeling too good to bother with them. Right now Lin Xiao just wanted to get back quickly and prepare for the upgrade. The first and second tiers had brought him extremely noticeable enhancements. In the third tier, a stage of qualitative change, he was eager to see what transformations it would bring him. Upon returning to the dormitory, the two girls were sitting on a bed munching on chips while watching a show. Lin Xiao couldn't help but admire the pair. Because of the thick fog, visibility was extremely low, forcing them to huddle closely together with a phone placed just a short distance in front of them. The screen was playing a variety show they had already downloaded. Lin Xiao was curious. Could they really see clearly? Yet he didn't bother asking, as he understood that the two women were simply too bored cooped up in the dormitory. With nothing to see outside, they had to find some way to pass the time. Hearing the sound at the door, both women turned their heads toward Lin Xiao's direction. Though only a blurry silhouette, they instantly recognized him. Back so early today? Yao Xian asked in surprise. She knew that today was the last day of the fog, and Lin Xiao had planned to make a major move outside. Had he already finished? I've collected enough mutated crystals. He'll upgrade first, then head out again this afternoon. Hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, Yao Xian quickly stood up. The mutated crystals were all stored in her spatial ring, and taking them out would require some space. Lin Xiao directly led her to the empty bed beneath the remaining bunk. Dump all the mutated crystals here. He'll upgrade right here. Yao Xian nodded obediently, and then retrieved all 800 or so mutated crystals from her spatial ring, piling them onto the table. Seeing so many crystals stacked together, even Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. Such a visual impact was something Lin Xiao had never witnessed in his past life. He led Yao Xian back to her bed, and then sat down before the table overflowing with mutated crystals. At this moment, not only Lin Xiao, but also the two girls, though they could see nothing, felt a mounting tension within. They had long heard Lin Xiao say that reaching the third tier was a qualitative leap for a mutant, and tomorrow the fog would dissipate. If Lin Xiao could advance to the third tier before then, the safety of their small team would be greatly enhanced. All three of them were young. Although the two girls lacked Lin Xiao's experience of surviving the apocalypse, they could easily grasp the concept through his descriptions and their own imagination. Once all order collapsed, the principle of the strong ruling would be exemplified to the extreme. At this moment, the stronger Lin Xiao became, the more at ease they felt. As for their own strength, that was a matter of gender differences. When facing danger, instinctive reactions varied. Of course, this referred to the majority and did not exclude the rare assertive women. For instance, Chen Feifei in his past life. So for now, their hopes were pinned on Lin Xiao. The stronger he grew, the more reassured they felt. As for the future, why worry about that? It was already the apocalypse. Who knew how many days they had left to live? Regardless of their thoughts, Lin Xiao had already begun his upgrade process. He absorbed the mutated crystals one by one, and the energy surged wildly into his body. At first it was fine. The energy from first-tier crystals was not overwhelming for a second-tier mutant like Lin Xiao. But quantity leads to quality. When the number of crystals he had absorbed reached 3 digits, Lin Xiao felt a clear change. It started with his limbs, the areas that had mutated during the previous two upgrades. Warm energy continuously flowed in initially, causing a tingling, pleasant sensation. However, when he reached 300 crystals, his limbs began to ache and swell. This was the process of transforming toward a stronger state. For a time, Lin Xiao could not absorb the remaining crystals properly. Fortunately, this phase did not last long. After a brief rest, Lin Xiao resumed his previous actions. When the absorbed crystals reached 500, the muscles in his limbs throbbed with pain, and a more formidable power filled his arms and legs. This sensation persisted for nearly half an hour before subsiding. By then, Lin Xiao could clearly feel the substantial enhancement of his limbs, at least twice as strong as before. Such an improvement was nothing short of remarkable. Translated into combat strength, it was no exaggeration to say that the current Lin Xiao could defeat 5 of his former selves. After savoring the changes for a moment, he continued absorbing the mutated crystals. This time the energy no longer confined itself to his limbs, but began spreading throughout his entire body. Each time a mutant upgraded, aside from the mutated area, the overall physical fitness also improved significantly, though not as drastically as the primary mutation site. When he had consumed 700 crystals, the energy surged toward his head. This time the energy seemed to have a precise target, charging straight for Lin Xiao's eyes. In his past life, when he had reached the third tier, he had never felt such an intense sensation. It seemed that after his rebirth, his eyes had undergone a tremendous transformation. As the energy frantically poured into the delicate nerves of his eyes, Lin Xiao involuntarily closed his eyelids. Compared to the strengthening of his limbs, the enhancement of his eyes was far more dangerous. One misstep, and he feared the energy might blind him. Yet his mutated eyes were not so fragile. Despite the relentless influx of energy, they endured wave after wave of assault. Time passed, and Lin Xiao's hand continued its mechanical motion of swallowing the crystals. Now only a few crystals remained on the table and Lin Xiao's eyes seemed to have reached their current limit. The energy receded like a tide, but his eyes remained tightly shut, likely unable to open for a while. The receding energy combined with Lin Xiao's still ongoing absorption launched an attack on the depths of his mind, the realm of the human spirit. After undergoing the mutation in the tree space, Lin Xiao had gained fire-based spiritual abilities, and this upgrade naturally targeted that area as well. Before Lin Xiao could recover from the pain in his eyes, his head began to swell. Inwardly, he had been cursing profusely for quite some time. This was no upgrade. It was nearly costing him his life. But the revolution was not yet complete. Lin Xiao had to persevere. When all the crystals on the table had been absorbed, the pain in his head reached its peak. Yet compared to the tearing sensation he had experienced in the mutant tree space, this was still bearable. After another half-hour, Lin Xiao's mind gradually cleared. On the other side, the two girls were still watching the show, but their eyes frequently darted toward Lin Xiao's direction. Though the thick fog blocked their view, they couldn't help themselves. The process had taken far too long. After nearly 2 hours of torment, Lin Xiao was drenched in sweat. A dozen seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes. The third tier was achieved. Lin Xiao, upon opening his eyes, did not rise immediately. Instead, he shut them once more, for his post-evolution process was not yet complete. As expected, upon advancing to the third rank, his body began autonomously absorbing the surrounding mist once again. What part of him would undergo a transformation this time? A flicker of anticipation stirred within Lin Xiao's heart. As the mist surged and he finally perceived the changes within his body. This time it was his internal organs. He focused intently, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Had it been any other part, he might have hesitated, but this particular area was universally understood by men. His kidneys. However, the nature of the enhancement this mutation would bring was a mystery to him. It was common knowledge that the kidney's primary function was metabolism and maintaining the body's electrolyte balance. With strengthened kidneys, one could expect a significant boost in vitality, spirit, and overall energy. As for the other, even more potent benefit of enhanced kidneys that needed no explanation. Although Lin Xiao had yet to put it to use, he knew the opportunity would surely present itself. That sound wasn't a mark of a powerhouse, it was merely the result of sitting in one position for too long. Rising to his feet, Lin Xiao moved his body, testing its limits. It felt good, powerful. The surge of strength in his limbs, that sound wasn't a mark of a powerhouse, it was merely the result of sitting in one position for too long. Rising to his feet, Lin Xiao moved his body, testing its limits. It felt good, powerful. The surge of strength in his limbs was an intoxicating sensation. Now Lin Xiao was confident he could shatter a first-rank zombie with a single punch, provided he avoided its claws and teeth. Yet the enhancement of his limbs was but the most trivial aspect of this evolution. Instead of testing his eyes, Lin Xiao first summoned his fire ability. A small flame flickered to life, but he could sense its terrifying destructive potential. Even the two women nearby felt a sudden, inexplicable surge in temperature. It was winter, and they weren't dressed heavily, yet they began to feel uncomfortably hot. What's happening? Yi Qingying looked at Yao Xian, seeing the same confusion mirrored in her eyes. Fortunately, the heat dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. After just a few seconds, the temperature returned to normal. It must be Lin Xiao's doing, Yao Xian said, uncertainly glancing towards his direction, though she could see nothing through the mist. Yi Qingying nodded in agreement. Besides themselves, Lin Xiao was the only other person in the dormitory. It had been 2 hours since his evolution began. Surely, he should be done by now. That burst of heat was likely his doing. After that incident, the two women lost all interest in the television, their gazes fixed intently on Lin Xiao's location, hoping to discern something through the thick fog. Unaware of the women's thoughts, Lin Xiao was still buzzing with excitement. As expected, after reaching the third rank, his psychic ability had been vastly amplified. At the second rank, his flame was only good for lighting a cigarette. But now it was potent enough to kill zombies, capable of inflicting massive area effect damage. Although he had only manifested a small wisp, he could at will unleash it as a serpent of fire, engulfing a wide area in flames. In his past life, he had witnessed Chen Feifei execute such an attack, and it was devastatingly powerful. Now Lin Xiao finally possessed his own formidable psychic ability. He was confident he could contend with zombies of the same rank. After the initial excitement subsided, Lin Xiao turned his attention to his eyes. They were the first thing to change after his rebirth, granting him his considerable advantage from the start. He held great expectations for them. Yet no matter how he probed, he found little difference from before. He could still see through the mist, and beyond that. He glanced towards the two women. 34C, 38B. Black. Pink. Lin Xiao quickly shook his head, chastising himself. What are you even looking at? Damn, could it be that this evolution only made my vision more penetrating? That offers no real boost to my combat strength. Lin Xiao felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for a grand surprise, but this seemed like the most useless enhancement yet. However, he quickly rallied. He was already strong enough, and this ability had secured him a significant early game advantage, enough to handle the challenges ahead. That was more than sufficient. Lin Xiao pulled out his phone, and was surprised to see that 2 hours had passed. As if on cue, his stomach growled in protest. His body, freshly empowered, was in dire need of sustenance. Having skipped lunch, hunger was inevitable. His tasks for the day were complete. He could search for the mutated tree space later. If he couldn't find it, so be it. With that thought, Lin Xiao stepped forward, emerging from the mist into the women's view. They had been staring blankly at his location, their vision blocked by the fog. His sudden appearance startled them. Reacting on instinct, Yi Qingying, a police officer, lashed out. Her delicate fist flew towards Lin Xiao. Startled, she had put her full strength into the blow. By the time she realized who it was too late to pull back. They were standing close, and Lin Xiao hadn't anticipated her sudden attack. Caught off guard, he instinctively activated his eye ability. The punch was fast, the distance short. It seemed impossible to dodge. But then Lin Xiao's hand moved with ghostly speed, catching Yi Qingying's wrist and neutralizing the attack. "I am sorry," she mumbled, her wrist held firmly in his grasp. Yet Lin Xiao remained frozen, his grip unyielding. What does he intend to do? Yi Qingying's face flushed, her mind racing with confusion. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiao's mind was in turmoil. Just moments ago, her fist was inches from his face. But with his eyes activated, the punch seemed to slow down to a crawl, allowing him to casually catch her wrist. What is this ability? Can it slow down my opponent's attacks? Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. He heard Yi Qingying's soft apology. On a whim, he pulled her wrist. With a startled yelp, she stumbled forward, colliding with his chest. Oh no, what is he doing? And Yao Xian is right there. The lunch was somewhat awkward, with all three of them eating in silence. Yao Xian, however, attacked the self-heating rice in front of her, as if it were her mortal enemy, venting her frustrations with wild abandon. Lin Xiao also remained quiet, and after finishing his meal in a hurry, he muttered and am heading out before fleeing in a panic. Although he didn't understand why he felt the need to run, he decided to deal with it later. Having advanced to the third rank with a significant boost in power was something worth celebrating for Lin Xiao. He planned to spend the remaining hours of the afternoon searching for the mutated tree space. It would be ideal if he could find something, but he wouldn't be too disappointed if he didn't. He was already far ahead. If he couldn't succeed in this life, he might as well give up. Since the new year had just passed, the weather remained relentlessly cold. Despite the arrival of the spring equinox, Star City, a place known only for its sweltering summers and bitter winters, was still in the grip of winter. The trees here had long adapted to this pattern. They were still in their winter slumber and would not begin to show signs of spring for at least another month. This was also the best time to find mutated trees. Compared to the other trees still recovering from winter, the mutated ones were visibly more vibrant and full of life. Relying on this distinctive trait, Lin Xiao drove his Hummer and began his meticulous search. He reasoned that rare species like mutated trees wouldn't be abundant. Otherwise, they would have been discovered long ago during the 3 months of his previous life. A mutated tree had already appeared within Star City University, so the likelihood of finding another nearby was low. Thus, Lin Xiao decided to drive in a single direction to get away from the area entirely. Of course, he had to keep track of time. It was already past 2 p.m. and darkness would fall within 4 hours. He needed to return to the dormitory before then. Regardless, the night always brought unforeseen dangers for humans. Not far from the university, the number of zombies on the road began to increase as this area hadn't been cleared. Lin Xiao chose to avoid them all. Collecting mutated crystals alone was too slow. It was better to wait until the fog lifted and the 4 of them could come together. They had plenty of ammunition and firearms, making their combined efforts far more efficient than Lin Xiao working alone. The overall risk would be higher, but with Lin Xiao now at the 3rd rank, he wasn't too concerned. With his skilled driving, he had already covered over 30 kilometers from Star City University. Driving through Star City without traffic lights or congestion was quite enjoyable. It would be even better if those pesky zombies could vanish. Lin Xiao checked the time. It was already 3:15 p.m. He pulled over, parked the car, and stepped out. Searching for a mutated tree from inside a car wasn't practical. He had to get out and look himself. He'll search this area for an hour, and if I don't find anything, I'll leave, he said. Looking around, he saw he was in a park. Compared to the city center, parks had more trees, increasing the chances of finding a mutated one. If this park yielded nothing, he would have to go back. The park was deserted at this hour, with few people venturing out for a stroll so late in the night, even if it was free. Of course, there were exceptions like the young couple in front of him. Lin Xiao naturally gravitated towards areas dense with trees in his search. It seemed some people had a penchant for sneaking into the woods even before the apocalypse. 2 young ones, no less. Could it be? Lin Xiao looked at the 2 tattered young zombies, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Was it due to poverty or some peculiar preference for thrills? Unfortunately, the 2 ragged zombies couldn't answer his question. After reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the female zombie's black stocking-clad legs, Lin Xiao finally launched his attack. He swore it was purely an instinctive reaction that any normal man would have upon seeing such a pleasing sight, nothing more. The attack was simple. 2 shots took them down. Despite his brief hesitation in admiring the view, he was decisive when it came to killing zombies. He knew how to separate business from pleasure. After dealing with the pair, Lin Xiao continued his search for the mutated tree. After reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the female zombie's black stocking-clad legs, Lin Xiao finally launched his attack. He swore it was purely an instinctive reaction that any normal man would have. As he entered, Lin Xiao noticed it seemed to be an orchard. He was surprised the park had such a place. Who would the fruits belong to once they ripened? This was a puzzling concept for Lin Xiao, who never visited parks. But that didn't matter now. Humming a tune, Lin Xiao walked into the small orchard, his gaze sweeping casually over the trees. Clearly there was nothing. After a quick scan, he decided it was time to head back. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed something. This tree is flourishing. His eyes locked onto a large tree on his right. He couldn't name the species, but it was obviously much more vigorous than the others. Did you take some performance-enhancing drugs? Lin Xiao slowly approached the tree, and as he got closer, he felt it tremble slightly. What a character. All the other trees were still. Why was this one swaying? Lin Xiao was certain this was another mutated tree. But why didn't it have a white portal? He thought for a moment, then raised his pistol and fired 3 shots at the tree. As expected, the tree shook more violently after being attacked. At the same time, a familiar white portal appeared on its trunk. So you can hide yourself. No wonder so few people found you in the last life. Lin Xiao understood. This mutated tree likely had a special ability to sense Lin Xiao's approximate strength. Last time he was only at the 2nd rank, so the tree had opened its portal to lure him in, thinking it could easily deal with him. Now at the 3rd rank, Lin Xiao's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Most importantly, his spiritual power had surged. This nameless fruit tree felt threatened and had hidden itself. Not bad, but you're unlucky to have met me. Lin Xiao smiled softly and stepped into the white portal without hesitation. Just like last time, after a brief moment of disorientation, Lin Xiao had already entered the mutated tree space. The white light passage behind him closed as expected. Having experienced this once before, Lin Xiao was no longer surprised. As long as he eliminated this mutated tree, the passage would open again. He looked ahead. The space was identical to the previous mutated trees. A winding path lay before him, awaiting his entry. But Lin Xiao had been fooled once. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. Ignoring the path that looked like an exit, he focused his gaze directly on those lifeless little creatures. As long as he knew the right method, this tree was easy to deal with. Thinking this, Lin Xiao began his attack. Time was limited, and he couldn't stay here long. These creatures had no ability to resist, not even basic evasion. With the shooting skills of a 10-year CF veteran, Lin Xiao easily took them all down. But this time Lin Xiao was so caught up in the thrill that he forgot one thing. Only after all the creatures were killed did he realize the problem. This time the creatures' deaths didn't produce that emerald green energy. The script wasn't right. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Where was the promised spiritual mutation? Why was it gone? Just as he was pondering which step went wrong, the entire space began to tremble slightly. Then the whole space radiated an emerald green glow. No way, this much green light. Is it planning to turn me completely green? But I'm single. Obviously Lin Xiao's guess was wrong. The green light showed no sign of surging into his body. After a full 5 minutes, the green light continued to shine. Then all the trees in the space began to change. Countless trees vanished, drifting along with the green light toward the largest tree at the center. This bizarre spectacle made Lin Xiao feel uneasy. But the white light portal behind him had yet to appear, so he could only stand and wait. The rhythm of events had completely slipped from his control. Over 10 minutes later, the entire space was now empty, with only the towering tree standing proudly before him. A few seconds later, the tree's trunk began to shake. Then, to Lin Xiao's astonishment, the tree's size rapidly shrank, eventually transforming into a palm-sized sapling that flew right up to him. Looking at this miniature tree, Lin Xiao tentatively reached out his right hand. With a gentle grab, he easily caught the sapling. At the same time, the white light portal behind him finally appeared. Without time to ponder, he decided to leave first. Back in the park, Lin Xiao faced the mutated tree again. Like last time, after being defeated, the tree visibly withered at an alarming rate. Unless something unexpected happened, it would die soon. Looking at the large tree before him, Lin Xiao extended his right hand again. As he opened his palm, a miniature sapling appeared. It looked exactly like the big tree in front of him. At that moment, a piece of information flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. Mutated fruit tree sapling, extremely vigorous, will yield unexpected rewards once planted. Though it was just a simple sentence, Lin Xiao understood its purpose. It was just about planting a tree. However, this mutated sapling was certainly very different from an ordinary fruit tree. Maybe from now on he wouldn't even have to worry about fruit. He still hadn't figured out what kind of fruit tree this was. If it bore a lot of fruit, this could be a huge fortune. After some time developing in the apocalypse, things would gradually stabilize. The food problem would eventually be solved. Besides the food left over from before the apocalypse, there were still plenty of animals to eat after it began. Especially the meat of mutated beasts, which was definitely a delicacy. But fruit wouldn't be available anytime soon. Fruit has a short shelf life, and without human maintenance, the fruit left from before the apocalypse couldn't be preserved for long. Although Lin Xiao didn't gain any increase in strength from this trip, this sapling from the mutated tree was a pleasant surprise. Even if the variety was limited, at least it guaranteed they'd have fruit to eat. He just wondered about its growth cycle. As for its survival rate, it was said to be extremely vigorous. So it should survive no matter how it was planted right. Forget it, time was getting late, and Lin Xiao needed to head back. After dark, it was safer to be inside a building. Besides, after 2222 tonight the fog would gradually dissipate, and the zombies would regain their sight and hearing. Staying out overnight, if he was so tired he snored in his sleep, that would be the end of him. Although it was the same route, the trip back took noticeably less time. At 5:30 Lin Xiao's car drove through the school gate. Glancing at the security booth he passed, he hoped Ming Xian wouldn't snore tonight. Otherwise the soundproofing in that little security room was questionable. He might end up in a zombie's stomach before he even woke up. Back at the dorm, the two girls were already lying on the same bed, continuing the variety show they had been watching as if nothing had happened at noon. Lin Xiao deliberately made his entrance as quiet as possible, and with the heavy fog they didn't notice he was back at all. Seeing them getting along peacefully, he breathed a sigh of relief. And back. The two who had been happily watching the show suddenly saw a familiar face appear before them, accompanied by Lin Xiao's voice. The moment they saw him, their reactions were completely opposite. Yi Qingying lowered her head directly, while Yao Xian glared fiercely at Lin Xiao. "I'll go take a shower first, then make some food. The fog will start to clear after 1030 tonight, so you two should shower then too. Unless something unexpected happens, we might not be able to shower this comfortably for a long time." Lin Xiao was telling the truth. Before noon tomorrow the water and power would be cut off. From then on, showering would become a luxury. For girls who valued cleanliness, not being able to shower was even more devastating than not having enough to eat. Lin Xiao guessed that those two would probably scrub their skin raw before they were satisfied tonight. At 2222 in the evening, Lin Xiao meticulously checked the doors and windows of the dormitory multiple times. After confirming they were completely sealed, he drew the curtains tightly shut. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't planning anything strange, he was simply preparing to turn on the lights. Over the past few days, even turning on the lights in the dorm had been futile, as the illumination couldn't pierce through the dense fog. But in half a minute the fog would begin to dissipate, and within 30 minutes the world would return to its former state. The two women were also awake, quietly waiting for the fog to clear. After all being blind for so long, who wouldn't yearn to see the light again? A minute later the mist in the room began to visibly recede. Lin Xiao switched on the dormitory light at that opportune moment. Although the glow was faint, both women instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands. It's not that bright actually. Yao Xian parted her fingers slightly, finding it wasn't as dazzling as she had imagined. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao's laughter rang out ill-timed. You two actually thought you were blind. It was just the fog reducing your visibility. Embarrassed, the women lowered their hands and simultaneously shot him a glare. Lin Xiao wisely stifled his laughter. With the light on, the women could finally move about freely. No longer did they need Lin Xiao's help for private matters like using the bathroom or showering as they had for the past 2 days. Although they had grown accustomed to him carrying them around, a girl's sense of modesty still made them uneasy. What are you two waiting for? Go take a shower first. The water will be cut off tomorrow morning. And we need to leave early tomorrow. We're not coming back to this dorm. During the day, we need to find a safer place to stay. The dorm was too small and poorly equipped. The door was practically a decoration. A zombie could easily break it down with a bit of force. Moreover, the soundproofing was terrible. Any noise could attract nearby zombies. So tomorrow, besides meeting up with Yi Mingxuan, they needed to find a suitable dwelling. It shouldn't be too high up, as stairs would be a pain without an elevator. But it also couldn't be too low for security reasons. In short, finding the ideal place to live in this apocalypse wasn't going to be easy. Meanwhile, Yi Qingying had gone into shower, leaving Lin Xiao and Yao Xian outside. Glancing at Yao Xian, Lin Xiao pulled out his phone. The fog hadn't completely cleared, and the phone signal hadn't returned yet. It would be restored after 11 p.m. and last until around noon the next day. Lin Xiao's heart, however, was already filled with anxiety. Although he had called his mother before the apocalypse began, he couldn't be sure if his parents had followed his instructions. And so in his anxious wait, the signal icon on his phone finally stopped showing a cross. After waiting 2 more minutes, the signal was full. Yao Xian, noticing his actions, also took out her phone. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, walked to the window, and with trembling fingers dialed the familiar number. Beep. It connected. A smile spread across Lin Xiao's face. In his past life, he had never been able to get through to his parents. This time it was clear someone had been keeping their phones charged. Sure enough, the call was answered after just a couple of rings. Mom. Lin Xiao's voice was thick with emotion. Son, don't cry, Mom's here. Are you hurt? Do you have anything to eat? Lin Xiao remained silent, just listening to the concerned voice on the other end. In the background, he could faintly hear his father asking questions. This was the care of his closest kin. Before the fog descended, they had heeded Lin Xiao's advice and stocked up on plenty of food. They hadn't worried about hunger during these 7 days. Unaware of the outside chaos, they had strictly followed their son's warning, do not go out. Their only concern was whether their son was doing well alone out there. Although Lin Xiao's father had repeatedly reassured his mother that their son, having prior knowledge, would certainly be better prepared than them. Worry was inevitable though. Hearing Lin Xiao's voice finally put them at ease. Mom, I'm fine, don't worry. Is there enough food at home? Lin Xiao was equally moved. His rebirth had finally changed his parents' fate. His voice trembled slightly. Yes, we have plenty. His mother replied with 3 emphatic yes. The two of them didn't eat much at home. Being older, they weren't fond of snacks. When Lin Xiao told them to stock up, they simply bought a large supply of dry rations. The taste might not be great, but it guaranteed they wouldn't go hungry for a long time. Hearing that they had enough, Lin Xiao was finally reassured. As long as his parents stayed inside and he could get home to reunite with them, the primary goal of his rebirth was nearly achieved. With the 7 days of preparation, he was confident he could lead them to survive this apocalypse. Mom, remember, don't open the door for anyone during this time, no matter who knocks. Store up as much water as you can. The water and electricity will be cut off tomorrow morning. Just wait for me to come home. After giving his mother these final instructions, she reluctantly handed the phone to his father. Lin Xiao's father, who seemed to have so much to say, fell silent upon taking the phone. After a long pause, his father's voice came through. Stay safe, come home soon. The bathroom door opened, and Yi Qingying emerged from her shower. Lin Xiao hastily wiped the tears from his face, bringing the conversation with his parents to an end. Further words were pointless. All he could do now was get home as quickly as possible. After hanging up, Yi Qingying could clearly see that Lin Xiao's mood had improved, as if a huge weight had been lifted. Just then the sound of soft sobbing caught their attention. Lin Xiao and Yi Qingying both looked over. Yao Xian was crouched against the wall, her arms hanging limply, her phone lying on the floor. Lin Xiao sighed. It wasn't hard to guess that she had just tried calling her family. Unfortunately, the call had gone straight to voicemail, indicating that her loved ones had likely perished. Over their time together, Lin Xiao and Yi Qingying had learned about Yao Xin's background. A girl from a small rural village, her father was a good-for-nothing drunkard. When she was young, he had driven his car into a river while intoxicated and drowned. Raised solely by her mother, Yao Xian shared a deep bond with her. And now her mother was presumed dead. It was a feeling Lin Xiao knew all too well. He didn't know how to comfort her, leaving her to heal her own wounds in time. Yao Xin's sobbing gradually subsided. Lin Xiao attempted to approach her, but she refused his comfort. Though she had long anticipated such an outcome, when it finally occurred, she could not entirely restrain her emotions. She did not need anyone else's consolation, she simply wished to be alone. Lin Xiao did not insist, and chose to sit aside. Meanwhile, the window spot where Lin Xiao had been standing was now occupied by Yi Qingying, who was also holding her phone, seemingly intending to contact her family. A few minutes later, Yi Qingying returned from the windowsill with an expressionless face. But from the snippets Lin Xiao had glimpsed, her call had also gone unanswered. Seeing this, Lin Xiao, though in high spirits tonight, dared not show too much elation. Thus passed the first night after the thick fog dissipated for the 3 roommates in the dormitory. In the latter half of the night, strange noises occasionally drifted in from outside, slightly disturbing their sleep. Yet both girls had witnessed zombies before, so, while they were somewhat frightened, they were not overly alarmed. As for Lin Xiao, he had already fallen into a deep slumber. Did such minor disturbances think they could rouse him? Dream on. In his previous life, sleep had been a luxury. He could doze off almost instantly whenever he lay down. The team had always needed members to take turns standing guard, and Lin Xiao, being a member of his caliber, naturally took on the thankless task of night watch. Thus he had long grown accustomed to falling asleep amidst all kinds of strange sounds. If he were to be picky and unable to sleep, the already meager rest time would be entirely wasted. The next morning, it was just 6 o'clock and the sky outside was barely light. Lin Xiao and the 2 girls opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Gently drawing back the curtains, they could see clearly despite the dim light outside. Lin Xiao stood in the middle with the 2 girls on either side of him. 3 people, 6 eyes all fixed on the outside. So many zombies. Yi Qingying murmured involuntarily as she gazed at the wandering figures downstairs. This is nothing, Lin Xiao replied casually. On the day the fog descended, few people had remained on campus. Compared to the outside world, the number of zombies here was already very sparse. According to what you said, 90% of the global population turned into zombies. Does that mean there are over 50 billion zombies? Yao Xian suddenly thought of something and turned to Lin Xiao, asking, The question left Lin Xiao momentarily stunned. While that was the general claim, no one had actually counted. Not to mention the entire world, even within the whole of Daxiao, no one could tally the exact number. The figure was merely an estimate based on the general situation in Xingqing, but it was far from accurate. After all, many people were not turned by the fog's erosion, but were infected later. Thus infection rates definitely varied from region to region. There was no one-size-fits-all rule. Anyway, it's a huge number. Lin Xiao brushed off the question. Now he needed to plan for the next few days. First, they must find a more suitable hiding place. Then figure out a way to get some gasoline and diesel from a gas station. Also, Yao Xian absolutely needed to advance to the 3rd rank. As for Yi Qingying and Yi Mingxuan, Lin Xiao was still deliberating. He would certainly upgrade them, but how to allocate the mutation crystals was a serious matter. In the apocalypse, countless people had stabbed each other in the back over resources. Many were even true brothers. In this perilous era, human nature was far more terrifying than zombies. And Lin Xiao had already suffered one betrayal. He did not wish to repeat that mistake. Moreover, his dream was simple. Just 4 words: the safety of his family. Lin Xiao were ready. While he was still lost and thought the 2 girls had finished washing up and everything was waiting for him. Entering the dormitory's washroom, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, brushing his teeth and washing his face. Done in 3 minutes. Let's go. Uttering those two words, Lin Xiao glanced at the empty dormitory and could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. He was leaving. In his previous life, he had also departed from this dormitory at this very hour. But times had changed. Lin Xiao pushed open the door and stepped out first. The two girls followed closely. As they left, Huaxia did not forget to gently close the door behind her. After all, they had spent the most dangerous 7 days here. Now she realized that if Lin Xiao had not purchased a large stock of supplies that night, she might already be dead. The dormitory building was still empty, but strange sounds were emerging from all directions. Many zombies remained hidden in the building. Lin Xiao did not act rashly. He simply stood quietly at the door waiting. The two girls had no idea what he was waiting for, but they simply followed Lin Xiao. Glancing at the time on his phone, Lin Xiao suddenly whispered, "It's time." As these two words fell, 2 dormitory doors not far ahead opened simultaneously. 3 students then rushed out of the rooms. Because the corridor stairwell was not in Lin Xiao's direction, they did not even glance his way. They dashed straight toward the exit. Moreover, commotion arose from floors above and below. Many survivors were leaving at the same time. Huaxia and Yi Qingying looked at Lin Xiao in astonishment. How did he know? Lin Xiao gave a mysterious smile and opened his phone. The two girls leaned in to see a group chat labeled Building 7 Convenience Store. Before the apocalypse, some student council members, using their little privileges, had stockpiled a large amount of snack cigarettes and beetle nuts in their dorm. During the night, those energetic internet-addicted youths who couldn't sleep would frequently appear in this chat asking for instant noodles, cigarettes, or beetle nuts. Through this convenience store, those business-minded student council members had made a hefty profit. Just after midnight last night, this long silent group chat suddenly received a message, and then more followed. The chat ended with a final sentence: "Let's go out together at 6:30 a.m. Facing the unknown terror, they chose to band together to leave. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had been a bit slow to leave, which coincidentally allowed him to avoid a massive zombie chase. This time he also chose to do the same. After all, no one knew which room might burst out a zombie. Letting others test the waters first would better ensure his safety. And indeed, as many survivors appeared, the zombies were attracted by the commotion. The wooden dormitory doors were easily broken through. Then the scene from the previous life repeated itself. Several panicked students ran ahead in a frenzy with more than a dozen zombies chasing behind them. Upstairs, terrified cries echoed, but Lin Xiao ignored them. Instead, he took the two girls and, taking advantage of the lull on the first and second floors, quickly descended the stairs. The true apocalypse had only just begun. Lin Xiao and the other two followed leisurely behind those unfortunate souls as they exited the dormitory building. Xingqing University, which had been quiet for a while, began to stir with activity. Yet the nature of this commotion was far from what anyone had anticipated. As soon as they stepped out of the dormitory, Lin Xiao instinctively extended his hands, and the two women simultaneously reached out theirs. The three clasped their hands tightly together once more, not even noticing anything unusual about the gesture. This way, Lin Xiao had already mapped out his route. The first stop was to pick up Yi Mingxian. He wondered how the young man was faring now. Was he still waiting in the security booth, or had he taken advantage of the relative safety outside to slip away quietly? The Hummer was parked not far from the dormitory, but Lin Xiao had no intention of driving it. Driving at this moment would be akin to courting death. Before leaving, he had reminded the two women several times. They must be cautious along the way and try not to make any loud noises. Lin Xiao had no desire to waste energy on unnecessary battles. His goal was not to slay zombies, but to find a suitable shelter, then figure out a way to get fuel from a gas station. During this process, he also planned to level up Huaxia to Tier 3 and boost the levels of his other two teammates to enhance their combat prowess. After all, the journey from Xingqing back to his small hometown was a long one. An overall improvement in the team's strength would be a tremendous help to Lin Xiao. That is, provided the team members could trust each other absolutely. Lin Xiao had complete trust in Huaxia, and after spending a few days with Yi Qingying, he had come to trust her as well. As for Yi Mingxuan, whom he was about to meet, Lin Xiao had only conducted a preliminary assessment. If not for the young man's exceptionally alluring ability, Lin Xiao wouldn't have been willing to take this risk. Moreover, he was a man, which made him harder to control. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao nevertheless maintained a brisk pace. Leading the two women, he quickly arrived at the school gate. Since it was still early, few people were out and about. Apart from that group of perverts in the boys' dormitory who had seemingly agreed to meet this early, only occasional screams echoed from other parts of the campus. These screams not only attracted a large number of zombies, but also kept the survivors hiding in their dorms from daring to step outside. This inadvertently facilitated Lin Xiao's movements. Not only were their distractions drawing the zombies' attention, but it also prevented the campus from descending into utter chaos. The trio walked all the way without encountering a single zombie, arriving at the security booth unscathed. There's one more teammate here. Lin Xiao had mentioned this before, but hadn't gone into detail. At that time, he hadn't been entirely sure about Yi Mingxian. Now the answer was about to be revealed. Lin Xiao knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was a signal they had agreed upon earlier. Only this specific pattern meant that Lin Xiao had arrived. The door opened quickly, revealing Yi Mingxian with red-rimmed eyes. After confirming it was indeed Lin Xiao outside, Yi Mingxian let out a deep sigh of relief. He hadn't slept a single minute last night. The noises outside had him cowering in a corner, trembling with fear that some careless zombie might wander into the security booth. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had arrived, and the worst-case scenario he had dreaded hadn't materialized. Let's talk inside first. Lin Xiao pulled the door open fully, and it was then that Yi Mingxian noticed Lin Xiao wasn't alone. Two stunning beauties were following behind him. Yet one of those beauties looked strangely familiar. Cousin. Their eyes met, and Yi Mingxian and Yi Qingying exclaimed simultaneously. This left Lin Xiao and Yao Xian utterly bewildered. Let's get inside first, it's not safe out here. But Lin Xiao quickly snapped back to reality. Standing around gawking was definitely not an option. Zombies had sharp eyesight, and being spotted would be disastrous. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yi Mingxian hastily stepped aside to make way. After Lin Xiao and the others hurried inside, Yi Mingxian gently closed the door. Breakfast was egg yolk pies. When Yi Mingxian saw Yao Xian magically produce 2 large packs of egg yolk pies and 4 bottles of yogurt out of thin air, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Good heavens, what kind of ability was that? However, no one was there to answer his burning curiosity at the moment. Lin Xiao was still curious about the relationship between Yi Qingying and Yi Mingxian. He hadn't even considered the connection before. While the surname Yi wasn't particularly rare, it was common enough that not making the link was understandable. Yet he never expected that the 2 people he had met by pure chance shared this bond. Cousin, weren't you already working at the police station? How come you're here? Yi Mingxian seized the initiative and questioned Yi Qingying. His own presence in the security booth was perfectly reasonable. After all, the entire family knew of his glorious achievement. After graduating from a prestigious university, Master Yi had stayed on at the school to work as a security guard. And he had been doing it for 6 months straight, which was truly admirable. But his cousin, on the other hand, was well regarded at home and had a bright future ahead. In a business-oriented family, if a younger member entered the political arena, especially in the police force, within 3 years the family would undoubtedly pull some strings to ensure this cousin's rapid rise through the ranks. Eventually, she would become an indispensable force within the family's business empire. Although the siblings held vastly different positions within the family, their relationship was quite good. After all, they were born in the same year, with Yi Qingying being only 2 months older than Yi Mingxian. I was saved by Lin Xiao. Yi Qingying naturally didn't want to elaborate on the details, as she certainly couldn't admit that it was through relentless pestering that she had finally convinced Lin Xiao to take her along. What a coincidence, me too. Yi Mingxian marveled, then immediately turned to Lin Xiao and said, Junior, please take good care of us 2 cousins from now on. This guy was sharp. From Yao Zhen's little display earlier, he had already understood. In this sudden apocalypse, sticking with Lin Xiao was undoubtedly a wise choice. Lin Xiao was taken aback by Yi Mingxian's sudden remark. He had been expecting a tearful reunion between the cousins, complete with a big hug. And that was it. Seeing that there was no drama to enjoy, Lin Xiao quickly finished the egg yolk pie in his hand and downed the yogurt in one gulp. Don't talk about taking care of each other. As long as we work together, we'll surely survive in this apocalypse. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yi Mingxian quickly swallowed his last 2 bites. But since there are 4 of us, we're a small team now, and we definitely need a captain to lead us. I think you, Junior, would be perfect for the role. As Yi Mingxian finished speaking, Yi Qingying nodded in agreement. As for Yao Xian, there was nothing to discuss. If Lin Xiao wasn't the captain, this team would be meaningless. Lin Xiao didn't decline. The 4-person team was officially assembled, and Captain Lin Xiao was ready. After confirming the leader of their 4-person squad, Lin Xiao also shared his next decision to find a suitable place to stay. It couldn't be too remote, as they still needed to observe the situation in Star City over the coming days and gather more supplies. Securing a gas station was particularly crucial for Lin Xiao. It was essential for putting the dozens of household generators in Yao Zhen's space to use. Without electricity, many of his future plans would fall apart. As soon as Lin Xiao voiced his opinion, Yi Mingxian immediately suggested a location. The Yehua Hotel, a renowned 5-star hotel in Star City, boasted an excellent location, convenient transportation, and a thriving surrounding area with various businesses. Going for a high-end hotel is indeed a good choice. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. He had considered this before. Regular hotels would likely be packed during such extraordinary times, especially those near schools. But high-end hotels wouldn't have this problem simply because of one factor: cost. However, a hotel is only useful if you can get in. Breaking the door down was out of the question. Who could sleep peacefully with a broken door? Don't worry, I have a room in that hotel, Yi Mingxian said with a slight smile, pulling out a key. Come on, what hotel uses keys these days? At the very least, it should be a key card, Lin Xiao said, looking at the key in Yi Mingxian's hand with exasperation. This hotel is owned by my family. This room is specially reserved for me. The door lock uses my fingerprint, but I often bring close friends there to hang out. This key is a backup for them. Hearing Yi Mingxian's words, Yi Qingying, who was nearby, shot him a fierce glare. This cousin of hers was a slacker whose only hobby was chasing women. He was good-looking, highly educated, and more importantly from a wealthy family. Although he loved women, he never forced himself on them. It was always mutually consensual. For this reason his family didn't bother to discipline him much. It was also why he became a security guard at Star City University after graduation. There were plenty of young women there, and the atmosphere was more open, which suited his tastes. The room at Yehua Hotel was his playground. But at this moment it proved to be quite useful. After hearing Yi Mingxuan's introduction, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good place suitable as a temporary base for their team. Once they had gathered enough supplies they could set off back to their hometown. It was already past 7 o'clock, and as more survivors woke up the noise outside grew louder. It's time for us to set out, Lin Xiao said, his gaze turning to Yao Xian. Understanding his intention, immediately Yao Xian produced 4 handguns from her space, handing one to each of them. You know how to use this, right? Lin Xiao asked, looking at Yi Mingxian. Don't worry, 10 years of experience, proficient in all positions, Yi Mingxian replied confidently. The first to step out the door wasn't Lin Xiao or Yi Mingxuan, but Yi Qingying. Although Lin Xiao had initially planned to take the lead himself given his 3 months of extra experience and unparalleled understanding of zombie behavior, Yi Qingying volunteered. This was her area of expertise. How could she let Lin Xiao take the lead? Lin Xiao didn't argue. Since they were now a team, this was the perfect time to test their mettle. He certainly didn't want to be stuck with 2 liabilities. Perhaps fortune favored them as the journey down this stretch of road went smoothly for the 4 of them. Though the air was filled with cries for help and the roars of zombies, they managed to navigate through without incident. It wasn't hard to understand why. The zombies were drawn to the screaming people, which inadvertently created opportunities for them. But after leaving the street in front of the school, they finally encountered difficulties. Lin Xiao had traversed this main road several times in the past few days, and he had already cleared out most of the zombies on it. Yet now the street that had been empty just a couple of days ago was teeming with new zombies. Try not to use the guns unless absolutely necessary, Lin Xiao reminded them. The sound of gunfire would easily attract hordes of zombies, a fact they were all aware of. Aside from handguns, they also had other combat equipment, fire axes. Lin Xiao had used one for days and found it effective, so he collected them whenever he saw them. Now Yao Xin's space held over a dozen fire axes. The zombie's weak point is the head, attacking elsewhere is useless, Lin Xiao reminded them again. The others nodded. The 4 of them were now hiding behind a wall. Not far ahead 2 zombies had their backs turned, but could turn around at any moment. Let me demonstrate first, Lin Xiao said, signaling the other 3 to stay put. He quietly approached the zombie's fire axe in hand. Using the surrounding buildings as cover, he repeatedly dodged the zombie's line of sight. 2 minutes later, he was very close. The 3 watching held their breath, intently observing Lin Xiao's movements. With no unnecessary flourishes, Lin Xiao's legs powered him as he burst out from behind the cover. Though the sound of his running had already alerted the zombies, his axe was faster than their turning. The zombie closest to him was instantly killed by Lin Xiao's strike. The other zombies, seemingly indifferent to its companion's death, roared and lunged at him with outstretched arms. Lin Xiao smiled contemptuously, not even bothering to use any abilities. With his strength at the 3rd rank, dealing with these first-rank zombies was trivial. Even in his past life, he could handle 3 to 5 at once. He dodged the zombie's attack with an agile sidestep. As the zombie lurched forward from its own momentum, the fire axe came down again. 2 first-rank zombies were easily dispatched by Lin Xiao. The onlookers were completely stunned. Even Yao Xian was witnessing Lin Xiao's true combat prowess for the first time. Is it really that simple? Yi Mingxian muttered to himself. The other 2 couldn't provide an answer either. Were the zombies too weak, or was Lin Xiao just too strong? The screams and cries for help around them remained heart-wrenching, making this all feel surreal. Are you sure these zombies are the same species as the ones others encounter? While they were lost in thought, Lin Xiao did something that completely shattered their worldview. He lowered his head, reached out his hand, and without hesitation plunged it into the heads of the 2 zombie corpses. He then pulled out 2 mutation crystals. Ugh, gross. Yao Xian, usually so gentle, suddenly gagged as if she had seen something horrifying. She had guessed the crystals came from zombies, but never imagined it would be this disgusting. When Lin Xiao returned, he saw Yao Xian crouched on the ground, retching uncontrollably. Yi Qingying was crouched beside her, patting her back incessantly. Without needing an explanation, Lin Xiao knew exactly what had caused this. But at this point he had to reveal the secret of the mutated crystals to them. Captain, what's going on here? Yi Mingxian scratched his head, feeling helpless to assist, and hurriedly asked as Lin Xiao approached. As the youngest of the 4, they had unanimously decided to address Lin Xiao as captain as a sign of their respect. Yi Qingying, Lin Xiao suddenly called out in a serious tone. Yi Qingying, still crouched on the ground, looked up in bewilderment, unsure why Lin Xiao had summoned her. Swallow this. Lin Xiao extended his right hand, on which lay 2 crystal-clear, mutated crystals freshly extracted from the zombie's head. Swallow it. Yi Qingying stammered in response to Lin Xiao's words. She had just witnessed him pull the objects from the zombie's head with her own eyes. And now he wanted her to swallow it. Even without having put it in her mouth, the mere thought made Yi Qingying's stomach churn violently. She was on the verge of crouching down to retch alongside Yao Xian. Do you trust me? Lin Xiao's gaze remained fixed intently on Yi Qingying. This was a trial everyone had to endure. If she couldn't even stomach this, then there was no point in Lin Xiao keeping them around. Yi Mingxuan standing nearby was momentarily stunned, but he quickly pieced it together. No wonder Yao Xian had suddenly retched a Lin Xiao must have given her one of these before. She hadn't known it came from a zombie's head until she saw it just now triggering her reaction. Since Yao Xian had eaten it, and was still alive, and kicking it certainly wasn't poison. Observing Lin Xiao's grave expression and the two mutated crystals in his hand, Yi Mingxian suddenly stepped forward. He snatched one of the crystals from Lin Xiao's palm, and under the watchful eyes of Yi Qingying and Yao Xian resolutely tossed it into his mouth. Lin Xiao glanced at Yi Mingxian with surprise. This kid truly kept exceeding his expectations. If not for his humble origins in the security booth, Lin Xiao believed he would have been a prominent figure in his past life too. Yi Qingying stared intently at Yi Mingxuan, watching for any adverse reaction after he swallowed the vile thing. Instead, after a few seconds, a look of comfort spread across his face. Just eat it. This stuff is good. Even though he had only consumed one crystal, Yi Mingxian could already sense its profound effects. Do I really have to? Yi Qingying asked, clinging to a last shred of hope. Yao Xian has already consumed over 100 of these. With that single sentence from Lin Xiao, Yi Qingying understood. She grabbed the remaining crystal from Lin Xiao's hand, tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and shoved it into her mouth, as if swallowing poison. A few seconds later, a similar expression of relief crossed her face, mirroring Yi Mingxuan's. But the comfort was fleeting as she quickly crouched down beside Yao Xian and joined her in dry heaving. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Xiao explained the function of the mutated crystals. Remember this: the key to humanity's survival lies in these mutated crystals. Once everyone realizes this, these crystals will become more precious than anything else, even serving as the hard currency of the post-apocalyptic world. This apocalypse is far more brutal than you can imagine. Don't hold on to any other hopes. The only way to survive is to make yourself stronger. With those final words, Lin Xiao pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Yi Mingxian. If they hadn't come to their senses by the time he finished his smoke, Lin Xiao would have no choice but to leave with Yao Xian. He simply couldn't afford to abandon her. He lit the cigarette and took 2 drags just as the 2 women on the ground rose to their feet. Though their faces were still pale, they looked significantly better than before. Let's keep moving. They all understood that time was of the essence. In 2 hours, every survivor would be venturing out to scavenge for food. And by then, Star City would descend into utter chaos. Only those who could survive that would truly be fit to live in this apocalyptic world. Alright. Lin Xiao took 2 final deep drags, then crushed the cigarette under his heel. The hotel wasn't too far away, but it was still a good 10+ kilometers from here. At their current pace, reaching it within 2 hours would be a feat in itself, especially with the zombies on the road slowing them down. They'll take the lead from here. If we encounter zombies, we finish them quickly. Don't use guns unless absolutely necessary. Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the fire axe, and the other 3 mirrored the action. This road to the hotel was their final trial. If Yi Mingxian or Yi Qingying made any critical mistakes along the way, Lin Xiao would not hesitate to abandon them. The 4 moved in formation, Lin Xiao at the front, Yao Xian second, and Yi Mingxian bringing up the rear. This subtle arrangement made it clear that Yao Xian was someone Lin Xiao would never easily give up on. If trouble arose, he would ensure her escape first. Fortunately, the group performed admirably along the journey. With Lin Xiao's experienced guidance, they had covered nearly half the distance without a single misstep. Along the way, they had slain 9 zombies. Lin Xiao had personally taken down 7 of them, while the remaining 2 were a group effort, with Yi Mingxian landing the final blow. Throughout this process, Lin Xiao's appreciation for Yi Mingxian grew. Even with his leadership, very few could adapt to the apocalypse's harsh realities this quickly. First-tier zombies were intellectually inferior, and despite their physical prowess, humans could overcome them by conquering their fear and using a bit of technique. After slaying 2 zombies, Yi Mingxian seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. He might even stand a chance against a first-tier zombie on his own now. Gazing at the mutated crystal in his hand, Lin Xiao pondered silently. It seemed that upon reaching the hotel, he could make Yi Mingxian a true mutant. This would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to the team's strength. As for Yi Qingying, although her performance was commendable, she still fell short compared to Yi Mingxian. But considering the differences in gender, Lin Xiao was quite satisfied with her progress. Moreover, Yi Qingying's true talent lay with firearms. Lin Xiao planned to create an opportunity for her to freely use her shooting skills in the near future. Only then would her full combat potential be unleashed. Yihua Hotel, one of the top 5-star hotels in Star City. After more than 2 hours, Lin Xiao and his group of 4 finally arrived at their destination without incident. Though the journey was brief, it marked a significant change for the other 3. Besides battling zombies, they witnessed numerous scenes of zombies tearing into the living. At times the brutality was too much, and the 2 women averted their gaze. In the apocalypse, the most taboo thing is needless kindness. Without strength, kindness will only cost you your life. Though there were moments when Lin Xiao and his team could have clearly saved someone, he remained silent, watching coldly from the sidelines. He even used them as distractions to draw the zombies' attention, allowing his team to pass swiftly. He'll say this once. If any of you want to save people, you can go ahead on your own, but don't drag the rest of the team into it. Immediate family is the exception. Though ruthless Lin Xiao wasn't completely heartless. Had they encountered their own parents, he certainly wouldn't have stood by. Everything he was preparing for now was to ensure he and his loved ones could survive better in this apocalypse. The other three nodded in agreement. In fact, aside from Lin Xiao, who was certain his parents were alive, the others had no idea about their own families. After the signal was restored, only Lin Xiao managed to contact his parents. Yao Xian had already shed tears. Yi Qingying had also made calls, but no one answered. As for Yi Mingxuan, Lin Xiao didn't pry, though his demeanor suggested he didn't want to discuss his parents. Judging from his behavior all morning, he never once mentioned his parents. Lin Xiao speculated that they had likely met with misfortune. This meant that of the entire team, only Lin Xiao, leveraging his rebirth advantage, had warned his parents and ensured their survival. Here it is. My private room is on the 4th floor. Not too high, not too low, just right. Gazing at the magnificent building before him, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they had reached their destination. However, this was far from over, and they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Although the hotel was in sight, it harbored considerable dangers within. A dozen or so zombies lingered outside the entrance. Through the main doors, several more could be seen inside. Some were former staff, others were guests. Captain, what's the plan? Yi Mingxuan's eyes were fixed on the hotel entrance, his fire axe already raised instinctively. Having slain 2 zombies earlier on the road, his fear of them had diminished considerably. Though this brute possessed physical prowess far beyond ordinary men, his wits were lacking. With a bit of coordination, humans could easily take down a first-tier zombie. Moreover, they had a trump card like Lin Xiao among them. He could handle 3 zombies on his own without breaking a sweat. See that small garden to the right of the hotel entrance? After observing for a moment, Lin Xiao set his sights on it. As a high-end establishment, the hotel's landscaping was certainly well kept. They could use the greenery surrounding the garden as cover, hiding within and launching attacks. Though the shrubbery was only waist-high, it was more than enough to thwart these low-intelligence zombies. By slowing them down and disrupting their relentless charges, Lin Xiao and his team could easily handle the dozen or so zombies. Move out. Having made his decision, Lin Xiao wasted no time. Following the route he had already scouted using trees and parked cars as cover, he sprinted nimbly toward the garden. The other 3 followed closely, barely daring to breathe. A minute later, the 4 had successfully crossed the green barrier and entered the small garden. Wait. Lin Xiao didn't order an immediate attack. Instead, he continued scanning the surroundings. His plan was to eliminate all the zombies in the vicinity, including those inside the hotel, right from here. To achieve that, they would definitely need to use guns. Otherwise, facing dozens of zombies with just the 4 of them, survival would be highly unlikely. Using the greenery as cover, Lin Xiao carefully assessed the area and finally decided it was time to act. The parking lot at the hotel entrance was spacious, but the number of zombies wasn't overwhelming. Though gunshots would be loud, the sound was unlikely to travel too far. As long as they moved quickly, they could clear the area and enter the hotel before attracting more zombies. Even if more zombies were drawn by the noise, it wouldn't matter. They'd already be inside the hotel. Without further ado, Yi Qingying, this all depends on you. Though Lin Xiao had planned this out countless times in his head, there was still one major issue to address. They had to guarantee their kill efficiency. Yao Xian was a non-factor. She'd just fire her gun and hope to hit something. Lin Xiao, despite having practiced with firearms for days, would still struggle to shoot fast-moving targets. As for Yi Mingxuan's marksmanship, Lin Xiao couldn't risk betting on it. Only Yi Qingying remained. She had claimed to be a former shooting champion. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the once quiet parking lot, sending ripples through the silence. The nearest zombies whirled around, locking onto Lin Xiao and his team. Spotting their targets, they howled and sprinted toward them. The ones farther away didn't move immediately upon hearing the sound. Instead, they looked around hesitantly. When they couldn't locate Lin Xiao and his group, these zombies didn't charge recklessly. They merely became agitated. But Lin Xiao's team had no time to ponder the zombies' thoughts. 5 zombies were already charging straight at them, while 2 more lurched in from the left. I've got this. Gun in hand, Yi Qingying seemed to transform into a different person. Her face radiated an innate confidence. Firing with both hands, Lin Xiao didn't even see her aim. The pistols simply rang out several times in rapid succession. The 5 zombies, still sprinting forward, crumpled to the ground as her gunfire ceased. With his keen eyesight, Lin Xiao could see that all 5 had been shot clean through the head. Damn, that's incredible. Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise her. Captain, save the excitement. We've got more incoming. Just as Yi Qingying began her display, 3 zombies emerged from behind them, closing in dangerously fast. Yi Mingxian raised his pistol and fired 3 shots in quick succession. 2 missed, but 1 struck a zombie in the chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. The wound, however, was nothing to a zombie. It merely staggered for a moment before resuming its charge. Moved? Yi Qingying's voice cut through the air. Yi Mingxian quickly sidestepped. 3 more shots rang out, and the zombies behind them were effortlessly taken down by her as well. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao opened fire too. Firing both pistols simultaneously, he unloaded 7 or 8 rounds, taking down the 2 zombies on the left. The immediate crisis was averted. Hey, aren't you a 10-year veteran? You should know every move there is right. Lin Xiao nudged Yi Mingxian with his shoulder. Without an 8x scope, this isn't really my area of expertise, Yi Mingxian replied, offering a perfectly reasonable excuse. Yi Qingying scoffed at this. You two just watch from the sidelines. I can handle all of this by myself. Hearing this, Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian decided to fully embrace their laziness, pulling out cigarettes and squatting off to the side to smoke. This is just giving up. Yao Xian watched the two men actually squat down and slack off, momentarily speechless. You should rest too. No need to waste bullets, Lin Xiao said. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Yao Xian thought about it for a moment and realized he wasn't entirely wrong. It was all about luck anyway, and the continuous gunfire would only attract more zombies. Captain, it looks like the zombies from inside the hotel are coming out too. Although the task of killing was delegated to Yi Qingying, they couldn't just do nothing at all. Yi Qingying was only one person, as she couldn't possibly cover all 4 directions simultaneously. That's when the other 3 needed to provide warnings. Once we've lured all the zombies out of the hotel, we can retreat. This hotel was set to be their temporary shelter for at least the next few days. Lin Xiao's plan was simple: clear out the surrounding zombies as much as possible to ensure their safety. As gunfire continued to ring out, the previously confused zombies pinpointed their location and began charging towards them. Sis 3 on the left. Qingying 2 on the right. Front 7 in front. Shut up, just one person speaks. The 3 of them giving orders simultaneously nearly caused Yi Qingying to drop her gun in frustration. They fell silent instantly. Captain, you take charge. Yi Mingxuan, fully embracing his uselessness, lit another cigarette. Don't slack off. If you've got nothing to do, go outside and collect the mutated crystals. Lin Xiao wasn't about to let Yi Mingxian have it easy, assigning him a heavy task. Surprisingly, Yi Mingxian didn't refuse, just nodded in agreement. Although it was somewhat dangerous to go out and collect the spoils now, they couldn't just waste the mutated crystals from so many zombies. Once they found an opportunity, they would head straight into the hotel. If they didn't collect them now, they wouldn't have the time later. Moreover, the danger was more apparent than real. With Yi Qingying providing cover and his own caution, it shouldn't be a big problem. Watching Yi Mingxian carefully crawl over the barrier, Lin Xiao tightened his grip on his gun. Be careful. Yi Mingxian looked back, touched. The captain really did care about his safety. How about you leave the room key with me for safekeeping? But Lin Xiao's next words made Yi Mingxian turn away without a second thought. Damn it, I might as well feed myself to the zombies, just to show you how cruel the world can be. Yi Qingying's gunfire continued, and Yi Mingxian didn't actually sacrifice himself. With her firepower drawing attention, his movements went smoothly. This went on for over 10 minutes with zombies still howling in the distance. They had probably heard the commotion but couldn't see anyone, so they could only rage impotently. However, if the gunfire persisted, they would eventually trace the sound. By now, all the zombies that had been in the hotel lobby had been lured out and killed. The zombies in the large parking lot were also nearly cleared out. Yi Qingying's recent actions had taken down nearly 40 zombies, with a few even running over from a distance to offer themselves up. Yi Mingxuan, hurry up, we're preparing to retreat. Lin Xiao shouted to Yi Mingxian in the distance. Almost done, just grabbing these last 2. Yi Mingxian replied, without looking back, then ran towards the last 2 zombie corpses. Just then 2 zombies in the distance spotted him and started rushing over. Yi Qingying saw them too, but unfortunately Yi Mingxian was right in the line of fire between her and the zombies. She hesitated to shoot. Watch out! Yao Xian shouted, and Yi Mingxian looked up, dazed. The 2 zombies were less than 5 meters away. At that distance for first-tier zombies, they were well within attack range. Given Yi Mingxuan's current physical condition, outrunning them seemed unlikely. Damn, am I really gonna die here? Yi Mingxian yelled, grabbing the last mutated crystal and bolting. Captain, help. Stop yelling, I'm here. Yi Mingxian had only run a couple of steps when Lin Xiao's voice was right beside him. Lin Xiao, already at tier 3, and with his mutated legs, was far faster than these first-tier zombies. He hadn't revealed his full strength during the earlier fight, seeing no need to. But now if he didn't act, Yi Mingxian was done for. He obviously couldn't just watch that happen. His legs exploded with power, covering the 30-plus meters to stand before Yi Mingxian in just over a second. Moved? Lin Xiao shouted. It wasn't just Yi Mingxian, the 2 women were also rushing over frantically. Once the 3 of them regrouped, they ran headlong for the hotel entrance without looking back. As for Lin Xiao, forget it, they could all die and he'd still be fine. The hotel's automatic sliding doors had failed, and the side push doors had already been broken open by the frenzied zombies. Quick, get inside. Seeing that there were indeed no zombies inside, Yi Mingxian stepped aside to let the 2 women enter first. Captain. After they were safely inside, Yi Mingxian called out to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had already finished his fight, but more zombies were approaching from the distance. He grabbed the 2 mutated crystals and appeared at the hotel entrance in an instant. Getting close the door, the 2 entered together and shut the glass doors behind them. While the door couldn't fully withstand a zombie's frenzy, as long as they didn't have a target in the lobby, they usually wouldn't keep ramming it. Put the gun away. With everyone gathered, Lin Xiao said to Yi Qingying. Once inside, they shouldn't use guns casually. The sound was too loud, and attracting zombies to break down the door would significantly disrupt their plans for the next few days. Yi Qingying nodded and handed the pistol to Yao Xian. Now that they were inside the hotel, everyone felt a sense of relief. Don't let your guard down. There are bound to be other zombies inside the hotel, Lin Xiao reminded them at the right moment. In the apocalypse, unless you were absolutely certain of safety, this kind of relaxed attitude could easily get you into danger. As a high-end hotel, the stairwell was rarely used on ordinary days. Lin Xiao led the way, maintaining his previous position at the front, while Yi Mingxian brought up the rear. 4th floor right. Before entering the stairwell, as a high-end hotel, the stairwell was rarely used on ordinary days. Lin Xiao led the way, maintaining his previous position at the front, while Yi Mingxian brought up the rear. 4th floor right. Before entering the stairwell, Lin Xiao turned back to confirm once more. After receiving Yi Mingxian's affirmation, Lin Xiao gently pushed open the stairwell door. Although it was daytime, the light inside the corridor was still quite dim. Adding to that, with no one having walked through or cleaned for so long, a thin layer of dust had accumulated. Be careful, try not to make any noise. Having said that, Lin Xiao took the lead with his axe. As expected, there were no signs of zombies in the stairwell. Staircases in such high-end hotels were typically only used during emergencies. Lin Xiao quickly reached the 4th floor. At his signal, the other 3 backed away considerably, giving him some space. Holding the axe in his right hand and the door handle with his left, Lin Xiao yanked the door open abruptly. What the? Yi Qingying nearly screamed, but immediately clamped her hand over her mouth. Beside her, Yi Mingxian let out a string of curses. A zombie was standing right at the doorway. As Lin Xiao pulled the door open, they were startled, and the zombie opposite them seemed equally caught off guard. Just moments ago, there was nothing here. How in the blink of an eye had 4 pieces of food appeared? But the zombie reacted swiftly, opening its mouth wide, ready to sample the nearest delicacy. Its movements were fast, but Lin Xiao's axe was faster. After dealing with that one, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Even he had been startled. What were the odds of such a coincidence? And even more coincidentally, this floor contained only this single zombie. No others were in sight. Did you know this person? Lin Xiao asked curiously, looking at Yi Mingxian. Yeah, I did, Yi Mingxian replied while crouching down to extract the mutated crystal from the dead zombie's brain. She was the housekeeper assigned to my room. I had told the manager I needed my room that night at 11 p.m. She must have just finished cleaning my room and was on her way out. 11 p.m., using the room. It wasn't hard to guess what Yi Mingxian had in mind. Let's go. Besides my exclusive suite, the other 2 rooms on this floor are the private rest suites for the general manager and the store manager. At that hour, they definitely wouldn't be here, so the 4th floor should be empty. Yi Mingxian hadn't mentioned this earlier, and hearing it now brought a smile to Lin Xiao's face. No people was even better. It meant this floor was also clear of zombies, perfectly safe. Let's go, let's check out the room first, Lin Xiao said, and Yi Mingxian voluntarily took the lead. From the stairwell entrance, they had to pass the large conference room before reaching the rooms. Yi Mingxian's room was at the very end. The 2 rooms outside belonged to the store manager and the general manager. With a turn of the key, the door swung open. Yi Mingxian didn't enter first, but stepped aside, letting Lin Xiao go in ahead, showing due respect to their captain. Lin Xiao accepted this without hesitation, striding into the room, followed by the other 3. The first thing they saw was a spacious living room. In the very center lay a large arrangement of wilted roses. It seemed this was also part of young Master Yes' meticulous preparations. Not bad, Lin Xiao remarked, taking in the surroundings. It was vastly different from an ordinary hotel room. Designed with 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, it felt more like a home, perfectly suited for the 4 of them. Casually opening a cabinet, Lin Xiao glanced inside and quickly shut it again. What is it? Let me see too. Yao Xian, who was behind him, immediately leaned in, curiously reaching for the cabinet. Don't. Lin Xiao had only managed to utter 2 words before Yao Xian had already pulled the cabinet open. Yi Qingying, standing beside her, also leaned in. It was her first time seeing her cousin's little hideout. Yi Mingxian. But soon Yi Qingying's furious voice rang out. Yi Mingxian had already retreated to the living room the moment they opened the cabinet. Inside the cabinet, neatly arranged, was a variety of peculiar paraphernalia. Electric ones, manual ones, everything imaginable. One might have thought Yi Mingxian was running an adult toy store out of here. Bro, your collection is impressive. Lin Xiao secretly gave Yi Mingxian a thumbs up. Truly a bona fide rich second generation, knowing how to live it up. Unlike Lin Xiao, who could only scrape together theoretical knowledge from some obscure websites, never having had the chance to practice. Yi Mingxian chuckled slyly, flashing a knowing grin. Walking into the living room, Lin Xiao set down his fire axe and flopped his entire body onto the leather sofa. Bliss. Soft and comfortable. His body, tense all morning, finally began to relax. Meanwhile, Yi Qingying was still chasing her cousin around. But it was just a half-hearted attempt out of embarrassment. After a couple of minutes, they both stopped. You 2 share a room, no problem. Once everyone was seated, Lin Xiao started assigning rooms. The 2 girls nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian each got their own rooms. Since there's no electricity, we probably can't shower for the next few days. Also, for using the restroom, we'll have to make do. These physiological issues Lin Xiao had no immediate solution for. Only after securing enough diesel fuel could the small generators in Yao Xin's bag be put to use. Everyone understood the current situation. Having food, shelter, and being free from the threat of zombies was already a blessing. These physiological issues Lin Xiao had no immediate solution for. Only after securing enough diesel fuel could the small generators in Yao Xin's bag be put to use. Everyone understood the current situation. Having food, at the very least they needed to be capable of fighting when facing a zombie's close-quarters attack. They couldn't always rely on Lin Xiao to fight alone. This was the second time Yi Qingying and Yi Mingxian had consumed mutated crystals. Despite her deep revulsion, her rationality told her that only by swallowing them could she survive this apocalypse. Seizing the brief respite, Lin Xiao handed 9 mutated crystals to each of them, allowing them to fully become first-tier mutants. This greatly bolstered the overall strength of Lin Xiao's squad. Half an hour later, the 4 of them sat in the living room, having a simple lunch. Today marked the first day after the heavy fog had lifted and the chaos outside was bound to exceed their wildest imaginations. Yet this did not deter them from venturing out. 2 priorities: the gas station and the hospital. These 2 types of resources are essential for us. Comparatively, other resources are not that important right now. Lin Xiao reiterated once more. None of the 3 were familiar with the vicinity of the hotel, so their gazes all fell upon Yi Mingxian. There's one near the gas station. As long as we have enough containers, getting the fuel shouldn't be too difficult, Yi Mingxian replied after a moment of thought. Alright, let's head out early. Most people still don't dare to leave their homes right now. Even those who do will prioritize finding food. We have no competition. Having made up his mind, Lin Xiao prepared to set off immediately. But the moment they opened the door, they were all stunned. Over a dozen people stood outside. Young Master Yi. It really is Young Master Yi. Please save us, Young Master Yi. Leading them was a burly man in a security uniform whose gaze bypassed Lin Xiao, fixed on Yi Mingxian behind him as he shouted loudly. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. There were over a dozen of them, mostly men, with only 4 women. Moreover, these 4 women were scantily clad and appeared utterly dispirited. It wasn't hard to imagine the kind of days they had endured. Get lost. We can barely take care of ourselves. Who has time for you lot? Before Lin Xiao could speak, Yi Mingxian behind him was already cursing. Being blocked at the door by over a dozen people was an unpleasant feeling. Although this man was formerly the hotel's head of security and had treated him with respect. Things were different now. A flicker of ferocity crossed the leader's face at Yi Mingxian's tirade. Yi Mingxian might have been Young Master Yi before, but times had changed. However, the ferocity vanished, quickly replaced by a fawning expression. Young Master Yi, how about you leave us some food, and we'll be on our way. The brothers haven't eaten for days. Yi Mingxian stepped forward, and given the narrow doorway, Lin Xiao naturally yielded the space. You come to me for food. I haven't eaten for days either. Do you want to share some of yours with me? Provoked by Yi Mingxian's shout, the security captain finally lost his patience and suddenly produced an iron rod from behind his back. Young Master Yi, you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Times have changed. But before he could even raise the rod, Yi Mingxian's pistol was already pressed against his forehead. Young Master Yi, I wasn't born yesterday, the captain retorted, maintaining his bravado despite the gun at his head. These hotel security guards weren't from just any ordinary security company. Every single one of these men had a criminal record. The captain himself had 2 homicides on his hands and had spent years behind bars. In his view, a pampered rich kid like Yi Mingxian wouldn't dare pull the trigger even with a gun in his hand. Earlier they had heard the gunshots from upstairs, which is how they discovered Yi Mingxian's presence. The captain knew that if Yi Mingxian was here, he would surely head to his private room. And what the captain coveted wasn't any of Yi Mingxian's other possessions, but specifically his gun. He figured that with a dozen men intimidating this young master would be a piece of cake. He hadn't expected the kid to be this tough. Even so, the captain remained undaunted, a mocking smile curling on his lips. Go on then, young master Yi, pull the trigger. His laugh was echoed by the lackeys behind him. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The captain's smile was still frozen on his face, but blood was already spurting from his head. This terrified the group of lackeys behind him. Despite their usual fierce demeanor, they had never actually killed anyone. Watching a man die right before their eyes instilled a deep fear in their hearts. Yi Mingxian wiped his face roughly, then swung his pistol towards the rest. Go! Get out of here! The dozen or so people scrambled away in a panic, fearing they'd be next if they lingered. Wipe your face. Lin Xiao's voice came from behind. Yi Mingxian took the towel Lin Xiao offered and rubbed his face vigorously. Yi Mingxian saw things clearly. He was only safe here because of Lin Xiao, and it was his presence that had brought this group to their door. That's why he had reacted so decisively to resolve the situation quickly. As for killing, zombies and humans looked similar enough. The only difference was the snarling. Not much distinction really. Watching the corridor clear in an instant, Lin Xiao stepped outside. Let's move out. We've wasted enough time. Lin Xiao took the lead as usual, with Yi Mingxian bringing up the rear. A somber mood hung over the group. No matter how they rationalized it, killing a human was fundamentally different from killing a zombie. Not only did Yi Mingxian, who pulled the trigger, feel the difference, but the 2 women also felt a sense of unease. It was only Lin Xiao's composure that kept them silent. Remember this, humans will always be more dangerous than zombies. As they descended the stairs, Lin Xiao uttered this single sentence, and then fell silent. There were many things that mere words couldn't teach. Only through direct experience would they truly understand. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the three of them seemed lost in thought. Whether they could truly grasp its meaning was up to them. The gas station wasn't far from the hotel, just a few kilometers down the road. After a morning of chaos, the city had grown much quieter. The surviving humans had all retreated to relatively safe zones, too afraid to venture out. Based on his past lives' experience, after the first wave of zombie elimination, humans would begin to move about again tomorrow. They had no choice. Staying hidden meant starving to death. It was also from that point on that people would realize that once they overcame their inner fear, zombies weren't as formidable as they seemed. Soon the group of four arrived at the gas station. Doesn't look like there are any zombies here, Yi Mingxian remarked, glancing around with a hint of confusion. That's normal, Lin Xiao replied. With so many people moving around during the day, the zombies have been lured away. Didn't you notice on our way here? Most of the zombies have gathered in groups. The stragglers are few and far between. With Lin Xiao's reminder, the others suddenly understood. No wonder their journey here had been so smooth. With Lin Xiao's expert scouting and his keen eyes, he could easily avoid the main hordes and lead the team around them. For the small groups of zombies that couldn't be bypassed, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate, raising his axe and charging straight in with the others. After becoming first-order mutants, Yi Mingxian and Yi Qingying's combat abilities had also received a significant boost. With Lin Xiao's guidance, taking on zombies unknown was no longer so difficult. Let's head inside, Lin Xiao said after confirming the area was clear, leading the way into the gas station. Once all four were inside, Yi Mingxian closed the door behind them. The interior of the gas station was typically a small convenience store. Without hesitation, they grabbed a few bags of snacks and started munching. Lin Xiao also opened a can of cola and took 2 packs of boneless chicken feet. Yi Mingxuan, as if had been there before, walked straight towards a door at the back. It was locked, but that didn't stop him. A few swings of his axe, and the door was easily broken down. The others gathered around, curious to see what he was up to. The space inside wasn't particularly large, about the size of a regular room. A small bed was pushed against the wall, presumably for night shift workers to rest on. The surrounding area was filled with cabinets of various sizes, most of which were secured with locks. This was likely where the gas station kept its documents and files. Yi Mingxian walked to the center with practiced ease, scanned the area briefly, and then raised his axe. 2 swift chops, and the locks on that row of cabinets were all smashed. Yi Mingxian opened the cabinets and began rummaging through them. Lin Xiao and the others watched his actions with puzzled expressions, unsure of his intentions. Found it! Yi Mingxian suddenly exclaimed, reaching the 3rd cabinet. He raised his right hand, revealing a large ring of keys. What's that? Lin Xiao asked curiously. The keys to the underground fuel depot. How did you know the keys were here? Yao Xian blurted out before Lin Xiao could even ask. My family owns this gas station. I used to come here to play when I was younger. Except for Yi Qingying, Lin Xiao and Yao Xian were both speechless. So this is what it meant to be a rich second generation, truly knowledgeable. Lin Xiao felt increasingly grateful that he had chosen to save Yi Mingxian. It was saving him so much trouble. So you know where the underground fuel depot is too? Lin Xiao asked again. Follow me, Yi Mingxian said with a confident smile. Exiting the gas station's main building, Yi Mingxian led the way with the other 3 following behind. On the right side of the station, there was another small shed, and the entrance to the underground fuel depot was located there. With the keys, the group easily entered the underground fuel depot. Upon seeing the true underground scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had expected an underground oil tank, but instead found massive oil storage tanks. It was just that these tanks were quite large. Lin Xiao looked at the several oil tanks stretching beyond sight, then turned to Yao Xian. Whether they could take them depended on her. One should be fine, but there are several here, she said. Each tank stored a different type of fuel. Lin Xiao wanted the gasoline too, but since Yao Xian said so, they could only take the diesel tank for now. They could come back for the rest after Yao Xian leveled up. One tank was about 30 cubic meters, capable of storing 25 tons of diesel. However, the tank was certainly not full. Yao Xian stepped forward alone, the others watching her with tense expressions. She extended her right hand, pressing it firmly against the diesel tank, and closed her eyes tightly. Absorbing such a large object in one go was a bit of a strain. But after just a few seconds, the diesel tank vanished into thin air. Seeing this, the other 3's faces lit up with joy. Even if the tank was only half full, that was still over 10 tons of diesel, enough to last them a long time. Is there any space left? Lin Xiao asked Yao Xian after she had finished. A little bit, but not much, she replied. It was time to upgrade Yao Xian to the 3rd order. Otherwise, there would be no place to store the medical supplies Lin Xiao wanted to acquire. Upgrading to the 3rd order required 1,000 first-order mutant crystals, and Lin Xiao currently had fewer than 100. He was still quite a ways off from upgrading Yao Xian. The next task was clear: get Yao Xian to the 3rd order, and at least get Yi Qingying and Yi Mingxian to the 2nd order. Before leaving the gas station, they made sure to lock the doors. They would be coming back, so they couldn't let anyone else destroy the place. After leaving, Lin Xiao announced their second destination, a nearby mid-range hotel. As expected, the hotel was likely now infested with zombies. But hotels were perfect. As long as they held the corridors, they wouldn't have to fear a zombie siege. This was a spot Lin Xiao had planned for farming mutant crystals. In his past life, many teams used this exact tactic. Block a corridor and let them come. If they had guns, the operation would be even simpler. And with the hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition Lin Xiao had more than enough to spare. There were quite a few hotels nearby, and under the guidance of the seasoned Yi Mingxuan, they quickly found a theme hotel that seemed decent. Such hotels were usually fully booked on special occasions. After all, these establishments were fully equipped, so once a man and a woman checked in, they didn't need to worry about anything else. The group first cleared all the zombies around the hotel. They couldn't use guns here, of course. But this time, not only Lin Xiao joined the fight, the other three also participated. They would have to face zombies sooner or later, so it was better to practice now. The two women performed better than Lin Xiao had expected. Especially Yao Xian. As a second-order mutant, her physical strength was clearly higher than that of the zombies. As long as she could overcome her fear, she could easily crush a first-order zombie in an unknown fight. After this battle, the group's combat skills improved significantly. At least when facing a sudden zombie attack, they wouldn't panic like others. Entering the hotel, Lin Xiao easily dealt with the two zombies at the front desk, and they firmly closed the hotel door. From now on, all the zombies in this hotel were theirs. The theme hotel had 6 floors, the first floor lobby, the second floor cafeteria, and the rest were guest rooms. Let's begin. Make some noise. The 4 of them went up the stairs to the 3rd floor corridor. There were already some zombies that had broken out of their rooms, both male and female, but most had one thing in common: they were either scantily clad or completely naked. The corridor was about 3 people wide, perfect for Lin Xiao and the others to shoot. When Yi Qingying fired the first shot, not only the zombies in the corridor, but also roars came from many rooms. Don't worry about wasting bullets, improving strength is the most important thing, Lin Xiao said. Yao Xian immediately took out a large pile of bullets and placed them behind the 4, ensuring an ample supply. As the dense gunfire began, not only the 3rd floor, but also the upper floors stirred with commotion. But Lin Xiao didn't care, he continued to let the other 3 shoot. He himself, holding a fire axe, stood alone at the stairwell. If any zombies rushed down from above, he would kill them all. The source of Lin Xiao's confidence was of course his 3rd-order strength and the fire-type spiritual ability he had yet to use. However, although the noise was loud, keeping the zombies on the upper floors agitated, their intelligence was too low to do anything but rush straight ahead. Moreover, the stairwell door blocked them. Although the door was not locked, it required some force to open, and it would close automatically once opened. This made it difficult for large numbers of zombies from the upper floors to appear. Even if a few lucky ones managed to get through, Lin Xiao could handle them easily. The roars on the 3rd floor lasted for more than 20 minutes before finally stopping. All done. Lin Xiao casually killed 2 more zombies that rushed down, then turned to ask. Probably not. Yi Qingying replied uncertainly. Wait 3 minutes. If there's no movement, we can collect the spoils. Zombies don't play dead and feel no pain. As long as they had any breath left, they would crawl towards them. 3 minutes was enough to confirm. The 3 minutes passed quickly. After the gunfire stopped, the commotion upstairs also died down. After confirming there were no surviving zombies, Yi Mingxian and Yi Qingying went out to collect mutation crystals. The process went smoothly without any accidents. But when they returned, Yi Qingying looked puzzled. There are only about 30 rooms on this floor, so why are there over 90 mutation crystals? After confirming there were no surviving zombies, Yi Mingxian and Yi Qingying went out to collect mutation crystals. The process went smoothly without any accidents. But when they returned, Yi Qingying looked puzzled. There are only about, but exercise comes in different types. Some are unknown fair fights, while others are multiplayer fair fights. Of course, those with deep pockets might even have a multiplayer unknown. So the number of people is definitely a bit more than you might think. Yi Mingxuan's explanation left the 2 women even more baffled. Ahem, let's move to the next floor, Lin Xiao said, unable to stand it anymore. These 2 girls were truly a breath of fresh air in this new era. But just as they took 2 steps, Yi Qingying seemed to suddenly understand, and with a flushed face, she chased after Yi Mingxian and beat him up. Alright, we're on the 4th floor now. Be careful, Lin Xiao reminded again. The 2 stopped their horseplay at the right moment. As on the 3rd floor, the 3 held guns while Lin Xiao guarded the rear. Although it was supposed to be 3 shooting together, the main force was still Yi Qingying. The other 2's headshots were entirely based on luck. But with so many zombies, they could shoot with their eyes closed. Even if they didn't hit the head, hitting other parts to slow the zombies down was a great help. This floor seems to have fewer zombies, Yi Qingying noticed as they fought. The previous floor had over 90 zombies, but this one probably had less than 50. Was it possible that this theme hotel wasn't fully booked on such a special occasion? Don't worry about it, just kill them all, Lin Xiao's voice came from behind. With so few zombies, it was likely that there were survivors on this floor. If one of 2 people in a room mutated into a zombie, the other would definitely not escape. But if neither mutated, they could survive. The hotel environment was better than the dormitories, with plenty of running water. If they were lucky enough to have brought some food, they could last 7 days. Even if they didn't survive, they would die of starvation, not turn into zombies. As for going out to find food in that extreme fog, it was hard for anyone to find a safe way down from the hotel. Even if they did, they would likely die at the hands of the two front desk zombies. After more than 10 minutes, the fourth floor was completely cleared. They waited 3 minutes again, then the two siblings went out to collect mutation crystals. This time a small incident occurred. When they were halfway through collecting, several room doors opened one after another. The roars and gunfire had probably caught their attention. After confirming that the outside was quiet, they couldn't help but open the doors. With guns, perhaps the government had sent people to rescue them. It was only the first day after the fog had lifted, and many were still hopeful, waiting for rescue. "Are you the police? Are you here to save us?" The first to emerge was a woman. Though her clothes were torn to shreds, she paid them no mind. She flinched at the sight of the zombie corpses strewn across the floor, but quickly crawled toward Yi Qingying and the others. Although Yi Qingying was dressed in ordinary clothes, Yi Mingxian still wore the security guard uniform from Xinjiang University. In her extreme state of weakness, the woman couldn't discern the difference. "I'm not a cop, just a lousy security guard." Yi Mingxian didn't pause his work of collecting the mutated crystals as he gave a casual reply. Hearing this, the door behind the woman was suddenly flung open. A middle-aged man rushed up to Yi Mingxian in a few quick strides, looking anything but starved. He stood in stark contrast to the woman sprawled on the ground. Yet the two had emerged from the same room. This suggested there was definitely food inside, but the man had hoarded it all for himself. The woman would have received nothing if the man hadn't feared trouble from the fog lifting. Just moments ago, after the gunshots and zombie roars had ceased, this middle-aged man had sent the woman out to investigate the situation. If zombies still lurked outside, he'd let her die and save his food. If it was a rescue team, as it was now. The man now stood before Yi Mingxuan, looking down at him with a wave of nausea as he poked at the zombie corpses. "Are you the hotel security? I'm a high-tier VIP here. What's the meaning of this mess? I'm going to file a complaint. But right now I'm starving. Go get me some food immediately." Yi Mingxian looked up at the arrogant man and let out a cold sneer. "What's with that attitude? I'm telling you, if you don't comply, I'll report you right away. Do you know who I am? A mere security guard like you. I have 100 ways to make you disappear. Don't be foolish." At this, not only Yi Mingxian, but also Lin Xiao, who was off to the side, let out a laugh. Yi Mingxian was even more direct. He slowly rose to his feet, casually twirling the pistol in his hand, tilting his head with his right ear angled toward the man. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Seeing Yi Mingxuan's stance, the middle-aged man finally grasped the situation. The man had a gun. They had just killed so many people, even if those people had mutated. But they still looked human. What if this guy decided to kill him and pass it off as disposing of a mutant? The more he thought, the more panicked he became. He still hadn't realized this was the apocalypse, believing Yi Mingxian and his group were hotel rescue personnel. "Hey, young man, don't be hasty. I just wanted to ask if you could fetch me some food. I haven't had a decent meal in days. Bring me enough food, and I'll pay you whatever you want. Don't worry, I'm not lying. I have millions in assets. I can easily satisfy you." The man's voice had shrunk significantly, his tone softening, all traces of his earlier arrogance gone. "Millions?" Yi Mingxian sneered again. That was laughable. Even though he was the black sheep of the Yi family, his monthly allowance alone was in the 7 figures. A few million in total assets. That was nothing. "You still have food in your room, don't you?" Lin Xiao, standing behind, suddenly spoke up. The middle-aged man eyed him warily. What did he mean? Was he trying to steal his food? Not only him, but the other survivors who had just stepped out also halted upon hearing this. "No, I don't. Look how starved we both are." The man said this while already backing away. These two young men had guns and clearly hostile intentions. It was obvious they weren't any rescue team. Trying to leave? The moment Lin Xiao spoke, Yi Mingxuan's fist connected. The man tried to defend himself, but he was no match for Yi Mingxian. The punch landed squarely on his face, splitting the corner of his eye. A pig-like squeal filled the air. "Is there food in his room?" Lin Xiao ignored the man and crouched down to look at the woman still on the floor. "Is there food in his room?" The woman looked at him fearfully, but nodded. "You treacherous woman. What food? Didn't you eat it all?" Despite the blood streaming from his eye, the man erupted in curses upon seeing the woman's nod. "Kill him." With those two simple words, Yi Mingxian didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and all the other survivors who had just come out scrambled back into their rooms. "You can go back now." Lin Xiao stood up, signaling Yi Mingxian and the others to continue collecting the crystals. This was just a minor incident. As for killing a man, it was nothing. He had no interest in the scant food in their room. If the man hadn't been so arrogant from the start, Lin Xiao wouldn't have bothered. In his eyes, these were all just passers-by. And passers-by who could die at any moment. Within minutes, the Yi siblings had collected all the mutated crystals. Lin Xiao paid the woman no more attention and led the group towards the 5th floor. If one hotel could provide him with 300 crystals, then 3 hotels would be enough to safely and efficiently solve Yao Xin's advancement needs. Lin Xiao was still in Xinjiang for the remaining fuel at the gas station and some medical supplies. Of course, he also needed to secure a couple of good vehicles with keys. Once he had these, he would set off for home. His hometown wasn't far from Xinjiang, just over 100 kilometers away. Once they hit the highway, they wouldn't need to walk. A direct expressway to his county town meant just over an hour's drive. Although zombies would be present on the highway, they'd surely be fewer than in the city. Let's go head back first. After observing for a few minutes, the group of over a dozen people had already turned a street corner. Their paths were not the same. Toward them, Lin Xiao's hatred was not as intense as it was for Chen Feifei. The 5th and 6th floors still posed no danger. The same incident that happened on the 4th floor also occurred on the 2 floors above. However, after Lin Xiao shot the 2 most arrogant ones, no one dared to leave their rooms. In this themed hotel, Lin Xiao's team harvested over 300 mutant crystals, even more than expected. This only goes to show that there were even more people who liked to have fun. Otherwise, such a number far exceeding the room capacity would never have occurred. Now Lin Xiao and his team had 400 mutant crystals again. Let's go to the second hotel. Such a great farming spot. Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't be polite and immediately directed Yi Mingxian to head to the next target. At most, they could only farm one more hotel today. It was already getting late. When night fell, human vision would be greatly impaired. But this had no effect on the zombies. Compared to sight, they relied more on hearing. Therefore, even the large teams from the previous life rarely acted at night. There was no need to use one's own weakness against the enemy's strength. The second hotel was very close, also a themed hotel. These themed hotels were quite popular, now favored by young people. And this was exactly the kind of hotel Lin Xiao was looking for. Only this could ensure enough zombie resources inside. Otherwise, if they went through all the trouble to find a hotel only to harvest a few dozen mutant crystals, it wouldn't be worth it. The layout of this themed hotel was much smaller than the previous one, and initial estimates suggested it was only 2/3 the size. Altogether, it probably had less than 100 rooms. It had only 4 floors and no cafeteria. Except for the first floor, all were guest rooms. As usual, the 4 of them took axes and first cleared the zombies near the hotel to prevent the loud gunfire from triggering a chain reaction. Otherwise, they might finish clearing the zombies inside the hotel only to be surrounded by zombies outside. This was not what Lin Xiao wanted to see. Clearing the surroundings took half an hour. Although there were not many zombies, only about 40, the area was large, and they couldn't use guns, so they had to clean up slowly. Let's make it quick. There's only a little over an hour until dark, and we need time to get back to the hotel. Lin Xiao spoke, and the other 3 stopped joking and went all out. Because the hotel was much smaller, and their cooperation was becoming more and more seamless. In the end, it took less than an hour to finish clearing everything. At this point, the mutant crystals in Lin Xiao's hands had exceeded 600. Such a harvest lifted Lin Xiao's spirits considerably. This was only the first day after the haze cleared. Others were still busy adapting to the cruelty of this apocalypse, searching for safe hiding places and finding food to survive. But Lin Xiao's team had completely surpassed them in progress. If Lin Xiao wanted, he could raise a team at any time. Let's go head home. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Xiao started heading back. There was still plenty of time. There was no need to rush on this day. His preliminary plan was to have Yao Xian level up to 3 within 3 days, expanding the space again. Based on previous experience, after this expansion, the space should reach the size of 27 supermarkets. At that time, they would go to loot a large supermarket and a hospital. If conditions allowed, they could try to get a gas station as well. In this way, their resources for the next 2 or 3 years would be no problem. As for 2 or 3 years later, no one knew how this apocalypse came about. Thinking so far ahead was meaningless. Moreover, Lin Xiao had a mutant fruit tree here. Since there was a fruit tree, there must be other types of resources, just that Lin Xiao hadn't encountered them yet. Mutant rice, mutant vegetables. They might all encounter them later. This was only the first haze. There would be a second, even a third and fourth. Everything was unknown. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao's team had already covered nearly half the distance quickly, although only a day had passed since the haze ended. But under Lin Xiao's leadership, the team members had shed their naivety and grown rapidly. "Captain, there are people ahead." Yi Mingxuan, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and said in a low voice. The 4 instantly found cover and hid. They had encountered survivors several times today, but under Lin Xiao's guidance, they always hid immediately upon discovery. They hadn't understood why before, but after one time they hid too late and were spotted. Everyone understood. Those 2 survivors, upon seeing Lin Xiao and his team, immediately ran towards them frantically. This action directly attracted all the nearby zombies. If Lin Xiao and his team hadn't retreated in time, they would have faced a siege of dozens of zombies. After that, no matter who was leading the way, they would be wary of survivors as well as zombies. This time, Yi Mingxian spotted them in time. After the 4 hid, the other party didn't notice them. Lin Xiao had been lost in thought, but after hiding, he peeked out in the direction Yi Mingxian had indicated. They were indeed living people, and more than one. It was a team of well over a dozen people. On the first day of the apocalypse, a team of this size was extremely rare, and judging by their appearance, everyone was holding weapons of all kinds, even kitchen knives. This was enough to show that this team was not simple. But when Lin Xiao looked closely, he actually spotted many familiar faces. "It's actually them." Hearing Lin Xiao's muttering, Yi Mingxian turned around and asked, "Captain, do you know these people?" Lin Xiao did not answer. In this life, he indeed did not know them, but in the previous life, he had a deep impression of them. At that time, he met Chen Feifei at school, and after learning about his mutation ability, Chen Feifei chose to team up with him. The only reason Lin Xiao and Chen Feifei were able to join their team was Chen Feifei's beauty. But this woman was very clever. Knowing that her own strength was low in the early stage, she always hid behind Lin Xiao, and from time to time, she flirted with others. The only reason Lin Xiao and Chen Feifei were able to join their team was Chen Feifei's beauty. But this woman was very clever. Knowing that her own strength was low in the early stage, she always hid behind Lin Xiao, and from time to time, she flirted with other strong members of the team. This caused Lin Xiao to be hated by most men in the team. Later he was kicked out of the team, and some even wanted to kill him directly. Of course, in the end they abandoned him on a street surrounded by zombies, which was no different from killing him. These people, Lin Xiao's gaze turned sharp. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind eliminating them. Let's go head back first. After observing for a few minutes, the group of over a dozen people had already turned a street corner. Their paths were not the same. Toward them, Lin Xiao's hatred was not as intense as it was for Chen Feifei. But if the opportunity arose, Lin Xiao would certainly not let it slip by. For now, his own matters were more important. Only after the other party had completely vanished from sight did Lin Xiao's group continue moving. This time they encountered no further incidents and returned to the hotel safely. Let's figure out how to use this small generator, shall we? As soon as they got back, the two women were eager to get started. Don't bother with that. Yi Mingxuan, lounging comfortably on the sofa with a lollipop in his mouth, chimed in. If you're not going to help, at least don't make sarcastic remarks. Lin Xiao could tell that the bond between the two cousins was actually quite strong. Being cousins, they were naturally close. Moreover, coming from such a prominent family, they must have had many interactions. Lin Xiao sat alone by the window, ignoring the bickering of the siblings. With just the few of them, the generator was useless for now. The hotel rooms were unlike a private home. The hotel's electrical circuits were all interconnected. Only by shutting off the main breakers severing the room's power grid from the outside could the generator be used. Furthermore, the generator couldn't be operated indoors due to the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. The noise it made while running would also attract zombies at night. So for the moment, the generator was just a decorative piece. Only after Lin Xiao found his parents and established a safe haven could the generator prove its worth. 8 days had passed since his rebirth. During these 8 days, he hadn't rested for a single day, constantly striving. He refused to let the advantage of his rebirth and his unique eyes go to waste. Now he was closer than ever to achieving his plan. Mom, Dad, you must wait for me at home. He'll come for you soon. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao sat up abruptly from the soft bed. Only after remembering he was no longer in the dormitory did he relax and lie back down. The bed in this upscale hotel was truly something else. It was incredibly comfortable to sleep in. He had indeed slept well the night before. After they cleared out the nearby zombies, the night had been much quieter. There were still occasional noises from upstairs. As expected, there were zombies on the upper floors of the hotel, though probably not in large numbers. Otherwise, those dozen or so security guards wouldn't have been able to escape so safely yesterday. Voices from the others outside his room drifted in. As Lin Xiao pushed the door open, Yao Xian was taking out several large bottles of mineral water, preparing to wash up. Seeing this, Lin Xiao instinctively wanted to scold her. But he suddenly realized that this was no longer the world of his past life. Back then, he could only drink the leftover washing water of others. Using mineral water to wash one's face and rinse one's mouth was something even his old team wouldn't dare to do. Captain, you're up. Seeing Lin Xiao emerge, the three of them greeted him. Before Yi Mingxian arrived, Lin Xiao's relationship with the two women had been somewhat ambiguous. But since he came, everything had become more formal. Lin Xiao scratched his head, wondering where things had gone wrong. But his mind was solely focused on saving his parents, and he didn't pay much attention to such trivial matters. Let's eat quickly and head out early. We need to gather as many mutated crystals as we can today. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the others quickly nodded. Having experienced the power boost from upgrading, they were now extremely enthusiastic about it. Strength was the ultimate guarantee, no matter the circumstances. Besides, they now understood Yao Xin's crucial importance. This mobile, ever-growing preservation warehouse was practically a divine artifact in the apocalypse. Don't rush off yet. Eat the mutated crystals first. To increase their team's efficiency in gathering crystals, Lin Xiao pondered for a long time before finally deciding to let the siblings upgrade first. Once they reached the second rank, they could easily overpower first-rank zombies, even in close combat. Following Lin Xiao's instructions, Yao Xian immediately produced 200 mutated crystals and handed them to the pair. Accepting the crystals, Yi Qingying and her brother didn't decline. Why refuse a chance to increase their strength? Over a dozen minutes later, both had completed their upgrades. Feeling their rapidly surging power, their faces lit up with irrepressible joy. With their strength boosted, they quickly finished breakfast and prepared to set out. The role of the leader had shifted from Lin Xiao to Yi Mingxian. He was already familiar with the area, and after a day of experience, he was more direct in leading than Lin Xiao. Your own family owns a hotel here, so why are you so familiar with the themed hotels around here? En route, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Captain, staying in one place gets boring, you know, and switching hotels lets me pick up some fresh ideas. If I find something nice, I can just add it to my own room later. Alright, Lin Xiao fell silent. He was already starting to wonder if constantly being with a guy like this would eventually corrupt him. Soon they arrived at their destination for the day. This area has 4 decent themed hotels, and the prices are quite reasonable. Especially during holidays, they're always packed. Lin Xiao and the others already knew this without Yi Mingxian saying it. The zombies here were significantly more numerous than in other areas. This greatly increased the difficulty for Lin Xiao's group. He'll team up with Yao Xian, and you two siblings pair up. Well, split up to take down these zombies. Remember, don't wander too far. Prioritize your safety. If you encounter danger, head straight toward me. Up until now, Lin Xiao had only encountered a single second-rank zombie. But that didn't mean there weren't others lurking around. If the siblings ran into one, it wasn't that they lacked strength, but it could easily lead to casualties. After all, each of them had consumed over 100 mutated crystals, and Lin Xiao didn't want to see them fall here. The two nodded in agreement. They weren't the type to show off their bravery, especially Yi Mingxian. If anything threatened his life, he would be the first to run without a second thought. Well, take the left, you take the right. Let's move. With the plan set, Lin Xiao and his group split into 2 teams, kicking off the new day's hunt. Dividing their forces, Lin Xiao remained the primary combatant on his side. Though Yao Xian was no weakling in battle in Lin Xiao's eyes, he preferred to regard her as a mobile warehouse. Eliminating zombies was a trivial matter best left to him. Yao Xian, however, held a different view. She had no intention of being the one holding the team back. They were all second-order mutants. If the Yi siblings could manage, so could she. This was also one of the reasons Lin Xiao kept her by his side. With him nearby, he could intervene promptly should any mishap occur. Progress was swift on both fronts, though Lin Xiao's side was undeniably more ferocious. He had no need for fancy positioning or ambush tactics. With his strength, charging straight ahead with his axe was all it took. He would cleave down any zombie that came within reach. His fire ability hadn't even seen action yet. If a horde truly descended, he was itching to test the terrifying might of his psychic power. In his past life, he could only watch enviously as Chen Feifei wielded it with ease. Now that he possessed this devastating weapon himself, he was eager for a chance to unleash it. Unfortunately, the zombies didn't grant him that opportunity. On the other side, the siblings were far more cautious. They dared not charge recklessly like Lin Xiao. Although their individual strength was sufficient to overcome first-order zombies, they couldn't do so with his effortless ease. Thus the siblings fought steadily, luring no more than 3 zombies at a time. This continued for nearly half an hour. Both operations proceeded smoothly without incident. The siblings even began chatting and laughing between encounters. But just then, as they lured another trio of zombies to repeat their routine, the unexpected occurred. Had it been Lin Xiao, he would have spotted the problem instantly. Unfortunately, the siblings lacked the sensitivity to discern zombie grades. They failed to notice that the zombie in the middle was reacting noticeably faster. As they clashed, Yi Mingxian immediately sensed something amiss. "Sis, this zombie is off." His shout alerted Yi Qingying in time, but it also drew the attention of other zombies nearby. "Damn, this must be the second-order zombie the captain mentioned." Though Yi Mingxian managed to block the second-order zombie's strike in the nick of time, the recoil sent him staggering back several steps. The creature's speed was even greater than they had anticipated. Yi Mingxuan, still reeling from the blow, couldn't evade in time. Fortunately, Yi Qingying was right beside him. Seeing the dire situation, she abandoned caution about attracting more zombies with gunfire and swiftly drew her pistol. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the street. Yi Qingying's reputation as a shooting champion was well-deserved. Despite the second-order zombie's incredible speed, her bullet found its mark perfectly in its head. At such close range, even a second-order zombie couldn't withstand that. Fearing a single shot might not be enough, she fired 3 more rounds in quick succession. The second-order zombie was certainly dead now, but the gunfire had attracted every zombie in the vicinity. Lin Xiao, hearing the shots from not far away, swiftly dispatched the 2 zombies before him and turned his gaze toward the siblings. Lin Xiao. Yao Xian had also noticed the commotion and called out urgently. "Stay put and hide," he instructed, glancing around. The nearby zombies had all been drawn toward the siblings. The area was relatively safe for now as long as Yao Xian remained cautious and concealed. Understanding her importance, Yao Xian didn't argue and quickly found a hiding spot. Only after seeing her safely concealed did Lin Xiao move swiftly toward the siblings. By now 7 or 8 zombies had already surrounded them. Forced into a corner, Yi Qingying had no choice but to keep firing. Survival was paramount now, though attracting more zombies was a secondary concern. Beside her, Yi Mingxian also drew his pistol. Though his aim wasn't as precise as his sister's at this close range, firing multiple shots was bound to have some effect. But as the commotion grew, more and more zombies converged on their location. This wasn't like last time at the hotel entrance. Then they had taken cover. Despite the noise, the zombies couldn't pinpoint their position. This time, however, they were standing exposed in the middle of the street, with no time to seek shelter, completely visible to the zombies. Though they were managing to hold their own for now, the number of zombies would only continue to swell. They would be overwhelmed eventually. Moreover, with this many zombies, the appearance of a second, third, or even more second-order ones was inevitable. Just as despair began to set in, gunfire erupted from their right. Since they were already firing, there was no point in worrying about making more noise. A swift resolution was the priority. The moment Lin Xiao's gunfire rang out, many zombies on the outskirts turned their attention toward him. Over here. See that stairwell? Get inside. Lin Xiao shouted, firing as he gestured for the siblings. Sis, hurry. Let's fall back to the captain. Seeing Lin Xiao approach was like spotting a lifeline for Yi Mingxian. He immediately urged his sister to retreat. Yi Qingying fired off a few more rounds, emptying her magazine, before sprinting after her brother. Lin Xiao had already cleared the zombies on the flank, providing a safe route for their retreat. The three regrouped successfully. Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian handed their pistols to Yi Qingying. She was the main firepower now. As the trio converged, the zombies massed together and surged toward them. The stairwell Lin Xiao had mentioned was still a dozen meters away. They fought while retreating, with Yi Qingying wielding dual pistols radiating sheer dominance. Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian had switched to fire axes, guarding Yi Qingying's flanks, ready to strike down any zombie that slipped through. Moments later, they had retreated into the stairwell. Lin Xiao had already scouted the area. Despite the earlier ruckus, no zombies had emerged from the building. This was a clear sign that the stairwell was safe for now. The bullets finally ran out, and the zombies outside continued to amass. Holy shit, there must be over 100 of them by now. Yi Mingxian gasped, seeing the endless stream of zombies still approaching in the distance. Could it be that the three of them were destined to die here today? If any get through, it'll be up to you too, Lin Xiao instructed. Remember, absolutely no more gunfire. It's too loud. The siblings didn't know what Lin Xiao had planned, but they nervously gripped their fire axes. All they could do now was trust him. Watching the zombies draw closer, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Hell yeah, time to have some fun. As the zombies drew closer, cold sweat trickled down the faces of the siblings. It was at this moment that Lin Xiao finally made his move. A small flame flickered to life in his palm, and as he extended his right hand, the spark erupted into a blaze. A torrent of fierce fire burst forth from his hand. The narrow stairwell was instantly engulfed in flames. But for these low-tier zombies, neither a mountain of blades nor a sea of fire mattered. As long as they sensed the scent of humans, they charged forward without hesitation. The siblings stared in utter astonishment. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Are you sure this guy is even human? The searing flames proved devastatingly lethal to the zombies. Any that were touched immediately lost their combat ability and were burned alive within seconds. Yet more zombies continued to surge in from outside. At this point, Yi Mingxian was beginning to wonder if Lin Xiao was being a bit too brutal. Though he had to admit it did look pretty satisfying. After nearly 5 minutes of continuous burning, Lin Xiao suddenly turned around and shouted, "Mutation crystals, give me the mutation crystals." The two were still marveling at Lin Xiao's prowess and didn't react at first. It wasn't until Lin Xiao shouted for the third time that Yi Qingying hastily scrambled to hand over the dozen or so mutation crystals she had collected. Lin Xiao casually took 2 and tossed them into his mouth. It was then that the siblings noticed beads of sweat covering his forehead. Clearly this ability took a massive toll on him. After swallowing the 2 crystals, the drained spiritual energy within him was somewhat replenished. The flames blazed up once more while the number of zombies behind dwindled. Without the gunfire to guide them, many zombies that had been mid-charge stood still in confusion before eventually wandering off. "Captain, there's almost none left." Seeing the thinning horde, Yi Mingxian finally let out a sigh of relief. They weren't going to die. Even if Lin Xiao stopped now, the remaining zombies would be manageable for the siblings. And indeed, Lin Xiao didn't push himself any further. This fire-type ability consumed far too much spiritual energy. By his estimation, he would have collapsed on the spot within 10 minutes. Even with the 2 mutation crystals to replenish his energy, it wouldn't sustain him for much longer. It seemed his third-tier strength was still too weak. Even with the most powerful ability, he lacked the foundation to wield it effectively. The moment Lin Xiao's flames ceased, the last 5 or 6 remaining zombies lunged forward with snarls. Yi Mingxian and Yi Qingying stepped forward, simultaneously positioning themselves in front of Lin Xiao. Though the zombies had numerical superiority, the stairwell was narrow, and the two completely blocked the path. A dozen seconds later, all sounds of zombies in the vicinity faded away. Yao Xian hurried over as well. "Lin Xiao, are you alright?" She rushed in and saw him slumped on the ground, quickly pushing past the siblings to reach his side. "I'm fine, just need a moment to rest." Lin Xiao's voice was weak. Yao Xian didn't care about his protests. She turned him over and examined him thoroughly before finally relaxing once she confirmed he wasn't injured. "I saw several groups of survivors earlier, but they only watched from a distance before leaving. Earlier, trapped in the stairwell, they couldn't see what was happening outside. It turned out the commotion had not only attracted zombies, but also drawn a crowd of curious survivors." Lin Xiao, however, didn't care. He had no intention of staying in this city for long. Once he gathered all the resources he needed, he would leave immediately. While Lin Xiao focused on recovering, the Yi siblings took the initiative to go out and collect the mutation crystals. There were over 100 crystals in total, enough to rival the stock of a decent-sized hotel. "Let me wipe your sweat." Seeing the sweat on Lin Xiao's brow, Yao Xian suddenly produced a towel and gently dabbed at his forehead. The atmosphere in the stairwell shifted, but just then a discordant voice rang out from outside. "What? Trying to steal our stuff?" A man's voice rang out, slightly distorted but still recognizable as Yi Mingxuan's. Think you're tough with guns? After all those zombies, do you even have bullets left? And there's only 2 of you. Another unfamiliar male voice chimed in. From those 2 lines alone, Lin Xiao knew exactly what was happening outside. Someone was coveting the pile of mutation crystals, and seeing only 2 people guarding them had decided to make a move. Instead of getting up immediately, Lin Xiao pulled out 2 more mutation crystals and tossed them into his mouth. At this moment, nothing else mattered but quickly regaining his combat strength. Seeing this, Huaxia drew 2 pistols, glanced at Lin Xiao, and walked outside. Well, another pretty girl. Kid, you're quite the ladies' man. Hey, race the deal. Let us have some fun with these 2 girls, and leave your stuff alone. Those words set both Huaxia and Yi Qingying off. Huaxia handed 2 pistols to Yi Qingying and drew 2 more for herself. Seeing them produce even more guns, the dozen or so men across from them began to hesitate. What are you scared of? Do you think they'd actually dare to shoot? They're the ones who attracted all those zombies with their gunfire. There are over a dozen of us here. If they fire, it's mutual destruction. The man who had spoken earlier, apparently the leader, was just as nervous, but forced himself to sound bold. Huaxia genuinely wanted to shoot him dead, but his words gave her pause. Gunfire would easily attract more zombies, and that was a risk she couldn't ignore. Lin Xiao still didn't know the full situation. If another wave of zombies were drawn in, it could truly end in mutual destruction. Should they just back down? Huaxia fell silent. Seeing both women intimidated, the man grew even more emboldened. But the moment he took a step forward, an axe came swinging down. Yi Mingxian had been waiting on the sidelines all this time. The man focused entirely on the 2 women had completely overlooked him. The axe fell with immense force and speed, cutting through the air with a whistle. Die, you idiot. As a second-tier mutant, his speed was far beyond what the man could react to. The blow was instantly fatal. Blood sprayed across Yi Mingxuan's face, but he didn't even bother to wipe it off, simply staring down the dozen-plus men before him. This group was nothing more than a ragtag bunch recently thrown together. The apparent leader was just a temporary figurehead. The rest had no intention of risking their lives for him. Seeing Yi Mingxuan's ferocity, they were already thinking of retreat. Still not leaving? Yi Mingxian bellowed, and with that, whatever courage they had left evaporated. They scattered. As the enemies fled, Lin Xiao stepped forward. He had observed the earlier confrontation, and Yi Mingxuan's performance was indeed commendable. What did it matter if guns were used? All 3 of them were second-order mutants. Even if over a dozen enemies attacked at once, they would be no match. Yet these 3 had yet to fully grasp their own strength. Having spent the past 2 days alongside Lin Xiao, they subconsciously felt weak after witnessing his power. Hence they grew flustered when outnumbered. We should have killed them all, Lin Xiao said abruptly, gazing at Yi Mingxian. Killed them all. Not only Yi Mingxuan, but the other 2 women also looked over in surprise. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. This is the apocalypse. Every potential enemy brings trouble. This was something Lin Xiao had witnessed firsthand in his past life. His team had once let a few people escape, creating a feud. Later, those enemies lured a massive horde of zombies to attack them. Though the team ultimately prevailed, the losses were devastating. Still, considering it was Yi Mingxuan's first time handling such matters, he had done well enough. Moreover, Lin Xiao's goals had never been tied to Star City, so making a few enemies hardly mattered. Have you finished gathering? Let's move on. As he spoke, Lin Xiao swept his gaze across the surroundings. Through his mutated eyes, he could clearly see more than one group hidden nearby. However, upon witnessing Yi Mingxuan's ferocity, they chose not to reveal themselves. Had Yi Mingxian not killed anyone, those lurking figures would surely have emerged to claim a share. Though it was only the second day since the fog dispersed, many had already realized this was the end of the world. And the secret of the zombies was now known to many. The corpses of over 100 zombies held immense allure for them. After ensuring all the mutant crystals were collected, Lin Xiao led the trio away swiftly. Meanwhile, the hidden onlookers remained motionless even as Lin Xiao's group vanished from sight. Killing at this stage was still a psychological hurdle for many. In another 3 to 5 days, those who hadn't taken a life might not survive. Let's start here. After circling around and confirming no one was following, Lin Xiao finally began the day's main task. The procedure mirrored yesterday's. The 4 moved with practiced ease. Yet every time they exited a hotel, Lin Xiao noticed prying eyes. Without a doubt, by days in their 4-person squad would become notorious in the area. At noon, they took no break, hastily eating some food in a safe spot before continuing. Only around 4 p.m. did they finally stop. Faster than expected, Lin Xiao remarked, tallying the day's gains with a faint smile. Despite having elevated Yi Mingxian and Yi Qingying to the second order, they still had over 400 mutant crystals. The original plan was to clear 4 hotels today, but thanks to the earlier windfall, they had already acquired over 100 crystals beforehand. In the subsequent operations, they not only met their quota despite the delay, but exceeded it, sweeping 5 hotels. Now their total mutant crystal count had surpassed 1,200. 1,000 crystals were earmarked for Yao Xin's upgrade, leaving over 200 in reserve. Just as Lin Xiao had used fire abilities earlier, without a mutant crystal supply, he might have collapsed from exhaustion. This was another use for the crystals, restoration. Let's head home. Lin Xiao said, fatigue weighing on them as they began the return journey. Though evening approached, they still spotted many active figures on the road. After a day of experimentation, many had learned the basic traits of zombies. With a bit of luck and wit, small groups of zombies could be avoided entirely. And if not avoided, well then one simply joined them. Many survivors upon encountering Lin Xiao's group scattered, as if fleeing from a monster. This puzzled the two women. As I told you, we're bound to make a name for ourselves here, Lin Xiao said, unsurprised. Even if the later teams kept quiet, the dozen, or so they had let escape, would surely spread the word. The act of killing was still deeply unsettling to most people at this time. Moreover, Lin Xiao's group was armed with guns which they openly displayed. This served as a deterrent, saving them from countless unnecessary troubles. Coupled with their lack of heavy burdens, they appeared to have few resources. Even formidable teams, seeing them armed yet resource-poor, would have no reason to target them. Thus the four returned to the hotel without incident. The moment they arrived, before even settling in, all eyes turned to Yao Xian. Time to level up, Lin Xiao said directly. The larger Yao Xin's space, the greater their sense of security. Feeling the weight of three gazes, Yao Xian nodded shyly. Rather than performing in the living room, she retreated to her room. Lin Xiao and the others waited in the living room, where snacking while waiting seemed perfectly reasonable. Captain, how long does it take to go from second to third order? Yi Mingxian and his sister had ascended to second order that morning, taking only about 10 minutes. Yet now over half an hour had passed, and Yao Xian had yet to emerge. Patience. The third order is a threshold. Once crossed, one's power undergoes a qualitative leap, so it naturally takes longer. Yi Qingying, unfazed, leisurely nibbled on a chicken foot. She had witnessed Lin Xiao's upgrade, which took nearly 2 full hours. Yao Xian, however, didn't take that long. 40-odd minutes later, the door swung open, drawing everyone's attention. A beaming smile adorned Yao Xin's face, signaling that all had gone smoothly. How is it? Lin Xiao was the first to ask. Just as we guessed, the space is now the size of 27 supermarkets. Hearing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. No longer would they worry about running out of room to store supplies. And that's not all. I've learned a new ability, Yao Xian added with a smile, piquing everyone's curiosity. Lin Xiao in particular was intrigued. Space abilities by their very nature seemed far from being a mere warehouse. Indeed, upon reaching the third order, Yao Xian had unlocked a new power. She giggled mischievously. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, and the next second, he spun around sharply. The Yao Xian before him vanished, while behind him the real Yao Xian extended her hand, aiming to pat his head. Hey, a man's head and a woman's waist. Those are off limits. Lin Xiao dodged nimbly, calling out to Yao Xian. Yet inwardly he marveled. Teleportation, truly a coveted ability. When Yao Xin's new ability was revealed, not only Lin Xiao, but the other two siblings' mouths gaped in astonishment. This was a godlike skill, something they had only ever read about in novels. Yet now it was materializing right before their very eyes. Let's eat first, we're all starving. Seeing their curious expressions, Yao Xian quickly took a seat. They had already eaten their fill, but she hadn't had a single bite yet. If she let them keep asking questions, she wouldn't get to eat it all tonight. However, even as she began to eat, she couldn't escape their interrogation. Are there any limits to the teleportation? Yes, from what I can sense, it covers a distance of about 20 to 30 meters. I'm not sure if it will increase in the future. Yao Xian answered with her mouth full. 20 to 30 meters was a considerable distance. Is there a limit on how often you can use it? Yi Mingxian couldn't help but ask from the side. No, but it's quite taxing on my mental energy. I feel like I could only use it 5 times in a row at most before hitting my limit. Yao Xian pondered for a moment before replying. 5 times, though it didn't sound like much, was more than enough for Yao Xian to ensure her survival. Lin Xiao still considered Yao Xian as a support, someone who needed protection. It never even crossed his mind that with such a divine skill, Yao Xin's combat prowess would also receive a dramatic boost. Any other enhancements? This question stumped Yao Xian for a bit, and it took her a long pause before she could answer. It's still the same areas as before, but they feel significantly stronger. I think I could beat the 2 of them now, right? Though her tone was hesitant, Lin Xiao could clearly detect a hint of smugness in it. A third-tier fighter beating a second-tier one was indeed no problem. Despite Yao Xian being a woman, her current physical condition was definitely far superior to Yi Mingxuan's. The qualitative leap of the third tier wasn't just talk. Yi Mingxuan, upon hearing this, looked visibly dejected. Don't worry, you'll reach the third tier eventually. Seeing this, Yi Qingying offered a word of comfort. Her brother was her responsibility to console. Yi Mingxian wasn't overly discouraged, though. They had all learned the general classification of abilities from Lin Xiao. Mutants with psychic abilities like theirs were destined to be top-tier existences as long as they didn't die prematurely. Among the 4, Yi Qingying was the only one who hadn't yet shown any signs of a psychic mutation. But her status as a crack shot, coupled with her simple yet practical eye mutation, was what made her so formidable at this stage. The evening passed by peacefully. Yao Xin's successful advancement allowed them to proceed with their next plan. The next day, are we going to that same gas station as before? Yao Xian asked while eating breakfast. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, about to answer, when Yi Mingxian spoke up first. No need, there's one nearby. It's also owned by my family. Except for Yi Qingying, both Lin Xiao and Yao Xian were left speechless. This must be what it's like to be a rich second generation, even working as a security guard with such ease. Since they had a closer target, there was no point in traveling to the farther one. Gas stations were generally similar in layout. After dealing with one, the others could be handled the same way. The four of them headed out. It was the third day after the fog had lifted. Perhaps this would be their last day in Star City. If they could successfully secure all the supplies today, the next step would be to leave the city and head home. Lin Xiao had already discussed this with the team, and no one had any objections. Knowing their parents were still alive, it was only natural that they would want to go and rescue them. On the third day, though they had just stepped out, things were already noticeably different from the previous 2 days. The streets were no longer filled solely with zombies. Survivors could be seen from time to time. Most survivors were banding together in groups, with very few operating solo. Groups like Lin Xiao's, a 4-person team, with 2 female members, were practically non-existent. Everyone knew that in times like these, the stronger and more robust individuals were more desirable. As for women, aside from being appreciated, it was difficult for many to stand out in the early days of the apocalypse. Even Yao Xian and Yi Qingying had only reached their current level because Lin Xiao had trained them, allowing them to adapt faster than others. Even when survivors saw each other, no one would proactively greet another, and they would even deliberately give each other a wide berth. Everyone maintained a state of heightened caution. However, many people couldn't help but let their gazes linger on Lin Xiao's group for a few extra seconds. Despite their small numbers, they looked well-nourished and energetic, which was proof that they had a food source. Moreover, the 2 female members of Lin Xiao's team were absolute stunners. In a society without order, the more beautiful a woman was, the more likely she was to attract trouble. Under Lin Xiao's orders, all 4 of them were carrying guns. This significantly dampened any ill intentions others might have had. Furthermore, the feats of Lin Xiao and his group from the previous day had already been spread by many. Once people recognized them, they gave them an even wider berth. And so Lin Xiao's group arrived relatively smoothly at their first destination for the day, another gas station owned by Yi Mingxuan's family. But this time luck wasn't on their side. It was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, yet someone else had already conceived the same idea. There were no zombies in the gas station, but a small team of over a dozen people was resting inside. Judging by their actions, they intended to occupy this sizable gas station. Fuel was an extremely precious resource in the apocalypse. Additionally, gas stations usually had a small convenience store. Even though it might not be well stocked, it was enough to sustain them for a while. Should we find another place? Yi Mingxian asked in a low voice. Lin Xiao shook his head. A dozen or so people were not difficult to deal with. There weren't many gas stations nearby, and this was the closest one. Moreover, a large hospital was also not far from here, so they could conveniently clear that out as well on the way. If they missed this one, they would have to take a significant detour. The longer the journey, the greater the potential danger. Besides, even if they went to another gas station, how could they be sure it wasn't already occupied by someone else? They would have to fight for it anyway. In that case, they might as well take this one. However, they couldn't just fire their pistols inside the gas station, let alone use Lin Xiao's freakishly powerful fire ability. If they accidentally caused a fire or explosion, everyone would die. Let's go. The surrounding zombies had already been cleared by the group of over a dozen people, so it was relatively safe for now. Lin Xiao didn't bother with any sneaky tactics. He boldly led the other 3 straight towards the gas station. If the people inside were sensible, fine. But if they weren't, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Anyone who stood in his way was an enemy. In the apocalypse, there was no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. Stop right there, who are you? The moment Lin Xiao and his 4 companions appeared in sight, the dozen or so people ahead all rose to their feet. Their weapons were far more primitive than Lin Xiao's, a motley assortment of blades and clubs. In the biting cold of winter, they wore little, their clothes filthy and caked with grime, a clear sign they hadn't bathed in days. Though Lin Xiao's group hadn't bathed either, they changed clothes daily. Otherwise, after countless battles, their garments would be soaked in blood, and wearing them for too long would be unbearable. I'd like to discuss something with you. How about letting me use this gas station? Ignoring the weapons raised against him, Lin Xiao strolled forward with a grin. What kind of fool is this? Wants to borrow a gas station? Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Tell you what, those 2 women behind him are quite the lookers. If I could have a taste, I'd die a happy man. Seeing that Lin Xiao had only 4 people, 2 of whom were women, their words grew bolder and more lewd. Hey kid, hey, race the deal. You lend us those 2 women, and we'll lend you the gas station. Fair and square, what do you say? The man who had first spotted them spoke up again. This only fueled the crowd's laughter, their eyes fixed lecherously on Yao Xian and her companion. Boss, these 2 are a cut above the ones we had yesterday. This time we can't be so rough. We ran them into the ground in a single day. Some were already licking their lips, and their crude remarks ignited fury within Yao Xian and Yi Qingying. In that moment, these men were marked for death in their minds. Lin Xiao, however, remained unmoved by such talk. In his past life, he had witnessed this kind of depravity countless times. Aside from a rare few, most women survived only by clinging to men for protection. 2 months from now, even a mid-tier squad leader would boast of 3 wives and 4 concubines. and that was a modest claim. Men with 8 or 10 wives were hardly uncommon. It was all just a means of survival. Still, their words had given Lin Xiao all the justification he needed. So without further hesitation, Lin Xiao struck swift and decisive, wasting no motion. His intent from the start had been to eliminate them, and now with a pretext in hand there was no reason to delay. The moment Lin Xiao moved, Yi Mingxian followed suit instantly. His attention had been locked on Lin Xiao the entire time. He knew that if Lin Xiao stepped forward, a fight was inevitable. The two women lagged a beat behind, but it mattered little. The sudden assault from Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian caught the enemy completely off guard. None of them expected two men alone to dare strike first. The fire axe came down in a clean, brutal arc. The man who had run his mouth the most was the first to fall. Yi Mingxian followed close behind, swiftly dropping two more. What the hell? They're making a move. Brothers, kill the men, keep the women. A furious roar rang out, its source unclear, but it no longer mattered. The dozen or so enemies surged into action. Relying on their numerical advantage, they quickly encircled Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian. As for the two women, they were dismissed entirely. What could women do in a fight like this? They belonged in the bedroom, not the battlefield. But that very mindset sealed their doom. Just as Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian were surrounded, Yao Xian made her move. In that instant, she was no longer the gentle, bookish senior. She had transformed into a battle goddess. Yi Qingying was quick to follow, not to be outdone. A police academy graduate, her rank advantage made dispatching these men effortless despite her gender. Damn it. Kill those bitches. Yao Xian and Yi Qingying's intervention felled two more of the enemy. Fury burned hotter among the remaining thugs. To be caught off guard by two women was a deep humiliation. With the two women joining the fray, chaos engulfed the scene. Though Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian were surrounded, they felt not a shred of fear. Fighting side by side, the enemies stood no chance. In strength and speed, they were on completely different levels. Yet among the group, 3 had consumed mutant crystals and become evolved. Sensing the tide turning against them, these 3 chose to flee without a second thought. A hastily assembled gang. How much loyalty could they truly possess? When the 3 strongest bolted, the remaining few lost their nerve. But they were no match for Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian's speed. Just yesterday, Lin Xiao had drilled into Yi Mingxian the lesson of leaving no survivors. Today he remembered it well. Seeing the enemy flee, Yi Mingxian gave chase. With a swing of his axe, 2 more heads fell, and he cut off one of the 3 fastest runners. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already intercepted another evolved. But the third evolved, seizing the opportunity, had sprinted over a dozen meters away. Though Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian swiftly dispatched the remaining enemies, the last one was slipping out of reach. Making too much noise risked attracting more zombies, an unnecessary complication. Lin Xiao was about to let it go, but someone else had other plans. Yao Xian vanished from beside, Yi Qingying reappearing directly in front of the last evolved. A ghost. The terror-stricken man screamed at her sudden appearance. Recalling the vile words they had exchanged, fury blazed in Yao Xin's eyes as her fire axe came down with brutal finality. Lin Xiao and the others waited inside the gas station for her return. This was the first time the 2 women had taken lives, and done so willingly. Lin Xiao knew that despite their mental preparation, this moment would weigh heavily on them. But he hadn't anticipated Yao Xin's first words upon her return. Lin Xiao, when we're strong enough, let's form our own squad to take in those women. They've suffered far too much. Meeting her earnest gaze, Lin Xiao slowly nodded. Yet he knew he was merely offering comfort to ease her troubled heart. After all, building a squad had never been part of his plans. Especially not a squad of women, something no one had ever even conceived of in his past life. Now there was no one left nearby to disturb them. Yi Mingxian quickly dashed into the gas station, and before long he emerged with the familiar set of keys. Let's go. Lin Xiao glanced around, confirming no prying eyes, and the 4 of them entered the underground fuel depot together. This gas station was about the same size as the previous one, with 5 fuel tanks laid out below. That meant it could hold up to 150 cubic meters of assorted petroleum. One tank held diesel, while the rest contained various grades of gasoline. This time Yao Xian didn't hesitate for a moment and stored everything directly into her spatial warehouse. With the expanded storage, taking all this was effortless. Watching the 5 fuel tanks vanish entirely, smiles spread across Lin Xiao and the others' faces. With this fuel, they would be set for a long time. Leaving the gas station, the 4 headed toward their final essential destination. This hospital isn't owned by your family too, is it? Lin Xiao suddenly asked mid-journey. It wasn't until Yi Mingxian shook his head that Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Had almost been led to believe the entire Star City belonged to the Yi family. Fortunately, it seemed they only had their hands in a few industries. A dozen or so minutes later, they stood before the hospital entrance marked with the sign 4th People's Hospital. Hospitals were among the most perilous places in the apocalypse. Late at night, other spots might be empty, but a hospital would certainly hold patients and nurses on duty. This 4th People's Hospital, where even booking an appointment took 2 weeks in normal times, was teeming with countless patients. Of course, not everyone had necessarily turned into zombies, but in such an environment the odds of survival were abysmal. Lin Xiao led the way, the other 3 following close behind. The security guard at the entrance was nowhere to be found. After 3 days, who knew where some good Samaritan had dragged him off to? Once inside the hospital, the four began to feel a headache coming on. The hospital was far too large to search every corner. What they needed was to find the medicine storage room. But that was something the average person wouldn't know. How about we head to the pharmacy window in the main hall first? Yao Xian suggested after a moment's thought. There won't be a huge stock, but at least we won't leave empty-handed. Everyone knew that in a hospital, after a doctor wrote a prescription, there was a dedicated window for picking up medication. That place kept a steady supply of common medicines year-round. Going there first would at least guarantee they didn't return with nothing. Lin Xiao nodded. With no leads at the moment, it was the only place to start. Besides, the outpatient area was bound to be safer. After all the outpatient clinics were closed at night, anyone coming in would head to the emergency department. The greatest danger undoubtedly lay in the inpatient ward. The four entered through the outpatient entrance, and sure enough, it was eerily empty, the silence unsettling. According to the directional signs, the pharmacy window was to the right, situated right between the outpatient and emergency areas. At Lin Xiao's signal, the two women stayed put while he and Yi Mingxian scouted ahead. A long corridor connected outpatient to emergency, and the medicine pickup point lay at its midpoint. The corridor was eerily silent. At the far end, Lin Xiao spotted several zombies in nurse uniforms wandering about. Luckily, they hadn't entered the corridor or made their way toward the outpatient side. Let's just go? Even if they spot us, it doesn't matter. The corridor was narrow, so even if the zombies noticed them, only a few could approach at once. And they could even harvest some mutation crystals along the way. Yi Mingxian waved, and the two women quickly caught up, standing behind them. Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on the opposite side, waiting for the zombies to cross paths before leading the three in a swift advance toward the pharmacy window. But the process couldn't be too fast, otherwise the hollow corridor would echo with noise and draw the zombies' attention. Fortunately, the four made it through without incident and slipped into the dispensary. But the moment they entered, a scream suddenly rang out. Lin Xiao's reflexes were lightning fast. The instant the sound erupted, he lunged forward and clamped his hand tightly over the mouth of the nurse, half-laying on the floor. The other three reacted just as quickly, dropping to the ground immediately. Though the scream was brief, it echoed through the empty space. Commotion erupted outside. A number of zombies paced back and forth in the corridor. But the sound had been too short, and with all four lying flat, the zombies eventually gave up and moved on after failing to find their target. The ordeal lasted a full 10-odd minutes. And all the while, Lin Xiao's hand remained clamped in the woman's bite. Are you part dog, or what? Biting like that? Lin Xiao hissed at the woman before him. Yao Xian hurried over, pulling at Lin Xiao's right hand to check for injuries. I'm fine, just a bit of skin broken. Wonder if her teeth are still intact. Lin Xiao shook his hand off. As a third-tier mutant with transformed limbs, the hardness of his hands was far beyond that of an ordinary person. And the woman, half-laying on the floor, quickly realized that the person standing before her wasn't a zombie, but a living human. Are you a nurse here? Lin Xiao asked, rising to his feet and looking at the woman. No. Perhaps feeling awkward about her half-reclined posture, she tried to stand, but her body was utterly devoid of strength. No. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Wasn't she wearing a nurse's uniform? Captain, that's a doctor's white coat, not a nurse's. I know nurse uniforms well. Yi Mingxian kindly chimed in. My name is Su Chong. I'm an intern doctor here, just started 3 months ago, the woman said, abandoning the effort to stand and remaining half-laying as she spoke to Lin Xiao. An intern doctor. Lin Xiao studied her carefully. They were bigger than Yao Xin's or Yi Qingying's. Bah, forget that. Lin Xiao squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them again. Much better. This time he took a proper look around. Scattered near Su Chong were numerous empty bottles, and Lin Xiao crouched to pick one up. Glucose. No wonder Shed managed to survive this long. Still, without proper food, even constant nourishment would be a struggle. Just look at her now. She didn't even have the strength to stand. But then again, a thought crossed Lin Xiao's mind about this doctor. If he brought her along, any health issues with his family could at least be treated on the spot. Besides, they were about to haul back a large supply of medicine, but they probably wouldn't know how to use most of it. But with a professional doctor in tow, all of that would fall into place. Lin Xiao had already made up his mind. Head, bring along this well-endowed intern doctor. At Lin Xiao's signal, Yao Xian had already retrieved some food from her spatial storage and handed it over. Seeing the food in Yao Xin's hands, Su Chang's eyes lit up instantly. She had lost count of how many days it had been since she last ate. The food is yours, but you'll have to guide us later. Lin Xiao took the food from Yao Xian and said. Su Chong watched the food transfer from Yao Xin's hands to Lin Xiao's, her eyes fixed on it, and nodded vigorously. At this point, as long as she could eat, she would agree to anything, even leading them into the Peach Blossom secret realm. Seeing her nod, Lin Xiao finally handed the food over. Su Chong, who had barely had the strength to stand moments ago, suddenly found a surge of energy and snatched the food from Lin Xiao's hands, stuffing it into her mouth rapidly. Slow down, no one's taking it from you. Don't choke. Before Lin Xiao could even finish his sentence, Su Chong was already rolling her eyes. Water. Lin Xiao was speechless, so he took a water bottle from Yao Xian and passed it to her. Since Su Chong hadn't eaten for a long time, her stomach was completely empty, so Lin Xiao had given her soft cake-like food. Slow down, no one's taking it from you. Don't choke. Before Lin Xiao could even finish his sentence, Su Chong was already rolling her eyes. Water. Water. Lin Xiao was speechless, so he took a water bottle from Yao Xian and passed it to her. Since Su Chong hadn't eaten for— Slow down, no one's taking it from you. Don't choke. Before Lin Xiao could even finish his sentence, Su Chong was already rolling her eyes. Water. Water. Lin Xiao was speechless, so he took a water bottle from Yao Xian and passed it to her. Since Su Chong hadn't eaten— Su Chong let out a satisfied burp and finally stopped. Feeling stronger now, Lin Xiao walked over and looked down at Su Chong. Perhaps feeling a bit uneasy under his gaze, she finally scrambled to her feet. Once she stood up, Lin Xiao noticed the girl was quite tall. Roughly estimating, she must be at least 1.7 meters. In the south, that height would definitely make her stand out from the crowd. Where are you headed? She asked curiously. Your hospital's drug storage room. Lin Xiao cut to the chase. You know where it is, right? Since the girl was just an intern at the hospital, Lin Xiao was a bit skeptical. Of course. Once she stood up, Lin Xiao noticed the girl was quite tall. Roughly estimating, she must be at least 1.7 meters. In the south, that height would definitely make her stand out from the crowd. Where are you headed? She asked curiously. Took it off for comfort. Seeing Lin Xiao's gaze turn awkward, Su Chong stated it outright. After all, she was well endowed. Do you have one in her size? Give her something to wear so it doesn't become a burden when we start running. Lin Xiao looked at Yao Xian, but she simply shook her head. Whether she truly didn't have one or was doing it on purpose, Lin Xiao had no choice. He gave Su Chong one last glance and then resolutely turned away. Let's go. You lead the way, stay close to me. Due to the earlier commotion, 2 zombies were still lingering in the corridor outside. But Lin Xiao paid them no mind, grabbing his axe and heading out. Su Chong, who was guiding him, was terrified. Bro, those are zombies. Before she could even finish her sentence, the 2 zombies had already spotted Lin Xiao's group and opened their mouths wide. But before they could even roar, Lin Xiao was already in front of them, taking one down with each swing of his axe, effortlessly eliminating these 2 first-tier zombies. Too weak. After countless battles, Lin Xiao had long since transformed from the scout he was in his past life. Now he had thoroughly understood and mastered his own strength. These first-tier zombies held no fear for him anymore. Watching Lin Xiao dispatch the 2 terrifying zombies so cleanly and decisively, Su Chong was momentarily stunned. After a few seconds of pause, the way she looked at Lin Xiao had changed. He's really handsome. After dealing with the zombies, Lin Xiao was still waiting for Su Chong to give directions, but nothing came. Turning around, he saw Su Chong staring at him wide-eyed without blinking. Following this man would definitely provide a sense of security. Hey, snap out of it. Which way? Lin Xiao frowned and nudged Su Chong with his arm, which finally brought her back to her senses. She quickly said straight ahead, then turn right. Seeing her like this, Lin Xiao hesitated, wondering if he should even trust her. Don't worry, I won't lead you wrong. Su Chong quickly assured him, and only then did Lin Xiao continue forward. There weren't many zombies outside the hospital. They were probably all inside the main building. With Su Chang's guidance, they soon reached the hospital's drug warehouse. Don't worry, this place is usually empty, especially at night, when everyone's off duty. Here Su Chong seemed less nervous than she was outside. The hospital's drug warehouse was essentially unmanned at night. Unless there was a critical emergency patient and the needed medicine wasn't available elsewhere, no one would come here. Looking at the tightly shut door, Yi Mingxian voluntarily stepped forward with the axe. With a few quick strikes, the door swung open. Inside, there were no zombies or survivors, and all the various medicines were neatly organized and categorized. Clear it out. Lin Xiao roughly assessed the size of the warehouse and uttered just 2 words. Whether it was useful or not, having a spatial warehouse meant he could be extravagant. Su Chong, standing nearby, was bewildered. Just the 5 of them moving the entire warehouse. Then, to her astonishment, Yao Xian walked into the warehouse. Row after row of medicines vanished instantly at her touch. Witnessing this incredible sight, Su Chong was rendered speechless, silently following behind Yao Xian, watching her work her magic. After another half hour or so, Yao Xian emerged. All done. Lin Xiao turned and looked at the empty warehouse. Everything was complete. There was still some space left in Yao Zhen's storage, but Lin Xiao couldn't wait any longer. The heavy fog had lifted 3 days ago, and he planned to set off for home tomorrow. As for the rest of today, they could visit the nearby large shopping mall to see if there was anything else they needed. At the very least, they had to get Su Chong properly equipped in her size. She couldn't just go without it, was too much to handle. In the afternoon, the 5 of them chose a well-known large shopping mall nearby. The mall's winter operating hours ended at 9 o'clock, which meant it was quite safe inside. Basically no need to worry about zombies, so they could browse at ease. As for how they would get in after closing time, such malls always had fire exits that were open 24 hours. Although Lin Xiao didn't know where the exit was, the women found it easily. No matter what stage of life, women always had a magical obsession with shopping. And today's shopping spree didn't cost a thing. They could just grab whatever they liked and stuff it into their bags. This made the 3 women even more excited. Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian turned into little followers, silently trailing behind them. The mall had 6 floors. Apart from the top 2 floors, which were for dining and entertainment, the rest were various brand stores. This sent the 3 women into a shopping frenzy. After watching them try on clothes for dozens of minutes, Lin Xiao finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. What's the point of all this? Just pack everything up and take it with you. Having clothes to wear is already good enough. Startled by Lin Xiao's shout, the 3 snapped out of their shopping trance. Right, they could just take everything back and try it on later. Apart from clothing stores, the mall also had various cosmetics and skincare products. Yao Xian wasn't picky. In the past, she never dreamed she could own such big-name brands. From the 2nd floor to the 4th, Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian were already exhausted, but the 3 women were still full of energy. If not for the space limit, they would have emptied the entire mall. Even so, the women's items in Yao Xin's space already exceeded the stock of 3 supermarkets. Let's go. It's getting late. In just one afternoon, the 3 women had seamlessly become good sisters. The bond between women often formed so simply. Captain, there seemed to be people upstairs. Just as they were about to leave, Yi Mingxian suddenly whispered to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had already noticed the survivors upstairs. They had probably only taken refuge here in the past couple of days. It was a smart move. The 5th and 6th floors were mostly restaurants, so they wouldn't run out of food in the short term. And it was safe. Zombies wouldn't come here. But this wasn't a long-term solution. To truly survive the apocalypse, one had to not only ensure their own survival early on, but also acquire as many mutated crystals as possible to grow stronger. Otherwise, death was only a matter of time. Ignore them. Let's go. As long as the other party didn't provoke them, Lin Xiao couldn't be bothered. After leaving the mall, they had one last need: a vehicle. They couldn't walk home tomorrow. Although driving in the city was risky because it would attract hordes of zombies outside the city, it didn't matter. Yi Mingxian had already chosen the perfect place for Lin Xiao to get a car. On the way back to the hotel, there was a street full of 4S dealerships where they were sure to find a suitable vehicle. Moreover, many display cars in 4S stores had their keys left in the car, so there was no need to search everywhere. With Yi Mingxuan, an experienced driver, leading the way, Lin Xiao and his group quickly arrived at their destination. Let's check this one first. Yi Mingxian skillfully walked up to a 4S store. Lin Xiao didn't know much about car types, and the 3 women knew even less, so they had to rely entirely on Yi Mingxuan's judgment. The 5 entered the store, and Yi Mingxian acted as if he were at home, casually guiding Lin Xiao around. Right here. Pushing open a door, Yi Mingxian suddenly said. Lin Xiao followed his gaze and saw a handsome-looking off-road vehicle. This is a... Lin Xiao asked curiously. A Wrangler. Though not expensive, it ranks among the top in off-road performance. Lin Xiao had heard of the Wrangler, but he didn't know if it was actually good. Yi Mingxian was the authority. Just as he was introducing it, a beautiful female zombie in a sales uniform suddenly sprang out and lunged straight at Yi Mingxian. Xiao, who behave. Yi Mingxuan's axe moved faster than his words. I told you I don't like people who are all sweaty. At least take a shower before coming. After the strike, Yi Mingxian acted as if nothing had happened, waiting for Lin Xiao's decision. Take it. Yao Xian stepped forward immediately and stored the car into her space. The keys are here. As soon as the car was put away, Yi Mingxian had already pulled the keys from the female zombie. After becoming a zombie, the feel really is different. Yi Mingxian muttered under his breath. The women behind didn't hear, but Lin Xiao, standing close by, caught every word. Is this 4S store yours? Yi Mingxian nodded matter-of-factly. These salesgirls, how good are they at driving? Lin Xiao glanced at the women behind him, then asked quietly. Pretty good, they've maxed out their skills. The test drive experience is absolutely unbeatable. Yi Mingxian seemed to be reminiscing, then cautiously glanced back at the women and quickly whispered to Lin Xiao. Captain, the ones you're with are all top-notch. Aren't you tempted? Lin Xiao shot him a glare, and they both fell silent. But Lin Xiao's heart began to stir. In this apocalypse, the strong ruled. And Yao Xian, Lin Xiao definitely couldn't let her go. All his possessions were in her hands. Though he trusted her now, accidents could happen. The simplest way to minimize that risk was to make her his woman. Lin Xiao had never been in love, but he wasn't stupid. He had saved Yao Xian in this apocalypse, and she held him in high regard. Moreover, they had spent 7 days together in the dormitory. If Lin Xiao was willing, Yao Xian certainly wouldn't refuse. But Lin Xiao had been worried about his parents all this time, so he hadn't entertained the thought. Now that Yi Mingxian brought it up, Lin Xiao started to consider it. Heading home tomorrow. Maybe he could find a daughter-in-law for his parents beforehand. That idea wasn't bad. Captain, anything else to collect? Yao Xian had already walked over, and Lin Xiao quickly pushed aside his thoughts. I don't know much about cars. Yi Mingxuan, lead the way. Let's wrap up early and head back to rest. It's been a long day. After that, Yi Mingxian visited 3 more 4S stores. Though he didn't say it, Lin Xiao clearly noticed that these 3 were also owned by the Yi family. In total, they collected 4 vehicles. Besides the first Wrangler, there were 2 Mercedes-Benz off-roaders and 1 Lexus. 4 cars were enough for now. It was exactly 6 o'clock when they returned to the hotel. The sky outside had already darkened, and the entire Star City had fallen back into silence, broken only by the occasional guttural roar of a zombie. Dinner was a lavish affair for tomorrow. Lin Xiao planned to depart from Star City. He had already communicated this decision to his teammates, and no one raised any objections. Even the newly joined female doctor didn't protest. After all, she had nowhere else to go now, so she had no choice but to stick with Lin Xiao and his group. Having spent nearly 10 days alone in the pharmacy, she was now willing to do anything as long as she could get a full meal. Moreover, she had already witnessed the miraculous capabilities of this small team today. In this apocalypse, being able to latch onto such a powerful group was something she could only feel lucky about. Come on, let's have a drink tonight to celebrate. During their previous scavenging runs, Lin Xiao had not instructed Yao Xian to collect any alcohol. But this was no problem for Yi Mingxian. How could his room possibly be without alcohol? Soon 2 bottles of red wine whose exquisite appearance alone suggested a hefty price tag were brought out. On ordinary days, Lin Xiao rarely touched a drop of alcohol, but today he didn't object. Riding on the festive mood, they lit some candles which brought a semblance of warmth to the vast, empty hotel. Cheers. Lin Xiao raised his glass first, and the others followed suit, standing up one by one. As he drained his glass in one gulp, Lin Xiao could only taste an indescribable flavor in his mouth. But since Lin Xiao had already finished his, Yi Mingxian decided to keep his mouth shut. Whatever, it was just 2 bottles. There was a family-owned liquor store nearby. He could take Yao Xian there tomorrow to clear it out. With that thought, Yi Mingxian and the 3 women also. But since Lin Xiao had already finished his, Yi Mingxian decided to keep his mouth shut. Whatever, it was just 2 bottles. There was a family-owned liquor store nearby. He could take Yao Xian there tomorrow to clear it out. With that thought, Yi Mingxian and the 3 women also emptied their glasses one by one. Captain, after we get back home tomorrow, do you have any other plans? Emboldened by the alcohol, Yi Mingxian finally asked the question that had been on his mind. It wasn't just him who was curious, the other 3 were equally interested. I don't have grand ambitions. This apocalypse is full of unexpected dangers. I just want to take care of my family and live in peace with everyone. This had always been Lin Xiao's true inner desire. Having been betrayed in his past life and reborn, he now harbored a certain fear of human nature. He only wished to protect his own family. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the other 4 fell silent. Lin Xiao could live with his parents, but what about them? Barring any miracles, Lin Xiao was the only one among the 5 whose parents were still alive. Once I find my parents, if you're willing to stay with me, you're all welcome. If you're not, I'll have Yao Xian provide you with ample supplies, and you're free to leave anytime. Lin Xiao put down his glass, looking seriously at the 3 people before him. Yao Xian, of course, was not among these 3. If you don't even want to leave Star City, that's fine too. I can have Yao Xian give you a batch of supplies right now. Lin Xiao continued. My life was saved by you. Without you, I'd be dead long ago. Yi Mingxian downed the remaining half glass of wine in one go. He felt lost as well. If he didn't follow Lin Xiao, where would he go? There was no news of his parents. Although he was quite powerful now, staying alone in a city as perilous as Star City offered no guarantee of survival. As for Yao Xian, her opinion was clear without words, as she had already taken the initiative to cling onto one of Lin Xiao's arms. Yi Qingying remained silent, but her gaze was fixed intently on the arm Yao Xian was holding. Judging by her look, she seemed to be planning to claim Lin Xiao's other arm. After all, the dynamics had shifted. Their team was no longer just 2 women, it was now 3. And this newcomer wasn't just on par with them in looks and figure, her assets were simply unmatched. That was the real reason for Yao Xin's sudden proactive move. It wasn't just due to the alcohol, it was also a declaration of territory. Thus, before Lin Xiao could even react, his other arm was also seized. Now all eyes turned to Su Chong. I. Su Chong stammered I for a long time, but ultimately couldn't utter a single coherent word. Yao Xian and Yi Qingying hadn't voiced their stance, but had expressed it through their actions. This led her to believe that to follow Lin Xiao, one had to do something like that. In that case. But the moment Su Chong made a move, the other 2 women immediately blocked her with wary looks. What's this? You're new here, and you want to join in. The scene descended into a bit of chaos. Off to the side, Yi Mingxian clutched his glass, grinning foolishly. What are you laughing at? Enjoying the show, are we? Lin Xiao shouted, breathing heavily. It's often said that 3 women make a spectacle, and Lin Xiao found himself utterly at a loss in this situation. Finally, after a long commotion, they managed to return to their seats. But it was clear that the atmosphere among the 3 women had shifted. Let's finish eating and go to sleep. We have things to do tomorrow. Lin Xiao was the first to cave, choosing to escape the situation entirely. He was, after all, a red-blooded young man, and how could he withstand such provocation? Meanwhile, Yi Mingxian continued to giggle foolishly, hugging his bottle. Back in his room, Lin Xiao finally sensed something was off. He calmed his mind. The physical constitution of a third-order mutant was indeed exceptional. He quickly regained his clarity. Moreover, as he noticed his body's unusual state, a change occurred within his mutated kidneys. A surge of energy swept through his entire being before he could even perceive it. After that, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. That wine. Is there a problem? He finally realized. The wine was brought out by Yi Mingxian. A wave of panic hit him. He stood up abruptly and flung open the door. The moment the door opened, a figure barged in. It was Yao Xian. Seeing her state, Lin Xiao understood everything. That damn Yi Mingxian. What decent stuff could he possibly have in his room? While it wasn't drugs or sedatives, it certainly had some aphrodisiac effects. Under normal circumstances with their mutant physiques, they wouldn't be affected by such a minor effect. But tonight was different. And seeing Yao Xin like this, Lin Xiao didn't need to think twice. She was using this as an excuse to do something clandestine. As for the other two women, one was Yi Mingxuan's sister, so had never touched her. The other was a doctor had just met. Even if something happened, Lin Xiao wouldn't feel any particular emotion. But Yao Xin, the one most important to him, was now in his arms. This also indicated that Yi Mingxuan's act was likely a spuro-feminine decision, not a premeditated plan. With this thought, Lin Xiao's entire body tensed up. They were on the verge of a collision. I know exactly what I'm doing. And when Yao Xin uttered those words, Lin Xiao had no more room for hesitation. The next morning, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and immediately saw Yao Xin still fast asleep. He didn't wake her, instead quietly turning his head to study her face. A third-tier mutant's body was truly something else. Especially with his kidney mutation, his combat prowess was formidable. Even though Yao Xin was also third-tier, she couldn't quite withstand him. Gently planting a kiss on Yao Xin's delicate face, Lin Xiao dressed and left the room. In the living room, three people were seated on the sofa having breakfast. Yi Mingxian wore a lecherous grin, while the expressions of the two women beside him were clearly less than pleased. Lin Xiao remained silent, quietly taking a seat on the sofa. "We'll set off in a bit," he said. After that, the living room fell into silence, once more broken only by the sounds of them eating. Only after the four of them had nearly finished their meals did Lin Xiao's door open again. Yao Xin walked out languidly. Though only a night had passed, her demeanor had already undergone a subtle but noticeable change from the day before. Perhaps this is the transformation. "How is your body?" Seeing Yao Xin emerge, Lin Xiao asked with concern, ignoring the 6 eyes boring into him from the sofa. "I'm fine," Yao Xin replied, a little shy under his direct gaze, lowering her head to answer softly. Despite her answer, Lin Xiao vacated his spot and helped her sit down. "Eat first, then we leave." The other four had finished, and they were just waiting for Yao Xin to complete her meal before departing. Lin Xiao was visibly excited today, not just because of Yao Xin, but also because he was finally heading home to see his parents. However, before returning home, they had one more place to visit: Yi Mingxuan's family's distillery. The mention of alcohol brought everyone back to the events of the previous night. Yi Mingxuan, thick-skinned as ever, pretended to know nothing, keeping his gaze fixed skyward. "Since it's on the way, let's go." In the apocalypse, alcohol is as valuable as gold was before it all began. Previously, they hadn't bothered because Lin Xiao didn't drink and Yao Xin's spatial storage was limited. Now that Yao Xin's space was significantly larger, stocking up on some liquor seemed like a wise idea. Yao Xin quickly finished her breakfast, and the group of 5 set off towards the distillery Yi Mingxian had mentioned. It was undeniable that Yi Mingxuan's family was impressive. Whatever industry they delved into, they did it on a grand scale. When they arrived at their destination, even those who didn't drink were stunned by the sight before them. The underground cellar was packed with countless jars of wine. "This area is for baijiu, over there is our family's signature rice wine, and over there." Yi Mingxian began to introduce, but Lin Xiao cut him off. "Hearing you talk about it is making me feel drunk already." It wasn't just Lin Xiao, the other 3 women also pinched their noses. Yi Mingxian had no choice but to curb his enthusiasm and lead Yao Xin to start collecting the goods. Since he was the only one among them with any knowledge of alcohol, he simply directed her on what to store. They spent over an hour there, a testament to how much wine Yao Xin had collected. Needless to say, from this day forward, the 5 of them would have enough liquor to last them a lifetime. By the time they left the distillery, it was already 10 o'clock. The nearest highway was over 20 kilometers away. Still within the city limits, they couldn't risk driving, so they had to proceed on foot. It was now the 4th day since the fog had lifted. Groups of survivors could be seen huddled together on the streets from time to time. Among them, there were first-tier mutants, but second-tier ones had yet to emerge. Acquiring 100 mutated crystals was no easy feat. No one would selflessly work for the benefit of others, especially in this apocalypse. If you tried to hoard the mutated crystals for yourself, you'd quickly incite the group's wrath and end up beaten to death. Leading a team effectively in these early days was no simple task. Lin Xiao, however, was different. Not only was he powerful, but his team was small, and every member owed him their life. These factors combined were why they were so obedient to him. Along the way, although Lin Xiao wasn't afraid, he still tried to avoid these survivor groups to minimize trouble. By the 4th day, the dark side of human nature was beginning to surface. Everyone had lost hope of returning to the pre-apocalypse world. In this lawless and chaotic era, survival had become everyone's sole objective. As for the means, it was every person for themselves. Lin Xiao's group of 5 included 3 women, all young and attractive. Encountering a large group of other survivors would likely lead to conflict, and Lin Xiao focused solely on getting home, naturally didn't want to waste time on such matters. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. They were now only 7 or 8 kilometers from the highway entrance when they collided head-on with another group at a corner. It was too late to avoid them. Both sides instantly drew their weapons. Lin Xiao frowned. Of all groups, it had to be the one that had abandoned him in his past life. He recognized the 2 leaders at the front, Li Meng and Wang Hua. In his past life, both men had openly lusted after Chen Feifei. It was precisely because the team had two leaders that Chen Feifei could play them against each other. By the time she rose to become the team's third-in-command, no one dared to have any improper thoughts about her anymore. But the cost of that was Lin Xiao's life. "Boss, they've got guns," someone from the opposing group warned Li Meng. Unlike their ragtag appearance, the weapons Lin Xiao's group had drawn were all handguns. Despite being only 5 people, the deterrence of 5 guns was significant. 5 guns. We have over 30 people and 3 mutants. What's there to fear? Li Meng scoffed, his gaze not even bothering to rest on Lin Xiao or Yi Mingxuan, instead lingering on the 3 women behind them. If the distance between them had been greater, he might have been more cautious. But with only 5 meters separating them, how many times could those guns even fire? They had over 30 people on their side. "Boss, should we shoot?" Yi Mingxian asked Lin Xiao in a low voice. "The moment they make a move, fire without hesitation." "Don't be soft," Lin Xiao replied decisively. Not only did he have a grudge against this group, but he also knew exactly how Li Meng and Wang Hua operated. Those two had completely shed their inhibitions in the apocalypse. Whenever they saw an attractive woman, they would scheme to get their hands on her. And Lin Xiao's group had 3 such women. Since that was the case, there was nothing to do but fight. It was time to settle both old and new scores. A gunshot rang out abruptly. Lin Xiao's reasoning was simple: since a fight was inevitable, why waste time in a standoff? He had a gun, so striking first was the obvious choice. His shot served as a signal, and the other 3 followed suit, without hesitation pulling their triggers. Only the new female doctor was a beat slower. Damn it, kill these 2 men. 4 shots rang out. It was impossible for all to miss, especially with a sharpshooter like Yi Qingying among them. However, 3 of them had aimed at Li Meng, while only Yi Mingxian targeted the man speaking beside him. After the gunfire, the 2 men fell without surprise. Li Meng never imagined that his attempt to show off would be his demise. The furious shout just now had come from Wang Hua, the group's other leader. Li Meng's death was to him a stroke of good fortune. This meant that he would now have sole control over the group. And those 3 stunning women across from him would be his alone to enjoy. At his shout, over 30 members of the group instinctively grabbed their weapons and charged at Lin Xiao and his companions. Lin Xiao's group fired continuously, retreating as they fought. However, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. After taking down only 5 or 6, the enemy was already upon them. Using guns at this point was no longer practical. Lin Xiao was the first to pull out a fire axe, and Yi Mingxian did the same, the 2 men positioning themselves at the front. One was a 3rd-tier mutant, the other a 2nd-tier. With such strength, facing these dozens of ordinary people was hardly a challenge. As long as they weren't foolish enough to be completely surrounded, they wouldn't lose. The only concern was the 3 women behind them. Especially Su Chong, who was just an ordinary person. Lin Xiao had no intention of letting the doctor had worked so hard to find be killed. Yao Xian and Su Chong had already put down their pistols. Their aim was poor, and now that Lin Xiao was engaged in close combat, they couldn't risk firing wildly for fear of friendly fire. Only Yi Qingying maintained her rhythm, each shot claiming a life. 2 minutes later, the battle ended with surprising speed. After Lin Xiao and Yi Mingxian had each cut down 4 or 5 opponents, the remaining enemies finally snapped out of their daze. These 2 men were veritable gods of death. Not only that, but the woman constantly firing behind them was equally terrifying. Her bullets seemed to have eyes, each one a precise headshot. "Demons, run!" someone shouted, and the rest lost all will to fight, scattering in every direction. But the brief battle had attracted some zombies. Scattered as they were, it was unlikely many of them would survive. However, Lin Xiao scanned the scene carefully. Wang Hua's corpse was nowhere to be seen. This man, though seemingly lower in status than Li Meng, was actually far more formidable. As the old saying goes, the dogs that bite don't bark. Wang Hua was that silent mad dog. "Captain, what are you looking for?" The surrounding zombies were drawing closer, yet Lin Xiao remained stationary. "Forget it, let's go." Wang Hua was cunning. He had probably fled as soon as he sensed trouble. Since he was leaving Star City anyway, he let it go. The vengeance from his past life was mostly settled. In Star City, Lin Xiao had no more regrets. "Let's move." Looking at the approaching horde, Lin Xiao turned around. The 5 of them retreated swiftly. They had ample experience with zombies. Using the terrain to conceal their tracks and casually killing a few pursuing zombies, they completely lost the horde. After resting in place for a while, they set off again. At 1 in the afternoon, looking at the highway entrance before him, Lin Xiao felt an inexplicable unease. It was time to leave. He glanced back at Star City, the place where he had died and been reborn. He held an inexplicable affection for this city. "Hope I never have to come back," Lin Xiao murmured to himself. "Let's go." When he turned around again, his eyes were resolute. Some vehicles were stopped at the highway entrance, blocking the ETC lanes. "Fight our way through." There was no hesitation now. Oh, it was just over a dozen zombies. Lin Xiao didn't even need to act. The Yi siblings handled it alone. 3 minutes later, the zombies at the entrance were all eliminated. Any other survivors witnessing this would be astounded. The mutated crystals were still collected by Yao Xian, the group's quartermaster. They passed through smoothly, and Yao Xian waved her hand, a Mercedes SUV appearing before them. "He'll drive." Lin Xiao no longer needed to handle everything himself. Yi Mingxian could manage. As a genuine rich, 2nd-generation, driving skills were a basic necessity. The journey from Star City to Lin Xiao's hometown wasn't long, at most an hour and a half on the highway. This meant if all went well he could see his parents by a little after 2. On the quiet highway a Mercedes SUV sped along. Yi Mingxian didn't care about a new car's braking period. He floored the accelerator reaching 180 km/h. Occasionally they passed stopped vehicles and wandering zombies. But Lin Xiao's group paid them no mind. At this speed, even a second-tier zombie couldn't catch them. As long as they didn't stop at a service area and get surrounded by a large horde they could speed all the way to their destination. Occasionally they passed stopped vehicles and wandering zombies. But Lin Xiao's group paid them no mind. At this speed, even a second-tier zombie couldn't catch them. As long as they didn't stop at a service area and get surrounded by the car sped on until it ran out of gas. By then they had covered a third of the distance to Lin Xiao's hometown. The closer he got the more anxious Lin Xiao felt. Perhaps it was the nervousness of nearing home. He cracked open a window. The cold wind hit his face, easing his mood. He then lit a cigarette and fell into thought. The others wisely didn't disturb him. An hour later when the highway toll booth exit appeared the silent Lin Xiao finally snapped back to reality. Home at last. At the highway junction the vehicle could no longer be used, so Yao Xian stored it away. Though it was only a small county town they had no idea what awaited them inside. Driving in recklessly would only invite trouble if it drew a swarm of zombies. Only a few zombies wandered near the highway junction. Lin Xiao dealt with them personally, and the group smoothly descended the off-ramp. Beyond the ramp stretched an extension road. Only after traversing it would they truly enter the county town. At 3 in the afternoon Lin Xiao and his group finally entered the county town. Gazing at the familiar buildings before him, he realized it had been nearly half a year since his last return. The zombies here seemed far fewer than in Star City. Yi Mingxian remarked, surveying the surroundings and comparing instinctively. But he quickly came to his senses. A county town could never rival a provincial capital. Though small towns were developing rapidly now with high-rises everywhere, their urban scope and economy had long since capped their potential. Moreover, the apocalypse had erupted at around 10 in the evening. In big cities nightlife was just beginning at that hour. But in smaller places many families were already asleep. That was why the streets appeared so much emptier of zombies. Lin Xiao's home sat at the southernmost edge of the county, reachable by following the small river before them all the way down. During past holidays at home Lin Xiao often accompanied his parents on evening strolls along this route. From here to home took roughly half an hour. Let's go. Back in his hometown, he naturally took the lead. Given the strength of their small squad, as long as they didn't court danger they were unlikely to encounter any real threats at this stage. After more than 10 minutes, having slain over a dozen zombies that couldn't be avoided, they finally reached their destination. The security guard at the community gate had vanished, likely turned into a zombie, and already dispatched by someone. The compound lay utterly silent, devoid of any movement. At this hour approaching evening few people dared to linger outside. Lin Xiao raised his head from the community entrance and could already spot his home. Though it was an elevator building, the floor was low. Just the 6th story. The ground floor access control had lost power and was useless. Lin Xiao pushed the door open and led everyone straight to the stairwell. The stairs were equally quiet with not a sound to be heard. His hands trembled slightly. In just a few more minutes he would see his parents again. He didn't let go of Yao Xian, holding her hand as they walked step by step toward home. Behind them, Yi Mingxian and the others followed closely. Soon the 5 stood at Lin Xiao's doorstep. The door was shut tight. He didn't let go of Yao Xian, holding her hand as they walked step by step toward home. Behind them, Yi Mingxian and the others followed closely. Soon the 5 stood at Lin Xiao's doorstep. The door was shut tight exactly as he remembered it. Everyone had stowed away their weapons so as not to startle Lin Xiao's parents. He pulled out a key from his pocket. His nerves made him fumble several times before he managed to insert it. He turned it. The door swung open. His parents were nowhere in sight, but the shoe cabinet by the entrance lay toppled on the floor, looking disheveled. Lin Xiao's heart jolted violently. Yi Mingxian and the others furrowed their brows as well. A thick stench of blood hung in the air. Everything signaled that something was terribly wrong. Without uttering a word, Lin Xiao charged inside. Yao Xin's hand never released its grip as she dashed in with him. The living room was spacious with drag marks strewn across the floor. In the very center lay 2 bodies slumped in pools of blood. Dad? Mom? A heart-wrenching roar tore from Lin Xiao as he rushed to the 2 bodies. The blood had already congealed. They had been dead for over 10 hours. He knelt before his parents, his frame trembling uncontrollably, tears flooding from his eyes like a torrent. Yi Mingxian and the others entering behind him had also witnessed the horrific scene. Yi Qingying, with her police background, moved forward reflexively out of professional habit. Get away. But the moment she drew near, Lin Xiao bellowed, startling her back several steps. Lin Xiao calmed down. Seeing him like this, Yao Xian shouted loudly. But Lin Xiao was utterly possessed at that moment. In his rebirth, his greatest hope had been to save his parents and survive together as a family. But now the bloody reality told him it was impossible. Lin Xiao uncle and auntie's deaths were clearly deliberate. Calm down first. Yao Xian continued to shout. Her hand was still crushed in his grip, deformed from the excessive force. Yet she remained silent, merely staring at Lin Xiao. Her words finally snapped him back to a sliver of reason. Yi Qingying, Su Chong, come take a look. Despite being shouted at moments ago, Yi Qingying quickly approached. Su Chong, who had been hanging back, also stepped forward without hesitation upon hearing Lin Xiao's call. A police officer and a doctor. They were well suited for investigating murder and examining corpses. Lin Xiao's body continued to tremble as Yi Qingying and Su Chong began their inspection. Yi Mingxian walked over and offered him a cigarette. Lin Xiao tried several times to light it, but failed. Just as Yi Mingxian moved to help, a flame suddenly burst forth, burning half the cigarette away. Lin Xiao paid it no mind, inhaling deeply while his gaze remained fixed on the two busy women. Captain, your parents have been dead for over a day, Su Chong reported. At these words, though Lin Xiao's expression had calmed, small flames kept flickering across his body. It betrayed his inner turmoil. He could no longer fully control his psychic abilities. A few minutes later, Yi Qingying finally rose to her feet. A fierce struggle took place here, and the opposing side had overwhelming numbers. Uncle was protecting Auntie. He was struck multiple times, which ultimately led to his death. Yi Qingying was about to continue, but Lin Xiao's gaze suddenly shifted. His eyes, normal just a moment ago, now glowed with a trace of blood red. Startled, she faltered and fell silent. And in Lin Xiao's vision, the two bodies before him vanished. What do you think you're doing? I took pity on you and gave you food, and now you want to rob me? It was his father's voice. Old fool, you're lucky to have hoarded so much food before the apocalypse hit. A young man with dyed yellow hair sneered, clutching a dagger. If a few neighbors hadn't tipped me off, I'd never have known you had all this. He wasn't alone. Around him stood 5 or 6 thugs dressed just as scruffily. And beyond them at the doorway were several familiar faces. Lin Xiao recognized them. They were his own neighbors. You two old farts can't eat much anyway. Hand it over quietly, and we won't gut you. The yellow-haired man continued his threats. But Lin Xiao's parents stood guard over their supplies. We can't give it all away. If we do, what will our son eat when he comes back? His mother's voice rang out. Lin Xiao's hands clenched into fists involuntarily, while a pained expression crept across Yao Xin's face. What followed became blurred. Lin Xiao saw only chaos, then a scuffle breaking out between the two sides. The next second, a searing pain shot through his head, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes, he was surrounded by darkness and 4 drip still attached to his hand. As he tried to rise, a searing pain in his head forced him back down. The blood-red eyes from before had clearly overexerted his mental fortitude, a power far beyond his current stage to wield. It was only under extreme duress that his eyes had unleashed their latent potential. The consequence, however, left him unconscious for over a day and a night, without full recovery. Turning his head with difficulty, he could discern in the gloom that this was his own bed. Perhaps it was the comfort of familiarity that lulled him back into a deep slumber. Morning arrived. By then his home had been cleaned. Su Chong had also found some white cloth to cover the bodies of his parents. For people sat in the living room, food placed on the table, yet they ate with distracted minds. Yao Xin's gaze frequently drifted towards Lin Xiao's door, but there was still no sign of movement. Over the past 2 days, Su Chong had checked on him many times, ensuring he received his 4 fluids on schedule. But Lin Xiao's complexion remained deathly pale. If not for his other bodily functions being normal, Su Chong would have doubted his own professional skills. Don't worry, the captain's spiritual energy is severely depleted. He'll wake up once he's had enough rest. Though everyone knew Su Chong was likely speaking the truth, an underlying unease lingered in their hearts until Lin Xiao woke. Yao Xian averted her gaze and continued eating. Just then the door opened. 4 pairs of eyes snapped towards the door. Lin Xiao's face was still pale, but much improved. Captain, they exclaimed in unison. Yao Xian rushed to his side, carefully supporting him. It's alright, I'm not that frail. Despite his words, he didn't refuse Yao Xin's help. As he entered the living room, his gaze involuntarily drifted to the corner. Though covered by white cloth, his body couldn't suppress a shudder. But this time he regained his composure immediately. Thank you for your efforts. Looking at the faces before him, a wave of emotion washed over Lin Xiao. Compared to the betrayals of his past life, these teammates brought color to his deathly weary heart. It's good that you're safe, Captain. Yi Qingying looked at him with concern, holding back only because Yao Xian was already there. Lin Xiao nodded. His head still throbbed faintly, but it was much better. He estimated another day of rest would bring full recovery. However, he had more pressing matters. In his blurred vision, he had seen several neighbors. Though they had only stood at the door without acting, they were certainly complicit in what had happened. But for now, Lin Xiao wasn't in a position to act. After a moment of thought, he turned to Yi Mingxian. Help me with something. Yi Mingxian nodded silently, his expression resolute. There should be other survivors on this floor. Bring them all to me. In his blurred vision, he had recognized several familiar neighbors, but couldn't recall exactly who. It didn't matter. Once he had all the survivors from the building, he would find out who was involved. Understood. Yi Mingxian didn't hesitate, grabbing a fire axe and heading for the door. Yao Xian stopped him, handing him a supply of ammunition from her spatial storage. Then came the wait. Lin Xiao didn't retreat to his room, choosing instead to sit on the sofa. Yao Xian brought him some food. 2 days without eating would take its toll, on even a third-order mutant. The living room fell into silence, broken only by the soft sounds of Lin Xiao chewing. The atmosphere was heavy, but no one spoke, waiting for Yi Mingxuan's return. An hour later the door opened. Noise filtered in from outside, but with Yi Mingxuan's gun trained on them, no one dared to resist. Yi Qingying stepped out to assist Yi Mingxian. Soon Lin Xiao saw his old neighbors. Their faces were etched with unease. Having been safe at home, a violent break-in brought back terrifying memories from 3 days ago. And the destination made their hearts sink. Why here of all places? But with guns pointed at them, no one dared to resist, filing in obediently. The covered bodies of Lin Xiao's parents lay to one side, visible to all who entered. Yi Qingying stepped out to assist Yi Mingxian. Soon Lin Xiao saw his old neighbors. Their faces were etched with unease. Having been safe at home, a violent break-in brought back terrifying memories. Lin Xiao just stared at them coldly, saying nothing. In his mind, the blurry figures were beginning to match the faces before him. The sight made his head throb, even more a fierce urge to slaughter them all rising within him. But he held back. He'll give you one chance. Speak. Though he didn't specify what he wanted to know, everyone understood. The atmosphere grew even heavier. No one dared to breathe, and no one was willing to speak. No one talks. Ed's unable to meet. He'll give you one chance. Speak. Though he didn't specify what he wanted to know, everyone understood. The atmosphere grew even heavier. No one dared to breathe, and no one was willing to speak. No one talks. His voice was low, but the fury within it was unmistakable. Shall listen to me. Someone finally broke under the oppressive silence. 2 hours before the fog descended, your parents bought a lot of food and water. Some of us neighbors helped them carry it upstairs. Get to the point. Lin Xiao didn't want to hear the details. Stockpiling supplies had been his instruction to his mother. He knew all about it. Startled by his shout, the man trembled. You know what I want to hear? This is your last chance. If I don't hear what I need, you'll die. His tone was icy. A sudden smell of urine filled the air as the man, nearly 40, wet himself under Lin Xiao's oppressive presence. After the fog lifted, some young men came to the building claiming they were here to rescue us. Most of the survivors opened their doors. But they just took all our food, saying it wasn't enough and threatening to kill us. We'd been cooped up for 7 days. Even rationing, how much could we have left? Later someone noticed your parents hadn't come out. Remembering their stockpile, they told those thugs to buy their own safety. Lin Xiao already knew what happened next. Some neighbors knocked on his parents' door, asking for help. Kind-hearted, considering them long-time neighbors, they opened the door. The result was inviting wolves into the house. Lin Xiao's gaze turned icy. In his eyes, these people were as good as dead. One last question. Where are those thugs? The middle-aged man who had spoken remained silent, likely not knowing. Just as Lin Xiao thought he wouldn't get an answer, a younger man in the crowd spoke up. Brother Xiao, I know. They said heroes emerge in troubled times. After gathering enough supplies, they planned to head to Star City. Star City. He never thought he'd have to return to the place he'd just left. Having learned enough of the matter, Lin Xiao had no further desire to inquire. Xiao, this has little to do with us, truly. We did not lay a hand on them back then. We even tried to dissuade those young men. But they were armed, and there was nothing we could do. As the silence fell, the group could no longer hold back, and many had already begun to weep. First, let me bury my parents. Lin Xiao's words suddenly ignited a glimmer of hope in them. Of course, several voices immediately chimed in unison. Yi Mingxian and Yao Xian had already left to procure 2 coffins for the burial. Lin Xiao felt at ease with the 2 of them together. In this small county town, as long as they did not court disaster, it was unlikely that any mishap would befall them. The location had been pointed out by a neighbor. The town's roads were simple, just 2 intersecting main streets. A coffin shop stood at the southernmost edge, as such establishments were rarely kept within the town center. Lin Xiao's home was also on the southern edge. From there it was only a 20-minute walk. Given Yi Mingxian and Yao Xin's abilities, they could probably make the round trip in half an hour. Sure enough, they returned exactly 30 minutes later. Under everyone's gaze, Yao Xian produced 2 coffins from her spatial storage, as if by magic. They were clearly the best the shop had to offer. Under the circumstances, there was no way to order custom-made ones. These would have to suffice. Lin Xiao chose the garden within their own residential compound as the burial site, the home where they had lived for over a decade. With the neighbors' help, the burial was swift. Within 2 hours, everything was done. Unable to procure a proper tombstone, Lin Xiao had to chop a large section of wood to serve as one. You all go back now. You've worked hard. Get some rest. Lin Xiao looked at the neighbors who had labored for so long, suddenly shifting his attitude, as if he had forgiven them. Yi Mingxian and the others said nothing. Not only was this Lin Xiao's family matter, but at any other time Lin Xiao was their captain. As long as no fundamental principle was violated, they would not raise objections. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the neighbors could hardly believe their ears. Was he really letting them off? What? Want me to treat you to a meal? Seeing that no one moved, a hint of impatience crept onto Lin Xiao's face. Only then did they believe he truly meant to let them go. They all dashed toward their homes, fearing he might change his mind. Yao Xian hesitated as if wanting to speak, but in the end she watched them flee back to their houses. Set up a tent here. He'll observe 3 days of mourning for my parents. Though the times were unusual, this was still a son's duty. Yao Xian immediately produced an outdoor tent from her spatial storage, and with Yi Mingxuan's help it was quickly erected. You three go sleep at my place. He'll stay here for 3 days. After everything was arranged, Lin Xiao tied a strip of white cloth around his head. Though young and unfamiliar with many customs, he knew the basic rites. Just as Lin Xiao finished, Yao Xian silently took out a white cloth, tied it around her own head, and stood beside him. You three go rest. He'll stay with him. With Yao Xian by his side, the three felt somewhat reassured and said no more. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, Lin Xiao spent most of his hours kneeling before his parents' grave, whispering softly to them. Yao Xian did not disturb him, only reminding him to rest and eat when the time came. Yi Mingxian and the others came down a few times, but spoke little. When the 3 days ended, the 5 gathered once more. Lin Xiao's mental state had improved considerably compared to the first few days. Yet the smile had vanished completely from his face. Father, mother, I will find those murderers and avenge you. Lin Xiao knelt before his parents' grave and kowtowed 3 times heavily. No one in the building has come out, have they? Rising to his feet, Lin Xiao suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Yi Mingxuan, who had anticipated this, immediately replied, no. They're all still hiding inside. In truth, some had considered leaving during those 3 days, but the sight of Lin Xiao just downstairs made them afraid to move. Lin Xiao nodded and turned to gaze at the familiar building before him. His parents had bought this house and moved here when he was just a child. They had lived here for over a decade. This place held too many memories for Lin Xiao, but now it had become the last place he wanted to recall. The others stood behind him, not daring to disturb his reverie. Over 10 minutes passed, the 5 of them standing silently. Finally, Lin Xiao stirred. We should go too. To Xingqing. Under such high pressure, Lin Xiao did not believe the neighbor had lied to him. But how the other had left, and whether he had arrived safely in Xingqing, remained a mystery. Lin Xiao could only follow this single thread. After saying this, twin flames suddenly appeared in Lin Xiao's hands. The flames of a third-order mutant were far more terrifying than ordinary fire. Under Lin Xiao's control, the 2 balls of fire flew toward the building before him. As the flames touched the ground, the fire began to rage. Lin Xiao lit a cigarette and watched the scene unfold. In the firelight, he seemed to see his parents' faces. Minutes later, the survivors in the building noticed the blaze and began shouting and scrambling to escape. But Lin Xiao was not about to give them that chance. 2 more flames shot out, sealing off all exits. These people all deserve to die. Screams of agony echoed from the apartment building, yet Lin Xiao's face remained unmoved, his gaze cold and indifferent. Time ticked by. The building was now charred and crumbling. The screams grew fainter. Many would die from the smoke, even if the flames didn't reach them. Still, Lin Xiao did not stop. He sent 2 more flames into the building. This continued for nearly an hour until the building finally collapsed under the strain. Let's go. Seeing this, Lin Xiao finally ceased his attack. The fire still raged, and the building lay in ruins. Without rescue, there could be no survivors inside. Lin Xiao led the way toward the compound gate, followed by the Silent Four. They knew that although Lin Xiao appeared to have recovered on the surface, as long as the murderers of his parents remained unfound, this matter would never be settled in his heart.